Yi Chen leaned his cell phone against the snowflake beer bottle, showing off the M4 rifle in front of the waterboys, pulling the chamber, then removing the magazine, removing the bullets, etc. Brothers, don't doubt that the guns we're carrying are real. All of them are genuine. Buying a gun here is as easy as you buying clothes and pants, Yi Chen stated with a smile. The waterboys have been leaving comments. Little Feifei, brother. You're my only connection in Persia. Late night January, brother. Don't say that. I'm afraid I won't be able to touch the real thing in my lifetime. Dubai, brother. You are not letting us a group of eunuchs on the greenhouse. Foreign small nuns are carrying guns. I tear collapse ah. A group of domestic water friends. All kinds of envy. Yi Chen waved his hand, saying that it was nothing. The guns that was the normal situation. He checked the emotional value amount, 500. Nice. Mercenary related content that mobilizes emotions quickly and rises quickly. Just after Yi Chen ate 2 mouthfuls of mutton powder with satisfaction, another water user left a message. Little typo, brother. Are these 2 Japanese girls friends with you? Grandpa Lu, brother. Their weapons? You said look. They gave it. Are you guys? Relationship. Not too normal. Chapter 3, Blue Star OL, 1 life speed pass. Someone said I'm not too close to them? So you kind of, hey, guessed right. Yi Chen turned towards the 2 Eastern Ing girls and smiled and said a few words in English. That Eastern Ing girl wearing a white shirt took the initiative to sit beside Yi Chen and kissed him on the cheek. The live streaming water friends directly exploded. Subtitle Pa, ****** brother. You're an anti-Japanese hero. Little Toba, brother. I haven't even touched a girl's hand at home. And you've already kissed a foreign mouth. Qin Shi Huang in the world, Eastern Ing girls. Not really foreign girls. Nothing. I still look at them every day. Carousel, upstairs. East Asia is also foreign. Have you ever kissed a foreign girl? The anchor is showing off my Han family's male style. Little, it's an Eastern Japanese girl can be ruthlessly injected into the patriotic gene? The anchor is an anti-Japanese hero. Dudubki, what are you guys talking about? Why are you saying that the anchor is an anti-Japanese hero? Dod, why do you say that the anchor manifests her style? This is clearly the anchor's 2 girlfriends. Sunny Big White Horse, the statements of the netizens outside the wall are just sharp. The anchor has 2 girlfriends. Woohoo! I don't have one. Domestic water friends. See this kind of very good-looking girl mercenary, immediately associated with, in the movie Gangster Big Brother's daughter. Instant feeling, anchor is not going to be the son-in-law of the big brother? Yi Chen looked at their comments and waved his hand with a smile before starting to eat. 3 mouthfuls of mutton noodles and a sip of beer. Hot and cold. Soothing. Just had a few bites. There was a new alert in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to the anchor. The 24th Iron Fan, Xiao Tai Bao, was successfully registered. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Thank you, brother Kotaro, for registering as an Iron Fan. Thank you, little Taiho. It's not a lot of money anyway. $15 a pop. Consider it supporting the anchor. On this platform, registering as an Iron Fan means subscribing to the anchor for $15 a month. For every Iron Fans gained, not only the live broadcasting platform will gain, but also 20 emotional value will be gained. Emotional value is something that can be much more useful than a US dollar. Yi Chen viewed the other clump of data. Live streaming platform, by official. Live reputation balance, 720. Live title, none at this time. Length of live broadcast, 50 cumulative hours and 20 minutes. Live broadcast achievements, not yet available. Quantity of iron powder, 24. Live wish expectation, you can set up for specific gifts. And each time you go live, if you fulfill them, you will be rewarded with additional prestige value. Note, after binding the platform, will not be able to change, and each live will not be affected by the network, even if no network can also live. Note, the live broadcast should be related to battlefield and mercenary content, including real combat, equipment selection, daily equipment training, mercenary daily life, etc. Each live broadcast, mobilizing the emotions of netizens, obtaining emotional value, but also to achieve the corresponding achievements, and to obtain the title. The length of the live broadcast reaches a certain stipulation, can be converted into the prestige value. Emotional value can be used to improve talent skills, and can be used to exchange for various weapons and vehicles. Yi Chen used his mind to check out the redeemable weapons and carriers as he ate the mutton powder. Rifle weapon types, grenade rifle, lightning rifle, balloon rifle, air cannon, handheld railgun, pistol weapon type, electromagnetic pistol, grenade pistol. There are also various types of carriers, all of which are not quite the same as those in reality, like a magically modified version. It would have been easier to carry out the mission and the live feed would have been better if we could have gotten these weapons. Unfortunately, you can't afford to redeem them at the moment. And most of the emotes for many weapons and carriers are several 9s to redeem. 720 emotional value now owned. 200 emotional value is what Iron fans bring to the table. 520 was just brought about by the wave of teenage mercenaries in the restaurant who kissed Yi Chen and mobilized their emotions. After chatting about teenage mercenaries for a while, the water users began to focus on Yi Chen's last mission and how much money he made. Little Feifei, brother. How much money did you make on your last mission? Late night January, brother. Watching you live yesterday. Riding a motorcycle with an M4A1 rifle. Chasing people to sweep. So hard. How much can you earn? Great White, brother. Last night's live broadcast was too exciting. You and Jack. One person drove a motorcycle, chasing and killing the target. The whole thing is like a movie blockbuster. How much did you guys make? Yi Chen took out his other cell phone and pulled up a screenshot with various messages on it. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to go straight to the air before the mission was carried out and the situation of the mission. What if the target is also watching the live stream? But once the mission is complete, it's time to show it to your water friends. Among the screenshots of the chat page, there are pictures and text. The image is of a white male in his 20s. The content is translated into Chinese. The content is, Persian Gold Coast City, nicknamed Mustang, Farsi, and the boss in partnership to open the Western Plate. 3 months agent profit 160 US dollars, Mustang rolled the money to run away. Now, give 24 US dollars for capturing a Mustang alive. Kill the wildebeests and provide the carcasses and give 12 US. Specifics, this man is a wanted Frenchman. In the name of tourism, to attract French personnel, fight to come to the left bank city, do spinach industry. After draining the value of the man to remove the parts, the woman resells to the Persian gangsters. Yi Chen put the second cell phone away, indicating how many US dollars meant how many thousands of US dollars. There's 2 Americans, a draw from the local Uncle Hat. The Waterboys left frantic comments. Shoutai newspaper, brother, the content of this picture of yours, I've only seen it in that game 5. Asna, upstairs. We're playing a game. The anchor plays Blue Star OL. The 1 life speed pass kind. Equenco, anchor bull batch. Remove the commission. This single 2 people, each earned 5 US dollars. Wekwakak, 1 night, 50,000 US dollars. Anchor, begging for a belt. The other sailors reacted and were directly baffled. They thought about the fact that, in the middle of the night, I was riding a motorcycle with an M4A1 rifle, strafing towards a vehicle. After killing each other, I'll take 50,000 dollars, the equivalent of 350,000 Chinese dollars? Is it that easy to make money? In an instant, a large number of water users said that they were begging for a belt and were willing to work for Yi Chen as a cow, just to be brought into the line. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand, stating that the mercenary company he was with did not easily recruit people from the outside world. Waterbenders who want to be mercenaries might consider going to battlefield. As a result, a bunch of water friends wildly sprayed Yi Chen, indicating that he went to the battlefield as a mercenary. In the morning, the plane lands abroad. In the evening, the body came back. Family and friends, with a table for 8, can have a banquet, and they're not going to go themselves. As time passes, many water users are asking Yi Chen, now get the money? There were also inquiries from water users about how much money Yi Chen has made so far since he came to Persia. Why come to be a mercenary? Yi Chen smiled and said, after this will be breakfast. I'll go to the finance office to collect the money. He opens his cell phone and shows his wallet balance. 20,000 US dollars. So far, one really small task done and no money yet. But preliminarily, with the help of the company, following other mercenary seniors to the spinach park to ransom the man, and charging $2 for tea, I had a $20,000 on me. Chapter 4, Anchor. You guys teamed up for a game? Super Dubai Sue, 20,000 US dollars for tea? What? Anchor, you grabbed the tea tree and drank it? Little Taba, upstairs. You're thinking wrong. It's the people in the park that give the anchor 20,000 US dollars. Not the anchor giving people 20,000 US dollars. Mr. Big, 140,000 Chinese dollars. That's all you've earned? Anchor, you're not coaxing me. Sunny little white horse, Anchor. We turned out to watch your live broadcast. Not wanna hear you bragging. You tell the truth. Many watermen don't believe this is the case. However, many foreign fans said that Yi Chen's situation is very normal. As a result, the foreigner fans in various countries even quarreled with the domestic fans. When Yi Chen saw this scene, he smiled and said, you guys really don't believe it. Ha, okay, I'll tell you about mercenaries like us. Not cannon fodder mercenaries on the battlefield. That kind of cannon fodder makes $100 a day. And the average survival time, less than 3 days. Of course, mercenaries like us, We also do missions to attack strongholds. But our company has many businesses, the most of which is to contact the spinach park. There are a lot of Chinese parks in Persia, and they all come to make spinach, and some of them run casinos. Many of the country's $1,000 ladies, rich second generation, etc., are willing to come over here to play, but what about after they lose their money? They can only be bet on by the casino. At this time, within a certain period of time, if money is not forthcoming to ransom a person, that person will be sold to the spinach park. When Yi Chen said this, there were already a lot of water users who were interested. Little Taba, asterisk 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 asterisk. The anchor is going to say foreign secret. God's brave and invincible, anchor. There was a guy named Haibo on the internet before, who also said this kind of park secret, and as a result, it was revealed that he didn't even go out of the country. Sunny Big White Horse, upstairs. You suspect the anchor is bragging? You just came to the live studio, right? How can Haibo be comparable to the anchor? A few sailors are skeptical, but most have long been convinced. After all, an anchor who can live stream a motorcycle in one hand and strafe with an M16 rifle in the other doesn't look fake by any stretch of the imagination. Then, many water users were asking about Yi Chen's $20,000 US. After Yi Chen finished reading the comments, he continued, that $20,000 US thing, that's a domestic female rich second generation who lost 40 million Chinese dollars here. And his old man, he knows about it too, but he thinks she's being set up and doesn't want to give $40 million. Just found the president of our company and offered $100 American in the hope that we would go and get the man out. Upon hearing this, many water lovers left strange messages. Dodwdod, asterisk 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 $1 million US to hire mercenaries to rob people. Good. Little Taipa, anchor. You guys killed in? I'm afraid this isn't a Hollywood blockbuster. Sunny Little Whitehorse, mercenaries get paid to do their job. Kill the park, and rescue the domestic rich kids. This is 100% ready for a movie. Asna, anchor, how many did you guys take out? Yi Chen took a look at the message. Che, what take out how many people? We went to buy people back. Little Taipa, what the hell? Your employer pays you to arm and rob people, and you end up buying them back? Yang Guang? Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, did your park not go to war? A group of water friends blindfolded, longing for the process of the hot-blooded gunfight? Aren't you mercenaries like the protagonist of First Blood who carries an M60 machine gun and just kills his way into the park? What? Did you guys buy the rich girl back? Your company and the park are working together to trap people? Tons of comments on what's going on here. Yi Chen looked at the comments for a while before he smiled and said, that $40 million, it was the casino that set up a game for the rich female to lose. That boss felt that after opening this up, and letting the casinos know that they could get their money if they set up a game, then, in the future, there would be no way to put an end to this type of thing. So, our company was approached and given $100 American. Supervisor Sean, from the mission department, then sent a veteran team member to lead 3 new team members, like us, to the park. Boss of the park, it cost $300 US, almost 21 million Chinese dollars, to buy the rich girl from the casino, because the rich girl's old man was not willing to give the casino the money directly. That's why the casino sold the person to the park to stop the loss. But we went over there. He recalled the previous events and narrated. At that time, that old team member, a senior, was also considered my master in the company. He held a gun to the park owner's head and had another team member, with a hammer, break 3 of the park owner's fingers. That's how the park owner decided to let the rich girl off the hook by charging only $50 American. But then, we can't come here for nothing. When we come to your park has to pay us for tea. Yi Chen said seriously. So, that master had charged $30 US as a tea fee. Me and 2 other new team members, we charged $2 US each for tea. This kind of task, in our company, is mostly done by newcomers. Of course, the veteran team members do it occasionally. The comment section exploded when this comment was made. Little Taba, boss, it's alright d. Just a few broken fingers. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, good lord. The park owner collected a total of $14 US. Ha? A loss of $286 US? Mr. Big Anchor. Your company is so overbearing. Ha? Asna, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't care what kind of park you're in. Dude comes in with a gun and you have to pay for the tea. SSSSS, Anchor. Haven't I heard that spinach parks are particularly ruthless? The water friends were collectively baffled, not realizing that the anchor and their company, actually so overbearing. You bought the guy for 21 million. I'll give you a couple $100,000 to hand him over. No? Gun to the head. Hammer your fingers and see if you deliver. Yi Chen's behavior of fighting violence with violence was heard by his water friends, Who shouted? He blinks, checking his mood value balance, 1400. These chats with mercenaries are unknown to the general public, so they can quickly mobilize the audience and gain some emotional value. However, compared to actually performing a task, acquiring mood values is much slower. Rode a motorcycle and ed someone with an automatic rifle yesterday, live streaming the whole thing down. In half an hour, 30,000 emotional values were harvested to raise the pistol skill from pistol 0, 71%, to pistol 1, 1%. However, being a newbie myself, there was no way that I could take on this kind of quests on a regular basis. In your spare time, saying some of these things and live streaming the training and so on can also mobilize the audience and gain some emotional value. As the water friends chatted, they got the feeling that the owner of the spinach park, a bit of a crotch puller, wasn't as good as they thought he was. Yi Chen saw the comment, waved his hand, and said with a smile, that kind of spinach park can be described as a gathering place for waste. Chapter 5 The village is giving out gold bars. Come back, Yi Chen said in a serious manner. But whoever is a bit capable and has a bit of a doorway, who would do spinach? You can understand that this group is the most crotch-pulling, wasteful group of people of any class in the country. Gang members, for example. But whenever they're somewhat capable of opening a bar or a KTV in their hometown, they don't run out and make spinach as long as they can run a normal business. Besides, that old team member had a gun pointed at the boss's head in the park. If the boss dared not to release him, we'll go back, we'll take the bazooka, we'll blast his park, by and by. With words like that, the comments section went straight to a group high, with many whooping and nodding. Yes, kudos, not gifts. On foreign platforms, these fans can give a gift of $9 and $9. It is considered a luxury. In the past, those who worked as mercenaries were rarely like Yi Chen, who was so live, in which things were not circulated. Now, Yi Chen was the equivalent of a bit of a demystification, causing netizens from various countries to constantly discuss it in the comments section. This was something that could not have happened if it had been in the blue star of Yi Chen's previous life, where the countries did not speak the same language. But this is a parallel world where technology is more advanced and live streaming platforms are particularly powerful. Yi Chen broadcasts live, speaking in Chinese, but it can be automatically translated into the language of the viewer's country. The equivalent of simultaneous interpretation is why he has fans all over the Lighthouse, Gamma Grande, and Tennessee, among other countries. Comments sent out by fans are also automatically converted into comments that other fans can read. For example, fans from the East, watching Yi Chen live, the comments of fans from other countries on the comments section will automatically be converted into East Japanese characters. Fans in the United States of America, looking at the comments in the message section, are also automatically converted to English. Thousands of people see different versions of the text on their cell phones in different countries, but the text content is the same. What Yi Chen said would be automatically translated into Japanese in the Eastern fan phone. Fans in other countries, too. Little Taba, *******. The anchor is in the company. Too damn bullish. Do not let go. I will take the bazooka to blow you up. Add Zeta, anchor. It's like a replica of Schwarzenegger. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. Anchor is full of contempt for spinach park saw. Anchor, can we come to you? A lot of domestic sailors. They wanted to with Yi Chen. Yi Chen said he wanted to come to do this. First find the company HR, through the HR review, and then say something else. They do not recruit alone. The waterbenders were a little despondent when they heard it. Where do they have the contacts to contact the HR of such mercenary companies? It didn't take long for the waterboys to start chatting. Yi Chen ate a mouthful of mutton noodle and read a comment. Working very hard. He read the waterboy's comment. Anchor, do I deserve a cup of coffee? Not worthy, but I can buy you purple eggs. Have 2 full magazines of them. For a treat. Oh yeah, and remember to take an A for barrelware. After saying that, Yi Chen took another bite of the mutton powder. After chewing, he continued to read his water friend's comment. Anchor, can I ask you to buy me a pack of Chinese cigarettes? No way. You're not even allowed to smell secondhand smoke. Don't you dare sniff my secondhand smoke and I'll get you a cigarette bill. After the waterboys started chatting, some of them were poor-mouthed. Yi Chen didn't mince words and directly disliked him. His live broadcast style, favoring relaxed and happy, encountered mouth poor, are all kinds of dislike. Live effect is very good. Soon, Yi Chen finished the lamb noodles and drained the last mouthful of beer. He smiled and said, brothers, go report later and take the $5 you get. 3 of them can be used to pay back the training fees, and 2 of them feel pretty good on you. Kotobuki, what do you mean? And training fees? Big brother, Anchor, how come your company is the same as Spinach Park and you have to pay a training fee? Can you guys walk away? Sada, Anchor, you're not going to get people stuck there, are you? How much is the training fee? The water boys were more concerned about how much the anchor owed for training. They also know something about spinach parks, where people who enter the park, make a performance, and want to leave, have to pay sky-high training fees, usually 300,000 to 500,000 Chinese dollars. After hearing that Yi-Chen also needed to pay back the training fee, the water friends felt something was wrong and asked, in unison, about the training fee. Yi-Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not what you think. In our company, all newcomers come in for a 2-year training program. The cost of this training is 350,000 Chinese dollars, which translates to 50,000 American dollars. The company will train us systematically in military training, from pistols, long guns, sniper rifles, machine guns and other instruments, plus training in different terrains, CQB urban combat tactics, desert combat tactics, desert running attacks, high-altitude jumps, winged assaults, etc., which equates to an instrumental fee for a period of 2 years. But as soon as you get past the first week of the preliminaries, you can take on small assignments to sustain your daily life or save up for it." He gives examples of small tasks, such as following a ransom, protecting some Chinese factory general manager to do something, or to protect some valued guest, the stretch from the hotel to the airport and so on. These are very low-threat missions, where you can get $5,000 US, or $10,000 or $20,000 US at a time. Like the mission that was performed last night. Technically, one person could just do it, because Yi-Chen and Jack were both newcomers. That's why they went together. That's why the split is $50 US a person. After half a year of training, Yi-Chen would be able to take on some high-value missions, such as helping a certain multinational company, taking out some competitors, and so on. For this kind of mission, doing it once, each member can get a share of 100,000 or so US dollars, or even 300,000 or 500,000 US dollars. Little Taba, holy, all this training and you're only charging $350,000, said Sada. What kind of godly company is this? Giving training and giving out tasks. Little baby, anchor, if you weren't abroad, I'd suspect that you've been poisoned by putting together a good meal. Sunny big white horse, anchor, come back. The village is giving out gold bars. Shall bye-bye, anchor. Go back to your country. 20,000 US dollars. You'll learn it if you work continuously for 3 years without eating or drinking. Making $50 US in one night and $20 US for following along to intimidate the park owner. I managed to get a poor laugh out of myself. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. Yabby. Awkward. Many of the watermen were very red-eyed and on the verge of freaking out in the flesh. Who didn't think that being a mercenary would be so lucrative? The mercenaries they understood were the kind of mercenaries who went to war as cannon fodder. In fact, mercenaries with real access make a lot of money every year. After Yi-Chen finished his breakfast, Jack had already left for training. He grabbed his cell phone and was heading for the finance office. He walked to the elevator door just in time to see the various buildings outside the glass window on his left, and couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Guys, do you know which kind of company is the most profitable in this place I'm in?" Chapter 6, For Thou Art Good. Little Taipa, anchor, tell me, what do all these companies do? Little white boy, anchor, don't tell me, they're all spinach companies? So many spinach companies, aren't we screwed? How many fraudulent calls do we have to receive a day? Ye family army no. 1, anchor, you've been hard charging me for a long time. Don't play dumb say it. A bunch of water friends were very curious when they saw this town where Yi-Chen was located through the live broadcasting room, all of which were all kinds of skyscrapers. These high-rise buildings are, to be precise, more like centralized hotel buildings. Universally, they were 30-story buildings, each floor capable of having 100 or 200 rooms, each with a window on one side, as if they were a base. Brothers, the most lucrative. The first, are mercenary companies like ours. The second, the various parks run by the Minnesota Big Brothers. Yi-Chen leaned against the window, photographing the scenery outside, and leisurely said, in foreign countries, when you run into the Minnan Big Brothers, remember to keep an eye out. Little tenant, as long as Mazu agrees, get on the boat in the morning. We'll be in L.A. in a month. We Minnan people are out there more. How we you? Anchor, Big Brother South China. What? Anchor, did we, the people from Minnan, mess with you? The two Minnan viewers immediately came out to question Yi-Chen. The other waterbenders were a little curious as to why they were reacting so much. Yi-Chen sighed and shook his head, saying, I'm talking about the situation of Minan's Big Brother. Then you guys guess these parks. Who opened them? Not much else to say. In this town I'm in, most of them are parks. One building per park. And one building is a company. Often, a single building can house thousands, if not tens of thousands of people. Some of these parks, some of them are on the outside handicappers, like soccer outfits, basketball outfits, the kind of companies that are on illegal websites, placing bets. There are also those who do money disc, which is divided into Europe, America and domestic. Domestic disc, which is run by Chinese, mainly spinach, specializing in scamming Chinese, European and American plates, most of which are run by people from Europe and America, specialize in scamming people from their own countries. The only thing that's different about the Scandinavians is that they specialize in scamming the people of the lighthouse states, and usually, it's all about scamming each other and not bothering each other. He continued, mercenary companies like ours, there are only 3 of these dozens of parks, and our company is the largest. Yichen pointed to the bustling city on the left. That one, that's the Persian Gold Coast city, the world-famous tourist mecca, a coastal oasis in the middle of the desert. The city on the right is a ghetto, inhabited by more than 3 million poor old people. Generally, when you travel abroad, just hang out in the tourist areas, don't run around. You know why I'm telling you this, Kotobuki, because you're good. Little Whitey, because you confide too much. You've got to. Yi Chen cursed straight in his heart. This group of viewers, their mouths were too sharp. Originally, he was thinking of selling a story and mobilizing his emotions, but as a result, he was almost disliked for breaking his defense. Sound of a crash. Sound of a crash. The 2 gifts appeared. It was a water user who saw that Yi Chen was about to break his defense and hurriedly swiped a gift to comfort him. The result was a total value of $19.08 for a gift. $9.09. Yi Chen was a bit speechless when he saw the value of the gift, but after thanking him as usual, he checked the emotion value balance, $14.50. This wave went up a little bit less. So let's get this place up and running. Mobilize a wave of emotions. Earn some emotional value, and then go to the treasury to get the. Yi Chen continued to pat the town down and said, everyone, there are 2 types of companies that are more troublesome in our area. One category is body parts companies and one category is companies that make movies. The parts business, it's very simple. People who are sold to companies like this, organ matching, for the whole world. As long as there are rich people who can match the organs of the people who can match these, they immediately pull these people over, take off the parts, and then airlift the parts over in airplanes. The human body business, on the other hand, deals with the meat from the gutted parts of the bodies, removing all of it and leaving the bones behind, which are then air-dried and preserved, brushed with oil, boxed up, and shipped to medical schools around the world to be used as teaching aids for medical students. When this was said, many domestic watermen shuddered and said that they had seen the new world. For their part, the water users of various countries felt that it was not strange anymore, and instead seized the opportunity to poke fun at the domestic water users. After a bit of banter, the domestic water boy couldn't help but ask about the filming company. Yi Chen smiled and said, every year, tens of thousands of people go missing in Europe, and most of them are beautiful young women. Many European and American girls get off the plane in Europe, and then they are trafficked by people in Europe and the United States, abducted and sold to this kind of company, tortured in all kinds of ways, and then take videos and post them on a specialized website. There are probably old guys in the live room who will watch this kind of website, and as you know, you can just watch this kind of video by spending $12 or so a month and signing up as a member. The girls who are forced to be filmed are often tortured to death and then sold to body parts companies to squeeze the last value out of them. Little Taba, ******. The foreigners are so ruthless. I want the foreigners to die. Such a young and beautiful girl to suffer such a poisonous fate. Shall bye, anchor. You decipher these things, worthy of enjoying the temple. I will not travel abroad in the future. Damn. How could they? Sadada, the comments upstairs. The site automatically translated. But why can't I read it? Why do you want the foreigners to die? Sunny little white horse, hello, foreigner upstairs. Sadada? Hello, foreigner. Sadada, what are you guys saying in code? Why can't I read it? Sunny big white horse, so the world is so bad has been honest. Begging to be spared. Domestic water friends, did not expect the outside world, has been bad to this extent. Have asked Yi Chen's company. Do not do these things. There are also a couple of waterbenders that are getting ready to visit the Gold Coast cities and are now very worried. Yi Chen looked at the comments and said, our company doesn't do these dirty things. It's too buried. Also, the city of Gold Coast relies on oil to get started. So if you guys come here, play in the rich neighborhoods, because the distance from us, 80 kilometers away, is the engagement zone. Their homegrown Sunnis, Shiites, and forces from around the world are all jockeying for position here. Our company, many of our elite team members, are hired from time to time to do things for various forces. When the watermen heard this, they became interested and asked how much they could get for doing things. Yi Chen responded, "That building you see there, that's the stronghold of the Yakuza in eastern Japan. That's our company's old partner." Chapter 7, you're eating at both ends, aren't you? Bye. What? Anchor, you guys are still working with the eastern Japan Yakuza? It's not a human trafficking business, is it? Little Taba, upstairs. What are you talking about? The Anchor and their company don't have this kind of business. Dadwada, oh my god. God. Look at what they're saying. Human trafficking. To call it a business, that's horrible. Thousands and thousands of years, upstairs. You little geezer, get out of the way. Like a child. And see less. The foreign water users, in general, thought that Jichin shouldn't have said that. Domestic water friends, on the other hand, is curious about the Anchor's company and the East Japan Yakuza, is engaged in what cooperation? Yichen looked at the comments and knew it was a good opportunity to mobilize emotions. He smiled and said, "That, right there, has to do with our high-end profitability mission. The Kamimoto Steel Group of the East, which has a factory here, but the Cold Kingdom Kia Group, also has a factory here, and the two multinational conglomerates are at odds, both competing for the Persian market. The two countries invested and built factories here, but last week, the Cold Country people were screwed by the East Japan people. The executives of the Kia Group and the Cold Kingdom wanted to kill the executives of the Kamimoto System Gang Group, so they came to our company. As for our company, we took the mission and sent someone to kill an executive of the Kamimoto Steel Group for $5 million. 4 days ago, it was successfully killed, completing the mission. Sonny Big White Horse, $5 million to kill an executive? Brother, give me the gun. I'll do it, please. $5 million. If I were to him with a Hanyang-made rifle, I could pull the bolt and smoke it. Little Taibao, brother, the village said, to give you gold bars, you come back, by me to do this task. Qin Shi Huang in the world, brother, seeing you guys abroad, picking up Eastern Ing girls and killing Eastern Ing devils, it's simply more than killing me, it makes me all feel bad. Potter, I want to be able to do this quest so I can buy a solid gold potter. Dad, $5 million? Jesus, God, look at what this Anchor is saying. Jesus. Hashimoto Airson, our EAG executives, are they worth that much? $5 million US dollars for killing one, says this Easterner of mine is moved. Hanya then, ghosts upstairs. This is the charm of our Dahan country. Kill one of you and give $5 million US dollars directly. We are bullish, aren't we? Sonny Big White Horse, stick upstairs. If I could get $5 million for killing you too, I'd you right now. $5 million. Damn. 5 million. 5 million. 5 million. American dollars. This number, which haunted the hearts of the live streamers, had caused them to be on the verge of a seizure. 5 million US dollars, equivalent to 35 million Chinese dollars. It's just a matter of slaughtering an executive of a multinational corporation in the East, but it's actually so lucrative. Yi Chen checked the emotion value balance, 2000. That's a pretty good wave, earning 600 emotes. The number of people in the live room, 2, rose from 500 to 800. The amount of followers, from 123, went up to 189 followers. Iron Fans subscriptions, 24. There are still no changes, but it's okay to take your time. Yi Chen thought that when there were more people in the future, live broadcasting the mission, and then shelving the wishing gift, when the time comes, the Waterboys swipe a big rocket, and I'll swipe a real rocket for the opposite side. During the live broadcast, one-time completion of the wish gift is also redeemable for emotional value to enhance strength. Yi Chen continued, brothers, here, $5 million US dollars is a normal price. Multinational companies have a market capitalization of tens of billions of US dollars, not to mention that there won't be any pressure on the company to give money. That's the one. The Cold Country executive who issued the mission, and he's making over $10 million a year. Even if the company doesn't pay, he can afford to pay himself. It's a pity. I'm a newcomer. I belong to T3 level in the company level. I have to go to T7 level before I can go for this kind of high-end mission, but I figure in 2 or 3 months tops, I'll be at T7. He describes the company, the veteran president of the Mercenary company, as a domestic. So, this Tin Shui Mercenary company, the whole thing is divided into grades like a big domestic factory. The lowest level is T1, the highest is T18, and mercenaries of different ranks take on different missions. Higher level people can take on lower level tasks. People at lower levels can't take high level quests. The waterbenders look at the situation and say, "What the? There's a hierarchy?" For those who don't know, you're an internet powerhouse, a military criminal gang. The whole thing's pretty formal. Yi Chen checked his personal stats, thinking that by broadcasting more and getting more emotional values, he would be able to improve his skills and physical abilities faster. He continued his introduction. Plus, they're all at the top of multinational conglomerates. At the very least, they're at the level of group vice president, CEO. There's a stronger security force around. In a situation that doesn't involve a fight between nations, it's just a simple fight between large multinational conglomerates, and I almost always get mercenary companies like ours to do it. Likewise, the Kamimoto Steel Enterprise Group, which had its executives killed, will have to come to us if it wants to avenge itself by going to kill the executives of the Kia Group in the Cold Kingdom. The same offer of a few $million for us to kill the executives of the Kamimoto Steel Group. Little Tai-Ho, damn. Anchor, you guys eat from both ends. Little white boy, asterisk 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 asterisk. That's what a ing mercenary is. Mercenaries who go to the battlefield are like stupid pigs and cows. Da-da-da-da-da, most of the mercenaries don't have the connections like the anchors, and companies like the anchors are not good to get into. Tfafuta, I agree. My uncle is an Italian mobster. He said about this kind of mercenary companies, HR recruiting condition is very harsh. Qin Shi Huang reincarnated, anchor. Is your company doing school recruitment? Honestly, I want to come. Please bring me. Ja. This world has finally epilepticized into something I can't understand. How did the words mercenary company, school recruitment, and rank come together? On Oshima Mountain, ask for a belt. All the money I made in the first 6 months. I'll give it to you. Watanabe 13, please take. I'm willing to give you all the money I made in the first year. Little Taibao, dead devils upstairs. Shut up. Don't ing roll. Anchor, please take me. I'm willing to give you the first 2 years of my paycheck. Qin Shi Huang reincarnated, anchor. I'll give you 3 years of work for nothing, begging to be brought into the business. There's a traitor among the masses, actually willing to work for nothing for 3 years. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. Sonny's big white horse, what am I going to do when you all roll like that? Hashimoto 2 to 3, upstairs Chinese brother. You can work for the anchor for nothing for 10 years. He. Little Taipa, dead devils upstairs. Shut up, or I'll be the first to you when I become a mercenary. The waterbenders went from shock to bickering. Yi Chen directly checked the emotional value balance, 2,500 points. Ness, another 500 emotional value. Later on, it's time to get a good lift. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to head Elizabeth's place to report the accounts? A Chinese man in his 40s walked over. Old team leader Su. I'm on live here. I'll be up there later to report for the money. Yi Chen said with a smile. This man called Lao Su, with a national face, inch head, height of 1 meter 6, dark skin, extraordinarily lean, with a shoe tattoo on his neck, instantly attracted the attention of the water friends in the live broadcast room. So many old fans enthusiastically greeted the old Su team leader. New fans, baffled and unsure. Old team leader Su, is he some kind of a big shot? Chapter 8, is your company so formal? Water users who were newly concerned about Yi Chen were asking about old team leader Su. Old fans, already, are helping to explain. Old team leader Su, an elite mercenary of the T12 rank under the training department, was recently training new recruits. Also, the anchor's mentor at Skywater Mercenaries. The other day, it was the old Su team leader who led the anchors and their group to the spinach park. It was old team leader Su, who put a gun to the head of the park's owner and demanded that the owner release him. Newcomers to the water, after seeing the old fan's explanation, left frantic comments. Little white bird, open door, too open door. Old team leader Su is too open. Azalea, Cowpie za. The anchor's master in the company is actually such a lean middle-aged Chinese man? Matsu asterisk 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 Tazuki, what are you talking about? Opening the door? What does that mean? Kotobuki, ghost, there's nothing for you to do. Shut up if you don't understand. New fans leave crazy messages, feeling that the old Su team leader, people cannot be seen. The old Su team leader didn't bother to look at the cell phone. Instead he looked at Yi Chen and asked, this is you and Jack. On your first regular mission, the process of reporting accounts. I taught you that, do you remember? If the report doesn't work out, you guys will be a little slow to get the money down for those 10 American dollars. Yi Chen nodded. Master, I'll do the reporting process. After the normal reporting, the money will arrive almost in the afternoon, right? Where? After you filed, Supervisor Elizabeth contacted the finance department to pay you. At most, 10 minutes, I think, and it's in the account. Old team leader Sue said seriously. Sunny little whitehorse, listen. Report. Get money. This is a criminal organization. Do we have to make it so formal? Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, anchor. Do you guys need to get an invoice to report your accounts? Hashimoto Airson, anchor. I'm curious how your company reports its accounts. You can't have a dead person sign them, can you? Da-da-da-da, upstairs. Lesser man, cut off the target's finger and bring it back as a voucher. Little Tai Bao, look at this. What are these words of tigers and wolves? The first time I've seen going to kill someone. The whole thing is like going to do a project. Laugh and cry. Old team leader Sue nodded and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. You're the fastest growing newcomer I've ever seen. Do it right. The company doesn't care about the live broadcast, but when engaged, don't get distracted. Otherwise, your fans swipe you a big rocket. You get too happy and end up revealing your position, and your enemies are likely to swipe you a really big rocket right away. Take care of yourself. I'll go up and report it. When he finished, he got into the elevator. Yi Chen looked at the comments section. Brothers, I'm about the same. I'm going to go up and report the debt. Later, I'll go to the training area and show you guys a good, more open door, high-end stuff. He spoke, took his phone, and went into the other elevator. Swipe, press the floor again. The office of Elizabeth, the supervisor who reports the accounts, is on the 28th floor. The water friends paid attention to the gold and blue elevator card inside Yi Chen's hand and asked questions one after another. Yi Chen introduced himself. Brothers, you asked for my elevator card? I've got this one encrusted in gilt and blue. AT3 elevator card. The permission is not high. You can only go to the 15th floor and below, as well as the 28th floor, 32nd floor, etc. You can't go anywhere else. As he chatted, the elevator reached the 28th floor. Where's the brother? I'm going to report the bill. I'm going to leave for a while. Wait for me. In the next moment, the text, the anchor is temporarily away. Please wait for the emerged from the live broadcast. The water boys couldn't help but discuss it. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, good lord. Reporting the accounts without letting us see them. This process, it must be very amazing. Playing money, normal reporting, are to take the bill over, but no anchor to take the bill. May store the electronic version inside the cell phone, right? Hashimoto 2 to 3. I have a feeling that there is a possibility that the anchor reporting the account is a direct submission of the deceased's photo and information. Little Taba, what I'm curious about is, what's so mysterious about reporting accounts? I can't believe we're not allowed to see it. There must be a mystery in it. Jajaja, I agree with the upstairs. There must be a secret to this company's reporting process. We'll have to let the anchor demystify it later. A large number of watermen have worked and reported and felt nothing, but Yi Chen reported that the accounts were not allowed to be seen, and they got the feeling that something was wrong. Yi Chen put away his cell phone and knocked on the office door. Come in. A pleasant female voice came from the office. After Yi Chen pushed the door in, he saw the woman of Persian descent in her 30s sitting in front of the desk, and it was certainly none other than Supervisor Elizabeth. She wore a white shirt on top and little brown hot pants underneath. Her wheat-colored skin with the curves of her S-shaped body was extraordinarily attractive, but the tattoos of two scorpions on her thighs didn't quite look like something to mess with in any way. Yi Chen is here. Ha! You're here to report the bill, aren't you? Supervisor Elizabeth put down the documents in her hands and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly took out a cell phone and pulled out the pictures from it, presenting them to Elizabeth to view. The picture was of a Frenchman who had been swept up with dozens of shots, and was clearly the target of the mission. Mustang. Well, by the looks of it, it did strike down. Supervisor Elizabeth, after looking at the photos, used a chat program and asked the local sheriff in Persia to make sure the wild horses were killed. She took out a form and handed it to Yi Chen. Go fill out the form. Then, I'll help you contact the finance department. Yi Chen picked up the form and sat on the sofa to one side to fill it out carefully. The forms are required to be filled in separately. Mission type, mission duration, characters killed, time to kill, ammo lost, whether it's solo or not, and more. There are also mission expenses, purchase of carriers, tracking costs incurred, etc., which do not require an invoice, as long as they are within reason. Fill in the amount, and then you can report it down, along with the mission pay. A few minutes later, Yi Chen wrote in detail and handed the form to Supervisor Elizabeth. Elizabeth looked over the form carefully. $10 American, 2 motorcycles spent on the mission, totaling $1,000, and $500 spent during the tracking period, for a total of $101,500. Yi Chen nodded and determined the amount. Elizabeth then took a folder down from one of the side shelves and placed the forms inside before placing the folder back on the shelf. Finally, she looked at Yi Chen and said, "Then, the reporting process is over. It's your first time reporting. Next time, remember to take the target's fingertips, cut them off, and bring them back. Of course, it doesn't have to be done that way. Sometimes it's too late to do that when you have to evacuate quickly. But, if time permits, do a little bit of following the rules. In the future, if the finance department checks the accounts, even if there are problems with the accounts, you have this in place to enhance some persuasive power. Thank you, supervisor. A smile came to Yi Chen's face. Arriving at a few US dollars would make anyone happy. He offered to pay back the company's training fees by taking out 3 of the 5 US dollars he wanted to pay off in advance, so he could save up for his sister's medical bills. My sister's $4.8 million medical bill translates to about 70 US dollars, which I'm sure will be earned soon. There's no rush. You're the best newcomer in your batch to be able to take on a mission so quickly. Train for 2 more months. By then the company will target newcomers and regrade the ranks. Maybe you can be designated as AT7. You'll make a lot of money. Elizabeth guffawed. That will be. $5 will be nothing to you. Pay it back later. Chapter 9. If you know how to shout at your aunt and uncle, you can get money just as fast. Thank you, supervisor. Yi Chen responded with a smile. You're Wanqing's classmate, so by that reckoning, you and I are somewhat related. Elizabeth, supervisor, delicate face with a pair of beautiful eyes like water, will always cannot help but want to make a mistake. Yi Chen understood the hint, but kept his head down and didn't say anything. Elizabeth's words changed and she guffawed. Of course, you too, if it works out. When the time comes, you know, what should you call me? Auntie, Yi Chen blurted out without the slightest hesitation. His own old classmate is Shu Wanqing. Shu Wanqing's uncle, Liang Long, is the owner of the Tianchuwei Employment Company, although, in the country, boss Liang Long has an explicit wife, but outside, it is normal to have a few 2+1. For example, Supervisor Elizabeth, Manager Evra are both lovers of their bosses. You kid is quite smart. No wonder. Wanqing would introduce you here. Elizabeth had a happy smile on her face. If it wasn't for this relationship, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to pull Jack and take the mission ahead of time. Auntie, aren't you and uncle going to take a trip at the end of the year? Yi Chen inquired with feigned curiosity. Supervisor Elizabeth's eyes closed slightly when she heard this, and a contented smile spread across her face. The word auntie is really so nice. It refreshes me. Come on, scream more. That look on your face? Not quite right? Yi Chen froze. Supervisor sister, this expression of yours, it's a bit that, but it's an opportunity. Auntie? 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 He purposely opened his mouth wide and shouted one after the other. Supervisor Elizabeth listened to the satisfaction, nodded her head, looked at Yi Chen with an appreciative face, and said, Old Liang, we're going back to China at the end of the year, so we won't be traveling. On the contrary, you're a kid, quite resourceful. I'll find an opportunity to set you and Wanqing up. Wanqing's matter. There's no hurry first. I have to gather medical expenses for my sister. Yi Chen said with his head lowered. Elizabeth scrutinized Yi Chen, needing a sum of money. The claim was quite obvious. Seeing as how you kids are so resourceful, I'll help just one more time. Stick to a point. Yi Chen's cell phone rang, picked it up and looked at it. 10,000 US dollars. And the transferring person was Supervisor Elizabeth. He looked at Elizabeth with some dismay. You did a good job on this mission. It's kind of a little red packet I'm giving you privately. Don't tell the public about it. You continue with your firearms training, and in a few days, when your cohort is up to par, I'll arrange for you to train in the desert. A month's worth of desert training, and as soon as it's done, I'll arrange for you to take the mission, and in another month, when the leveling of ranks is done, I'll help you. Elizabeth's supervisor said with great bravado. For her kind of company executives, they could easily earn tens of millions of US dollars a year. Take out a US dollar and hand it out as a little bonus. Just a sprinkle. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Chen's mouth was especially sweet. Whose mouth wouldn't be sweet when you can get a US dollar for calling out to your aunt and uncle a few times? Supervisor Elizabeth's face darkened, pretending to be angry, clasping her hands, leaning back in her chair, and gazing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen understood for a second and said with a smile, I get it. I get it. On the surface, you're the supervisor. And in private, you're the aunt and uncle. Wit. Go train. When the time comes, you'll actually take on the mission. And Wanqing will also act as a computer hacker to assist you in accomplishing the mission. Supervisor Elizabeth nodded her head affirmatively, recognizing Yi Chen as a brat first, in case Yi Chen really became his niece-in-law. Later, the fight for supremacy. With his niece and nephew-in-law helping me out, my chances are good. Company owner Liang Long does not have a son or daughter. The most valued is his niece Shu Wanqing. Yi Chen thanked him as he went out of the office and resumed the live broadcast. He was just back on the air when the payment came down from the finance department. 101. 500 US dollars. Guys, look at my account. 101. 500 US dollars, with 50,000 US dollars for Jack and 1,500 US dollars. $1,000 is what Jack and I bought for 2 motorcycles, and there's no need for an invoice, as long as it's within a reasonable price. Yi Chen took one cell phone live and then a second to show off his foreign wallet. Little Taibao, brother, please, come back. The village chief said every family will be given gold bars. Qin Shi Huang in the world, convex, ****** dish. A motorcycle, a gun, kill a person, 2 people to the account of 100,000 US dollars? Ja, brother, why don't you go back to your country? I'm really going to break defense. Sunny little white horse, 50,000 US dollars a night, 350,000 Chinese dollars, 5 million Chinese dollars a month. Watanabe Yoshi, upstairs. Anchors don't make this much every night. Playing for money, the ghost upstairs. We know, but the money he makes in one night is worth 5 years of my salary. Baka, ja, anchor. Look at that big brother upstairs. He's all pissed off and he's not even talking. Watanabe you? Sunny little white horse, anchor. You're still young. Listen to Uncle Pan. The water here is too deep. You can't grasp it. Come on, transfer the money to Uncle. You'll go back to earning. You Matty. Transferring money to you. What were you thinking? I'm live. I'm lucky I didn't ask you for a power bill. Yi Chen read the comments and directly disliked them. Foreign live platforms are just fine. Feel free to curse. Do not have to worry about being banned. A large number of domestic water friends. Seeing Yi Chen's account, it was called a remorseful awe. Seeing the anchors make so much money is harder on them than killing them. Little Taba, wait a minute. Anchor, on your account, how come it's $131? 531? Ja, right Anchor, you just received 11 US dollars. Can't it be that, when you reported it, you overstated it? Soon, there were sharp-eyed water users who could directly see that Yi Chen's account balance was not right. Yi Chen showed them the accounts, and before he went to report it, the balance was 20,031 US dollars. The reported amount is $100. 000. Why is it $10? 000 more? Qin Shi Huang on earth, anchor. Honestly, did you overstate the amount? Little Taba, anchor. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Honestly explain, is it reported spending accounts? Sadata, what does it mean to report spending money? Za, upstairs foreigners. Report spending accounts. That is, misrepresentation. 1005 things. Report accounts to report 11,015. When Yi Chen saw the comments, his face was a bit dark and he couldn't explain it well. Can't say. This is the money I earned back by calling out to my aunt and uncle a few times. Right? Little Taba, brothers, the anchor doesn't look right. There must be a trick in it. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, anchor. Honestly, is not in company auditors? What unspeakable secrets? Yi Chen's cheeks twitched when he saw the comment. Elizabeth supervisor, top-notch body, plus that kind of dress, and a pair of big snowy mountains, is a gem in the world. But any guy who's a guy has a bit of an idea. But that's the boss's ing woman. Unless, of course, I'm tired of living to hit on her. This change in Yi Chen's demeanor again allowed the water users to catch the details, and the comments section directly encountered continuous bombardment. Chapter 10, Superhero Anchor versus Brazilian Steak. Day, anchor. I see your problem is not small oh. This extra 10,000 US dollars. Where did it come from? Dwadfafa, sure enough. The rumors are all true. Chinese water users, they're all Sherlock Holmes. Hashimoto Nissan, anchor. Hey. The person who reported the bill. It's not a woman, right? That wouldn't be your girlfriend too, would it? Waterbenders have been asking questions. Yi Chen didn't want to answer. Took his cell phone, and went to the periphery of the firearms training area on the 8th floor, where Jack had long since come to train. He transferred $50,000 to Jack, as his water friends watched. As for the money for the motorcycle, and the expenses during the trail, food and drink, etc., he had advanced the money, and the 1,500 US dollars. There was no need to send it to Jack. Jack received the money and went to the front to train. Yi Chen is trying to live broadcast training. A look at the comment area. Water friends are suspecting themselves and the company's auditors. Is there any adultery when? A loud noise came from a Chinese-American couple arguing. The male was 37 or 88 years old, a veteran mercenary of the T9 rank. The female is 26 or 27 years old, a trainee mercenary of T6 rank. They were Yi Chen's seniors, members who joined the company last year. This will be. The man is carrying an M16 rifle and the woman is carrying an M4A1 rifle and are arguing as if over an emotional issue. Guys, don't dwell on us. Look, someone in front of us is making a scene because of a mistress. Let's go and see what all the fuss is about. Yi Chen hurriedly changed the topic, holding up his cell phone and moving forward. Little Taba, anchor. You, people are arguing as a couple and you're holding up a cell phone and going up there. Qin Shi Huang in the world, anchor. Those two have guns. You are really not afraid of offending people's family. They invited you to eat purple eggs, ah? Although the anchor is changing the topic. I'd rather watch couples fight, especially the topic of the mistress. Subby, awkward. Yi Chen raised his cell phone and came up, and there were about 10 white, black, and Chinese mercenaries standing around, all of them eating their hearts out. He live-streamed the whole thing. The couples fight, the look on the faces of the munchers. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, sure enough. The nature of mankind is to eat melons. You guys are so bold? These two have guns, and you all dare to crowd around them like this? Let's see. Which two? Quarrel. Over what? Upstairs. These two accents seem to be a bit unintelligible. Maybe they're from South China. Sunny Whitehorse, upstairs. What did the man say? Why are you so excited? The man said that the woman slept with the white man last night and said that the woman was worthless. And the woman said that it was her freedom. And that just because the two were together. It didn't mean that. She couldn't sleep with another man. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, it's blowing up. What kind of counterintuitive speech is this? The water users were too late to ask Yi Chen what was going on with that $1. They were all listening to the quarrel. Because the two Chinese American accents are a bit heavy. Many fans don't understand them. The comments section is devoted to translating. Roughly, what it means. The man curses the woman for being a and giving it away for nothing and wants to break up. The woman stated that it was her freedom and she couldn't break up over that. The man is furious and says how the woman is doing. Liaoning Iron Brother, this ing. See half a day quarrel. Net mouth ba. You poor hands ah. Northeastern duo, yes. Just look at these two people froze noisy. Do it ah. You do not have a gun. Open ah. Shenzhou Laoer, it's still the Northeast big brother who has an explosive temper. Yi Chen saw the number of people in the live broadcast room, which had increased quite a bit again. He then thought of the whole job. Mobilize the audience mood. Earn some emotional value. Is thinking, how to whole job. The man who had been quarreling, looking at Yi Chen holding up his cell phone in the camera, was not happy. The female looked over in passing and also saw Yi Chen filming, and was not happy, so she pulled Yi Chen over. Xiao Taba, finished. People are holding hands to see. Just anchor hold up a cell phone and that click a shot. Let the party notice. Anchor, if you remember to inform everyone. Sunny Big White Horse, look at that. Where's the brother up there? Talking like a human being? Anchor, don't worry. If you go, every 1st and 15th day, I will burn paper for you. Yi Chen was pulled into the middle of the couple. Male, you kids have been clicking and filming for half a day. Stop. This keeps saying she's a new age woman. You tell her what she is. Female, that asshole. One said I gave it away for nothing, but it was my freedom. You tell her what I am. The two men got on top of their quarrel and tried to drag Yi Chen with them. Yi Chen looked at this woman with a high and mighty look, wearing just a black underwear on her upper body and a small white hot pants on her lower body, with phantom tattoos on her snow-white thighs. In his haste, he said, the big girls don't have your type. The little family doesn't have a model like you. Strong women don't smell like you either. The cooking lady is even less of a character than you are. In my opinion, you're not an ordinary person. When the woman heard this, she snorted coldly and smiled proudly. That goes without saying. You're a common pheasant. Or rather, you're a rotten Brazilian steak. Yi Chen spoke bluntly. Damn you. You dare to scold my mother. The female was furious and reached out to hit Yi Chen. Well said, brother. The male was elated and automatically came up to help Yi Chen block the woman's slap. Little typo, cowpies, Brazilian steaks, and the anchors are keeping up with current events. That, anchor CPU. Super hung anchor. Battle of the Brazilian steaks. Sunny Big White Horse, I thought about it for half a day. I didn't know how to scold this woman, until I saw the anchor. I realized that hard work is not good enough in front of talent. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, comparing the anchors. I'm just like a newbie when I stand there. Dad Ada, can't understand. Can't understand. I don't understand. What are you talking about? Zayatebo, damn foreigners. If you don't understand, Go squat at the foot of the wall. It's none of your business. The man and the woman fought, but had the sense not to use their guns. Yi Chen lazily ignored them and hurriedly checked the emotion value balance, 5,000. Ness, two mercenaries arguing, more or less dipping their toes in the water. The audience emotionally driven and highly profitable. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. Anum. Slam. A few gunshots came, and everyone's heart was pounding as they rushed to crouch on the ground in fear. Old team leader Su walked over with his M4A1 rifle in one hand. What's all the noise about early in the morning? Private matters. Settle them yourself. This firearms practice area is where newcomers train every day. As for the veteran players, they also come in every day to shoot a few shuttles and keep their hand in. This, giving it to people for free. The man was a little upset. What's wrong with that? Your mother-in-law is being slept with by someone else. You wouldn't sleep with someone else's mother-in-law? Here, this one's for you. The old SOS leader walked over to the boys with his gun and took a small white cardboard box from his tactical pants. The man took it and asked, "What's this?" "Remember to use it when you sleep with someone's mother-in-law." "Really? Just this thing? What are you beeping about? You old team members, go practice your guns by yourselves. I have to lead the newcomers in training now. Don't bother me," old team leader Su said in a serious manner. Chapter 11 The Awakened Man. Fellow travelers. Sunny Little Whitehorse, 666 The old Su team leader solution is to give a box and let the man go sleep with the white man's wife. Sunny Big White Horse, zero frame starts stemming from the confidence of the seniors. Little Taiho, effort is worthless in the face of talent. Qin Shi Huang in the world, anchor. The old Su team leader just led you. Crazy to score points Brother Danton, this solution. Scalp itching to gain new knowledge. Saftifta, what are you guys talking about? Why can't I read it? Liaoning Iron Brother, good boy. Little foreigner, can't understand is normal. Slowly, you'll get used to it. Saftifta, Yi Chen laughed his ass off as Jack came over to watch the fun with an Uzi. The surrounding mercenaries, all of them were looking at the man. The woman also stared at the man with disdain on her face. If you have the guts to go just sleep with the white man's wife, do you have that kind of charisma? The man looked at the small white box in his hand and thought for a moment. I don't want to be in the same boat. It's a shame to turn a private car into a bus, but there's nothing to lose, and it's not like I'm married. Sound of escaping laughter. Everyone laughed. The old, unsmiling team leader Su laughed so hard that he peeled at the side window. The man remained stoic, and after a moment's thought, as if awakening, he said, "Besides, this whole thing has calmed me down. It's just that I'm human, that's the key, and I'm not interested in animal mates. Not interested. At the same time, I have even less interest in animals looking at me, so stay away from me, please." He reached out and signaled his girlfriend to stay away. The female's face was filled with anger. I think you're the one who made the first milk tea in the fall, and your bottom line and price are so low that, in the future, there's no need for us to get in touch. The man regained his senses and spoke soberly. As for the white man, I'll get to him. When Yi Chen and the old Su team leader heard this, they laughed even more intensely. The two laughed so hard they kept slapping the walls, and Jack and the others were baffled. So did the live streaming waterboys. This man has finally awakened. Wonderful words. Sunny Big White Horse, what's wrong with the first milk tea of the fall? Little Taipa, what do you mean? Anchor and old team leader Su, why are they laughing so much? Ichiro Hashimoto, I didn't get it. What's the situation? Dafa, Chinese, what are you guys playing in code again? Can't understand it. Ahem. Folks, the first cup of milk tea in the fall. The first place to combine it. Kotobuki, autumn first milk tea. People? Fall, tea, people? Little Tahoe, *******. Yi Chen laughed for a long time and finally eased up. The old Su team leader carried his M16 rifle again and fired a few shots towards the front target, finally bringing the situation under control. As for the couple, it has been pulled from the training ground, pulled outside and is tearing it up. Well, the older members train on their own. The newer members, Yi Chen, Jack and the other 12, follow me to the Lance training area. The old Su team leader stifled his laughter and greeted the team to the other side. Yi Chen's live broadcast had been open the whole time, and his water friends were watching the situation here through the live broadcast. On this level are a variety of ranges, as well as built-up ranges of various terrains in different sizes. Personnel in the range were shooting at targets of all colors, races, and ages. There were old, bearded white men, earnestly pulling on their Barrett sniper rifles and practicing their shooting. There were also beautiful Eastern girls and foreign girls, holding an M4 and M16 respectively, shooting at targets. There were even several strong Chinese men, practicing shooting the enemy at point-blank range with machine guns. There were many more people training for alley fighting in the middle of this built-up terrain, but it might be more appropriate to call it urban CQB. These are veteran players, training on their own. Little Taipa, *******, what a fully equipped mercenary training base. Brother Danton, Mom, I've grown up. Sonny Charming, maybe it has something to do with my tutelage. We don't have teenage girls skilled in shooting there. Jaja, poor country bumpkin upstairs. Shut up. Sonny Little Whitehorse, I live in ING Mordor. Jaja, you're the one who wants to pretend to be poor. Are you going to have to come back with guns and guns? Be afraid? Said in a clip sound, Hashimoto Airsan, a floor that actually has so many training grounds. I'm reminded of an old Chinese saying, what's small but has all the essentials? Sadata, is it a small quail? Little Taba, dead foreigners, dead devils. That's called although the pigeon is small, it has all its organs. Liaoning Iron Brother, shut up upstairs. You've got me mixed up. I remember it's called small sausage, but all the organs are in one place martyr. No, I've gotten sidetracked by you guys. Live Waterboys, emotions have been rising. Yichin check the emotion value balance, 5,200. It's up another 200 points. Now, to start training, let's just broadcast it without reading the Waterboy comments for now. He positioned the phone on his chest tactical shirt just enough to expose the camera. The socket on that tactical jacket is for a magazine now, and it's fine for a cell phone. The old Sioux team leader led the 12 men to a 25-meter range and signaled everyone to sit down in place. He began. Everyone has been here in the company for almost a week, and they've only been doing simple combat training and physical training, with little exposure to firearms training. We're going to be assessed in 2 or 3 months, and then we'll level the ranks. And those with high ranks can go and take on missions, and in their spare time, follow the training. Those with poor ranks, continue training. I'll give you a heads up. Our mission is not only to kill, but also to save lives. It's like Yi Chen and Jack going on that mission. There are quite a few of those kinds of missions, and often the grandchildren of the top brass of such and such a country are captured by Al-Qaeda, and when they themselves are not convenient to come forward, they will look for us, and they'll offer a price that we're very happy with. And then, Sean, the head of the mission department, will arrange for company employees to go on a rescue mission. Not only that, but the wives and children of so-and-so group executives, captured by the humans, or by the spinach park next door, will also find us and ask us to rescue them. This type of mission is not so much confined to the Gold Coast cities, in the Fragrant River, Paris, Tokyo, and Seoul. You all have the potential for such a mission. Usually when the distance is long and the enemy firepower is strong, the bounty given will be high, and the share given to you will be high, too. Usually, this kind of mission starts at $50 a time. At these words, the 12 members, each with a joyful look on their faces. Little Taiho, I can travel to famous foreign cities and make money at the same time. Liaoning Iron Brother, this kind of work. Want to do. Where is the channel? Ja, upstairs. 100 people come out, all wanting to do this kind of work, all thinking they are the same as the anchor with a gun. But it turns out that 99 of them are squatting on the edge, being pointed at by a gun. Liaoning Iron Brother, you little bastard. You don't need to tell me the truth. Yichin blinked his eyes and realized that the emotion value balance, 5,300. Up another 100. The water guys give it a go. It seems that live streaming training places can be profitable, although not as fast as live streaming the emotional value of the mission process. Chapter 12 Internet Mouth Replacement is growing. Well, that's all for now. You'll be exposed to the other missions later. Now, I'll lead you through all types of firearms. The 1-week rookie assessment period has passed. You reserve group members. Tomorrow afternoon, you can go to the 5th floor, have your induction ceremony and sign your contracts. Old team leader Sue said in a serious manner. Ja, sign a contract and do the entry? Do you have insurance? Hashimoto Ji-san, yes, definitely. 5 risks, 5 dangerous situations, plus a scare. Kotobuki, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* there a Provident Fund? Hashimoto 2-3, I have attack planes. Do you want them? Ja, dead ghost. Shut the up. Anchor, you can't ban this ghost Emperor Qin Shi Huang on earth, come on. Whoever finishes off the ghosts upstairs, I'll make him a great general of the protectorate. Hashimoto 2-3, Qin Shi Huang? You've come back to life? I'm going to transfer you $200 so you can open the tomb of Qin Shi Huang and start the road to revenge? Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive, ******. Puppy. Yichin sat on the ground and looked at the old Su team leader, not bothering to look at his cell phone. Captain Su, from the rack of firearms, take down the M98 sniper rifle, AWP sniper rifle and SVD sniper. After introducing several types of sniper rifles and demonstrating their power, he said, typically, for a regular mission, a mercenary combat team is dispatched. A squad that stays to about 8 men, generally 2 snipers, 2 assaults, and 1 support. Add 1 or 2 more drone flyers, for a total of 4 troopers, and the company charges you $50,000 US dollars for the training. Within the next 2 years, you will be targeted to be trained as one of 3 types of soldiers, including snipers, commandos, and support personnel. Yi-chen, take it. Old team leader Su took the SVD sniper rifle and threw it to Yi-chen. When Yi-chen caught the SVD sniper rifle, his hand couldn't help but fall down, lamenting the fact that the gun was quite heavy, estimated to be 7 or 8 pounds. Hashimoto Airson, anchor. It's not the gun that's heavy, it's the fact that you still have to practice. Old man. Ja. What? Ghosts? You American daddies. Beat you up so bad you can't speak human? Kim Jong-guk, the anchor should learn well from our cold country soldiers. I'm also a retired soldier. You can't anchor. Kotobuki, upstairs stick. When you all juniors had your Running Man convention in Gwangju, you didn't yell at you to attend? Kim Jong-guk, Sapachi Hashimoto Airson, it's still the Chinese who are attacking, and the sticks upstairs are in a hurry. Kotobuko, Oniai-chan, you're no different. And, I don't think your stepdaddy, who sells cause, taught you how to speak properly. Hashimoto 2-3, Baga. The message area was cursing again, but Yi-chen didn't bother to look at his phone. The old Su team leader saw Yi-chen did not catch the gun, paused for a moment, then continued, SVD sniper rifle. Full weight 4.3 kilograms. The maximum effective range is 1,300 meters. Suitable for sniping in the near and medium range. Can be sent in succession, but also the company's snipers, the most favorite firearms. He singled out the Barrett sniper rifle, the M98 sniper rifle, or Barrett as it's known, fires 12.7 rounds, and is mainly used for sniping at medium to close range, suitable for dealing with the armed forces of the Central South Peninsula. After the introductions, the team was told to come up one by one and start using the test fire a few rounds. Today, 12 reserve group members will decide in what direction to train. Just let them start with sniper weapons and gradually experience the equipment for support. Assault and drone flyers. After the previous players tried it, it was Yi-chen's turn to use a sniper rifle for the first time under the guidance of the old Su team leader, using the SVD sniper rifle, and personally shot a few rounds, and the caliber was all good. In his mind, the system's voice also came. Ding! Host's first contact with a sniper rifle. Acquire skill, sniper rifle 0.01%. Anum. Slam. Anum. Bang. 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 Along with test firing a few other rifles afterward, old team leader Su's voice came out. If you guys are interested in snipers as a branch of the military, you can go practice with these 3 sniper rifles. Then on the team, different sniper rifles are selected for different mission situations. SVD sniper rifle to give support to teammates. AWP sniper rifle. High precision sniper. Suitable for medium and long range sniping targets. Used as decapitation sniper. M98 sniper rifle. Suitable for close range sniping. Specializes in dealing with the armed forces of the Central South Peninsula, as their armored vehicles are all old, thin-skinned vehicles from the World War II era. As for the M4A1 rifles for the assaulters, and the M60 general-purpose machine guns for the supporters, you can do both. Nguyen Van Tuen, what do you mean? Exclusively arming us in the Central and Southern Peninsula? Anchor, you must apologize to us or this is discrimination. Little Taipa, you guessed right. Monkey, it's just specializing in hitting you guys. Just you guys with poor equipment. Alex, France, good morning. Anan. James, Lighthouse, good afternoon. Anan. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, good night. Anan. Nguyen Van Moon, pup. Ja. Why did the water friends change their names? Didn't understand what you guys were posting? What's with the Anan netizens cursing? Little Tai Bao, upstairs. Just look at the several wars in Annam time nodes in the country. Now all of Annam. There are no big trees over 50 years old. Old team leader Su continued. The company doesn't have time to train you to be all-rounders. Of course, you can go buy your own weapons and bullets within the company and train yourselves after you finish your rookie training. $50,000 just for single soldier training. He went on to say that bullets, like those for SVD sniper rifles, cost $1 a round. It takes at least 5,000 sniper rounds to train a qualified SVD sniper, and the cost of the bullets is $5,000. What's more, there was the training of an elite retired veteran like the old Su team leader. If one were to single-handedly hire the old Su team leader to come and train himself, even for only 2 months. It would be good to spend tens of thousands of U.S. dollars. The old Su team leader then proceeded to show the weapons of the support and commando officers, making Yi Chen realize that his $50,000 US training fee was so much more than worth it. Ruan Yu, $50,000 US for training. The cost of entry for mercenaries isn't small. Little Taiho, that's for you guys. We can still afford to spend it. Hashimoto Ersan, what? You Chinese are getting rich? Little Taba, how can that be? It's not like we're going out to rob homes. Besides, our women don't go down to the South Seas. Hashimoto, 2 to 3, baga ****. Little White Bird, didn't get it. Does anyone have an explanation as to why the ghosts are in a hurry? Azalea, ghost women go down to the South Seas en masse to do that sort of thing. And the money they make is used to build warships for the ghosts. Sunny Little White Horse, holy beans. It's still the ghosts that are ruthless. Ghosts. You're women. Triple folded. How to fold. Have a face. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, the internet mouth alternatives nowadays are getting more and more ruthless. After the old Su team leader finished telling the snipers, supporters, and raiders, he began explaining about drone flyers. Drones? It's like you guys playing video games. Train for a week, and you're good to go. For each character squad, there will be 2 professional flyers, but the company requires that every mercenary should know how to fly a drone, so that they can always fill in. Avoid the whole team being put in a passive position when the drone flyer is taken out by the opposite side. Chapter 13, Urinalysis. Must urine test. Today, the 12 of you can be here and use all kinds of guns to your heart's content. Then, after you sign the contract tomorrow afternoon, tell me what troop type you're going to specialize in, the old Su team leader said. When Yi Chen heard this, he remembered that he could also improve his skill proficiency if he shot more firearms and had more exposure. He took the initiative and asked, Team leader, tonight, no restrictions on our use of bullets? When the old Su team leader heard this, he laughed outright and said, Today, if you can keep shooting, then it's no problem if you use as many rounds as you want. He thought for a moment, but still explained. The company gives each reserve group member the training quantity set for each day is 400 rounds of bullets. It won't be much more, because if it's more, your arm won't be able to withstand it. Of course, if you can carry it, feel free, even if you hit 3 to 5,000 rounds today. The company won't ask a single question. Thanks team leader. I'll leave it open for use then. Yi Chen responded with a smile. He had a system, so he could improve just by shooting. Of course, the fastest way to raise it is still to raise it directly with emotional value, but it also goes both ways. The other 11 members of the team, when they saw this scene, all had a look of contempt on their faces. An Eastern Ingai snorted coldly, thinking that Yi Chen was a newcomer like himself. How could he shoot more than 500 rounds? But it was just bragging. Hashimoto Nissan, the anchor is a bag of eyes. The anchor is an eye candy. Anchor is a big eye candy. Upstairs ghost. Your mouth is borrowed. Anxious to return awe? Hashimoto Nissan, I grew my own mouth. I don't need to pay it back. Why are you saying that? Little Taiho, it's fun to tease the ghosts. Hashimoto 2 to 3? Yi Chen was more interested in the raiders. He didn't find it interesting to be a sniper crouching in the bushes for half a day. Most of the other few members of the group were more interested in the raiders. Seeing this, the old Su leader began to be more specific about the positions of the various rifles, as well as the holding positions. Moreover, he was also able to point out, with unparalleled precision, the pros and cons of various firearms, and very often, it only took one sentence to point out Yi Chen and these people. Half an hour passed. Yi Chen began to touch the gun himself, and the system's voice came from his head. Host's first complete disassembly of M4A1 rifle, plus 0.5% for long guns. Host's first time putting together an M4A1 rifle, plus 0.5% for long guns. Host learns how to advance with a rifle in its entirety, and its assault, plus 0.5% for long guns. Host's first use of a C8 rifle, plus 0.5% for long guns. Host disassembles C8 rifle for the first time. Lance plus 0.5%. Host's first time putting together a C8 rifle, plus 0.5% for long guns. Every time you touch a gun, after you finish disassembling and putting it together, shoot a few rounds to try out the feel of it. The generalization of the situation taught by the old Su group leader is that you learn the fundamentals of firearms construction. Then you learn to shoot. Then, it's a step-by-step substitution of gunplay, which, in his words, means you don't even know the construction of the gun. When you're in combat and you have a gun problem, you don't even troubleshoot. So if you don't have a backup gun, don't you just wait to die? So, the 12 crews, after selecting their troop types, all started by disassembling their guns. Right now, Yi Chen's lance skill was lance 1 section, 7%, up by 3%. Previously, when he followed old team leader Su to the park, he acquired a large amount of emotion value before upgrading his lance to section 1, and didn't have much contact with the lance. It was only this time that Yi Chen truly systematized and started learning firearms. He blinked and looked at the data in front of his retina. Emotional value 6200. What's the Netflix chat about? Emotions are going up so fast, aren't they? It seems that live streaming content related to mercenaries and battlefields can make a decent amount of money. Yi Chen continued to disassemble the other firearms as the system's voice continued to come from his mind. Host's first use of RR300 rifle, plus 0.5% for long guns. Host disassembles RR300 rifle for the first time. Lance plus 0.5. Host's first collage RR3. There are several types of guns available to raiders, but Yi Chen preferred the M4A1 rifle. Half an hour later, he placed the butt of the M4A1 against his shoulder, in a point-blank manner, and began to hit the target. Bang, 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 bang bang. The entire range, 12 men, all pouring fire toward 12 targets. The weapons they used were each different. Of course, the range can't supply one person exclusively. Until Yi Chen had shot out 5 magazines. It was only then that the old Su team leader took off his earplugs and transferred the 12 target papers over to take a look, and then froze. Your guns are all 9 rings? I originally thought that it would be good if you could hit 7 rings, but I didn't expect that you could actually hit a level of 350 rings. You've played with guns in this country? With a 25-meter range, 5 magazines, each pressed with 30 rounds, a perfect score is 1,500 rings. 9 rings on the gun is a 1350 ring figure. The other team members looked at Yi Chen in surprise. Hashimoto-ji-san, old team leader Su. I'm requesting another review of the results. This isn't right. Nguyen Van Moon must check. Something is very wrong. Watanabe Hua, as a Chinese novice mercenary, how can he possibly hit this score? He must be urine tested. I suspect he's doping. Fafafa, urine test. Must urinate. Little Tai Bao, it's just nice to be outside the walls, to see foreigners red warm. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. Good shooting has nothing to do with ing doping. Hashimoto Nissan, I don't care. It must be a urine test. The anchor must have used illegal means to achieve such a result. Ja, if I were an anchor, I'd take an M4A1 and hit your little chasers to save your chickens from crowing. Yi Chen shook his head, stating that it was his first time touching a lance. It was indeed his first time. He had just used his emotion value earlier and upgraded his lance skill. The old Su team leader sized up Yi Chen. This kid, his first official firearms training, and he had such an achievement. Shooting talent is so good, it could be cultivated. Yi Chen's skill data surfaced in front of his retina with a single thought, long lance 1 section, 12%. The lift is there too, just not noticeable. Emotional values rise significantly faster. Besides, good shooters are fed with bullets, so it's significantly better to have a two-pronged approach, with emotions that can be used to improve pistol skills, or other skills. As for your own efforts to practice a bit with your gun, just shoot, and for every 100 rounds you fire, you get a boost. With a two-pronged approach, I guess it won't be long before I can become a sharpshooter and go on high bounty missions. After all, if one could upgrade to the 4th stage of the long spear, one's marksmanship would be similar to that of a Navy SEAL, and would be able to handle most battles. If it was upgraded to the 7th stage of the lance, an enemy within 100 meters could be killed by raising one's hand, and one didn't even need to aim. Another 2 hours passed. It's 11:30. The other 11 new team members, all with sore arms from practicing, could only sit on the side and watch Yi Chen hit the targets. That Eastern Japanese team member, Ozawa Shu *****A, looked at Yi Chen with a reluctant face and cursed in his heart. Chapter 14, so you're all just going to buy dinner. Zay, come here. Yi Chen can still continue to train. He's incredibly talented. Go downstairs and get Yi Chen a lunch up here. From his jacket purse, the old Su leader pulled out 2 $20 bills and handed them to Ozawa. Ozawa took the money and froze. Me? I'll get him lunch? They're all new. What makes you think so? Yi Chen finished a clip and took off his headset. Hearing the team froze and turned around to take a look at the situation. The live streaming aquanauts also saw Zay asking why, and after listening for a while, they instantly understood. Kotobukiya, Hashimoto Oni, come see. Your compatriot is going to buy lunch for the anchor. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, that Hashimoto Oni. Come out. This is the Eastern Japanese heavenly soldier you've been favoring. Just this dang thing. Dodo cutie, sisters, avoid the Thunder Eagles. They can't afford to lose. Ja, ghosts abroad. This will be. Why don't you react? Sunny little white horse, anchor is simply a mercenary holy body. Kotobuki, stick with a heavy sense of stealing. And monkeys, and Easterners, why don't you all say something? Domestic water friends, in a frenzy of greeting foreign water friends. When the water friends of various countries saw the scene, they directly closed their collective mics, as if they hadn't seen it. That Easterning reserve member, Ozawa Shu ******A, reluctantly took the money and was about to walk down to buy each and his noon meal. Wait a minute, Team Ozawa. I'll have the steak and spaghetti combo. Old team leader Su likes to eat chili fried pork with noodles, so keep that in mind. Yi Chen shouted towards the Ozawa crew. The Ozawa crew stopped, their backs remaining where the doorway had been, holding up a step. Old team leader Su looked at Yi Chen with a smile. How did you know that I like to eat chili fried pork with noodles? In the restaurant before. I've seen you a few times, and every time you were eating chili fried pork with noodles. Yi Chen said with a light smile. Not bad. Excellent insight. You new team members, learn more from Yi Chen, especially those from Europe. This observation power of Yi Chen's team members is what you need to learn. Old team leader Su said righteously. Little Tahoe, see, this is the human condition that is uniquely ours. Hashimoto Ersan, Che foreign countries rarely speak of human feelings. That is, the old Su team leader is of Chinese descent only useful. We Easting people do not speak of these. Kotobukuro, that's why you Easterners are only good for buying food. Hashimoto 2 to 3, Baga ****. Little white bird, red warmed up. The ghost is red warmed up again. The harder the curse, the more defense breaking it means. Yi Chen continued to train, skillfully pressing bullets, pressing 300 rounds, into 10 magazines, intending to finish practicing in one go. He had just finished pressing, and it was almost noon, and a lot of the older and newer players went down for lunch. Just the old Su team leader and Yi Chen, as well as the Ozawa team member who came back from buying food, were still here. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. Anum. Slam. Yi Chen continued to shoot towards the front, and when 2 magazines had been shot, he would change to a shooting position. Host using M4A1 rifle. Cumulative 500 rounds fired, plus 5%. Host uses M4A1 rifle. Takes standing shots. Fires 100 rounds, plus 3%. Host uses M4A1 rifle. Takes sitting shot. Fires 100 rounds, plus 3%. Host uses M4A1 rifle. Takes a kneeling shot. Fires 100 rounds, plus 3%. As the sound of gunfire resounded, bullet casings continued to fall, and the 10 magazines of bullets were quickly exhausted. Yi Chen checked the corresponding data, long lance 1 section, 26%. When you do the math that way, the boost is also more noticeable. 0. Because of 100 emotions. At this moment, the emotional value balance is 7,200. If you use all of them, you will only be able to increase 2%. Of course, this was the emotional value of training. If you went on a mission, you could earn tens of thousands of emotional value at any one time. However, a little goes a long way, and training can also improve your strength. And, every time you shoot, you can also clearly feel that your strength and physique, too, will improve, thus eliminating the feeling of exhaustion. If it were a normal newcomer, without a system, shooting 300 to 500 rounds in a row, his arm would be more than sore for 3 days, and he wouldn't even have the strength to pick up a cup. After Yi Chen finished shooting 10 magazines, the old Su team leader greeted Yi Chen to eat with him. He then set his cell phone on the table just in time to capture himself and the old team leader Su. Hashimoto Ersan, the anchor's previous self-introduction was deceiving us. The anchor is not a domestic college student. He must be a retired special forces soldier from China. Ghost. Your mom is calling you home for dinner. Hashimoto 2 to 3? WDWDWQ, Chinese. What are you playing dumb again? Kim Jong-kook, nasty Chinese. Always like to speak in riddles. No education. Little Taibao, we speak human language. The dog can't understand. It's normal to have aversion. Kim Jong-guk, ***C bar ****. Ruan when I used to be a soldier, my marksmanship was much better than the anchor. Little Taipa, upstairs monkeys. Take video verification. Don't shoot your mouth off. Ruan I'm talking about before. Kotobuki, the dish is just more practice. Before is before. On the side, a black man, after observing Yi Chen for a long time, came over with instant noodles. He asked curiously, Yi Chen, you were a Chinese veteran before? Yi Chen shook his head. No, that's impossible. The old black mercenary muttered. A novice, how can you shoot so many rounds at once? Much less this. He recalled the process of Yi Chen's shooting, from the 9 rings of his gun at the beginning, gradually turning into a level where 2 or 3 out of 10 shots could hit 10 rings. How can a newcomer to Firearms possibly do all this? Old team leader Su took a bite of chili fried pork with noodles and said with a smile, "The gift of war. It's a gift unique to us Chinese." The old black mercenary sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and gave Yi-Chen a thumbs up when he thought back to when he had just entered the company. But there was no way he could be compared to Yi-Chen at all. Little Taba, ghosts, sticks, see, this old black guy is praising the anchors. Hashimoto 2-3, old black's praise is about as good as nothing. Little Taipa, what? You want your white dad to praise you? Hashimoto Airsan, Chinese. I've put up with you for a long time. Can you stop disliking me every time? Kotobuki, you're angry as if you were a little kid in my neighborhood. Hashimoto Nissan, are you complimenting me on my innocence and cuteness? Sigma? Oh, really? Really? Little Tahoe, sunny little white horse, haha, ghosts can't even understand irony. Chapter 15, Yi-Chen team members, how could you do this? Yi-Chen checked the emotional value balance, 7,400. It's up another 200 points. Live training, still good. Up a couple thousand in one morning. Not much but it's useful. Now, the progress of acquiring these guns. That's all boosted by the first contact and the first disassembly of different guns. Behind that, there's no way to get such progress. And you have to rely on every 100 bullets you shoot to get a boost. And it has to be 100 rounds after aiming. Random strafing doesn't count. Something that Yi-Chen had tested before. Old team leader Su was eating chili fried pork with noodles when his cell phone rang. He stepped aside to answer the phone. Yi-Chen looked at the situation in the live broadcast room, where the domestic fans were arguing with the foreign fans. When he saw the content, he directly laughed and sprayed. Sure enough, every time the brothers in the country came out, there were just two things. The first one, arguing with foreigners. Second, watch the color video. On the contrary, this parallel world's live broadcast platform was very good. The translation function was particularly powerful, and the words could all be translated over completely to the meaning. People in the country send Chinese directly, and in the cell phones of people in the East, it will be automatically translated into East Japanese characters. So the world's netizens, all over the world, are able to communicate with each other. After broadcasting live all morning, Yi-Chen looked at the number of Iron fans, 24. There was no uptick, so I guess we'll have to have some exciting scenes to make it work. It's harder to raise fans on foreign platforms than it is at home. As for the bounty, it got $60 in one morning. The number of viewers, from 5 or 600 in the morning, rose to the extent of 7 or 800. The two previous live streams, the one to the park and the one to take out the Frenchman, were each watched by several thousand people. Little Taipa, anchor. Anan monkey, suspect you're a retired special forces soldier. Little white bird, I just love seeing monkeys look like they've never seen the world. Hashimoto Nissan, anchor. You've cheated my feelings. You're a special forces soldier. Definitely not a newcomer. Kim Jong-kook, ACI bar. Anchor, you're a liar. How can any newcomer do what you do? Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive. Rods, devils, monkeys. We Chinese don't like to make false claims like that. Sunshine pony, sometimes a person's mouth smells good. Hashimoto 2-3? Kim Jong-kook? Sunshine charming, it's because a dog's mouth stinks that it's full of fun. Dwadwada? Hashimoto 2-3, *********. Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh himself as he looked at the comments. He let out a laugh afterward. The Ozawa team member who was sitting on the side eating Wagyu beef noodles, with grudges written all over her face, broke into pieces and cursed Yi-Chen in Eastern English. The Ozawa team members were particularly upset with Yi-Chen, especially when Yi-Chen slept with an Eastern Japanese girl, and they even beat Yi-Chen in Eastern Japanese in a low voice. In the comments section, domestic water users who understood Eastern English were frantically giving Yi-Chen reminders. Bang. When Yi-Chen saw the comment, he swung a big slap in the face of Ozawa's team member. Ghost, I'm on the air. My fans understand Eastern English. Also, don't give me your ing chastity-esque look. Keep staring at me like that and I'll whip you like a euro. The Ozawa player looked at Yi-Chen with a face full of shock. His face flushed red from the big slap. A dumbfounded look at Yi-Chen. How dare you? There are two seniors here. The Negro and the old Sioux team leader. How dare you hit me? If this were in the East, how could a newcomer dare to be so arrogant? I can't believe I'm so rude and ill-mannered. Yi-Chen, you should apologize to the seniors by bowing down with all 5 bodies. On the contrary, there seems to be nothing wrong with smoking yourself. Kotobukuro, this is the habit of the Oni. Traditional Eastern etiquette. Oza beating. Little white bird, I've spent a few years in the East. This Ozawa Oni got beaten up. I guess he thought. Yi-Chen disrespected his seniors and was rude. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive? Little white bird, beating up newcomers is the privilege of company old-timers like the black man and the old Sioux leader. And for Yi-Chen, a newcomer, To dare to beat him up is equivalent to Yi Chen provoking the black man and the old Sioux leader in Ozawa's eyes. Liaoning Iron Brother, where's that Hashimoto Oni? Come out and take 2 steps. Tell me, is this true? The East Japan fans. It's like they've closed their mics en masse. The Ozawa team member completely red-warmed up and looked at Yi Chen. But because of the Eastern Japanese style of introversion, it allowed him to only look at Yi Chen with one eye. Another aspect is because he couldn't beat Yi Chen, so he could only stare at him like this. When he saw Yi Chen ignoring him and still eating, he couldn't help himself before saying in English, "Team member Yi Chen, you can't be so rude. I await your apology." Everyone abroad represents their home country in word and deed. I'm sure you wouldn't want to leave everyone with an image of a Chinese with no manners. As long as you bow and apologize to me, I can pretend this didn't happen. Bang. Yi Chen swung over with another slap, smacking the Ozawa team member in the face. You're still able to get on? The Ozawa player covered his face and looked at Yi Chen with a baffled expression. How could this person be so rude? Bang. Yi Chen swung over with another slap. You're acting like a little daughter-in-law. Take that spiteful look back. I'm straight. From now on, where I'm around, you hide away. Or else I'll beat you 3 times a day. If I can't, I'll sell you next door to the French park. And then I'll let the French sell you to the European Jaeger / heirs. Liaoning Iron Brother, beautiful. Well played. Let the ghost chatter. Have to whip him. He will know good behavior. Kim Jong-kook, the anchor has super hun features. The guys from Wasia, they're all this kind of crappy people. They don't respect their teammates at all. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive. How can we compare to the sticks, who give away women every day to take care of their stepfather? Kim Jong-guk, the Lighthouse Army. There are hired bodyguards. We, Dahan Kingdom, are #1 in the universe. Little Tahoe, that's right. A community that can build a nation on a rice army base must be awesome. Kim Jong-kook, you Chinese, are you all this rude? So fond of cursing? Little typo, and I don't know who barked first. Da-da-da, I just got back from the Chinese internet and it's like I can read you guys talking. Little white bird, little foreigner. There's nothing for you here. You stay on the sidelines first. The old black mercenary sitting across the room was laughing his ass off. When the Ozawa player heard the laughter, he could only admonish Yi Chen with a serious face in order to save face. Team member Yi Chen, you shouldn't bully me like that. Besides, the girl I came with is already on good terms with you. All the more reason you shouldn't be so bossy. Yi Chen saw the ghost's serious and defeated look. He sighed and smiled and said in English, I'm the one who slept with the Eastern girl you came with. So what's the deal, right? She told me that you were her dog licker. That it was advertised to the public as a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. But that in reality you didn't have any substantial relationship. So, I slept with her and you were not happy with me from the beginning. Which in turn led to this situation. But, Ghost, this is a place where strength reigns supreme. And if you don't accept that, get the hell out of here. Chapter 16 The Package. Old man, little Taibao, sleeping with an Eastern Japanese girl, injecting patriotic genes, fighting Eastern Japanese devils, continuing the anti-Japanese tradition. Little white bird, upstairs. You're so good at talking. I'm not going to watch the Yunshi without you. Hashimoto-ji-san, you Chinese, you're all rude. Kim Jong-kook, do you ugly guys only bully others? Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, look what the ghosts and the sticks are saying. The anchor is in a mercenary training company. Is it? But also to play True Beauty? Did Fafoff Zero, Huaxia waterbenders are right. And the anchor is also right. A mercenary base. Surely the strongest is honored. Cabbage, I just came and saw the anchor fight the ghosts. Ali give. Go for it. A large number of domestic water users were calling Yi Chen's name. A lot of European and American waterbenders felt that Yi Chen was doing fine. It was a ING mercenary company. It's not a legitimate company. What's the point of talking about truth and beauty? Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. When the Shaozai player heard Yi Chen's words, he lowered his head, not daring to respond. The introverted Easterners have never been good at responding to the provocations of others, only dare to go crazy behind someone's back. The old Sioux team leader came back from a phone call and saw the two in this situation and asked the old black mercenary. After the old black mercenary spoke of the situation, the old Soviet team leader's cheeks twitched slightly as he said, Team Ozawa, that's where you're wrong. Even though you're in the same phase, you need to be aware when facing the strong. Quickly apologize to Yi Chen's team members. The Ozawa team members looked at the old team leader Sue with a confused look on their faces. Old team leader Sue said in a serious manner, I don't think there's anything wrong with what team member Yi Chen did. The situation between Yi Chen and the female Easterning players is their own business. If you're not convinced, when Yi Chen gets a girlfriend and you're capable, you can go sleep with Yi Chen's girlfriend. Whispering bleeps is supposed to be a vice. It's the bugs that are nonchalantly talking about the tigers and leopards, and it's extremely rude behavior. So, Yi Chen hit you. It was just out of an act of normality, but you need to apologize to Yi Chen. Otherwise, I'll consider removing you from the list of examinations. Upon hearing this, the entire Ozawa crew stood up, heads bowed, and didn't say a word. The old Su team leader further said, "In the company, you have the ability. You just take a grenade to blow up the room. The boss will say you did a good job. If you're not capable, it's your fault for gasping for air. Apologize to Yi Chen. And a serious and earnest apology must be made." I understand. Team leader. The Ozawa team member looked at Yi Chen with an aggrieved face. Private Marseille. As the words fell, he directly knelt down on the ground and apologized to Yi Chen in the manner of an earthbound seat, his head buried to the floor. Yi Chen smiled lightly and waved his hand. "It's fine. Get up and continue eating." He looked at the live broadcast situation and saw his water friends talking, so he waved his hand and said in a very atmospheric manner, "This ghost are kneeling down and apologizing to me. I'll spare him once. Next time, if the ghost beeps, I'll beat him up again. And besides, if he apologizes in the normal way, that's actually fine. I didn't force him to kneel. Little Taibao, anchor. This is the way of apologizing for 2 a seat. It is the tradition of others. We do not respect but understand. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive. Ghosts purely have no blessings to enjoy hard and no sufferings to eat hard. Little white bird, if he but didn't bleep, he wouldn't be reduced to this. Dadfafa, they say that people in the East are polite. Look at it this way. It's true. The way of apologizing to the anchor on his knees makes me kind of want to give it a try. Sunny little white horse, foreign netizens upstairs. You walk down the street and slap a ghost, they'll bow and apologize right away. Dadfafa, really? Liaoning iron brother, packed. Old man. Dadfafa, thank you China's netizens. There is a staff from East Japan downstairs in my house. I'll give it a try. Ruan when you, Chinese netizens, you're so bad. Old team leader Su looked at Yi Chen and said, "Just now, over at Supervisor Sean's side, a small mission was sent. Go next door to the park and do some work. You're coming with me after training this afternoon." "Okay, thanks team leader." Yi Chen's lips sketched out a smile. There are tasks to do. That means there is money to be made. It's a good thing. Ruan when you, anchor, you went to a dry run? Little Tai-ho, anchor, you're going to the park again. What are you doing? Waterbenders keep asking questions. Yi Chen said that the night will be decrypted, so that the water friends do not worry. He checked his emotional value balance, 8,700. Playing Ozawa players this is simply. Emotional value directly rose more than 1,000 Pretty good. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to continue to start training. Bang, 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 slam. The gunfire was constant. By the time it was 3:30 in the afternoon, Yi Chen had shot out another 1,000 rounds of ammunition and was still in high spirits. The veteran mercenaries and reservists in the vicinity were amazed and dazzled. Yi Chen shot out 1,000 rounds, and each round, at worst, was in the 9th ring, not a haphazard sweep. This is a newcomer? How can a newcomer do all this? Shet, if this is a newbie, I'll eat my M60. I'm afraid this is a retired Special Forces soldier from China, right? Where can you hire someone so young? Besides, don't talk nonsense. This is our boss's niece's classmate. The chatter of the old and new players also caused the live streamers to talk. This time, Yi Chen was shooting with his cell phone positioned on a shelf to the side, not hanging on his chest tactical jacket. The old Su team leader on the side was shocked in his heart, but he didn't say much on the surface. Just let the old team member go to the warehouse and get another 500 rounds of bullets for Yi Chen. Soon the cartridge cases were brought over. The old Su team leader personally instructed Yi Chen to change the target range and start trying to shoot forward instead of just hitting the target anymore. Target shooting alone, which is shooting at a distance of how many meters and then looking at the number of rings, is the most basic firearms training. Typically, new team members undergo a half-month of target practice. However, the current Yi Chen no longer needed it. Another half-hour passed. Forward firing. Yi Chen could also manage to get around 7 rings on all his shots. Old team leader Su then said, "Well, there's no need to train so individually anymore. You're growing at a rate that far exceeds the others." He looked to the other 11 members of the team, of which 2 were from the East, 2 from the Cold Kingdom, 2 from the French, 2 Maoists as well as 2 Middle Eastern sisters, plus a black boss from the Fragrant River. The 11 new team members had a very complex composition of personnel, ranging from college students from the cold countries to high school graduates from the East, and even black bosses from the Fragrant River, plus retired soldiers from France and the Maoists. "You may begin your urban CQB training," old team leader Su said. Chapter 17, Chinese Water Friends. I've been putting up with you for a long time, The surrounding veteran members, as long as they hadn't shot at the target, couldn't help but look at Yi Chen when they heard old team leader Su's words. As a reservist, on the first day of training, you can train for urban CQB combat. That's a lot of progress. It's faster than riding a rocket. The normal process, that's the beginning of the second month. Before training starts, several of the old white team members had scorn in their eyes as they sized up Yi Chen. The old Su team leader ignored them. His dry and thin face, without much emotion, just said flatly, "Your growth rate is one of the fastest since the company was founded. Your marksmanship is very good, and your accuracy has improved very quickly. You wouldn't have to keep wasting bullets to improve your ring count. We're mercenaries, not Olympic shooters. As long as you can get to 6 rings or more, there's no difference between a shot to the chest and a shot to the head, even if he's wearing more body armor. Don't be afraid to take a few more shots." He crossed his arms and said in a serious voice, "In the future, when you meet the enemy, don't go aiming before you shoot. When you meet the enemy, raise your hand and shoot straight. If you can't hit him, you can scare him, and if he dodges, you'll have a chance to fire a second shot." TOFUFUFUSSKY, Toy Water friends. The old Su team leader is right. There are not so many chances for you to aim in the middle of a real battle. Little Taba, Maoist water friends. Don't take it personally with the East. Hashimoto Nissan, practicing marksmanship without requiring accuracy is nothing like the anime. I don't even know what to say. Little white bird, you've lost all your strength and means. EIJ? Kim Jong-kook? Little white bird, no way no way no way. No one would really take the contents of an East Japan anime and compare it to the training of real mercenaries, right? Hashimoto Nissan, Chinese water friends. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Little Taiho, it's okay. I'm big. You'll have to bear with me. Hashimoto 2 to 3, **Baga****. Little Taiho, what the hell? How did the ghosts understand that? The cell phone was placed on the side. Yi Chen and the others were training, so they didn't watch the live broadcast much. Old team leader Su looked at Yi Chen and continued. Now, you need to practice urban CQB tactics, but start with the most basic reactive shooting training. He signaled the old black mercenary and immediately went to set up an unused range in the back. Soon, the original standing target, the upper part of the folded carton fell backward, but a few seconds later, the fallen target suddenly lifted itself up. Bang! Yi Chen slowed down a bit before lifting his M4A1 and firing at the target. 5 rings. Not a great ring, but it hit. Only you were half a beat slow. If someone over there suddenly attacks you and you're half a beat slow, you won't get a shot, even if you hit it right. Even if you're wearing level 3 body armor, the moment a bullet hits you, you'll instantly lose the ability to fight back. It'll take a few seconds for you to slow down, and by then, you'll probably be dead. With a stern face, the old Su team leader told Yi Chen to continue his training and said, "Now, you specialize in practicing carrying a gun, suddenly spotting an enemy, and then quickly switching to holding the gun and shooting in a way that you also have to hit 5 targets in a row. Let's begin." The old black mercenary began to maneuver up. He took what looked like a TV remote control pad and started to press it, and the 5 targets stood up. Yi Chen started a little slower, cutting the gun in a less natural way, slowing down by half a beat before hitting each of the 5 targets, always much slower in moving the gun from the back to the hand. Shooting accuracy didn't drop much. The difference between hitting a 5 ring and hitting a 7 ring is the equivalent of originally hitting the chest and turning it into hitting the waist, and hitting it just as well. Yi Chen spoke to the old Su team leader about his situation. The old Soviet leader let the 11 members of the team train on their own. He came to Yi Chen's side and carefully observed him before saying, "You've used a pistol before, right? Conducted any training?" Yi Chen nodded. He had initially added points to raise the segments of the pistol. The lance was raised later. "Then I understand why you lag when you cut the gun. You have a physical skill that is adapted to a handgun. Pistols are mostly kept in a tactical belt on your waist, and when you encounter an enemy, you lower your right hand down, draw your pistol and shoot. You've developed the muscle response, but in practicing with a long gun, with the strap on your back, you need to pull the strap upward with your right hand, jerk the gun over your back, and then shoot with both hands on the gun. When the target comes up, your muscle memory will send your right hand to the pistol on your tactical belt first, but there's such an interval when your conscious mind tells you to pull the gun belt. It's a muscle memory clash caused only shortly after exposure to different firearms and training back and forth between the two," old team leader Su said in a serious manner. Yi Chen also suddenly realized that it was like this. Previously, when elevating a pistol, you needed to draw and fire without thinking about how to do the action yourself. Instead, he subconsciously drew his gun, held it in both hands, aimed, and fired. The whole set of movements flowed like a veteran shooter with 2.5 years of shooting experience. Now, again, draw, pull the strap, hold the gun in both hands, aim, and fire. From the beginning, the action was conflicting. One type of pistol shooting, one is a long shot. Because of the system, both shooting positions, in a short period of time, are very skillful, instead leading to a conflict. One's right hand would subconsciously rest on one's waist instead of going for the gun belt, to slow down one's reaction by so much as a second or so. But in the middle of a real engagement, a second's delay could be fatal. Kotobuki, look what professionalism means. Hashimoto Airsan, Chinese water friends. Have you ever played with guns? Have you ever played with a gun? Little white bird, ghost. If you don't open your mouth, no one will really take you for a dummy. Nguyen Van Moon, we can all play with firearms regularly in Annam. And Chinese waterboys look at guns as if they were eunuchs in a greenhouse. Sunny little white horse, in this instant, it was as if I had lost all my strength and means. Sunny's big white horse, Mud's been thinking about it half a dozen times, and there's no way to say it back. Liaoning Iron Brother, we can't touch the guns anymore. That's still better than their American father, teaching them to play with guns. Kotobuki, what do you mean? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, the pseudo-army Lighthouse Country netizens, all taught how the pseudo-army of the East, the cold country and Annam shoots a gun. Sunny Big White Horse, being a pseudo-army. That doesn't mean the Lighthouse Country netizens have to teach them how to shoot a gun. Hashimoto 2-3, **Baga****. If you want to dislike people, you have to come to the Northeast Big Brother. They have sharp words. Old team leader Su continued to teach Ichin how to improve the conflict brought about by these two postures. Chapter 18, The Night's Mission. As time changed, it got to about 4:30 p.m. Yichin had been able to switch between the two shooting stances at will, and the system's voice came to his ears. Host uses M4A1 rifle. First reactive fire, plus 2%. Host successfully adapts to switching pistols and lances and firing them, plus 2% for pistols, plus 2% for lances. He heard the progress bar rising and knew that with the assistance of the Battlefield Live system, you can boost it with emotes, and you can liver it yourself. It's just that the speed of the liver can't keep up with the speed of earning emotes to boost it when you do quests live. Of course, sentiment values are useful for many things. Any natural skill can be boosted, and with your own liver, you can only liver one skill at the same time. After seeing that Yichen had already adapted, the Old Su team leader began to introduce the urban CQB training. The entire training, split into reactive fire, forward fire, search fire and switching between long and short firearms, switching daggers for long guns, switching daggers for pistols, switching grenades while marching, throwing, and basic reflexes training, plus agility training. Tianchui's mercenaries rarely go straight into battle unless it's a top-tier mission. More search and rescue, decapitation, pursuit and interception missions. Even when they go to war, they go to fight in Africa or in the village areas of the Middle East. It won't go to the kind of battlefield that Irmo and Daimao are on. That kind of battlefield, if you go there, you're really cannon fodder. Even the most powerful king of special forces, if you're unlucky enough to run into an incoming missile attack, you'll have to GA. Therefore, the company's mercenaries are based on CQB tactics for urban combat. Another half hour passed. The Old Su team leader said, "That's it for reactive fire practice. Now train forward fire. I'll show you how first. Until we get into the second month and they start training urban CQB tactics, you can train on your own like an old mercenary. Teach some techniques first. No chance. It'll come in handy at night, thanks to Yichen's fast promotion. Otherwise, for the night's mission, old team leader Su might not even take Yichen along." 11 reserve group members, still stuck at 25 meters to hit the target. Even with 400 rounds, it would take a while for them to shoot all of them. After a few magazines in the front, your arm is already starting to get sore. And with the bullets in the back, it's not going to be easy. The Old Su team leader taught Yichen forward shooting, i.e., holding the gun forward and shooting at enemies or targets that suddenly appeared in front of him. This type of shooting is all about hitting targets that suddenly appear quickly and efficiently. Hits mainly. The number of rings is second. To train the sudden sight of an enemy scurrying out and then firing quickly into Yichen's instincts. This is one of the key tactics of urban CQB tactics. Tolov's timing, great anchor training. Subscribed. Lola, pretty good. I also subscribed. And will watch the anchor's live broadcast for a long time to come. Two Maoist water friends, each paying $15, became Yichen's Iron fans. The number of Iron fans came from 24 to 26. An Iron fan, it costs $15 a month to be a specific member to do so. Next month, if you don't renew, you won't be a specific member or an Iron fan. Yichen continued to train, and the system's voice came from his mind. Host uses M4A1 rifle for reactive CQB training, plus 1%. Host uses M4A1 rifle for forward training in CQB, plus 1%. Host uses M4A1 rifle for moving short point blank shots, plus 1%. Send blessing to use M4A1 rifle for moving long bursts of fire, plus 1%. The progress of the lance is improving. However, this exposure to a new type of training, and thus elevation, is something that only increases progress when encountered for the first time. Next time, there will be no such rise. There are a number of such training types, if not more than 50 or 60. Moving forward with the firearms talent, either rely on the emotional value to add points, either rely on a 1% increase in speed per 100 rounds to boost. Yi Chen kept practicing his marksmanship, placing his cell phone at a high place where he could see the entire CQB training site. He held his M4A1 rifle and kept moving forward. Targets would suddenly rise up in front and behind him. A reminder sound similar to footsteps is emitted when the target is raised. However, these targets are with teammate targets and enemy targets. If you make a mistake, this training will be considered a failure. In such a labyrinth-like building training ground, it was a training ground that was built out to simulate a room. Only there was no ceiling, making it convenient for the old Sioux team leader and the old black mercenary who stood on the elevated platform outside the training ground, to observe Yi Chen's situation. At the same time, Yi Chen's cell phone was placed over theirs. The water friends could see Yi Chen's training process. Hashimoto Nissan, although the mouth of the Chinese water friends is owed. The anchor training is really hard. I'm subscribing to the anchor. Wan Wenyu, me too. This anchor training is great. Subscribed. Liaoning Iron Brother, your mouth only owes it. Believe it or not, I'll take a transparent tape and seal your mouth. Hashimoto Ersan, rest in peace. Rest in peace. They're all water friends who subscribe to the anchor. Don't argue. This anchor does have the ability. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, it's the anchor's business when he's bullish. And it's our business when you scold me. The broadcasters were bickering, but many water friends left a message and subscribed, which is equivalent to paying 15 US dollars to become Yi Chen's Iron fan. This would be the case, and the number of Yi Chen's Iron fans had come from 26 to 34. The number of people in the live broadcast room, also from 7 to 800 people, arrived to the extent of 1,000 people. And Iron fans, that's 100 emotions right there. However, Yi Chen was training and didn't have time to look at the emotional value balance. Many more water users were curious about the mission that Yi Chen and the old Sioux leader were going to carry out at night. Soon, the time came to 5:30. Yi Chen trained 4 times for forward firing, and his results were good. The old Sioux team leader clapped his hands, signaling Yi Chen to stop, and said, "It's almost time. Today, this is the end of your training. Those 11 new players, 2 minutes ago, were dismissed and will go to the cafeteria for dinner. You go have dinner and a shower too, and I'll meet you on the first floor at 8 p.m. Go on a mission together. Dress nice. We're going to meet someone in Gold Coast City before we go on a mission to the park. Okay, team leader." Yi Chen nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This kind of urban CQB training don't look like a small place, but it requires a high level of mental concentration, extraordinarily consuming physical strength and mental strength. Yi Chen carried his M4A1 rifle on his back and walked out of this training ground, and went to the initial one to take a look. And sure enough, everyone was gone. Instead, it's Jack from France, still standing at the elevator entrance waiting for his own. Yi Chen took his cell phone and was about to walk towards Jack, checking the emotional value balance. 12,300. Number of Iron fans, 41. 17 new Iron fans were added, bringing in 1,700 sentiments. Little Taipa, anchor. You're done training? What mission are you going on at night? Chapter 19, no coffee, purple eggs. Dad Ada, live at 8 o'clock? Anchor? We're waiting for you. Sunny little white horse, anchor. You guys are making so much money. Can I buy a cup of coffee? I'll treat you to a cigarette. Do you want one? Really? I was thinking of letting you guys brush up on your gifts, and you guys are looking for me to buy coffee, and here I am. There's no coffee. There's enough purple eggs. You can have as much as you want. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and muttered a few times. Dad Ada, anchor. If you come to England, I'm going to treat you to nori egg drop soup. Little Taipa, who taught the little geezer upstairs. Ha? Ja, don't talk about that. I'm more curious about the anchor's mission for the night, eh? Ja, think about it. Everyone, at night, Yi Chen and the old Sioux team leader, driving a car, from the desert town, driving to the paper-drunk Gold Coast City. How much of a blockbuster vestigial feeling, ah? Lola, when you say that, I'm curious too. Anchor, at night, are you guys going to GA man? Many of the watermen were curious and asked about the situation. When a mercenary goes on a mission, isn't it just to go GA man? Even, a lot of water friends began to make up their own brain. In the middle of the rainy night, A car from the desert town. Out of the car, the old Sioux team leader drove. Yi Chen sat in the co-pilot. The vehicle through the Gold Coast City border inspection. Drove into the international tourist metropolis of paper and gold. Full of neon lights. Went to meet a rich businessman. After getting some information, drive again and turn back to the park for some killing. It's also possible that when you meet a rich businessman, the rich businessman will pick on the anchor and do it. The message area of the live stream was filled with this. And I don't blame the Waterboys for loving the fantasy. Those gun games are designed that way. Yi Chen looked at the message area and said with a smile, "Everyone, I don't even know what the exact mission is at the moment, but we'll see you at 8 p.m. And if we're really on a big mission, I'm sure you'll be able to watch the whole thing. Remember, hit subscribe, guys. We'll see you at 8:30. He closed the broadcast, and the live tax board floated before him. Live duration, 10 hours, 5,000 emotional value. Number of people in the live room, maintained at around 500 to 950. Live mobilization, audience mobilization is extremely intense. Award, 1,500 emotional value. Add 17 new Iron fans, gain an additional 1,700 emotional value. Reward acquisition for this broadcast, 8,200. Emotional value balance, total 20. 500, 12. 300 plus 8. 200. Live for 10 hours and get 5,000 sentiment. Previously, it was live for 8 minutes and got 80 points. It's because live streaming for under an hour is 10 points a minute. For an hour or more, that's a fixed gain of 1,000 points per hour. Audience emotional mobilization, divided into two types. The first one, by live streaming the battlefield, mercenaries and things related to them. You can be rewarded in real time after emotionally mobilizing the audience. The second, the summary after the downcast, will give another bonus. Iron Fan did the same thing, going from 24 Iron Fan to 41 Iron Fan, an increase of 17. You get 700 emo then and there, and another 700 emo after you go off the air. For once, 10 hours of live streaming is actually quite a bit less. That time before going to the park, Yi Chen remembered that he had taken 80,000 or 90,000 emotional values at once. Chasing down the Frenchman in the back also scored 80,000 to 90,000 emotion values. That's what it takes to get both pistol and long gun segments, up to ones without systematic training. After Yi Chen went off the air, he checked the relevant data. Lance 1, 45%. Pistol 1, 7%. The progress of the long gun boost is either boosted by exposure to firearms training methods or boosted by bullets fired. Yi Chen did not hesitate to add all of the 20,000 or so emotional values that he possessed to the lance, boosting it by 20%. Sound of gurgling water. Clamor. On his arm, a faint blue light emerged for a split second. Yi Chen moved his arms, and more than just feeling the fatigue in his arms fade away, he returned to the range and tested it again. True to form, the boost was followed by another forward shot, which elevated from 6 rings on the gun to 9 rings on the gun. Ordinary mercenaries, they don't try to force up the ring count. It's because they don't have much time or energy. Even if it takes a lot of effort and improves the ring count, it will take up time to train other subjects, which will result in the other items being very wonky. For them, it's more than worth it. For Yi Chen, the more accurate I hit, the better the results actually are. Now, with forward fire, set to autofloat the target, aiming is hitting the 9 ring, and you can hit the 7 ring without aiming and lifting your hand. If you don't have a lift and lift your hand, you'll only be able to hit the 5 ring, or even have the possibility of going off target. Yi Chen raised his lower limit a lot, adding a lot of tolerance. He blinked at the data in front of his retina. Lance 1, 65%. Sentiment value balance, 500. The effect of this 20% boost is very noticeable. Today is the first time I've been exposed to these drills, and if I don't use the mood boost, when we train again, then we'll really have to shoot a full 2,000 rounds to get up to that level. Throughout the day, the bullets that Yi Chen fired were only 1,034 rounds up and down. Yi Chen checked his live data. Live streaming platform, by official. Live reputation balance, 500. Live title, none at this time. Length of live broadcast, 60 hours and 20 minutes in total. Live broadcast achievement, live broadcast full 100 hours. Can have the achievement newcomer to obtain this achievement. Will reward 50,000 emotional value. Number of iron powder, 41. Live wish expectation, set live gifts, by official blimp. Dream castle, frozen chariot, sky realm all unfulfilled. Note, live wish anticipation gift. Get 1. Additional reward 10,000 emotional value. Note, the gift itself, depending on the price, will also be converted into the corresponding emotional value to reward the host. After he read the messages, He felt like he had to mention it during the evening broadcast. Frozen cherry at 1388 points, 10 points a US dollar, equivalent to 138.8 US dollars, is the cheapest gift among Yi Chen's set wishes. At night, if there's an exciting scene, you might not get it. Last time, when chasing the wild horse, acquired a sky realm, 168 US dollars, acquired 16,800 emotional value at that time, plus the additional reward of 10,000 emotional value, plus the emotional value acquired by mobilizing the audience's emotions, which raised the lance to 1 section. Yi Chen thought it was just a matter of taking his jacket and carrying his gun. He went to the elevator entrance. Jack inquired about the evening in Getting High. In the Skywater building, there is a bar area, and color service is also available. Not going. I'm going on a mission at night. The team leader asked me to go alone. Yi Chen said, okay bah, I'll go then. I'd been on good terms with an old team member, female, white, lately. Wish me luck in taking her in 3 days, Jack said confidently. Yi Chen muttered, remember to bring biochemical guards for your barrack before you run into crazy baby. Chapter 20, U.S. Army H2 Humvee? Usually, I use 2 Sunga gauntlets. All those crazy babies can only turn around and run when they see me. Jack snickered and showed off a bit of arm muscle to prove he was very tough. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. He preferred the softness of the Eastern Ingirls. In contrast, the big ocean horse was too crazy, and from time to time, the chaotic cursing and shouting during combat was very disruptive. Soon, the two of them went to the restaurant on the 3rd floor and had a simple dinner. Jack then went with the older white team member to the bar on the 7th floor. Members of the company, in general, do not go out of the company unless it is necessary. The company has a variety of venues including a shooting range, a bar, a recreation room, a kabuki hall, and more. A lot of the older members, after doing their tasks, would go and spend money. As the saying goes, the company makes money the company spends, and one respectively wants to take it home. It was also the high prices of the company that made Yi Chen look away. He still had to save up for his sister's medical bills, so he could only spend his days off, asking out the 2 Eastern girls and injecting them with some patriotic genes. After 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen returned to the dormitory. It's said to be a dormitory, but it's really more like a hotel, about the size of a 4-star hotel room, with computers, bathrooms, and other configurations. Yi Chen finished his bath. After 7 o'clock, sitting in front of the computer, checking the recent news, So-and-so Chinese led a team to rush to the battlefield of the Big Hare and the 2 Hares, to act as contract soldiers, that is, the mercenaries said, in the black market, and when they went, 12 of them. After 3 months, there were only 4 men left alive, taking $5,000 a month. He sighed. In the absence of connections, ordinary people who wanted to become mercenaries would have to go to the battlefield. Mercenaries on the battlefield, averaging over $100 a day. That's really not profitable. Only mercenaries like yourself, who are trained by a professional company that specializes in serving the top brass of various countries, can truly earn millions of US dollars a year. Yi Chen watched the news for a while and went to put on his equipment. Level 3 armor, Level 3 helmet, head-mounted night vision, tactical flashlight, M4A1 rifle, Glock 17 pistol, 3 rifle magazines, 7 pistol magazines, military water bottle, plus tactical boots and 2 offensive grenades and 2 defensive grenades, a set of gear, and after putting it on, it was 740. These equipment, many of which Yi Chen had claimed back to his dormitory from the company's equipment store. Only the water bottle and the Glock 17 pistol were purchased by him. I'm going on a mission tonight, and I'll have to compensate the company for all this equipment if I lose it or consume it. Luckily it's not. After all, with a trip to Gold Coast City tonight, it's important to be well equipped, just in case. The Gold Coast City. Floating on the surface are tourists from various countries. World-renowned tourist city that attracts tens of millions of tourists every year. Floating underwater are executives from major multinational corporations. The interests between them were extremely involved, and the intricate network of contacts and interests was more cumbersome than 100 layers of cobwebs stacked on top of each other. In the deepest part are the world's tycoons and high-ranking officials. They secretly trade in everything from contraband, down to human body parts, to top-secret information on various multinational corporations. Think of it not. Beneath the surface of the Gold Coast City's prosperity are all sorts of metal and dark things. If not, it would not be so bad that a world-famous tourist city would have slums with 2 to 3 million people living nearby, much less the Skywater companies and various spinach parks in counties dozens of miles away. Yi Chen looked in the mirror, observed what he looked like, and put on the goggles, secretly cheering himself up before picking up his cell phone. After opening it, On the left side was a photo of himself and his sister. Wei. Brother will soon earn the medical expenses. You wait for brother. He put his cell phone in the pouch of his chest tactical jacket. The inside of the tactical jacket is a steel bullet steel plate, and the outside has 5 pouches that are specialized for storing magazines. Now, 3 of the pouches contained an M4A1 magazine each, and the 4th contained 2 pistol magazines. The 5th pouch contained the cell phone, and several other pistol magazines that he kept in separate wallets on either side of his tactical pants. Yi Chen turned around and exited the bathroom, quickly swiping his card out of the room and rolling over to the first floor. It'll be 7:55. 5 minutes to live. When the old Su team leader saw Yi Chen coming, the corner of his lips sketched out a smile. You kid, you're quite well equipped. Yi Chen surveyed the old Su team leader and found that there was also a grenade gun hanging from the old Su's tactical jacket, and a separate extra tactical pouch hanging from his waist, presumably for storing grenades. He couldn't help but laugh. Team leader, your equipment isn't bad either. That's right, we're in the business of licking blood. Poor equipment. That's no good. The old Su team leader smiled and patted Yi Chen's shoulder, first going to the front desk and registering himself and Yi Chen for the mission. Then, he told Yi Chen to wait for himself at the door, and he went to the garage to drive over. Yi Chen stood in front of the company and watched the time until 8 o'clock. When the broadcast started, Little Taba, anchor, are you watching the shootout tonight? If so, I'll give you a gift. Hashimoto Airsan, Chinese, can you afford to swipe? The 4 wish gifts that the anchor asked for are as cheap as $138. Liaoning Iron Brother, little kid, who are you looking down on? Even if I don't have any money, even if I take out a loan, I'll give the anchor a brush. Hashimoto 2 to 3, do you go to fruit loan? Liao Tai Tai brother, you horse. Dad Ada, it's just starting, and there's a lot of bickering going on up there. Just opened the live broadcast for more than 10 seconds, and there were already 400 viewers pouring in, and the number of people continued to increase. Because it's on a foreign platform and the audience originates from countries all over the world, it's often easy to argue. When Yi Chen saw them bickering, he heard the sound of a car horn and looked up. Are we going to meet someone? It's really not going to war? The old Soviet leader drove a U.S. Army H-2 military Humvee. None of the Browning M2 HB heavy machine guns on the car were removed. Yi Chen's mind springs up the message of H-2 Humvee. The vehicle length of 4.8 meters. The standard ride 5 people. Bulletproof. Mine resistant. Is the U.S. Army conquest of the world weapon. Without heavy machine guns version. The price tag is 288 million Chinese dollars equivalent to about 400,000 U.S. dollars or so. In the next moment, the old Su team leader in the main driver's seat reached out, opened the passenger door, and greeted Yi Chen as he got into the car. Ruanwen Yu, no wonder no one dares to mess with your company. Watanabe-kun, when I saw this car, I realized that the owner of Tianshui Company, the background has a powerful, the Middle East sky, black, Kim Jong-guk, A.U.S. Army Humvee? Not bad, not bad. It's still a bit worse compared to our cold army, but it's worth praising. Dada, cold country sailor, where did you get the B-face to say that? Little Taba, when did old Crooked know how to curse like that? There is no water friends who are not shocked. It can almost be decided that Tianshui Company can buy the supplies of the U.S. military. The owner must know the U.S. military top management. So, a whole bunch of waterbenders are posting it's getting dark in the Middle East. Yi Chen took 2 steps back and carefully surveyed the H-2 Hummer. No wonder, when we do a mission, the local security team don't dare to say anything more. Team leader, we're just going to drive over there in this? To Gold Coast City? That's for sure. Or else, driving a normal car? When the time comes, we'll both go to heaven together when someone sweeps us over? The old Su team leader greeted Yi Chen as he got into the car. This trip to the Gold Coast City was to meet a big man. After Yi Chen got on the co-pilot, he muttered, with the work we both do, the probability of going to hell is higher than going to heaven. What's with the grinding? Let's go. The old Su team leader stepped on the gas. The military Humvee, wildly out, driving on the streets of the county. Chapter 21 The Park Piggyback, 1. H-2 Hummer, traveling on county roads. Yi Chen sat on the co-pilot, and the camera of his cell phone, just through the front windshield, could capture the street scene of the county. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. A Ford F-450 light armored vehicle, with flashing police lights, drove through the county roads. It was a local vigilante vehicle, an armored light security vehicle that carries 10 to 12 people. Old team leader Su drove the car, and when he looked in the rearview mirror, He incidentally saw that Yi Chen had been staring at that F-450 light armored vehicle. He couldn't help but chuckle. That's a county sheriff's squad car. Kind of the only iron pimples they have. It's specialized in policing the county, but it's only for the national spinach parks. You don't have to care. If you're on a mission in the future, on your way back, if they stop you, you just tell them to get lost. Ha! Yi Chen was a bit stunned. Kotobukuro, patrol vigilantes just tell them to get lost? Hashimoto 2-3, aren't you people at Tensway too overbearing? The waterbenders were talking, and for the first time, they saw that the mercenaries dared to be so arrogant against the armed forces of a country. The old Sioux team leader drove the car, holding a cigar, said slowly, the company regularly gave money, every single task, they are pumping 20%. If you come back on the road, they still stop you. It is clear that they want a fee. At this moment in time, you don't have any problem pulling out a gun and ing them, like those 3 F-450 light armored vehicles that just drove past, not to mention the Barrett that fires 12.7 rounds, it's the AK that fires 7.62mm rounds that can easily pierce their broken cars. Yi Chen nodded. It was true. With this thin-skinned armored car, there was no need to give the vigilante a face. They'd just as soon catch some piggies and ask the spinach park for some tea money. Buzzing. A vibrating sensation came from the cell phone. Yi Chen picked up his phone to see that the pop-ups had exploded. Little Tai Bao, Wan Wanyue, is it true that the army of your enemy's country is equipped with a large number of these infantry fighting vehicles? Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, Anan is heavily equipped with this kind of broken vehicle. Ha! No wonder. Old team leader Su said before that your broken vehicles are good for fighting. Wan Wenyu, Chinese, please don't belittle my country. You have invaded us for 1,000 years. We have resisted you for 1,000 years, and our fighting strength is internationally recognized. Little Tai Bao, rebellion is rebellion. What invasion? That's an unsubordinate land for you. Martial Moon Soldier, Chinese. We Animites are independent. White Pigeon, the bronze pillar is broken. Anan is destroyed. Martial Moon Soldier, ***bastard***. Breaking defense by one more. Yi Chen smiled at this and put his cell phone back into the tactical pouch on his chest, keeping the camera available to capture the outside world. The old Sioux team leader turned the steering wheel to turn the corner and drove towards the direction out of the county. Most of these vigilantes are made up of local paupers. The benefits from the oil resources of the entire desert have been plundered by their top brass. It's just a bunch of guys who are paid at most $100 or $200 a month, and they're all dependent on us. If you run into a serious problem, shoot up their armored cars, and as long as you have a legitimate reason, the company will set you straight. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. This company, it's treated so well. The company doesn't take the local vigilantes seriously at all. But on second thought, when we go on missions, we all drive U.S. Army armored vehicles. A small local vigilante team really doesn't seem to need to be taken too seriously. No more words, no more looking at the pop-ups, but surveying what was going on in the county. This part of the county, completely different from the ghetto, was filled with high rises, and the streets were all lined with streetlights and cameras. It's just that there's not a lot of people on the streets. A kilometer-long street with hundreds of streetlights and over 20 monitors, but no passers-by. As for those tall buildings, they were all different from those in the country. Very tall and wide, and any one of them could house 2,000 or 3,000 people. Each building is a campus, but some of the smaller campuses will share a building with other campuses. From time to time in the building came screams. It should be electrocuted by electric batons. Squealing and screaming, even sitting in the car Yi Chen heard. The water boys heard it too, and the comments section blew right up. Park Han Take, listen to the sound. How many Chinese are suffering? Kim Jong-guk, I still don't know how many Chinese piglets are dying inside these parks. Poor Chinese people. Liaoning Iron Brother, screw you. Stick. You only read half the news. Ha! Kotobuki, there are spinach industries in every country. And every country cheats every country. Don't you know that? Park Han Take, I've seen a lot of videos of Chinese female piggies being driven on trains before. It's a miserable situation. Don't you guys have a 6th-generation plane? Why don't you drive over there? Little Tahoe, thumbs and forefingers form 2 rows, alluding to a man of the country. Little White Bird, what do you mean? Liaoning Iron Brother, take it? Is that the hand sign picture? Park Han Take, ******* pup. When Yi Chen picked up the pop-ups to take a look, rows and rows of take it emoticons kept appearing in the comments section, with the occasional slagging off of a few lines of Chill Nation cursing. Yi Chen also gave a slight introduction to these parks, and didn't look at the comments section. He checked his mood value balance, 2,100 points, up a lot. As the old Soviet leader was about to make the last turn and exit the county, a man jumped down from the building in front of him. The H2 Humvee stopped a few meters in front of the man. The old Sioux team leader let out a low curse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chen froze, leaning forward to take a look. The Chinese youth who jumped down, probably 18 or 19 years old, wearing a body shirt. His whole body was injured. There were still a lot of those kinds of injuries left on his hands and feet from being electrocuted and shaved. There was a cacophony of voices from the side, and a group of Chinese came out of the alleyway with pistols. Aggressively. Damn. How dare you jump and run? Why don't you keep running? Jumping off the 6th floor won't kill you, asshole. Your family can't get $300,000. You want to run away? I told you to trick people to come here, but you can't. Punk. The group of Chinese, toward the accented Chinese, stared aggressively at the man. Park Huntake, Chinese. See, your own people harming your own people? Kim Jong-guk, why don't you fly your 6th-generation planes over there to shock the curfew? Kotobuki, take that. Liaoning Iron Brother, take that. The cold country water friends were cursing. The Chinese water friends only replied to the word take it, and it didn't take long for the cold country people to break the defense again. Yi Chen ignored the live broadcast and only saw that the sentiment value had risen another 200. Chapter 22, Park Piggies, 2. Now that Yi Chen was going on a mission as a mercenary, what happened on the way could also gain some emotional value. Just not much. The leading young Chinese, after seeing clearly the license plate of the H2 Hummer, as well as the Black Eagle logo hanging on the front bumper of the car with a white background, immediately changed his face, greeted his men to put away their guns, and bowed and apologized towards the old Sioux team leader and Yi Chen inside the car. Then, he took out a box of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, licked his face, smiled, and came to the door of the old Sioux team leader's car, spreading the smoke and said with a smile, "I'm bothering you too. It's that piglet who doesn't know any better, and wants to jump and escape. We'll take him back here. I'm sorry, I didn't know you two were from Tianshui." The old Sioux team leader had a stern face, didn't say a word, and with his right hand, from the holster on his waist, he pulled out a Glock 17 pistol and put it on the youth's head. Yi Chen turned around to look, just in time to live stream it all. Park Huntake, all over the world. Only the Chinese cheat the Chinese. Kim Jong-kook, the Chinese are the guys who are actually the most in fighting, not united at all. And our Thai guys, Liaoning Iron Big Brother, mad, can't watch it anymore. Anchor, I'll brush gifts for you. You take the American knife to find a few cold country girls. In the name of my heavenly honored guest, whip the stick. Remember to open the live broadcast. Sunny Big White Horse, agree with Liaoning Big Brother. I'll swipe too. Little White Bird, obviously the focus is on old team leader Sue's bullying. Holding a gun to someone's head. Why is the comment section so noisy? Ichiro Hashimoto, I don't know what kind of epilepsy the stick upstairs is having. It's normal to have good and bad people in a country. Yi Chen felt his cell phone vibrate and picked it up to see that someone had actually sent a gift. Not the heartfelt gift you wanted. It's a couple of small $28 gifts. Swiped by Liaoning Iron Big Brother and Sunny Big White Horse, respectively. Yi Chen whispered his thanks, and after seeing the comments of the two men, they said that there are cold country girls in the company, and they will go to soak them after completing the task, and they will not fail to live up to the support of their water friends. Sentiment value data, 13. 300 points. 11. 120 of those sentiments were from those 4 small gifts, totaling $112, which brought in 11. 200 sentiments. Sentiment balance before the live stream was 500. Audience emotional mobilization for 1600 emotional value. And these gifts will be given again after the broadcast, equivalent to that. Even if after that, Yi Chen didn't receive a single gift, the system would still give Yi Chen another 11. 200 emotional value in the name of rewards mobilized by the live broadcast. Yi Chen once again looked at the live broadcast situation. Many of the waterbenders continued to argue, so he didn't continue to interact. These $2 American treat you two to a late night snack. I'm really sorry. It's my recklessness. The young Chinese got 2 American knives, or 2 stacks of US dollar bills, from his men and handed them to the old Sioux team leader with a smile. Old team leader Sioux dumped a stack of American knives on Yi Chen, and when he looked at the young Chinese again, his face looked much better and his gun was put away. Next time, I won't be so nice. What our company does, what your park does, weigh yourself. Otherwise, I'll shoot your boss in the head. I'm really sorry for delaying you two masters. I'll take the piglet back now. Sorry. Seeing the problem solved, the young Chinese greeted his men, grabbed the young man who lived and died, and was about to walk back toward the spinach park. As he walked away he also said, 2 more American dollars, and now, your family wants to ransom you back for another 140,000 Chinese dollars. If your family can't come up with it, I'll sell you to those Middle Eastern tycoons to kill for fun. The voices are getting smaller and smaller. It's old team leader Su driving away. Yi Chen looked back at the stack of American knives on his lap. And this came to 70,000 Chinese dollars? Kim Jong-kook, Isai Bar. Nasty Chinese. Bullying their own compatriots but treating their stronger compatriots like they're licking dogs. Park Han-taek, Chinese. All of you are bullies. You are completely inferior to our Dahan nation. Little Tahoe, a community that can build a country on a US military base is indeed impressive. Park Han-taek, ***C bar ***. Nguyen Van Moon, I've been watching the stick go crazy today. Ichiro Hashimoto, agreed upstairs. Absolutely no idea what's going on. Tochovsky, stick has seizures from time to time. Waterbenders can get into fights with each other over the slightest thing. After Yi Chen read the comments section and then looked at the 10,000 US dollars, he thought for a moment and looked at the old Su team leader. He asked, so the company won't let us out at night because they're afraid we'll keep blackmailing the spinach parkers? No. There are hundreds of spinach parks in this county with a very complex composition. There are people from Europe and the United States, as well as from the Lighthouse Kingdom, as well as people from the East, the Chinese, the Tianju, and so on. All kinds of people and all kinds of forces are opening parks here. There are times when if you go out alone or two, if you run into one of those dilettantes from the park and get into a fight, both sides have guns. If you guys do it, it's not like people are creatures that can't be killed by guns or destroyed by shelling. Once a shot is fired, there may be losses, and if you are seriously injured or dead, even if we go after the park again, it won't help. After all, each and every one of you are elite mercenaries trained by the company, and it would be a real shame if you died at the hands of this batch of losers. The old Su team leader still smoked a cigar. I hit the steering wheel on the highway, out of the county, towards the Gold Coast city to drive. Yi Chen listened, skimmed his mouth, didn't make a reply, and looked at the live broadcast. The pop-up screen had exploded. Cuckoo, anchor. You guys are too dark, aren't you? Little Arrow Sparrow, anchor. Because of the two of you showing up, the family is going to have to pay another 140,000 Chinese coins. This is your sin. Wang Lao Si roast duck, anchor. Why don't you guys save that guy? We're all Chinese. Why don't you help each other? Little Tai Bao, what's going on? Why are there a bunch of Madonnas pouring in? Ruan Wenyu, why did a bunch of Hail Marys suddenly come in? Hashimoto 2-3, what's going on up there? Anchors are mercenaries. You guys want to use when anchors as white knights? The number of people in the live room, all of a sudden, reached 1,500. In the evening live broadcast, a lot of new water friends came in from China's domestic water friends, all watching Yi Chen live for the first time. When they saw what had just happened in that spinach park, they were very heartbroken for that piglet that had been taken back, and they were blaming Yi Chen. That's your compatriot, being victimized by other compatriots. Why don't you come to the rescue? If you don't put up a fight, it's just a matter of the victim's family paying for the money you're taking. Yi Chen looked at the comments and smiled. He actually had black fans too. I look like I'm going to be a big anchor. Chapter 23, More Daughters-in-Law? The live streaming traffic went up and in came a lot of Chinese from China. A lot of young people in this country do two things after they go over the wall: swearing at foreigners and watching pornographic videos. On the contrary, some of the elderly, after reaching the cell phone, learn to climb over the wall. According to the recommendation by the official, enter Yi Chen live broadcasting room. After they entered the live broadcast room and saw the content of the previous live broadcast, they collectively began to criticize Yi Chen like the Virgin Mary descending to earth and Jesus on earth. Because the translation function of Yuko is very powerful, the Chinese text sent out by this part of the water friends would be automatically converted into a text that water friends from other countries could understand. And for a while, it caused more water friends from different countries to discuss it. Hashimoto 2-3, what's the situation? These people from Spinach Park, out of 100 people, 97 of them know what they're here for. Watanabe Mikami, they came to the park, think they can cheat people, cheat fly, casually can make a couple million back for the new year. How you guys are scolding the anchor. Watanabe Mikami, what's the situation with this group of Chinese sailors? Who doesn't know? These piglets in the first 3 months, even if a single performance is not alright, from 4 months, really no performance, only will be beaten, and then later, the more no performance, the more beaten, finally cannot stand to jump off the building, and then caught back. Hashimoto Ersan, all of this, it has nothing to do with the anchor. What are you guys scolding the anchor for? Little Taba, the ghost finally said something human for once. Just I see the situation. Anchor, in the future, your black powder is destined to be quite a lot. Little white bird, there are a lot of people who can't tell right from wrong. No wonder, they used to have to build internet walls. The ghosts are explaining. The sticks are watching from the sidelines. And the monkeys are watching the show. Although the ghost water friends are hateful. But in the critical moment, that is also really helped to explain. Unlike the stick water friends as a gesture regardless. On the contrary, white waterbenders in various countries look at this fresh influx of black fans as if they were looking at a new world. From their perspective, it's not like the anchor took the initiative to ask for that $1. It was the Chinese leader who took the initiative to give it. Besides, anyone who surfs the internet regularly knows what's going on in the parks of various countries. As for those who were actually tricked into coming here, count them out. It's not like everywhere is as safe as China is at home. People need to pay for their risky behavior. It's kind of nature's way of making things happen. In this regard, the degree of acceptance of foreign water users is much higher, because in Europe and the Middle East, this kind of abduction and fraud has been a tradition for decades. They have been scamming people since the last century. And the mainstream method is to send handsome or beautiful men and women to lure single men and women who come to visit at the airport. Yichen looked at the live broadcast room. The number of people risen to 3,000 people. Tonight, I'm live. Is that getting any referrals? Heat, pretty high. However, there are quite a few black fans. Hundreds of domestic waterbenders, pouring in, questioned me and abused me one after another. Instead, the old fans who were originally cursing each other out helped me out with various situations. Yi Chen chose to ignore the situation when faced with it, leaning back in his seat and chatting with old team leader Su. It didn't take him long to see many large factory sites. Many factories are doing projects for desalination. After all, desert cities, desalination is the need of the hour. Other factories, there are all sorts of them. Some of them are doing specialized tourism products. Japan, Korea and China have all opened PV plants here. The Lighthouse State also opened an oil refinery here. These factories, built around the outskirts of the Gold Coast city, the H2 Humvees, after driving through these factories, have to pass through the ghetto before reaching the normal city center. The rich district, on the other hand, is by the sea and is the busiest area in the city. As the H2 Humvee passes the outskirts of the ghetto, the scene that reflected in Yi Chan's eyes made him feel a little bit like he was out of this world. It was a scene from the country's 89th century, a succession of 2- and 3-story brick and stone huts with no end in sight. Under the dim streetlights, there were hawkers, loitering gangsters, and young women looming at the street entrances. The women who sold themselves, dressed extremely hot, mostly originated from poorer countries like Western Europe and a few native indigenous girls. These women were flanked by a number of vendors, some of whom spread a cloth on the ground and filled it with various handguns. There were also vendors who set up a small table and hawked all sorts of contraband from the small table. Crowds of people come and go, many of them tourists from various countries coming from the center of the city. The live streaming waterboys, likewise, saw the scene. Little tub pistols directly put up for sale. Anchor, buy one for me. Express it back. I'll pay double the price. Liaoning Iron Brother, penalty. Very criminal. Kim Jong-gu, many of those pretty girls who sell themselves are white, so I guess the quality isn't great. Hashimoto 2-3, agree with the upstairs. Liaoning Iron Brother, comparing your two countries, they are really not of high quality. Kotobuki, what do you mean? Liaoning Tai Big Brother, the Japanese and Korean custom industry is known worldwide for its good service. Kim Jong-guk, ***, West 8 ***, Hashimoto 2-3, ***, The black fans that flooded in couldn't scold the waterboys from various countries and ran away. This will be the time when the water friends of various countries start dissing each other again. Yi Chen hung his cell phone on his chest. This way, what he sees, the camera can also capture, so the waterboys can see. Normally, none of this black market is allowed to be recorded or filmed. However, when Yi Chen sat in the H2 Hummer, not many people dared to care. When the old Su team leader saw Yi Chen paying attention to the slum black market, he even purposely drove a little slower and was introducing Yi Chen to the situation. This slum, inhabited by about 2 million people, is most valuable for young girls, but the price is not high, commonly at $5,000 a pop. Yi Chen froze. Did I hear it right? The corners of the old Su team leader's lips sketched out an evil smile. $5,000 can buy away a local young girl, and you decide the girl's life and death as you please. Yi Chen was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Really? 5,000 US dollars, which translates to 35,000 Chinese dollars. That's enough to buy a human life? Don't be surprised. It's the norm. You don't say here. You go to Europe, you go to the local gangs, and for 10 or 20,000 American dollars they can kidnap a young girl for you. This young girl life, it's up to you to do with it as you please, old team leader Su said in a habitual manner, and asked Yi Chen if he wanted to buy it. Yi Chen was exposed to this situation for the first time and instinctively refused, so he waved his hand and politely declined. The old Su leader went on. If you don't buy it, you can also find a lover. Just a local slum girl. Give her a $500 American a month and she'll treat you like a grandpa and be loyal and faithful to you. Yi Chen's cheeks twitched, not realizing that the prices outside had been lowered to such a level. Old team leader Su asked Yi Chen if he wanted it. He could help with the introduction. He had 3 lovers here, 2 of whom bore him children, a boy and a girl. I told you I have family in the country. For families, I have to pay for all of them, but the good thing is I can make money, the old Su group leader said confidently. You want to give your sister to gather medical expenses thing. I also know. 4,400,000 medical expenses well. And not much. Chapter 24 Who's jacking up the price? Stand out. You prepare a $650. 000 US. And you're done. As long as you don't die. It's quick money in our line of work. More women. Sprinkles. Old team leader Su looked like a man who had been there before and persuaded Yi Chen to find a few more daughters-in-law. Who knows about the wives we find here and the children we have? As long as we don't bring them back home? Maybe, in a decade or so, you're all retired from being a mercenary. Maybe, one day, we will see a news story that some Middle Eastern student, who has traveled thousands of miles to China to study, and on this trip, he also wants to search for his biological father. And then, after a lot of back and forth, when everyone realized that you were actually the biological father of this Middle Eastern schoolboy, at that time, all the major media came. How honorable are you? Yi Chen smiled bitterly as he waved his hand at the words. He had no intention of keeping a seed in a foreign country. And he and the old Su team leader mixed well before realizing that the team leader is what crooked ideas dare to come out. Pure seed sowing machine. You kid, take my advice. You just go to that ghetto. There's plenty of pretty women in there. You find 1 or 2 of them. Be a lover. And every month, at most, you'll be given 1,000 or 800 American dollars. Isn't that better than you going back and getting a daughter-in-law? Yi Chen still politely refused. Now it is better to save up way to get the medical bills first, then talk about these. As for the 2 Eastern girls, it's a no-brainer. It's all about personal charm. Yi Chen didn't have much to say, but the comments section blew straight away. Park Han Take, seeing this, I have to name the bride price system of a certain mysterious oriental power. Park Han Take, here you can buy a woman for $5,000. But in a mysterious country in the East, the bride price starts at $30,000. Kim Jong-guk, $30,000 is the common price. The bride price in a certain central region is heard to start at $50,000. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, mailer then. Dead stick. Your mouths are rented. Anxious to pay back Now do not speak. You will die Kotobuki, take that. Kim Jong-kook, don't you have anything else to say? Do you have to be like this? Kotobuki, take a pinch of X100. Cold country waterman seized the opportunity and just went on a wild goose chase. Domestic water friends know the real situation, and the cold country water friends told about the same, but cannot pinch the nose and admit it, and then be taunted by others it can only hard shoulder counterattack back, directly send take pinch 2 words, and give cold country water friends again whole broken defense. Yi Chen listened to his cell phone buzzing every now and then and realized that he was cursing again, and it turned out that this time it was because of a woman's problem. Nothing to do with mercenaries. Just don't get the sentiment value. At that moment, Yi Chen also stopped paying attention to the comment section, letting them curse and stop when they got tired of cursing. A while later, when the H2 Hummer crossed a sandy slope, the continuous high-rise buildings and the magnificent coastline came into the 2 men's eyes. A variety of colorful neon lights, flashing between the high-rise buildings, even if you do not enter the city, as if there are also heard in the ears can hear the sound of singing and dancing. There were also many types of helicopters that traveled back and forth between the buildings. The rich and powerful of various countries are here, as if they were gods on the loose. This Gold Coast city is like a jewel in the middle of the desert, in the darkness of the constantly blooming colorful luster, a true city that never sleeps. Little Taiho, it's so graphic from this viewpoint. Liaoning Iron Brother, mad. In front of the ghetto is the city of night. The gap between the rich and the poor is too damn big. Ruanwenyu, on one side is the paper-drinking city of nocturnal beauty, giving birth to mercenaries like the anchor, and on the other side is the slums where you can't even afford to eat and can only sell your own. Now, Fatida, this is a feeling that other anchors can't capture. Subscribe to the anchor. Weehew, this brings me a sense of absurdity, but it's really a realistic situation. I'm subscribing to the anchor. A lot of waterboys are lamenting all of this. Those black fans in front, the few dozens that didn't leave, were also cursing after seeing this scene, but this time it wasn't Yi Chen. They simply couldn't imagine that they would actually be in a live room and feel a sense of dystopia similar to cyberpunk. Outside the dazzling city of night, full of starving people and spinach parks doing blackmail, This bustling city looks like it was forged out of the flesh and blood of millions of people. Soon, the H2 Hummer drove into the city of night. All kinds of opulent buildings, one after another, appeared in the live broadcast, those magnificent high-rise buildings, many of which are hundreds of floors high, respectively, hung with the signs of the East Japan Shinben Steel Manufacturing Group, Cold Country Kia Group, China Poly Group, and the Lighthouse Country Citibank. After driving past these buildings, what comes into view is a variety of casinos, high fives, casinos, and all kinds of five-star hotels. Many five-star hotels are decorated like palaces, and the streets are filled with tourists from all over the world. Even though it was after 9 o'clock, the young men and women who had come to the tour had a look of excitement and thrill on their faces. Soon, the old Sioux team leader parked his car in front of a five-star hotel. You get out of the car too and wait for me at the door while I go in and verify the name, and then have the hotel room service. Notify that guest. The old Sioux team leader gave an explanation and then went in. The attendant came over and drove the H2 Hummer into the middle of the parking lot on the left. Yi Chen stood at the entrance of the opulent hotel, waiting leisurely for old Sioux to return. Just at that moment, two hawk-nosed white men, dressed in suits, came up with bad jokes and asked in English, "Sir, do you want something? We have freshly rolled cigarettes here, top quality." One of the white men took out a rolled cigarette and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen slightly lowered his head and looked at the one rolled cigarette without picking it up. Then he heard the other party, offering $50 apiece. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, *******. Not bad for a big city ah. A cigarette $350 ah. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, stupid hat. That's not a normal ING cigarette. Kotobuki, what do you mean? A lot of watermen can't figure out what's going on. The only one who kept giving Yi Chen a small gift of $2 was that, Qin Shi Huang in the world. With each swipe of the gift, the phone vibrates. After vibrating several times in a row, Yi Chen picked up his phone to take a look at the contents of the live broadcast, and his face instantly blackened. Where is the normal smoke? It's contraband. ****** Off. Get out. Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to reprimand the two. The two white men skimmed the surface, didn't do business, and had to leave reluctantly. Yi Chen saw the porter on one side and realized that they didn't react, so he knew that the two white people were selling contraband, and the hotel group must have a share in it. Otherwise, how could a five-star hotel gate allow two drug dealers to peddle contraband in front of their own hotel? Handsome man from the mysterious East, would you be interested in having a drink with me inside the hotel? Another slightly accented English language came into Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen turned his head to see that the hotel lobby walked out of a white woman with a convex front and a curved back, a burgundy evening dress. The career line was completely exposed, coupled with a pair of wheat-colored long legs, extremely seductive. This 18 or 19-year-old white beauty came to Yi Chen's side, with a smile on her face, the two snowy mountains in front of her chest, still intentionally or unintentionally touching Yi Chen's arm, chatting, already about to snuggle in Yi Chen's arms. "My dear darling, 1500 cuts." The white beauty exhaled a hot breath towards Yi Chen's cheek. "Kotobuki, gold encrusted. Ha, and 500 knives? Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive, who's jacking up the prices, not doing anything about it." Chapter 25. The Superintendent of Great Sage Park. Sunny little white horse, anchor. Didn't the old Sioux leader say that he could buy a woman for 5,000 knives? Kim Jong-kook, ACI right. Old team leader so is a liar. Ruan Wenyu, the front said 5,000 knives, but it turns out here 500 knives to play once? Old Sioux is a liar. Liaoning Iron Brother, so what? I seriously doubt Stick and Monkey never went to middle school. Ruan Wenyu, what do you mean? Liaoning Iron Brother, Old Sioux said 5,000 knives, referring to the local Persian women. This is a white man, or a model level figure. Can it be a price? Little Taiho, sometimes it's nice to live as stupid and mean as Sticks and Monkeys. The water boys bickered. Yi Chen gazed at the side of the big ocean horse. The corner of his lips twitched. Inlaid with gold ah. It is not that you cannot afford to spend, but you cannot be a big injustice seed ah. There are Eastern girls in the company. I'll go and warm up to them later when we finish the mission. Asshole, what are you doing? Do you want to give HIV to my group? The old Sioux leader, indignant and speaking in English, walked up, pulled Taoma up by the hand, and backhanded him with a big slap in the face. Half of Ioma's cheeks were red from being smacked. After a moment's hesitation, the big ocean horse rushed hysterically towards the old Sioux team leader. The hotel attendants rushed out, pulled the big ocean horse, and persuaded it to go down. The old Sioux team leader snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to the big oceanic horse, and turned to Yi Chen, saying, "The guests let us go up." This time, We've been hired by a billionaire with high status in Malaysia. This kind of great person above the clouds is not willing to appear in front of people. So, your live stream. It's going to be off for a while. Yi Chen nodded and picked up his phone. Looking at the water friends still arguing, he explained the situation after. He set the live feed up. Text surfaced in the live broadcast, the anchor is temporarily away and will return later. Ruan Wenyu, what kind of mission did the anchor take? You can broadcast it live when you take the mission in front of you. Liaoning Iron Brother, waiting. Didn't you hear old Su? This time it's a big shot sending out a mission. It'd be great to live stream the mission process later. Sunny Great White Horse, anchor can let a minion like me see these things. As a minion I'm already happy. Kim Jong-kook, it's cowardly to take an assignment and not dare to shoot. If it were our Ma Dong-suk, this would be all fists slamming the door. Chinese people just have a heavy sense of stealing. Ichiro Hashimoto, damn sticks. You guys are fit to find confidence in movies. Dada, what's all the bickering about again? After Yi Chen paused the live broadcast, he placed his cell phone in his pocket instead of his tactical jacket to avoid any misunderstanding. The old Su team leader led Yi Chen and walked to the front desk of the hotel. The staff member wearing a high-grade suit personally led the two to the special elevator, swiped his card, entered the elevator, and pressed the 39th floor. In the elevator, the staff tirelessly recounted the rules of the hotel. Above the 30th floor belongs to the private space. Living in the countries of the dignitaries, please Lao Su and Yi Chen, do not casually walk around. Otherwise, once provoked to the powerful characters, may be dealt with. At that time, even if Liang Long, the owner of the Tianchuwei company, came, he would only be able to get millions of US dollars in compensation at most, but it would be almost impossible to take away the living Yi Chen and old Su. Yi Chen secretly gulped, having the feeling of accompanying a king like a tiger. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 39th floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw several Malay men, personally coming to greet him. These Malaysians brought both Yi Chen and old Su into the presidential suite. Entering the presidential suite, the word prosperous was in his eyes. All kinds of antiques and paintings, as well as a lot of decorations that could not call out the brand name, but looked very high grade. All made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable all over. The next moment, a lean old man in a bathrobe walked out of the bathroom and gestured for the two to sit on the sofa. Just after taking his seat, Yi Chen heard a burst of Korean. Slightly inclining her head, she saw a chilly woman walk out in a bathrobe. It seemed to be some actress from the cold country, but I couldn't name her for a moment. The lean old man, with slightly white hair, had a ruthless look emerging on his mottled cheeks. He sat on the couch, crossed his legs and held a cigar, took a file from his men and threw it on the mahogany coffee table. Here's the man you need to settle for $60 US. It's already been credited to your company treasury's account. After completing the mission, you yourselves can collect your honorarium after you report back to your company. My only request is this, the target must die a horrible death. Yi Chen was confused. Old Su picked up the document and found it in duplicate, so he gave the second copy to Yi Chen. Yi Chen picked it up and looked at it. The document had both Chinese and English characters on it, recording the various circumstances of this mission. The mission was to get rid of the supervisor of the Great Sacred Park, a man of southern Minnesota descent nicknamed Jean Lai, 32 years old. The original reason, Jean Lai tricked a woman from the Cold Kingdom into coming over, and after abusing her, he sold her to Red Romance as a handrail. This Red Romance entertains the local power players of the Middle East. That Cold Kingdom woman only made it 3 days before the powerful men played her to death. Task requirements, first break Jean Lai's limbs, then step-by-step torture to death, and the video to be taken, and then sent to the Gold Master. That is, this lean old man. The Golden Master will send the video to Kinley's family in retaliation. Task difficulty, moderate. Since Kim Lay is the second in command of the Great Sacred Park, with 7 gun-toting minions under his command, and 12 locally hired gunmen, it will be necessary to kill the park and determine, depending on the situation, whether or not to take out the gunmen before capturing Kim Lay. After Yi Chen finished reading the document, he thought back on the messages he had gotten in the past while. The Great Sage Park, right in the middle of the county, is no more than 2 kilometers away from Tianchuwei. The owner of this park, who is always away from the Middle East, is ostensibly a Hong Kong businessman in the mahogany business, and secretly in the spinach business, so he has also pulled together a number of Hong Kong celebrities to give the park a stand. And it is rumored that the local gangs in Hong Kong have also invested in this park. 7 gun-toting assholes, 12 gunmen. Nothing wrong with that, Mr. Chen. For the sake of the quickness of the mission, we can go and attack the Great Sage Park now. The old Sioux team leader chuckled, not looking at these gunmen at all. The lean old man's identity on the surface was that of a wealthy Malaysian businessman specializing in import and export business. The cold country actress, who understood Chinese, burst into tears of joy and put her hand on the backrest of the sofa. In broken Chinese, she asked, "Can you, please, bring Jean Lai here alive? He sold my sister to Red Romance after abusing her, and I want to kill him myself." Bang. Mr. Shen threw a slap on the face of the Cold Kingdom actress, and a dense killing intent surfaced in his eyes. "I didn't give you permission to open your mouth." After covering her face and thinking for a moment, the Cold Kingdom actress came to Mr. Shen and knelt down to defend something. After a few seconds, a look of relief appeared on Mr. Shen's face. He said in Mandarin, "I'll raise you 20 more American dollars if you can bring Jean Rai alive." Chapter 26, you guys are going to take the RPG off the road. So, the money in Kinlei's personal account, as well as the money in the corporate account at Grand Essay Park, these, how? Old team leader Su asked tentatively. Mr. Shen said with disdain, "If you have the means, this money is yours. I'm not asking. I just want this man to die a miserable death. Or you bring him here and I'll have my men do it." "Then thank you so much." Old team leader Su beamed. "Who of these supervisors who come to do spinach parks don't have 70 or 80 US dollars to their name? There's at least $300 to $500 US in the big Sacred Park Company account, and that's a lot of money." As for the gun-toting henchmen, almost all of them were Kim Lei's fellow village hairdressers, probably worth a little less, but a dozen or so US dollars. Just take theirs down, under a whipping and torture. Their money and the parks. It's old Su and Yi Chen's. Sure, there may be a fair share for Skywater as shelter costs, but that's what it should be spent on. As for the owner of Great Essay Park, such small parks are like straws. One batch is cut this year and a new batch will come next year. After all, these owners and supervisors would still be on death row or tortured to death if they didn't have the means to pay the local vigilantes the hundreds of dollars they have to pay every year for land and tea. Skywater is merely strong enough to take these small parks and use them as food. If you want to blame it on Jean Rai's bad luck that the sister of the woman he cheated on managed to hook up with a rich Malaysian businessman. There's nothing going on, so you guys go ahead. I don't care about anything else, but I'm hoping that by 6 a.m. I'll be able to see the video, or see the people. After Mr. Shen finished speaking, he gave the bodyguard a look. A few Malay bodyguards, coming to Yi Chen and Lao Su, reached out and asked the two to leave. Old Su picked up the documents and patted Yi Chen's leg, signaling Yi Chen to come along. 10 minutes later, there were people of all colors sitting in the Hong Kong-style tea house across the street from the hotel. The Old Su team leader ordered 2 drinks and walked outside the cafeteria to make a phone call, to make sure that Jean Rai was now inside the park. Yi Chen, on the other hand, opened the live broadcast and aimed the camera into the tea house. Little Tai Ho, anchor. What mission? Liaoning Iron Brother, anchor. You guys are being secretive. What's the big deal? Little White Bird, anchor. Are you guys going to play a flying car shootout again? It feels like you guys are like the protagonists of a shootout game. Kim Jong-kook, I'm afraid to film the process of taking a mission. So maybe it's some kind of little Yakuza mission. Kim Jong-kook, anchor. You still need to practice. Learn more about our god Madonsik when you have time. That's the tough guy who specializes in mercenaries like you. Watanabe-san, in a riddle. What is the hardest thing on a man in the cold country? Data, not that anyway. Nguyen Van Moon, the Han River is full of the smell of a certain brother. Dukta, is it the mouth? On Watanabe Hill, right answer. Kim Jong-guk, ACI bar asterisk asterisk. The Waterboys didn't get to talk for a few moments before bickering again. Yi Chen, on the other hand, spoke about the mission. Roughly, but hid Mr. Shen's name and identity, using the name of a certain gold master to address him. As for the Great Sage Park in Kinley, he also used pseudonyms. Ichiro Hashimoto, asterisk 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 you two are going to 19 guys with guns. Little Taipa, I kind of understand why you guys are making so much money. Awesome old man. Fadiu, I'm thoroughly not envious of the anchor. This is really a gun to the head mission. Kim Jong-guk, anchor. I've got a funeral one-stop shop for you. Many sailors were shocked by the number of enemies. Yi Chen then explained, stating that the 12 gunmen, all of them were natives. They were poor local men who made $100 a month, were extremely bad shots and had even less will to fight, and had nothing to fear. As for the 7 men with guns, they are all of southern Minnesota descent though. However, they weren't even ex-soldiers, and couldn't even be compared to real mercenaries. Even with Yi Chen's explanations, the water users were still giving Yi Chen the business of zombie a dragon or coffin customization, until really have specialized in the coffin business of the Chinese. Into the live broadcast room, Crazy Message said that their own coffins can be in accordance with the idea of Yi Chen to order. To Yi Chen completely whole speechless, Yi Chen leaned his phone against his drinking cup and looked at the old Su team leader who was on the phone in front of him. Soon, old team leader Su came back and said, The situation is true. The intelligence is also true. Jean Lai is in the park right now. But for normal missions, there are usually drone flyers that are responsible for sniping the enemy on the perimeter, and then computer hacking into the other side's surveillance systems, disrupting their deployments and operations, and having snipers and support hands. However, this is a configuration only used when going to kill some big shot in the Middle East, or a high-ranking member of a multinational conglomerate. Killing a park supervisor like this would be unnecessary. Yechen is training towards being a raider. The old Su team leader was supposed to be a support hand, and could also double as a raider. So he'd just take a trip back to the office, get a drone to use for observation, and then just get 2 RPGs and quadruple vision night vision devices, and then just force the attack. Little Tahoe, you guys didn't say you had RPGs. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, *******, you guys are going to take a bazooka for the road? Playing a park and you guys are actually using RPGs. It's too much. It's too much. Yichen didn't look at the live feed and patiently listened to the old Su leader arranging the details of the battle. When he heard that the Great and Holy Park was holding over 300 Chinese, 200 Cold Kingdom and Eastern Japanese, and dozens of Europeans, he couldn't help but have his cheeks twitch as he asked, just one big supervisor, a couple of small supervisors, plus dozens of henchmen and a dozen gunslingers were able to keep so many people in check? 7 armed henchmen, 12 gunmen, that's Kinley's own men. The other 3 supervisors, 2, had henchmen, only they couldn't keep up with Supervisor Kinley's firepower or numbers. Old Su said with a disdainful face, human nature is like this. What's more, do you think that people who are capable and can make things happen will be tricked into coming here? Will they come here with the idea that they can get rich by messing with spinach? Yi Chen's cheeks twitched, but on second thought, yes, but who would go to the park if they could? 97%, if not 98%, go voluntarily. They knew before they went there what kind of work they were going to do. They were going to speculate. They just weren't masters who would fight back after being beaten. As for the remaining 2% and 3%, they were tricked into going over there. And it's hard to make a boat out of a single tree. So even if they resisted, it wouldn't be much use. This time, we're only responsible for catching Jean Rai. Those park piggies, we don't care. This single mission will cost $60, and as a rule, the local vigilante takes 20%, $12. That leaves 48, $24 for you and 24 for me, and as for the $20 for catching Jean Rai alive, that's also an equal share. Old team leader Su continued, originally, you weren't supposed to participate in this mission, but Supervisor Elizabeth explained it, so you can, and, for this mission, the company doesn't take commission. After you reach T7 level, for every single mission, the company will also take 20%. After you finish your drink, get in the car and go. Chapter 27, I bet on Anchor Karma. H2 Hummer. Driving back to the county seat with the evening breeze, Yi Chen leaned on the co-pilot and smoked a cigarette, thinking about the mission later. The cell phone was still on the tactical jacket hanging from his chest, taking pictures of the scenery going back. After leaving the Gold Coast city, the lights were getting fainter and fainter, and after passing through the slums, we entered the desert highway and had to drive another 30 kilometers or so before reaching the county. Old team leader Su drove, puffed on her cigar, and said, it's a private order. A friend of Supervisor Elizabeth's commissioned it. So, we didn't go to Supervisor Sean to get the assignment, but the boss who knew about it didn't count on it because the honorarium wasn't high. But when you go back after completing the mission, don't talk about it, it's not good to cause offense. Yi Chen responded, sensing that his cell phone was vibrating. Someone had swiped a gift. He picked it up and looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room, which had soared to more than 4,000 people, and the number was still increasing. New to the water, in handing out $0, 50 or $1, swag. The old water boys were quarreling. Kim Jong-guk, ACI bar. Are you people so unruly? Kadada, no wonder it's a temporary trip inside the city to pick up a quest. Taladetsky, I guess it takes someone of a certain status to entrust things to the company the anchor works for, right? Little Taba, definitely. Looking at this situation of the Tianxue company, it must specialize in serving dignitaries from various countries. Kim Jong-guk, no matter what the situation is, the boss should be given a cut. You Chinese are not loyal at all. Liaoning Tai big brother, Kim Jong-kook, come to Liaoning. I'll treat you to a good meal. Kim Jong-guk, what's good to eat? Is it watermelon? Liaoning iron brother, no. I'll treat you to Jamusi big crunch. The water friends kept bickering, and along the way the online audience gradually broke through to 6,000 people. The H2 Hummer had just driven into the county, when Old Su said once again, the money in the account of the Great Sage Park Company, as well as the money on them, If we can get it, when the time comes, you and I will see how to divide it. Because, these Yakuza, a lot of times they use you. That's an electronic currency similar to dollars. You need to go to a coin dealer to exchange it for American dollars. And you'll incur a commission in the middle. When the time comes, we'll see if we can find a coin dealer who's out there. Or if we can find a dedicated person at the company to exchange it. What do you think? Yi Chen froze. The old team leader Su was a little too nice to himself, right? Hold on. Supervisor Elizabeth. Shu Wanqing. Old team leader Su doesn't think of me as the boss's future niece-in-law. Does he? Never mind. The money in the park account. The money on Jinrai and the others. Let's just say we can get it. Old Su saw Yi Chen casually responded to 2 sentences. Did not say much. The car back to the company downstairs. Instructed Yi Chen to wait in the car. He went to the company to get the equipment. This mission, only the 2 of them. Not long afterward, a few of the company's security personnel, accompanying Lao Su, came down with their equipment. Lao Su successively placed an M60 general-purpose machine gun in 2 RPGs, as well as 2 cartridges, in the back seat, and took a silver-white suitcase from the security officer, from which he took out a large drone, debugged it, and made sure it was okay, then put the drone back in the suitcase, and placed the suitcase in the back seat as well. Yi Chen got out of the car and looked at the 2 pairs of 4-eye night vision devices that the security personnel brought over, and was a little curious. He rented a monocular night vision device, and it was the first time he had been exposed to a quadruple vision device. The phone buzzed. Another waterbender had swiped a gift. Yi Chen felt that he could take his cell phone and live broadcast the 4-eye night vision device. Brothers, this GPNV G18 night vision device, open the door or not? Kotobuki, open the door. Absolutely open the door. Open it to the level of torture. Little White Bird, military-grade quadruple vision night vision devices, officially priced at $40,000 apiece. Da-da-da-da, anchor. Be careful out on the mission today. You're in this outfit. A lot of it is rented. If it's knocked out, the bounty you earn on this mission may not be enough to pay for it. Kim Jong-guk, monkeys with night vision devices. Learning from people. Liaoning Iron Brother, you dead stick. I see you need the general's favor. Kim Jong-guk, I don't care about you low-quality Chinese. Anyway, I've already connected the anchor to the funeral one-stop shop business. Cuckoo Bird, today. Did you take too much stick and gun medicine? Speaking so aggressively? Little Tai Bao, it's probably because a certain brother ate too much and went to the top. Yi Chen didn't count too much. List equipment and then got on the car. A few minutes passed and the H2 Hummer pulled up to a factory gate. The gate to this factory. A blue tin gate on one side surrounded by a white garden wall with electrified barbed wire fencing. Has only one building inside. The 26-story building was extremely spacious and could house a couple thousand people. There is a post to the left of the tin gate. It says it's a post, but it's really a tin security booth with a Persian man carrying an AK-47. The local indigenous gunman, team leader Lao Su backed the car into a corner, avoiding the observation view of the security booth, took out the silver-white suitcase, and lifted the drone into the air first, targeting the campus buildings for observation. Yi Chen got out of the car and checked the guns again. Main weapon M4A1, sidearm block pistol. For this battle, no sabers will be used. The company also did not promote knife fighting, even at close quarters, and promoted the use of the Mozambique shooting method. After Yi Chen completely checked it out, he saw that old Su was wearing VR glasses and was still maneuvering the drone, investigating the situation. He then picked up his phone and looked at it, and the number of people in the live stream soared to 7,000. 7,000 spectators, originating from countries all over the world, would have been clamoring, especially the stick country waterbenders, who didn't believe at all that Anchor and Lao Su could accomplish the task. The old fans of China, on the other hand, are furiously disliking the stick. Kotobukuro, someone said that Madanshi is the best. Come on, this is a gunfight, not a punk fight. Kim Jong-kook, even Godma Dong-suk can't do it in your eyes? I don't think you guys have any tough guys. Men like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, and other muscle-bound men are the symbols of strength. Liaoning Iron Brother, what? Bigger muscles, can resist a few more bullets? Little Taiho, in modern warfare, the bigger the muscle, the bigger the area of the bullet point, the easier it is to be hit. Sunny Dabaima, what was added to the cabbage that Shandong Netizen sold to the stick? Kotobukuro, stick's spicy cabbage is spiked with nitrites. That stuff causes cancer and affects your brain. Kim Jong-guk, you low-quality Chinese. If you have the guts, let's make a bet. I bet the Anchor will be karma tonight. Kim Jong-guk, the Anchor is not a fierce man like Stallone, and you want two people to have to fight dozens of other people's parks. It's just looking for death. Cuckoo Bird, if you lose, go fruit run. Take a video to prove it. Kim Jong-kook, I can't lose. Two people fighting dozens of people. I just can't lose. Lone Wolf, I also bet on the anchor to die. Heavenly Rewards, I'm also betting on the anchor to die. Several Chinese black fans who came in afterward started betting on the anchor's death. Chapter 28, Are you holding a burning stick? Yi Chen saw the live broadcast, the stick country netizens and Chinese black fans, all betting on their own death. He took a drag on his cigarette and said, Black fans, tonight, if I don't die, when you all come to the Middle East in the future, I'll treat you to seaweed and egg drop soup. If you have the honor of being my men, or captives, I'll send one of you in 5 different directions to attack Washington. When the time comes, remember to say hello to King Understanding for me. Kim Jong-guk, anchor, help me bring a good one to Hades. Ruan Wenyu, anchor, what are your last words to give? Heavenly Rewards, kid, you're not too old. It's a pity. There's nothing uncle can do to help you. Here's 30 knives. Take it. Lonely got wolf, young people, want to get rich, understandable, but 2 people fighting dozens. Heaven's Way, and Lone Wolf, each swiped a $29.9 US gift for Yi Chen. It means that people are leaving, so send some gifts as an e-seat. It's $30, which translates to about 210 Chinese dollars. This is the amount of money that a lot of people like to give away when they have a meal, but also the amount of money that they will play with. Yi Chen's cheeks twitched, and the other waterbenders cried and laughed. Many old fans are explaining in the comments section, citing examples of how bullish Yi Chen is in front of him, flying cars to chase people, etc. But the black fans didn't listen at all, and made up their minds to think that Yi Chen and Old Su were going to die. In their eyes, even if the gunmen are $100 a month, the numerical advantage is there. You can't have 2 people, even with a bazooka, that can beat dozens of people. There's just about 20 of Jinrai's men. There's other little supervisors who have been there. This must add up to dozens of people. One of you fights a platoon? What? Are you 2 living King Kong or Iron Rohan? Can't be killed by guns, can't be annihilated by cannons? Yi Chen was almost certain after slowing down for a while. This gang of black fans, led by the sticks and monkeys of Kim Jong-kook and Nguyen Van Moon, then a group of Chinese uncles in their 50s and 60s who were stubborn in their thinking, such as Heavenly Rewards, Lone Wolf, Silence is Golden, firmly believe that Yi Chen will be karma. They had already started discussing in the comments section what kind of wine everyone was going to drink when they ate the e-seat later, and various patterns of beer and liquor were constantly being posted in the comments section. The black fans had fun picking and choosing, and in the end, a certain unknown white wine recommended by Heavenly Rewards was used as the e-seat wine pairing for the meeting to be held later. Live chat pop-ups, only display text, but the right side of the chat box. It is possible to send pictures, only the picture will be compressed smaller, but everyone can see. Lone Wolf and Heavenly Reward. That's you too, isn't it? The anchor remembers you too. You're the 2 that make the most noise. Don't let the anchor catch you too, or the anchor will take the M4A1 and smoke your old chase. After Yi Chen's mouth cannon a few sentences, as usual, he began to say some live talk, and then he had to put on his cell phone. And he didn't look at the live room the whole time. He spoke. Everyone, tap subscribe and become an Anchor Iron fan. You'll be reminded that the anchor is on. Also, check out the Anchor Wish gift and remember to give one if it looks good. Cheapest frozen chariot, $138, 8 US. A few minutes later, he plugged the phone into his tactical jacket, stabilized it, and put on his quadruple vision night vision. With the addition of quadruple vision night vision, the 120-degree visual observation has a better field of view. It didn't take long for the Old Su team leader to return with the drone under his control. After loading the drone in VR glasses, he set the M60 general-purpose machine gun in the back seat, on the front hood of the car, and brought up the RPG. The drones have thermal imaging. People are here. This building. This is the only gate. 1 exit. Surrounded by electrified barbed wire. Jinrai and 4 supervisors. This will be playing mahjong on the 25th floor. 5 men with Minnesotan henchmen, almost 20 or so, and about 40 local gunmen. But, minus Jinrai's own Minan men and 12 gunslingers, the other fellows don't necessarily dare to make an enemy of us, and just fight their way right in. Supervisor Elizabeth, the local palace sheriff has been notified and the owner of the Grand Essay Park is staying neutral. We his men and he stays neutral? Yi Chen froze. He can remain hostile. Ah, then take him out as well. Old Su spoke flatly. Okay. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Quickly, he picked up his M4A1 on his back and another RPG and followed Old Su out of the corner. Kim Jong-guk, there's 2 RPGs for you can get. Heavenly Rewards, after this thing breaks down the door. It won't do much good. I'm waiting for the anchor karma. Silence is golden, fighting is not a game. People will hide. These 2 RPGs will take out 7 or 8 people at most, and the other gunmen will still be able to kill the anchor. Ruan when the bazooka goes off and the big guns rush out, that's the end of the anchor. A bunch of black fans out there talking sour. Yi Chen and Old Su carried their RPGs and arrived a few dozen meters in front of the blue gate. Old Su spit out her cigar, saw the blue door, a teasing look appeared on her face, and yelled, "Babes, I've got a midnight snack for you." He pulled the trigger. Hoo hoo hoo. The tail gas of the bazooka erupted and the projectile whizzed out, heading straight for the blue door. Rolling. Two large blue iron gates were blown directly inside the park. TSK, 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 TSK. The gates of this Thai park are too bad. I should have known to just take one RPG and one cartridge. Forget it, took 2 cartridges and tossed them back. Yi Chen, put the big fireworks on your shoulder and show them. Old team leader Su patted Yi Chen on the back and said jokingly. Yi Chen froze. The gate had been blasted open, and it was inappropriate to blast the wall again. So the only thing left was the security booth. This will be. The security booth is broken. The injured middle-aged Persian man, carrying an AK-47, panicked, ran out, saw the RPG on Yi Chen's shoulder, subconsciously knelt down directly on the ground, and placed the AK on the ground in front of him, and then raised his hands, gibbering in Persian. Ruan Winyu, Kim Jong-guk, why? Silence is golden, what the hell? You got a fire stick? Shoot me. Heavenly rewards, it must be in arrears, or it wouldn't be like this. Yi Chen was a bit dazed when he saw that the other party had surrendered, so he didn't bother to move the firing position of the bazooka. Old Su hurriedly moved Yi Chen's hand and said with a bitter smile, there's no need to blast him with a bazooka. He's over $100 American a month, he's not going to fight us. Just tell him to off. When he finished, he stepped forward and shouted in Persian. When the Persian man across the street heard this, he got up on his ass, didn't even want his gun, and ran out of sight in less than a few seconds. Coming down. Minnesota men. Who led the gunman? Fire the RPG. Old Su greeted Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not go through the RPG training, only after roughly aiming, then rushed to the park's Menon pretty boys, sent the most sincere evening greetings. Chapter 29, This is a takedown? Shoo away. The rocket hit the entrance to the campus building and instantly exploded. The first 6 Minnesota pretty boys and 4 gunmen who rushed down were reimbursed on the spot. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to charge straight inside, wait for them guys with guns to come down, then clean up. Otherwise, it's a pain in the ass to burst up layer by layer, and there's only 2 of us. After the Old Su team leader finished speaking, he signaled Yi Chen to wait for a few minutes. Kim Jong-kook, Sukbae, stupid actually want to wait for people to come down, then attack. Have not seen so looking for death Nguyen Van Moon, these park thugs. They're not those aboriginal gunslingers Anchor, you're dead. The black fans came on strong, cursing Yi Chen to death one after another. Yi Chen then didn't look at the live broadcast, so naturally there was no way to respond. A few minutes later, more than 20 Menon pretty boys, plus more than 30 gunmen, came out one after another from the exit of this building. These indigenous gunmen, in their slippers, come out with AK-47s. The Menon pretty boys were holding pistols and shooting out randomly one after another, wanting to scare Old Su and Yi Chen with such means. Almost. Let's go inside. The Old Su team leader sneered a bit and raised his M60 general purpose machine gun, opening the way in front of him, clattering and strafing. Anum. Bang. 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 Anum. Slam. With the 7.62mm bullets from the M60 general purpose machine gun, the 2 southern Minnesota pretty boys were less lucky and were swept to their deaths on the spot. The gunmen, who had been clattering and firing, twisted their heads and ran for the corner when they saw such heavy fire from the opposite side. The Old Su team leader was a bit of a rambler, fighting mostly southern Minnesota pretty boys and rarely killing the local gunslingers. Yi Chen did the same, holding an M4A1 and almost shooting at the sight of the pretty Menon boy. This spinach park is the worst of them all. It didn't take long for Yi Chen and old team leader Su to kill their way into the courtyard of the park. When the dozens of indigenous gunmen saw Yi Chen and Lao Su come in, and saw the Tianshui Company logo pattern on their tactical jackets, they immediately smiled with joy, put down their AKs, knelt on the ground, and surrendered with their hands held high. Roll on, roll on, roll on, get out of here. The Old Su group leader cursed for a while and then spoke in Farsi. 30 or so native gunmen, guns not wanted, ran out of the park as fast as they could. Guns are issued by the sheriff's department. They're not your own property, and saving your life is a priority. Such gunmen are forced by the vigilantes to be hired by the parks to keep an eye on the parks and avoid them running away and not paying the vigilantes. But the actual paychecks to the gunslingers themselves were very small. Lone Wolf, my enthusiastic horse. Silence is golden, anchor only 2 people You more than 30 people, more than 30 AK Actually surrender? I'm pissed off. Kotobukuro, you old farts upstairs. Do you want me to order you some quick-acting heart pills? If you do, call me Dad. Qinsher Huang in the world, Old Su said this kind of gunfighter earns more than $100 a month, which is equivalent to $700 or $800. Emperor Qinsher Huang is alive, a few $100s a month. What kind of life are you playing with? Heavenly rewards, I thought about Anchor and Old Su, possibly disguised as Rambo, putting on an over-the-top show, but I didn't think that they would actually surrender. A large number of black fans, completely taut, when many middle-aged and old-aged black fans thought about it. When Yi Chen and Old Su went in with their MA-41s, the 35 gunmen surrendered en masse and then ran away. Tonight, I'm afraid they'll all be so angry that they won't be able to sleep for half the night. Yi Chen was also shocked when he saw this scene. No wonder, the leader of the group dared to come to this mission with me alone. On second thought, if I were a gunfighter, I wouldn't resist. $100 or so a month is more than $100 a month, and only people with a pit in their head resist. Anyone who can punch the sky and fire 3 shots is already doing the park owner a favor. The dozen or so remaining Minnesota pretty boys include 5 supervisors. They huddled behind a row of tin shacks in the courtyard, an area for the gunners to rest. When the Old Su team leader saw that they didn't come out, he laughed badly and took his M401, rushing at the upper and middle areas of the tin house and shooting. Clattering sound, clatter, of horses' hoofs. The bullet passed easily through the tin house. If it wasn't for Old Su deliberately raising the muzzle of his gun, he would have already swept that group of pretty boys to death. A good while later, after Old Su had swept up a magazine, the Minnesota pretty boys behind the teepee were already trembling with fear. It's okay to let them bully the common people, but in real combat, it's totally inadequate. It wasn't long before the pretty boys knew something was wrong when they realized the gunmen had all run off. Individual pretty boys quietly poked their heads out, and through the faint light of the building, they were extremely horrified when they saw that the people coming were Yi Chen and Old Su. Luckily for this pretty boy, he stuck his head out first, not his gun out first. Otherwise, Old Su and Yi Chen were armed with 4-eye night vision and could see very clearly. They would have shot this guy the first time he stuck his gun out and sent him to report to Hades. Now, Old Su's gun didn't move down to sweep them straight to death. That's in case it sweeps Gene Rai to his death. You won't be able to get the extra $20 American. After that pretty boy saw the people clearly, he quickly shouted, Don't shoot. They all know each other. Old team leader Su, what's going on here? We're here in the Great Sacred Park. Don't shoot. We can talk about it. A slightly accented Mandarin came out. That pretty boy, seeing that Old Su and Yi Chen didn't continue shooting, tentatively stretched out half of his body. Yi Chen took a look and saw that it was the Chinese youth who had just caught the piglets and had honored himself and the group leader with $20,000 US. This Chinese youth forced out a smile. Old team leader Su, isn't this the Dragon King's temple? We all know each other. Don't be in a hurry. People, we've got some talking to do. We can work it out. Ruanwenyu, they your lair. You guys actually said it was okay to talk? Little Taba, if we don't talk about it, Old Su and the anchor will take the M401 and teach them how to do things. Sunny Big White Horse, the anchor said they were trash. Now I really believe it. A lot of the old fans were, well, speechless. You guys have a dozen men and a dozen guns. So a wave. Soon, the Old Su group leader shouted for them to throw out their guns and walk out one by one. The Chinese youth tried to haggle. After being responded to with a barrage of bullets by the Old Su team leader, whooshing, rustle of skirts, a dozen blocks were thrown out. Chinese youth and other 15 Minan pretty boys, one by one, walked out, came to the place where there was a light, and squatted down. Kim Lei, a big supervisor, was among them, and said he needed to call his boss and ask for instructions. Old team leader Su went up and gave Gene Rai a big kick. The 4 small supervisors, including the Chinese youth, etc., were like criminals, holding their heads and crouching on the ground. Data, 2 people, ending a park with dozens of gunmen? The sky is the way to reward hard work. I day mud pinched la lua, that's a gun, not a burning stick. 2 not useful. Chapter 30, is this the supervisor? Kim Jong-kook, Yet. Filming doesn't act like this. Kim Jong-kook, anchor, you feel like playing me. You play me 100%. Kotobuki, stick, remember to run, or else, I'm a hacker, and I'll blow up all your messages. Kim Jong-guk, You're a hacker, can you compromise? I'm the man of Dahan Kingdom. Go fruit run. ACI right. Not so good, right? Little Taibao, then give the anchor a wish gift, or I'll pop you an account. Little Taiho originally thought that he would intentionally say that he was a hacker to scare Kim Jong-kook. As a result, the honest and stupid Kim Jong-kook really swiped the first wish gift for Yi Chen. It's the frozen chariot worth $138. 80 US. Yi Chen heard his cell phone ringing frequently, but it was too late to check it. Many of the Chinese water users were a bit baffled. Kim Jong-guk, this stick waterboy is a bit of an oddball. Quite inviting, ferocious. The result is because of the fear of being hacked to explode the message, and do not want to go to the fruit of the run. Decisive brush gift thing, resulting in a lot of water friends are angry and laugh. Old team leader Sue. I'm the big supervisor of the park, and our two companies are just a kilometer or two away. Today, when you guys suddenly killed it, but the vigilante didn't show up, I knew something was wrong. Ji-Lai licked his face and said with a smile, look at it this way, how about $10 for tea and you let me make a phone call? The old Sue nodded, and when Ji-Lai dialed the phone, he realized that after dialing several times in a row, he didn't pick up, and then his face changed greatly. The four small supervisors, including the Chinese youth, also had extremely ugly faces. All guessed what it meant. The boss has treated us like outcasts. Tian Shui is so powerful that the boss can't afford to mess with it, so he can only eat this boring loss. Old team leader Sue, we don't know why you've come looking, but if you're going to dispose of us, don't sell us to another park. We have the money. One can redeem oneself. We can transfer money now. We have American dollars in addition to you. Both can be transferred. Several supervisors, scrambling to be the first to speak, fearing that old Sue would turn around and sell them to other companies after he had taken care of things. Don't look at them as supervisors here. It's not uncommon for them to be unlucky enough to walk outside one day and be treated like piggies after being caught by another park. As luck would have it, he was discovered by his own boss, who would go to another park and buy him back. Bad luck. That's the end of it. How they cleaned up the piggies. The Don't Get Park cleaned them up. It would be miserable to be a piglet. Dada Dadwa, I've seen a lot on the internet. Videos of them torturing piggies, and I thought they were very ruthless. But it turns out, they're actually people like this. Tolov driver, there's an old word in the country of China. I think it's called something like, those who eat food are handsome. And it's normal to have such a situation. Emperor Qin Shi Huang on earth, hot knowledge, only guys who can't make it in the country go to the park. Like the park fighters, who are one of the most wasted groups of that class. No matter what class they were originally from. Sunshine Pony, what a bunch of trashy people. A lot of fans can't stand to watch. They pressed for this kind of park supervisor who was in the spinach and picking body parts business. Should be very ruthless and very bullish characters. As a result, in front of Yi Chen and old team leader Sue, who had received semi-military training, they would actually be wasted like this. It's really just a case of only being able to bully ordinary people, but anyone with a little bit of power can ride on their heads and wreak havoc. Yi Chen saw that the old Sue team leader took his cell phone and U-Shield and transferred all the US dollars on the 5 supervisors and 10 juniors to his electronic account and U-Shield. The old Sue team leader was all red and said, these guys, they actually have 120 US dollars, plus 30 U. 30 U is almost 30 US dollars. That's 150 American dollars. Let's go back and split it. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Wei Wei's medical expenses. It was unlikely that this wave would be able to come together. These parks are real moneymakers. No wonder the local vigilantes use them as blood packs. When the old Sue team leader saw this look on Yi Chen's face, he even smiled and said to Yi Chen, there's still money from the park account. Now you'll not only be able to cure your sister, you'll be able to buy your sister a big house. This little girl's family should be rich. Change the habit of eating staple food. And abalone and lobster can be full. You also have to wear LV slippers when you go out. A pair of them you wear for a day and then lose them. And you change all kinds of luxury cars and watches every day. Yi Chen couldn't stop the smile on his face as he listened. Growing up with a younger sister, it would be nice to give her such a good living condition. Then it's worth it to be here at the point of a knife yourself. Senior. Sue was starting to ask for money from the park account. Old team leader Sue, you can't move the money in the company's account. Grand Supervisor Jean Rai said eagerly, the Great Sage Park. Outsiders call it the park. Only they will internally refer to it as the company. Old Sue went up and kicked Jean Rai so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. The Chinese youth asked stiffly, old team leader Sue, we don't know how we offended you, but I'm guessing that you guys were able to come. Presumably because some piglet's family found Skywater and paid for you to come. In that case, take whoever you want. We have the money on us, and we have given it to you, so you let us go. Just as the words fell, this Chinese youth was shot in the head by old team leader Sue. The other supervisors and pretty boys, trembling with fear, did not have the slightest bit of the might they used to have when they abused the piggies. Old team leader Sue spat on the Chinese youth's bloody head. What a lot of nonsense. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he smelled the smell of blood, and a sense of excitement appeared on his face. This type of park supervisor abuses women, beats non-performers like pork, and kills people from time to time. Those who are killed are dragged out into the desert and buried. Now he's been killed by old Su. Not only did Ji Chen not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, he instead felt good about killing. Heavenly rewards, the screen has been recorded. The anchor will never come back in this life. Silence is golden, anchor. We lost the bet. But you don't want to go back to your country. Lonely got wolf, anchor. You're fighting violence with lawlessness. You're no different than these park supervisors. Kotobukiya, so, what? Human evolution didn't call on the three of you? Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive. I see three old codgers who can't afford to fail. And surely life isn't as good as it could be. Sunny little white horse, compared to the acid-talking stick, who at least knows how to admit his mistakes. These three old codgers, those are real assholes. This time the cursing came back and the mood value whooshed up. However, Yi Chen didn't look at it, as he was on a mission. He would almost never look at the live broadcast situation. The old Su team leader was forced to ask some questions, and learned that the park financial personnel are in the park building, and then shot. Bang, 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 bang bang. 13 shots were fired, killing the 13 pretty boys, leaving only Kinley. Jinlai was overjoyed and slowly stood up to look at the old Su team leader. You still remember old feelings? We've been good brothers since you came to our park last year to raise a man. And I'm inviting you to go to Red Romance and get 4 more women. Tonight, let's play openly and see who plays those women to death. The words had just fallen. The old Su group leader's MA-41 gun aimed at Jinlai. Jinlai was so scared that she fell to her knees. Why? Chapter 31 Anchor. Let me get some electricity. Jinlai was full of confusion. Killing them but not me. Doesn't that mean letting me go? Now. Why are you pointing a gun at my head? Old Su snorted coldly. You cheated a cold countrywoman before. That woman's sister. Evening a big shot. This time, it's that big shot that sent us over here to get you. The big man. Waiting for you right now in the city of Gold Coast. At those words, Jinlai slumped helplessly to the floor. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, small, can get you ah? Who will play dead women first? You will be played dead by the gold master later. Heavenly rewards, this is the victim's family. Found the big brother. If it were an ordinary person, would they be treated like this? It's time to reflect. Little Tahoe, come on. Who put this reflection monster in here? Normal people. Who the hell would come here? Little white bird, should I say no? Comparing this reflection monster. I think the stick is all browbeaten and the ghosts are all showy. Data, Chinese water friends above. The anchor has already introduced the situation regarding ordinary people. Taladetsky, 97 or 8% of the people who can come to the park do so voluntarily and know what they're doing here. And they deserve to be beaten. Daftada, those who are purely tricked into coming here are nature's superior. Daftada, even if it's really an ordinary person who was caught here, that can only be considered as his bad luck. And no one needs to reflect on that because it's normal to go out away from your hometown, which in itself has an element of danger. Heavenly rewards, these uncles, posting reflective words in the comments section, one after another, say strange things. The young domestic water friends, knowing that this group of old codgers is intentional, simply direct all kinds of dices. Many European and American water friends, instead, patiently explain to them up. They also say that survival itself is inherently risky. So why should the group reflect on it because it happened to one person? A large number of European and American water friends, after serious and pious explanations, directly give, heavenly reward, dry speechless. Heavenly rewards, this group of black fans would have liked everyone to learn from the advanced and great Western civilization after reflecting on it. As a result, the advanced and great white father in their eyes, personally came down to patiently explain. They are not speechless. From his tactical belt, Old Su pulled out a bundle of tactical rope and told Yi Chen to tie Jinlai up. It didn't take long for the two men to escort Jinlai up to the finance room on the 24th floor. Several financial staff, upon seeing the big supervisor tied up and the fierce Yi Chen and Old Su coming in, were scared like quails. Old Su threw a U-shield directly over. Transfer all the U's in dollars in your park account. To me, and don't ask why. The 5 finances didn't dare say anything. Bang! Old Su fired a shot out the window, scaring the 5 men who hurriedly began to transfer money. When Yi Chen saw Jinlai squirming, he simply picked up the electric baton on a nearby table and started to electrocute Jinlai, wanting to make Jinlai quieter. Anum. Naughty naughty. Anum. Nuisance. The sound of electricity. The screams kept coming out. 3 minutes later, Jinlai was so electrocuted that he kept writhing on the ground like a big maggot, no longer having the strength to escape. Yi Chen felt that it was idle to be idle, so he proceeded with the electricity. Anyway, this kind of electric stick, unless it dislikes the hard electricity, otherwise, it can't electrocute anyone. It's just numbness. It's fine. Little Taipa, anchor. Move the electric baton down 2 inches. That piece of meat is going to be electrified by you. Sunny little white horse, anchor. I'll give you $1. Can you let me call him? I see this kid. When he is electrocuted, his body will twitch a bit. Quite interesting. Ichiro Hashimoto, anchor. Electrocute his little chase and see the effect. Kotobuko, ghost. You're lacking in virtue, but that's a pretty good trick to use. Silence is golden. Oh my god. This is human abuse. How can you all still scream? You're all a bunch of devils. It's time to reflect on such anti-human behavior. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, this old calf is who put in say strange things. You want to shelve the Northeast. ing 3 days to cut you 9 times. Little white bird, silence is golden. Open your mouth and make fun. Ruanwenyu, this Jean Lai has done all the bad things. Dead girls in his hands. It is estimated that there are more than a dozen. Anchor electricity very normal Liaoning Iron Brother, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Dodwa, Jean Lai hit and electrocuted someone. So it's only right that the anchor electrocute him. A bunch of sailors are attacking. Silence is golden. It didn't take long for Lonely Got Wolf and Heavenly Rewards to come out and help, only to be sprayed by the waterbenders along with them. Yi Chen had intervals of electricity for 7 or 8 minutes. Saw Jean Lai's limbs were electrified to emit the smell of roasted meat. Felt uninterested and did not continue to electricity. He watched old team leader Su get his hands on the money, said a quick hello, and took a tour of this park with his gun in hand. This time, Yi Chen made sure that the gunman and pretty boys ran away and died. So he also picked up his cell phone and checked the situation in the live broadcast. The number of people in the live room directly rose to over 8,000. Added 30 new Iron fans. Harvested a wish gift, Frozen Chariot. I can't believe it's from Stick, Kim Jong-guk. Yi Chen pulled back the chat log only to realize that it was Kim Jong-guk, who had lost the bet and didn't want a fruit run before he brushed it off. And then he burst into tears and laughed. It's kind of a wishful thinking gift you get yourself. Getting a wish gift is rewarded with an additional 2,000 more emotions, in addition to the emotions that can be discounted for the gift itself, and the same emotions rewarded after going off air. Currently, he's checking his emotional value balance, 89, 123, close to 90, 000 plus? This time, the returns were pretty good. Counting the various types of income rewards at the end of the live broadcast, it can definitely break 120, 000 or 130, 000 dollars. When the time comes, let's see if it's better to get the lance or pistol skills. Up to 2 first. Of course, it can also be used to improve the 3 physical levels of fitness, agility and constitution. Yi Chen estimated how much emotion value he was about to get when he did so. Cell phone cameras captured many of the park piggies. Inside a large living room, there were 3 mattresses with 7 or 8 people sleeping on them, both men and women, all with injuries. There were also piggies hanging from stairways, toilets, etc. A lot of water friends are advising after seeing it. Little white bird, anchor. This park, anyway, has already been terminated by you, so why don't you let these piggies go? Little Taibao, 10 piglets. 9 are voluntary, although hateful, but there is that one who was cheated. You let them go, or better than being taken over by other parks. Yi Chen froze when he saw the message. There's no need for me to release it. They can leave now. The park's gunmen and Minnesotans are gone. They just need to hide from the county sheriff's department and not make a big noise to avoid other parks noticing. After you run out of the county, follow the highway. Run 30 kilometers or so to the slums, and 7 or 8 kilometers beyond that, you're in the Gold Coast cities. Then it's even saved. It's not that I'm locking them up, it's that they're not reacting on their own. Little Taiho, so, anchor, remind them of that. Little white bird, they're probably dazed from the beating, and some of them are chained and tied up. So why don't you, anchor, help out? It's kind of doing a good deed. Chapter 32, a bunch of old Virgin Marys. Guys, really let the anchor save them? This matter of saving them, the anchor has to say it first. Yi Chen held his cell phone in his left hand to shoot these piggies, and held his M4A1 rifle in his right hand, staring the piggies, huddled in the corner. In every room he visited, the sense of oppression was pulled full circle as a special forces dressed man in full tactical gear with an M4A1 rifle and quadruple vision night sights walked in from the piggies' viewpoint. These piggies, both male and female, as you can see, some of the piggies are covered in wounds, and some of them don't have any. Yi Chen explained seriously. Those with injuries, there are only 2 possibilities. The first, no performance, beaten. The second one, not happy to spinach and get beaten. As for the ones that don't have much of an injury, they're the ones that have billed. And simply put, the ones that have scammed their way to less beatings. Live fans, let the anchor put them out there. But the anchor has to put the ugly word out first. Don't look at these guys as pathetic, But you have to think about the country. How many uncles and aunts have been cheated out of their pensions and coffin money? A lot of people have been saving for decades, hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to have these calves cheat them out of it all in one night. He's been here for a while, although he didn't go to work in the spinach park. But talking to other veteran members of the group reveals a lot of messages that encompass the various modes of operation and situations in the spinach park. Yi Chen then said once again, and the Great Sage Park also does network spinach. That is, electronic plate. Kill plate these things. There are plenty of young men who lose hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars a night. And the vast majority of these calves are volunteering to do spinach. The waterbenders told the anchor to play them away, feeling sorry for them. But the anchor had to tell all the waterbenders about the situation first. Save it for later, when you guys spray the anchors again. These words caused a ripple in the broadcast room. Little Taipa, I felt sorry for them, but now I see that they're just a bunch of demons. Little White Bird, shoot them all. There must be grievances, but shoot them every other one. There must be leaks. A bunch of cursing in the comments section, and a lot of people changed their tune and said don't put it on. But then again, some of the watermen said that if they don't release them, and these people stay, they might be taken over by other parks as well, and they will continue to cheat people again. Individuals in the water are inquiring how there can be cold countrymen and Europeans and Americans. Didn't the anchor man say, each man gets what he cheats? After this inquiry was made, it immediately caught the attention of the cold country's water friends. Parkies A, anchor said on air before that each one cheats the other. How come a cold countryman got caught in here? Parkies A, I'm going to contact the Cold Kingdom Embassy. You guys, how dare you mess with us Cold Kingdom people? My Cold Kingdom heavenly soldiers will soon be here. Liaoning Iron Brother, Dead Stick. Come on, you guys think you're shooting a cold drama? Also Cold Country heavenly soldiers. He. Little Tai Bao, Stick. Should I contact the lighthouse netizens for you and ask them to notify Selkai to come over here and apologize by kneeling under your Taiji flag? Little White Bird, last century. In the Middle East, there is a Cold Country people were a very small Al-Qaeda kidnapped. Cold Country ambassador lick face to negotiate. The result is that people with AK blasted out of the house. Begged the lighthouse. The lighthouse does not care. Begged or we help to solve the problem. Parkies A, ACI bar. Don't talk nonsense. That's our Dehan Sky soldiers parachuting into the Middle East to free the hostages. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. That stick upstairs. Are you hallucinating from watching Descendants of the Sun? Zayatebo, I think. The degree of Cold Country soju is not high. How to give the stick drink confused? Is it possible that he's drinking fake wine? The comments section was noisy again, and many European and American water users, upon hearing that someone from their own country had been imprisoned in the Great Sage Park, were curious to ask about the situation. As a result, the messages they posted were quickly topped by the messages of the Stick Water Friends and the Chinese Water Friends quarreling. Unable to see, they could only send it a dozen times in a row before Yi Chen saw their message. After Yi Chen saw it, he waved his hand. It's not that uncommon. Just buy it. Jinrai's Great Sage Park, besides targeting mainly within China, is secondly targeting Malaysia. The Gold Master who released the mission was initially given the information that the woman from the cold country that Jean Lai tricked into coming here was tricked by Jean Lai under the name of shooting a desert advertisement when he was filming in Malaysia. As for the 200 or so chilies here, there's only one source, and that's the chilies running the park and dumping them over here. And Jean Lai is supposedly trying to be a spinach dish for the chilies. Those Europeans and Americans in the park came in the same way, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. Once Yi Chen explained this, the water users understood, but the Cold Kingdom sailors are still squabbling. That, Kim Jong-kook, is shutting up. Now, there's Park E-take, Ashiba. If our country knew about these things, even if the Air Force didn't go to the rescue, Ma Dong-suk would have stepped in and punched these assholes, and wouldn't be as indifferent as you are. Little Taibao, friendly reminder, Madani changed to lighthouse nationality. Not you cold country people, do not move to take other countries as an example. This is not polite. Park E-take, Sapachi puppy. After, Parkies A completely broke the defense, the comments section finally quieted down. Yi Chen looked at the comments section of the Water Friends and began to argue again about whether to put or not to put. Solely, he grinned. Guys, I'll open a poll. $1 US to participate in the vote. To release, or not to release. Choose for yourselves. Everyone. If there are a lot of people picking and placing, I'll go from floor to floor and yell at the piggies to run away. And tell them, incidentally, how to do it. If you pick the person who won't release it, then I don't care. And later, when old Sue and I leave, the other parks will come here to grab the piggies. Park E-take, ACI bar. You despicable traitor. Lone wolf, to save these lost sheep, you actually have to charge money. Anchor, You've blackened your heart. Heavenly rewards, you're eating human blood when you want dollars to vote on such a matter of human life. Silence is golden, you're practically lying on their bodies sucking blood. You're more vampire than vampire. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and looked indifferent. I'm a mercenary. I'm supposed to be doing the work of licking blood from the mouth of a knife. As for me eating human blood buns? Hungry and anxious. I also eat human flesh. A bunch of old Virgin Mary. We're cool where to stay. Besides, these piggies. I could have just left them alone. It's not like it's any of my business. It's all you water fans. Some of you let me put it on. Some of you let me not put it on. Then I'm sure I'll have one ticket each to see who gets it. I'm only charging $1 for a ticket, eh? If you're really kind. You're not even willing to pay $7. Are you? If you really hate them, $1 US dollar. Or 7 Chinese dollars. Or 1,450 cold dollars. This is not willing to pay. Don't hit the mouth. I'm this platform. The anchor cursing no limit. Don't force the anchor to greet you. Chapter 33, Anchor. I regret it. Yi Chen set up a paid voting function in the live broadcast room, opening 2 areas, the release, no release, spend a US dollar to reward a small gift and you'll be entered into the poll. This would be, with over 8,000 people on the air, and the poll had been open for just a few seconds, and there were already over 400 votes. This voting period, which will last for 1 minute, will end after 1 minute. Yi Chen plugged his cell phone into his tactical jacket and observed the situation around him. Many of the rooms were closed for piggies, but the piggies were afraid to run. Yi Chen looked through the window at the bottom. A dozen or so pretty boy bodies were still there, and the pistols were on the grounds, but no piggies dared to run out, and there was no telling what the piggies were worried about. Yi Chen inclined his head to look at this office area. Several large rows of computers, the whole with the internet cafe-like. A number of piggies huddled behind the chair. Because the chair was chained to the floor, the piggy's left hand was handcuffed, by the pretty boys, to the arm of the chair, leaving them only one right hand for typing. This time, even if they were afraid of Yi Chen, they could only hide under the chairs and couldn't run far. Park E take, ACI bar. Here are my people of the Dahan Kingdom. We are the noblest. You must vote and let the main player Park EUI take, if you dare to vote against me. I'll see you at the embassy. Little eunuch, men. Take the crazy man upstairs and fork him out. Ichiro Hashimoto, I agree with His Excellency Kotobuki's suggestion, and I kindly suggest that stick should be forked out with a pitchfork. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, this stick-a-look has not been cheated. This place is not no cold country people open spinach park. A lot of water friends for, Park EZE, over-exaggerated behavior. Have 8 net name for a psychiatric hospital dean netizens, and hope that this dean netizens can be admitted to the stick in a good treatment. But there are also a lot of European and American sailors who are in a struggle of ideas. These guys, the spinach guys, must have fooled people. While there really are poor people in there who have been lured here by well-paying jobs, there are more people who have to do spinach voluntarily. Vote no release. This got taken over by other parks and they have to keep ripping people off. It's a dead end. A bunch of waterboys tangled up. Yi Chen picked up his cell phone from time to time to take a look, and he didn't receive any messages from old Sue. Odds are, Sue Sr. is still upstairs asking the park treasurer for money. This act, high and low, counts, killing evil to help the poor. Of course, I'm poorer myself, so help myself first. Besides, the Buddha also said, save others first. This behavior, there is nothing wrong with it. When you make more money in the future, donate some money to your hometown, or donate a school building. That would be quite nice. Yi Chen leaned against the wall, holding his cell phone in his left hand to read the comment section, and holding his M4A1 in his right hand. A group of piggies, each of them looked at Yi Chen in horror, but did not dare to ask questions. Sunshine's great white horse, I'm curious. What did these 3 vote for? Silence is golden. Lonely got a wolf. And heaven's rewards? Silence is golden. It's a fault to vote for anything, rather than vote for it. Little Tai Bao, first time I've ever seen that someone talks about being poor in such a compassionate way. Heavenly rewards, brother's great goodness is not cast for casting, but regarded as not contending for contention. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was alive. Bull's head is not the same as the horse's mouth. The spirit of AQ. Silence is golden, asterisk 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 asterisk. Heavenly rewards, asterisk 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 asterisk. Little Taba, 2 old masters. What are you cursing? It's all asterisks. Can't see stick sent. At least can see a West 8. Soon. A minute passed. Over 3,000 waterboys voted. Votes not to release 891. Votes cast 311. This one vote, generating an amount of $202 US. Yi Chen credited $601, and the platform is going to collect half of it. But it's nice to make an extra $1,600 for a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, the votes are in. Release. Then the anchor will go and yell at them to go away, live the whole time, and release them. But the anchor has a word in advance. Do not blame the anchor if you are not willing to go to get the piggies. Yi Chen's words immediately caused water users to retort. Parky take, how could anyone not go to such a hell-like place? The anchor doesn't want to release it, right? Ruan asks for the moon, anchor. There's no need to have a poll if you don't want to put it up. Yi Chen saw the comment section and skimmed his lips, placing his phone on the bag of his tactical jacket. He went over with his M4A1 and asked, from a piggyback, where the handcuff keys were laid out. Not long after, Yi Chen came back with a large handcuff key, first unlocking the handcuffs of a few piggies, and then distributing these keys to these piggies. You guys, go uncuff the other piggies. Then, tell them to go all the way down and inform the other piggies that they can run. There's no one in the park to stop you guys. We took out all those pretty boys and the gunslingers got away. On the way out of the county, dodge some sheriff's deputies. Get out of the county into the desert. Run down the highway for 30 miles or so, and you'll be in the city of Gold Coast. Then it's considered saved. After Yi Chen was done, those piggies were especially happy and really went to help uncuff the other piggies. Soon, the handcuffs of the 30 or so piggies in this place were all unlocked, but a dozen or so didn't leave. These dozen or so Chinese piggies in their 30s and 40s were all grinning and laughing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked over without any good humor and slapped the piglet with the brightest smile on his face. Why don't you run? Hey, 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 what are you running for? I'm here as a piggy bank. A month to open several single. Cheating a lot of people. Commission are more than 100,000 it. That piggyback was unharmed except for a bit of a bruise on his face, and was the pinning type. He also said very seriously, oh big brother, I know you're doing me a favor, but staying here is the best choice for me. Damn you. Yi Chen punched the man in the stomach, and with another side kick, gave the man a kick to the ground. Marred, get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll shoot at you. The man wasn't annoyed when he was kicked on the floor. Rubbing his leg and giggling for a moment, he got up and ran off to the other room. Anyway, Yi Chen shook his head in a good humor and looked at the other dozen or so people. That one is a pin, so he doesn't want to go. But don't tell me you guys are pinning too. A man who had been beaten up piled on a smile and said, hey, 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 big brother, I have a record in the country on my shelf. This will go, not saved, but in the classroom. Another man whose thighs were beaten a blood red, also said, big brother, I'm in the country, cheated relatives 2 or 3 million, cannot go back. Here, it's quite good. Big brother, I cheated my domestic boss's money to get into online spinach. If I go back, I'll have to squat for at least 10 years. Big brother, 10 years ago, I karma'd someone in the country and I can't go back now. Big brother, I lost a lot of money playing online spinach. I've already cheated my wife and daughter out of the country and sold them to the gangsters in the central and southern peninsula. I wanted to get money to even out my capital, but I still lost. This will go back. I'm going to be squatting in a classroom. I can't leave the park. A dozen men, one by one, explained their problems, giving Yi Chen a whole angry smile. Sunny little white horse, anchor, don't release them, I regret it. Little 100 birds, anchor, I regret it. Let this die in the park. Little typo, at this moment. I understand why the anchor said that 97% of them came to be spinach voluntarily. Chapter 34, you have to use a cannonball to get rid of the hate. Sunny little white horse, once, there was a sincere choice, in front of my eyes, but I didn't treasure it properly. If there is a chance to start over, I want to say, anchor, kill this bunch of Yakuza. Emperor Qin Shi Huang on earth, I thought you guys were victims. And together, this is ing garbage categorization. Little white bird, I thought that you guys were ghosts trying to make a lot of money, but I didn't realize that you were a bunch of animals. Liaoning iron big brother, Malu go a wall. This gang of things on the damned actually have to sell their wives and daughters of the bastard. Parky take, it's rare to be happy for once. You Chinese have your day. Kim Jong-kook, after all this time, it's finally over. A large group of Chinese fans are cursing. The three buddies, Heavenly Rewards, Silence is Golden, and Lone Wolf, would not say a word. On the contrary, the stick water friends, happy to the point of dancing, just short of setting off firecrackers, all kinds of gloating. Yi Chen punched them one by one and walked away without a good reason. Bunch of garbage. Wait until the day you can't get a bill. Just die inside the park. He walked down the stairs to the area where the Cold Kingdom people were being held, his cell phone constantly ringing. When I picked it up, it was the Cold Kingdom waterbenders who were happy and felt that their compatriots could be rescued. Yi Chen took his cell phone and walked in to see that the Cold Country piggies were feverishly discussing various situations. He asked in English, "You guys, aren't you leaving?" Similac, West 8, Smithy. A bunch of Cold Country piggies talk a lot. Yi Chen didn't understand and picked up his phone to try to find the answer in the live broadcast. As a result, surprisingly, I didn't see any messages from the waterbenders of the Chill Country. Normally, the Cold Kingdom water friends are quite active. What? Suddenly disappeared? Chinese sailors and sailors from other countries also don't understand the cold language. Yi Chen then found a Cold Kingdom piglet and asked him to write down his reasons for not leaving in cold text. Then, film yourself with another cell phone for real-time translation. This Cold Country piggyback is writing. Yi Chen's cell phone, which was broadcasting live, had been filming what he had written. The waterbenders can't understand it, but they can also translate it by spacing out and taking screenshots. After the Cold Country piggyback wrote it, Yi Chen used another cell phone to translate it and saw the content. His face went black. Meanwhile, the waterboys took a screenshot of the translation and exploded right after watching it. Little Taba, ******* he well got. This gang of Cold Country piglets actually think the park boss to them entrusted. They have to work hard. Open up the Cold Country spinach plate, so as to entice the Cold Country people. 666 Liaoning Iron Brother, those two sticks. The one with the surname Park, and the one with the surname Kim, come out and see. This is your compatriot, ready to cheat you. Little White Bird, those Chinese piggies don't want to go. They've committed a crime and don't dare to go. These Cold Country people don't want to go. They're trying to make a big ing fortune. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in his lifetime, marred. What a flagship. The general has met a good man. Data, it's too much. It's simply too much. Cold Country water friends, come out and explain. Watanabe Mikami, stick, come out and explain. Is this the Cold Country piglet that your Cold Country sky soldiers are going to rescue? They're going to cheat your mom and dad out of their pensions. The anchor has long said that countries lie to countries. This is really a bunch of aspiring Cold Country people. Ruan Wenyue, these guys are thinking that in the future, when the Cold Country disc of the Great Sacred Park is made, they will also become managers and supervisors? A bunch of netizens were frantically eyeing Cold Country water friends to come out and explain. Parky Take and Kim Jong-kook play dead in place, and don't respond to how they ate. Yi Chen continued to walk towards other places. Other countries piggyback. They are reluctant to go. This group of people is running to get rich. This scene, to the live broadcast water friends have to be speechless. There are only a very few piggies that are actually tricked into coming over here, and that's the poor guy. Most piggies come by choice. Among them, there are also hundreds of Europeans and Americans and Cold Countrymen and Chinese who are running to make a lot of money. They are also thinking of using the park as a platform to make a fortune as a handicapper. In the end, Yi Chen completely didn't care. If you want to leave, you deserve to die here. Thousands of waterbenders on the live feed kind of see the truth. The people who are lured there by high-paying jobs are in the minority. Most people voluntarily go. They knew what they were doing before they went there. The anchor didn't lie. The 300 or so people who voted release are now 80% regretting it. Sunny little white horse, I kind of understand why there are so many parks. These Yakuza, they should be bathed with bazookas. Nguyen Van Moon, I think let them be the general's nuclear blast zero observers. Taladetsky, these guys, they really should be executed with machine guns. Little Tai Bao, Maoist water friends, I solemnly warn you, how can you be executed with a machine gun? You have to be executed by artillery to get rid of your hatred. Mikami Watanabe, how many people around the world must be fooled by them? Dadadwa, all I know is that Sango can rip off millions of us in the Lighthouse State every year on online spinach. A pair of accounts from various countries' watermen found this county too many spinach parks and too dark for a suitable missile shower to clean the ground. Of course, they also gave a friendly reminder for Anchor Yi Chen to run fast, lest he be affected by the rain of missiles. Yi Chen cried and laughed after looking at the comments, and then looked at the emotional value balance. It rose to 92,000. This wave of piggyback releases went up 3,000 sentiments. Not as scary as just opening the door with a bazooka that would have gone up, but it's not bad at all. Toot toot toot. Tooting noise. Yi Chen's cell phone rang, picked it up and looked at it. Lao Su looking for me. He answered the call, replied briefly, and then rushed toward the finance office. When I was waiting for the elevator, I looked out the window and saw about 200 or 300 piggies running out the door. Odds are, there are still a couple hundred piggies that aren't running. Not long after, Yi Chen entered the finance office. Old Su was beaming with joy. Brother, guess how much money is in the account of the Great Sacred Park? $300? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Old Su shook her head. $400? Yi Chen asked again. Gutsy. Old Su smiled mysteriously. Yi Chen's pupils dilated and muttered. There won't be $600 or $700, right? The spinach industry. So much money? Old Su directly revealed the answer to the riddle. It's 767 US dollars, which translates to about 53.69 million Chinese dollars. Half a small son. Yi Chen was shocked beyond words and stared with wide eyes. This is the money on the park's account. Then, the money on the great sacred park owner's own account. I'm afraid it has to be 1 to 2 small sons of Chinese currency? A small son, equal to 100 million. Old Su nodded solemnly. Just now, Supervisor Elizabeth called me to tell me. The owner of this grand sacred park has 2 parks and a small casino under his belt. And he's probably worth more than a small son or two. Yi Chen took a sharp, deep breath and subconsciously fiddled with the landline on his desk. So it turns out that making phone calls can be so profitable. No wonder those piggies don't run. This has got to be faster money than even robbing a bank. Chapter 35, Anchor. The village has issued a daughter-in-law. Kotobuki, excessive. Really excessive. Nguyen Van Tuen, how many people's hard-earned money is this? Fadadwa, wait a minute. All this money, won't it fall into the hands of Old Su and Yi Chen? Watanabe Ersan, upstairs. What you mean is that Yi Chen and Lao Su split these $700. Qinshur Huang in the world, I'm a bit slowed down. Anchor, so what? The village is giving out gold bars. The village headman is calling for you to come back. Sonny Big White Horse, I don't care about the anchor's strength, but when the anchor really earns money, I'm ing red-eyed. Sonny Little White Horse, Anchor, the village is giving out gold bricks. Come back quickly. Don't ing earn money. If you keep earning, I'll have to sleep tonight. The water friends started out shocked at the amount of money and gradually became, in their hearts, unbalanced. You take a ing bazooka blast, go in and take out a couple of people, and then you rob them of tens of millions of dollars? This money, I'm sad because I didn't earn it. Even, Silence is Gold, Lonely Wolf, and, Heaven's Way, the 3 oldest brothers, were so angry that they couldn't wait to hammer the anchor through the internet line with a thud. Yi Chen sank into the tens of millions and didn't even look at the comments in the live broadcast. A group of waterbenders? Frantically posting all sorts of temptations. For example, some water friends said that the village sends gold bricks and Mercedes-Benz cars, so that the anchors will come back quickly to collect them. There are also water friends said that the village issued a daughter-in-law, issued Dili Jiba, issued Guli Naja, so that the anchor quickly returned to the village to get married. Do not earn money outside. After Yi Chen was shocked, he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and reacted, looking at Old Su and asking, Team leader, this park owner is worth over $100 million. Is it really okay for us to touch his money? Old Su looked unconcerned, waved his hand and said, this park boss, it's kind of a small boss. He was giving a thumbs up. This boss, in Xiangjiang, he's this. Then he turned his thumb down backwards. Here, this boss, he's this. Of course, we can't swallow these $700 or so, and there must be other supervisors, or other park owners who are jealous and might target us. But if we come up with a $300 American for the boss, take another $150 for Supervisor Elizabeth, and the other supervisors give $50, leaving $267 that we can safely split equally between the 2 of us. When Old Su saw that Yi Chen didn't respond right away, he explained, brother, so much money, we can't really swallow it. We'll definitely have to give the big head to the boss and the supervisor. If they take the money, they are also going to contribute to protect us. So don't think it's unreasonable, especially if it's big money. It's the kind of money that you want to give some to all parties, so that the money that ends up in your own pocket is safe. Those who want to eat alone often die a particularly miserable death. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. Team leader, you're mistaken. I'm not trying to eat alone. I'm crazy. I'm eating alone? I just don't have 8 lives to toss around. A person who borrowed Shu Wanqing's connections to be able to come to Tianxue. This single assignment was all referred to me by Supervisor Elizabeth, the cheap aunt and uncle. Even if this order, in total, is only distributed to me for $50, I will take $25 privately and upload it to the supervisor of Elizabeth. If Elizabeth is in charge, not a cheap aunt and uncle, then you have to take 70% for her. Because of this single task, it was Supervisor Elizabeth who named the old team leader Su to take Yi Chen to do it. In fact, it was completely possible to not bring Yi Chen to do this single task and not allow him to earn this money. This is because it is a private order, not a company-assigned order, and it is a special favor given by the higher-ups. If Yi Chen doesn't know better, there won't be a next time. Yi Chen also expressed his thoughts. Old Su listened and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's great that you can think that way. As a young man, to be able to rationalize in front of such a large sum of money, you have excelled. We've actually made a lot of money on this order. leaving out the upsells, and your sister's medical bills. They're all taken care of. Park take, Ashiba. Why should we take $500 for the boss and the supervisor? The boss just acquiesced. Park take, that Elizabeth supervisor. Just making a phone call and arranging it, and taking $150. That's too much. Park take, anchor. You are simply a coward with no guts at all. Little Tai Bao, in this instant. I understand why within the corporate culture of Cold Kingdom, the seniors like to beat up the juniors. Azalea, if I come across this kind of Park takes kind of juniors, I'll not only beat them to death, I'll also take an electric baton and electrocute him little chasing after them. Park Zay, do you guys understand? This is the money that belongs to the anchor and Lao Su who should get it. The boss and the supervisor are robbing the money. They're robbing. Liaoning Iron Brother, where are the Watanabe and Hashimoto Oni? Quick, come out and see the lunatics. Watanabe Mikami, this stick water user completely illustrates what it means to be narrow-minded. If this money isn't shared, tomorrow, it's entirely possible that the anchor will die in the streets. The water boys are bickering again. This would be the time when even the three oldest brothers, Heavenly Rewards, Lonely Wolf, and Silence is Golden, were explaining to Stick why they were splitting the money. The major European and American water users were even more astonished when they saw Park Zay's speech, as if they had seen a new species. Yi Chen and Lao Su unanimously decided to share the money, which must be divided between the boss and the supervisor, and use their power to shelter themselves. At this very moment, the phone rang. After Old Su picked up the phone, a pleasant female voice came from the other end. Ah, old team leader Su. I'm Supervisor Evra. There's a problem with the money in the Great SA Park. This owner didn't transfer the balance, and there's $200 dollars in those balances that are going to the sheriff's department executives for the land. Of course, there will definitely be a portion of that money for both of you. It's just that we'll all have to talk it over. Yi Chen also heard the voice and carefully recalled the situation of Supervisor Evra. When there are 6 departments in the park, there are 6 supervisors. Supervisor Elizabeth is responsible for the finance department. Sean Mission is in charge of the mission department. Supervisor Evra, in charge of the equipment department. The other 3 supervisors, Yi Chen had only just arrived, had never seen them, and was unclear. There are 6 managers below each supervisor, and only below the managers are the team leaders. By all rights, Supervisor Evra shouldn't have made that call. I don't think this has anything to do with the equipment department, does it? Old team leader Su's face was grim as he pondered for a moment before saying, since it involves the Great Sacred Park, it's going to be handed over to the top levels of the security forces for the land fee. This matter, I personally report to the boss. Save all parties to pull? Chapter 36 just hit the money and the man arrived. Old team leader Su held the cell phone in his left hand and raised his right hand, signaling Yi Chen to take it easy. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. Having arrived in Persia himself, a park rakes in a little. With so many parks, you can definitely rake in a lot of money. What's more, in front of Jean lie this batch of people. They squeezed out more than $100 and divided equally. There would be another $50 or $60. My sister's medical bills, they've been taken care of. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry, Old Su waited up for a reply from Supervisor Evra on the other end of the line. Yi Chen looked at the situation in the live broadcast room, and many of the stick water friends became angry. Kim Jong-kook, ACI right, the anchor and Old Su are fighting to the death here. And that what's her name, Evra, is actually trying to get a cheap shot. Park Zay, West 8 Pups Ivila. Anchor, go back and get her. I'll introduce you to a medicine that can drug Ivila into an idiot. Han Byung-hun, not bad. For such female bosses, you have to learn to manage upwards. Anchor, I have medicine here. It definitely works. Kotobuki, the stick is crazy. What's with all the hysteria? Watanabe Nissan, the sticks have subbed themselves as anchors, and are completely desperate at the thought that they might not get their millions of US dollars. Little Taba, I kind of understand why the cold woman, so targeted at the cold man, not at all composed. Parky take, speaking as if you were stoic when the women of China approached you for a dowry. Little Taiho, Seoul, UING. The comments section cursed again, giving Yi Chen a laugh. Yi Chen leaned against the window and watched the piglets run out, and also saw the team leaders and managers of the other parks, leading people out to catch the piglets. If you catch a piggyback, you're guaranteed to make tens of thousands of dollars. Let's hope those piggies are lucky enough to make it to Gold Coast City. It didn't take long for Yi Chen to see the car of the security team, which was also catching piglets from a long distance away. But the security team didn't dare to come to the Great Sacred Park. Apparently, Mr. Tan, a wealthy Malaysian businessman, and Supervisor Elizabeth, had long been talking to the sheriff's deputies. With the sheriff's deputies, that's what led to the break-in of the park by myself and Old Su. If it had been an outsider, there would have been no negotiation. If they hadn't been carrying heavy weapons, they would probably have been shot to pieces by the vigilantes' vehicle-mounted machine guns. The old Sioux leader waited for a while, and Supervisor Evra's side loosened up, stating that out of the 700 or so US dollars, 150 US dollars were to be given to the top of the sheriff's department. The equivalent would be to help the owner of the Great SA Park by paying out most of the cost of the land. Old team leader Sioux wasn't happy about it. Hell, over 700 US dollars would have required the owner and Elizabeth to supervise 4 or 500 US dollars. Now, another 150 bucks. I'm working for nothing. Ha, Supervisor Evra. No matter what your relationship is with the owner of the Great Sacred Park, but these demands you are making are impossible. I've indicated what the amount I'm going to give is. 300 for the boss, 150 for Supervisor Elizabeth, and 50 for your share. The remaining 267 are mine and Yi-Chen's. This part of the money, we'd rather give some of it to Supervisor Sean. There's no way we're going to help the owner of the Great Sacred Park and pay the land fee to the vigilante. The money is in our hands, and we want to dig it out. It's impossible. After the old Sioux team leader said that and thought for a moment, he added, besides, this is a notice, not a request. The words fell out of his mouth and he hung up the phone straight away and started transferring money towards different people's accounts. Little Tai Bao, this is a notice, not a request for instructions. Bullying, too much bullying. Heavenly rewards, that's the way it was supposed to be. Sioux Sr. is in the mission department, and the top man is Sean, not Evra. Silence is golden, 700 plus US dollars. No matter how many are split up. It's not bad if the anchor can just land his hands on 50 US dollars. Parky take, ACI right. Those guys didn't come out to shoot. What makes them take the big lead? I'm not convinced. Kim Jong-kook, anchor. This money, no sharing it with them, or else. I'll take it off. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Shandong Netizens. Out. You sell cabbage to the stick is absolutely poisonous. You see to the stick to eat into what be like. Qin Shi Huang in the world, heck. Stick head loaded what? This thing is sitting in the office inside the group of people game down the results. If they did not make a move, anchor and the old Sioux where there is this external conditions, can sit here to talk about the matter of money. A large group of stick waterboys, threatening with a takedown. As a result, the other waterbenders sang and danced and frantically dissed the stick waterbenders to get the hell out of there. As a result, the stick country watermen instead stopped walking. As Yi-Chen watched the live broadcast, suddenly the sound of an arrival came from his account. 67 US dollars arrived in his foreign bank account. Cents? That fast? Old team leader Sioux nodded, indicating that this was the portion to be distributed to Yi-Chen. Then, he reached out and signaled Yi-Chen to keep quiet, dialed Supervisor Sean's phone, said the situation, and transferred 100 US dollars to Supervisor Sean. Supervisor Sean on the other end of the phone responded directly. Old Sioux, they're all family buddies. Don't worry. I know about this order of yours, too, but, after all, it wouldn't be good for me to interfere with Elizabeth's list for you. Now, outseized, but you are all so dry to hit me with 100 American dollars. I'm bringing my brothers to rush in. If the top brass of the vigilante is going to do anything because of these 200 US dollars, the brothers will take the RPG and him up. Just wait for me. We'll be right there. Money in place, everything. Originally, the Sean supervisor who was banging the girl, put on his pants, picked up the M401, greeted a dozen or so brothers, and directly went out of the company, drove his car, and held up the RPG towards the Great Sage Park. A few minutes later, Yi-Chen heard the sound of a horn coming from outside and went to the window to take a look. 3 H-2 military Humvees came on the flat in front of the Great Sage campus building. The M2 heavy machine gun on one of the H-2 Hummers turned its muzzle and aimed it at the park's main gate, with the threat that whoever dared to come would be made to die. Its Browning M2 heavy machine gun, which fires 12 7mm rounds, is more than capable of easily tearing through the vigilantes' thin-skinned infantry fighting vehicles. 3 H-2 Humvees came down with a dozen or so fully equipped mercenaries, each aiming in one direction. Several of the mercenaries were carrying RPG rocket launchers on their shoulders. There were also 3 mercenaries, operating drones that took to the air and patrolled the surrounding area. All of this was captured in its entirety by the cell phone on Yi-Chen's chest. Little Taba, ******. Call the money on the front foot and the people arrive on the back foot. Worthy of being a mercenary. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, this is the ING mercenary. Those guys who go to war are pure douchebags. Ruan Wenyu, the anchor is my only connection in the Middle East. Taladetsky, anchor bull. A crowd of waterbenders went wild. Their first time seeing an armed team was an eye-opener. This time, except for the water friends from the stick country, All the other water friends were shouting. Chapter 37, Yukaka. Rise and shine. Yi Chen was a bit dumbfounded, realizing that the dozen or so mercenaries that had come, and there were several of them inside, were veteran members of the team that he had seen in the training ground during the daytime. Another tall, middle-aged man, dressed in combat fatigues, was seen walking into the building, presumably Supervisor Sean. The old Sioux team leader was still on the phone, finalizing the final situation. Yi Chen looked at the on the live broadcast. Sunny big white horse, eh? How come the sour talkers are gone? Little Taba, where are the arrogant sticks? Why don't you call out your Cold Kingdom heavenly soldiers to compete with the Anchor and the others? Kim Jong-guk, our heavenly soldiers of the Dahan Kingdom, not to mention the White Horse Troop, or even the White Tiger Troop, can completely annihilate mercenaries like the Anchor and the others. Little White Bird, White Tiger Troop, formerly known as the White Tiger Regiment, the unit whose regimental flag we all took to steam buns. Kim Jong-guk, ACI bar ing brat. The Chinese water friends frantically dissed the Cold Country water friends, who let the Cold Country water boys make a scene one after the other. Yi Chen didn't care much about this and took a look at the emotion value, 96132. It went up another 3,000 or so sentiment values. It should be that the wave that Supervisor Sean had just brought in for backup had given the live streamers quite a shock. This wave, counting the post-live aggregate rewards, could definitely be over 150,000 emotes, which is a big gain. Yi Chen was filled with joy. Old Sue had finished her call as well, and smiled as she stated, "Since Supervisor Sean has brought someone here, that means one more mine carrier. The money was divided among a bit too many people, so we both landed with less. But if we do what Supervisor Evra wants, at the end of the day, we're just going to have to split those 67 American dollars. So we might as well call up Supervisor Sean and let him have a piece of the action." Yi Chen nodded and said that the old Sioux team leader would just watch over it. He'd only been in the place a short time and couldn't quite figure out the inner workings. Team leader senior smoked a cigarette while Supervisor Sean was coming up in the elevator. He spoke up seriously. "Yi Chen, don't mind the small share this time. That's a total of 767 US dollars, 300 for the boss, 150 for Supervisor Elizabeth, and 50 for Evra." Sean supervised 100, leaving 167 US dollars, and I'm running all the parties on this side, so I don't think it'll be much of a problem to get an extra 33 US dollars. He said seriously, "When the time comes, I'll make up for some of your channel resources and introduce you to some more old group members. When we go out on these missions in the future, I'll also ask Supervisor Sean to call for an application, and we'll take you along for the ride, and you'll get a good share of it. Not to mention, there's the money from Kinley and the others." The words fell. Old Sue transferred another 50 US dollars to Yi Chen. Yi Chen froze, not understanding what was going on with this part of the money. Old Sue explained. The money Jean Rai and the others had on them totaled 120 US and 30 U, adding up to 150. As a rule, when we get back, you, me, and Supervisor Elizabeth split it 3 ways, 50 each. Now what about, since the accounts on the Great SA Park have been divided? Incidentally, this money, those 30 U's, I'll take care of them myself in the back. After Yi Chen heard this, he opened his account and took a look at the 2 transfers before and after. A sum of 67 US dollars, 50 American dollars a pop. The total is 117 US dollars. That translates to 8,190,000 Chinese dollars. Enough for Weiwei's medical bills and even more. In one night, I made close to tens of millions of Chinese dollars. Yi Chen didn't slow down much for a while. All of a sudden you get rich, and people are a little bit blindsided. He also asked his water friends to help him see if the account balance was real. It's always a bit surreal. Is money so easy to make? I just took the RPG and blasted it. Go in, a couple of pretty boys, and make that much money? Watanabe 2 to 3, Anchor. The money on your money account is fake. Come on, transfer it to me and I'll confirm it for you. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Anchor. You listen to Uncle a word. Money is too much. You are too young. Tandem insufficient wealth. Brother Liaoning Tai, in this case, you transfer the money to Uncle, who will save it for you. And when you come back later, Uncle will transfer the money for you to marry your wife. Little Taipa, transfer to you? I'm afraid there's no return. Little Taba, Anchor. I'm your Iron fan. Trust me. You're in danger abroad. Like this, transfer the money to me. I'll save it for you. A whole bunch of waterbenders bitterly persuaded the Anchor. There are also many examples of how dangerous it is to be abroad. How easy it is to follow in Kim Lei's footsteps. How once you are caught with the money in your account, you are robbed, and so on. So, they want the Anchor. In the spirit of trusting the fans, and trusting the family in the first place, to transfer the money to them, and they help the anchor keep it. Yi Chen looked at the comment section for a while, then looked at his account balance, and woke up from that feeling of being rich and floating. Asterisk 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 you mud, transferring it to you guys for storage? The anchor is right in the crook's lair, robbing the crooks, and in the turn of events, you guys want to rip off the anchor? If it is not separated from you far away, the anchor high and low to invite you one person to eat a pot of purple eggs, go to your damn. The anchor's idea, you all dare to hit. Yi Chen didn't have the good sense to dislike him back, and the smile on his face after disliking him, he couldn't stop it anymore. Who wouldn't be happy with that much money in the bank? That's over 8 million Chinese dollars. Now that's a real fortune. A large number of water friends in the comment area, seeing that they couldn't fool Yi Chen, began to change the style of painting again. Spinning Peter Pan, anchor so can make money. Feel the future is boundless. Anchor want to start a business. You can shop brothers together ah. Little tub ah, I want to follow the anchor to mix. Want to recognize the anchor as a general. Let the anchor lead the brothers in the live room. In the Middle East business, Han Byung-hun, what's the point of shouting general? Just shout kaka. Han Byung-hun, yeah kaka. We want to follow you from the bottom of our hearts. Kim Jong-guk, yeah kaka. I hope you lead our brothers in the live broadcast and do a big job in the Middle East. Make nearly $10 million in one night. Give live water friends look crazy. Many water users couldn't wait to buy tickets and go over to join Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen was making money too fast, and the park inside this county was too rich. So, the guys were thinking that once they got over there, you'd straighten up an AK, I'd straighten up a rifle, and pull a flag, and they'd be ready to start a business. In the early days of the business, the park was robbed first, then the rich people inside the city. The team, don't they just pull it together? Set aside the Middle East to start your own business and do whatever you want. It may not be unfeasible to have a wave of rural encirclement. After all, people think that ordinary people like anchors can make a lot of money here. So if they go, won't they also make a lot of money? It wouldn't be out of the question to even shake things up and go from mudblood to founding general. Yi Chen looked at the comments section. A large number of water users were posting Yi Kaka. Rise up. He was made to cry and laugh. To make some money, that's each to his own. Really if it starts. Many of those 2,000 or so princes and princelings in the Middle East have private armaments. And that's not easy to deal with. Chapter 38, making nearly $10 million in one night? Any one of these princes and kings is a billionaire. Even the most crotchety prince can have a village as a fiefdom and 2 companies high and low in his hand. On your own side, just yourself. It would have cost money to have Senior, Sue and Sean in charge. Forget it. These 2 are too expensive to hire. Yi Chen snorted and wanted to get this over with. But it turned out that the comments section kept posting the words Yi Kaka. Kaka is the word for Your Excellency in the cold language. The associated characters are Park Young-suk, Park Kaka. Then there's Kwon Do-swap, Kwon Kaka. The same Kwon Kaka who beat the people straight up. Solely, Yi Chen changed his live broadcast name to Yi Kaka. The name of the live room, too, became Yi Kaka Live Room. Now the water boys are happy, and a wave of gifts goes up. Unfortunately, all of them are $5 $1 small gifts, more than $9 gifts. That is not one to see. Yi Chen put his cell phone back in front of his tactical jacket when he heard the footsteps. The next moment, a middle-aged white man, fully armed, walked in. This white man, with a strong, muscular body, his pupils were like the entrance to a deep cave, and on his weathered cheeks, a sense of grooves emerged, as if he had just come down from the battlefield. Supervisor Sean. This time, thanks a lot. Speaking English, the old Soviet leader walked up and shook the white man's hand. The white man, who was Supervisor Sean, faced both old Sue and Yi Chen and nodded before saying something relevant. Things like a certain senior member of the vigilante team, calling himself, asking for his return, etc., have been refused. This is something that if the vigilante brass were to pursue, then, himself and old Sue, would call up a few of the old team members, plus Yi Chen, and together they would go to that senior and have a good chat. Now that it's settled, I'll just take Jean Rai over there, and I'll be sorry for the aftermath. After the old Sioux team leader finished speaking, he lifted Jean Rai's collar and walked out. After Yi Chen said goodbye to Supervisor Sean, he followed suit. An hour later, in the presidential suite of a certain 5-star hotel in the city of Gold Coast, Mr. Tan, a Malaysian tycoon, sat on an expensive sofa, crossed his legs and surveyed Jean Rai, who had been escorted over. You're an asshole. You're the one who victimized my sister. The cold country woman, speaking Korean and going crazy, grabbed the coat hanger and just started whipping Jean Rai on the floor. Kinley's hands and feet were bound and his mouth was taped shut. It would be and he couldn't do anything but whimper in panic. Tilt your head and don't look. It's the big man's woman, old Sue whispered a reminder. Yi Chen slightly inclined his head, not looking at the cold country woman. The woman from the cold country was so excited that when she got the news, she rushed out of the inner room without a single piece of clothing on. Even if this cold country woman was beautiful, she was Big Brother's woman, so it was better not to look at her. Mr. Chen didn't care about that, and after taking a puff of his cigar, he leisurely said, I don't care about your company and the park, as well as the security team, but you're pretty fast. The $20 promised to you will be given to you as well. You and my bodyguard. Report the card number. Money. Call you now. Not long after, Lao Su finished the operation, saw the cell phone prompts, after arriving at the account of $20 said goodbye to Mr. Chen, and then led Yi Chen to leave. Before Yi Chen left, he saw Mr. Chen order his men to start serving Jean Lai with an electric drill. Get off the elevator and get in the car. Old team leader Su was in the driver's seat, and after turning $10 to Yi Chen, he kicked the gas and drove the H2 Hummer towards the desert highway. On the passenger seat, Yi Chen used a second cell phone and checked the money on his account. $140. Before the mission, it was about $13 in the foreign bank account. For this wave, the park account was split 67, with 50 split on the Kinley batch. Mr. Chen added an extra 20 and split 10, a combined gain of $127. Right now, the account balance is $140, along with a few $1,000s scattered about. That translates to about 9.8 million Chinese dollars. No wonder people say that overseas jobs are lucrative. It's a robbery. You can't make money fast enough. Finally, Yi Chen showed the balance to the brothers in the live broadcast. The brothers were completely red-eyed, and individual brothers even shouted, asking Yi Chen to give them back what they had swiped as gifts. Little Taba, there, I earn 30,000 a month. Give you a mercenary who earns over 10 million a month to brush gifts. I'm the one who needs gifts and rewards. Ichiro Hashimoto, anchor. From now on we will definitely not give you any gifts. Peter Pan, anchor, thank you, brothers, for the 3 melons and 2 dates. Yi Chen waved his hand and explained, brothers, the first time I made so much money. I'm a bit floored, so I'm displaying it. In the future, but also brothers, to help brush a gift. After all, I'm also live abroad life well. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, other anchors. Our live bubble foreign girls. You are live is holding a gun, chasing people dry. Watanabe Mikami, I wish the anchor bad luck every day, and a drink of water. Yi Chen saw the live broadcast water friends, one after another, hair, but also laughed. He interacted with his water friends for a while before he was ready to end the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've all seen tonight's exciting spectacle, tomorrow, we're back on the air. Only, it's the middle of the night, and if we go live tomorrow, I guess it'll be afternoon. See you tomorrow, guys. As the live stream closes, the live data surfaces in front of the retina. It is being planned. After each live mission, the data is a bit large, and the system then takes a few minutes before it is fully integrated and finished. Old team leader Su saw that Yi Chen had ended his live broadcast before he said, how does it feel to make so much money in one night? It feels like life has opened up. Making nearly 10 million Chinese dollars in one night. I wouldn't even dare to think about it if I were at home. Yi Chen was very emotional. There's definitely no such doorway in the country. Over here, with all the intricacies of power, as long as there's a doorway, there's money to be made. This time, your sister's medical bills should be enough? Old Su asked. Yi Chen nodded. Ever wondered how to get the money back? Old Su asked coldly. Yi Chen just remembered. I am not clean money. Transfer back. Minutes to be frozen. Old Su skimmed his eyes and saw that Yi Chen was a bit baffled, before he smiled and said, 2 laws. The first one, exchange it for you, take you across the border in person, then go to AU merchant and exchange it for money. But this is slower, and to get it into clean money, you have to pay at least a 40% commission. What about the second one? Yi Chen asked curiously. Chapter 39, A Wave of Fat. More than 100,000 emotional values. The second way, find a Shangjiang company, or a Malaysian company. Ask the owner of this company to get the money in as an investment, and then have this company draft a program, such as the treatment of ailments for such and such a group of people. But for this program, it's just your sister. Old Su drove with one hand, extraordinarily dashing, earned money, and on the way back, even the evening breeze was sweet-smelling. He continued, well, you'll have to go to Superintendent Elizabeth for that route. Mainly, you're not a small amount, so I guess you'll have to take a 20% commission. It's the equivalent of you taking 60 over. And the money that actually gets to your sister is almost 48. When Yi-Chen heard this, it seemed that he would have to prepare $85 and then take 17 as a handling fee. My sister's medical expenses, 4,400,000 Chinese dollars, which is equivalent to $63. But my sister can't just be cured. She has to have living expenses as well. Then we'll take 85 over up front, and the sister will arrive with $68. 63 for the cure, and the other 5 for the sister as living expenses. Until the next wave, when you make money again yourself, then you call your sister. Growing up, the siblings grew up together supporting each other. As long as I can make my sister's life better, it doesn't matter if I have to work harder. When old Su saw that Yi-Chen had not responded for a long time, he could not help but ask with a smile, "How's the consideration going?" "I definitely choose the second one," Yi-Chen said. The handling fee for the first one was going to be 40%. Then tomorrow afternoon, I'll take you to see Supervisor Elizabeth. I'm going to send some money back to my family back home too. Old Su bristled and sighed. It's hard for me to raise 4 families on my own. Yi-Chen was astonished and scrutinized old Su. Team leader, you have 4 daughters-in-law. So isn't it normal for you to raise 4 families? Don't you show this off. I know you have many daughters-in-law. Jack and the others gossiped about you, saying that if you'd gone to Africa, you'd have found a black pearl to marry. 2. Screw these little brats. Let's see how I can practice them tomorrow. Old Su laughed and scolded, and said I would marry a black pearl. Good. In the future, my group members, whoever is disobedient, I'll find a 300-pound black pearl specifically for him, and let the black sister serve him well. Along the way, Yi-Chen and old Su laughed merrily and chatted. The H2 Hummer drove down the desert highway, its headlights constantly exploring the dark space ahead, farther and farther away from the neon-filled city. Yi-Chen and old Su. It was time to return to the darkness. It didn't take long for Yi-Chen to see the county ahead of him, and in front of his retina, live data surfaced. He closed the broadcast, and the live tax board floated before him. Live duration, 5 hours, 2500 emotional value. Number of people in the live room, maintain around 2,000 to 90,000. Live mobilization, the audience's emotional mobilization is extremely intense. Reward, 10,000 emotional values. Live wish gift feedback, 13880, Frozen Chariot. Get wish gift reward, 10,000 emotional value. Live various gifts feedback, 8210. Add 30 new iron fans, gain an additional 3,000 emotional value. Combined sentiment value of this broadcast, 44,590 sentiment values. Emotional value balance, total 146, 652.98, 172 plus 48, 480, 98,000 emotional value, which is the emotional mobilization of the audience during the live broadcast. To get rewards such as Iron Fans subscriptions, wish gifts and various gifts, and so on. Wish gift, Frozen Chariot, 13880 emotional value. Yi-Chen got it once when he was live streaming, and he got 13880 emotional value at that time. This will, at the end of the live end summary, get it all over again. Also got an additional 10,000 emotions given for getting the wish gift, an additional 10,000 emotions. As for the 8,210 emotional value, that was half of the gift swiped by all the aquatic friends throughout the 5 hours of the live broadcast. These big brothers, a total of 164, US dollars, when Yi-Chen got 16, for 20 emotional value. This time, the live broadcast settled and returned half of the emotional value to Yi-Chen. Only the wish gift will be returned complete and again when the broadcast settles. Any other gift that brings a sentiment value gain will only return half. The 30 new irons in the fire are not bad for efficiency. On the co-pilot seat, Yi-Chen was already pondering. 140,000 emotion values. Which skill is good to upgrade? A long gun? Pistols? Or is it physical? Just at the moment when Yi-Chen was thinking, the H2 Hummer had driven back to the front of the TSMC building. Old Su got out of the car and patted the door. Yi-Chen, you go back and rest. These equipments, the front desk and I will just take them back to the equipment office. Together? Yi-Chen asked. No, you go rest. Today, it's rare that you earn so much. You should go and relax. Don't ever go gambling. The old Su leader instructed Yi-Chen. This line of work to make money quickly. Never dip into the gambling. Dip into the complete waste. Tianshui Company is a casino. All kinds of equipment is readily available. A number of old team members like to gamble. Make 200 or 300 US dollars at the end of the year. The result is that at the end of the year, all lost. Cigarettes can only be rubbed other people. Thanks team leader. I won't bet on it. See you tomorrow. After Yi Chen said his goodbyes, he happily returned to his room, lying on his Simmons mattress, and every now and then he picked up his cell phone to check his bank account. After double-checking that the money was really in a foreign bank account, happily pondered the use of emotional value. 140,000 plus emotional value. You can take any skill and boost it by one paragraph. However, it is limited to skills under the 5th band. After 5 segments above, each segment of elevation would require 1,000,000 emotional values. Yi Chen pondered over it and felt that most of the current missions were with M4A1, so he simply upgraded his longshot skill. He added all 35,000 head emotions to the lance, boosting it by 35%. Originally, the lance, at 1 paragraph, went to 65%. Sound of gurgling water. Clamor. On his arm, a faint blue light emerged. This time, the blue light lasted a long time, traveling over both arms before it faded. Yi Chen's forehead was covered with bean-sized drops of sweat. Just now, as the blue light traveled up the arm, the pain was so intense that it almost made him scream. As the pain in his arm faded after, Yi Chen took the time to go down to the range. It would be nighttime, but there were still quite a few veteran players practicing on their own. He tested it, and after the lance was upgraded to a 2-stage, he was able to achieve 10 rings on his shots, whether it was forward firing or hitting a moving target. But that's just the 25-meter range. After switching to the 50-meter target, the accuracy has gone back to 8 rings on the gun. The vast majority of mercenaries engage at a distance of about 25 meters. At further distances, they would opt for strafing, or suppressive fire, and would not seek accuracy, because at that level, it takes talent and a lot of time to hit accurately. It's a scratch for the old mercenary, but for Yi Chen, having such an ability was better instead. You can quickly stand out in company training. It also has a greater ability to save lives and fight in missions. Yi Chen raised the upper limit by a lot, and took out another 60,000 emotional values and added them to strength and physique respectively. The next phase of training was desert physical training. Now, add a little boost ahead of time. It will be possible, faster to pass the desert training. Chapter 40, Getting Money. The purpose is to get money. 70,000 emotional values for a 7-point boost, added to strength and constitution respectively. Yi Chen checked his personal data. Yechen. Strength, muscle and bone strength 65. 7. Agility, reaction speed and flexibility 61. 5. Physical fitness, resistance to blows. Viruses, immunity 64. 1. Status, anchored by an official platform. Talent, crisis awareness 6, 4%. Skills, parkour 5, 41%. Street fighting 6, 1%. Pistol 1, 7%. Lance 2, 0%. After the strength was raised by 4 points, it went from being able to lift 300 pounds of weight with both hands to being able to lift 400 pounds of weight. With a 3-point increase in physique, you have more energy and are more resistant to fighting. And, unless a particularly contagious virus attack is encountered. Otherwise, normal colds and fevers had been completely away from Yi Chen. The sentiment value balance is now 41,652. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before using another 40,000 emotion value. 30,000 of those emotions were added to agility for 3 points. The running speed has improved from the original 12.67 seconds for 100 meters to 11.77 seconds. 10,000 emotional value, added to the pistol's first paragraph. From 1 paragraph, 7% to 1 paragraph, 17%. 25-meter range. Held arm style forward. Pistol accuracy, up from 4 to 5 rings. These values were all measured by Yi Chen at the training ground. Throughout TSMC, there are various types of training grounds built. The desert training ground, however, has much more comprehensive facilities regarding physical fitness. Newcomers to the company are systematically taught the tactics of desert warfare there. This is the Middle East, and many of the company's missions will take place in the middle of the desert. For example, to go to a certain village and rescue back a certain big man, or cooperating with a country's military to capture international fugitives hiding in the middle of an oasis. Skywater has missions of all types, not just for those parks. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yi Chen returned to his room and after taking a shower, he was still too excited to sleep. He made a cup of coffee and grabbed some more food from the fridge. Sitting on the balcony, looking out over the Gold Coast city in the distance, what comes into view is a golden coastline that is the tourist label of the whole city. A famous world tourist attraction that receives hundreds of millions of people every year. In front of the golden coastline is the opulent coastal city. Vaguely visible, all kinds of large passenger planes are taking off and landing, constantly sending waves after waves of tourists. Behind the golden coastline is a luxury megaship. Yi Chen took a sip of coffee and a bite of bread, always feeling that unusual feelings would be born in his heart. The company does business and travels to this Gold Coast city from time to time, but the people and things one comes into contact with are very different from those who come and go as tourists, and because of this, there are often parks that tie up the wrong people. A lot of park guys, tying up those rich and official kids from various countries, to the park, or these rich buddies, after losing everything at the casino, are sold to the park. Then their old mom and dad had to take the money and get an order from Skywater to go get their son back. After all, they go directly to the park, which can knock them for tens, if not hundreds, of millions of dollars. These rich and official parents, and then the bigwigs of various countries, cannot be whipped. Even a rich businessman like Mr. Chen, who had ventured all over the world, could only commission the help of the Tianshui company to kidnap people. There was no way to directly find the owner of the Great Sage Park, let it hand over the people. Therefore, the volume of orders for newcomers to TSMC can still be guaranteed. Of course, no one dared to touch the top group of rich and official children. The city is also home to a variety of gangs. Romanian gangs, European and American gangs, Southern Fujian fucking gang, Eastern Japan Yakuza and so on. All kinds of gangs. It's just that Skywater stands above them all. They eat regular people, and Skywater eats them. Skywater is very profitable, and as an employee of the company, it is equally profitable. As long as you don't gamble with the company, keep the bottom line, and make as much money as you have at your disposal. So, now that you're in this city of opulence, you have to make good money. The money for Micro's treatment has been earned, but that's just the beginning. The more Yi Chen looked at this Gold Coast city, the more determined his eyes became, and he couldn't help but murmur, "My sister, she must live a privileged life, go to the best aristocratic high school and the best college abroad. Those lonely days of old can't be recreated." He was already thinking about what would be good to buy for his sister. All kinds of big-name dresses and skirts and all kinds of expensive cakes. In the past, when my sister had a birthday, the only thing I could afford to buy myself was instant noodles and bread, was to take the bread as a cake. But, from now on, make up all the birthday presents for your sister. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took a look at only 3:30. China time is 10:30, time difference of 5 hours. Sister, should not sleep. He grabbed a cell phone, flipped it back to the country, and contacted his sister on Green Bubble. Soon, a message was received back from his sister. The two siblings quickly dialed the phone. "Brother, how are you doing over there? Before, when you went out, you said that you were following the teacher of the finance major, and went out to do financial projects together. Are you okay now? If the project isn't good, forget it, you don't have to work so hard." The soft voice of his sister came. Initially, Yi Chen went abroad, was lying that he was following his university teacher to do a project in the Middle East. After all, it's impossible to tell my sister that I'm over here with a gun, chasing people down and killing them, right? As for the live broadcast, it's not like my sister is on the extranet. She can't see it. Yi Chen smiled and stated, "Sister, the first project has been completed and the money has arrived. Tomorrow, I'll go to the leaders and find a way to get the money on that bank card I left you, and then, you're ready for surgery." "Really, brother?" There was a hint of excitement in his sister's soft voice. Another female voice also came out. "Brother Yi Chen, really?" This female voice was from Chen Jiai, who was her sister's best friend. The three grew up together. During the time Yi Chen was abroad, it was Chen Jiai who took care of her sister. That's for sure. Let's turn on the video. My accommodations here are quite nice. I'm making a lot of money. Don't you worry. Not long after, Yi Chen sat down at his computer desk and opened a video call with them. The two 17 or 18-year-old schoolgirls, through the video call, saw that the room that Yi Chen was living in was particularly luxurious, and both of them let out exclamations of surprise. In their eyes, the dormitory that Yi Chen lived in was simply comparable to a 5-star hotel room. Chen Jiai, who had black hair like a waterfall and bright, luminous eyes, was very joyful after seeing how well Yi Chen was doing. Her sister, Micro, was also relieved after making sure her brother was doing well. "In about a couple days, the money will be here, so you don't have to worry about it. Also, take care of yourselves." Yi Chen chimed in. Micro nodded her head one at a time. Very well behaved. Chen Jiai, on the contrary, beamed and shouted as well. "Brother Yi Chen, in the future, if you become a rich man, you can't forget about me." Oh. Yi Chen saw Chen Jiai's appearance and laughed and snorted twice. This girl, Chen Jiai, loved to mess around with herself since she was a little girl. He smiled and stated, "Don't worry, I won't forget you. This financial program, which is very well done, pays very well. I'll transfer the money over to you after the next order. When we make money again, and then you'll both buy more nice dresses. Brother, you leave more money on you la. Yi Weiwei said. Chapter 41 Money paves the way for upward rating. Over there, no messing around. A lot of people say foreign countries are messy. If you find a sister-in-law for Weiwei without giving her a word, Weiwei will be angry. Chen Jiayi deliberately said so. The little girl kept staring at Yi Chen. Her eyes were a little less normal. After Yi Chen talked to them for half an hour, the nurse came to inform Weiwei to go to bed, and only then did the siblings hang up the phone. It would be local time, 4 o'clock in the morning. Yi Chen sat at his computer desk and looked at the schedule on one side. First month, company firearms training. Now, 2 paragraphs for long guns and 1 paragraph for pistols. It's comparable to a lot of older players. There is absolutely nothing to worry about at this stage of training. In the second month, desert training began. At this stage, desert tactics are systematically learned, and there is also carrier-based training. Train to drive desert 4-wheelers, 2-wheelers, 4-wheeled sedans and more. This phase of training will last more than 6 months. During this time, good group members can take on tasks on their own. I heard from the company's old man that there would be no such comfortable rooms to stay in, and that you would have to live in a desert tent. After passing the second stage of training and a successful assessment, you will move on to the third stage of training. The third phase of training, which is not mandatory but paid for, covers wingsuit flying, urban rope descents and more. Group members who have passed the third stage of the assessment can take up the South American mission. Missions in South America include killing a major drug lord, acting as an assassin, taking out a high-ranking or gangster, and rescuing a big shot, to name a few. The mission of TSMC, which is divided into 3 broad categories. The first broad category is the Middle East, which is also the company's main business region. The second major category is Europe and Africa. The third major category is South America. Occasionally, they would also go to the Cold Kingdom and East Japan to carry out some missions, but that side was not the main area of operation of the Tianshui Corporation. The South American list is the most lucrative, often with 20 or 30 group members on a mission together. The honorarium for a single mission can go into the hundreds of millions of dollars. However, the danger is also extremely high, and even veteran players can easily GA in South America. After Yi Chen looked at the schedule, he thought that on his own, there was about $55 left. And on the side of Elizabeth's supervisor, he wanted to show it. We have to give up in order to get something. Having given the top offering today, Supervisor Elizabeth continues to give her own list. Any money you give, you get back several times over. Just how much is the right amount to give? Yi Chen leaned back on the bed as he thought about it. Just at this moment, on his cell phone, the old Su team leader sent a message. Have you slept yet? Yi Chen replied. What? You want me to sleep with? ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** slept. There's a discussion to be had about Superintendent Elizabeth, and I'll come up to you. Yes. After Yi Chan returned the message, he got up from the bed. It didn't take long for old team leader Su to come up with 2 bags of barbecue and beer. Team leader, just come and you bring some food. Yi Chen snickered and incidentally took these barbecues and beers by hand and set them on the table. You kid, you picked it up pretty fast. Eat while we talk. All this barbecue, I got it in the cafeteria on the 4th floor. New barbecue place, just a bunch of it, $500 American. The old Su team leader opened the barbecue box, which was full of all kinds of grilled meat. Yi Chen looked at it. So little thing, $500? It's a money grab. I'm out robbing people, and I come back, and these guys at work who do the dishes, rob me. It's a good thing it's the team leader's treat. After old Su chucked up a piece of beef and ate it, he said, when you're in the company, you definitely have to pick a side. Choose no one, then wait to be screwed. When the time comes, any list of outlaws will be sent your way. Yi Chen took a sip of beer. I understand. Human affairs in choosing a hilltop. How simple. It's a dangerous thing for a company as big as Skywater not to pick a side battle. Old Su nodded. The 6 supervisors, after picking one, you don't have to pay much attention to the others, with the exception of Superintendent Sean, of course, who can be befriended. He is just 2 years in office. His wings are not yet full, and he has a good relationship with him, not afraid of offending other supervisors, but also to reap the benefits. In the past, he was the manager, and I gave him a lot of favors, so I'm still on good terms with him, and usually I can get some moneyed, low-risk missions. On the side of Elizabeth's supervisor, the main people are well connected and have a lot of private orders. As for Supervisor Evra, it's the equipment division. Not a lot of authority, but she's also the boss's woman. That's something you have to watch out for. If you pick Elizabeth, you can't get too close to Evra, or else, women, if they see that their man, Yi Chen, is on good terms with their love rival. So, if she can't deal with her rival, she can't deal with you, Yi Chen? Yi Chen nodded his head vigorously one by one, recognizing what old Su said. Elizabeth is the head of finance and has the most authority and connections. The other three supervisors, training, wide receiving and purchasing. None of the supervisors have much authority. Old Su's words had just fallen, and Yi Chen had already made his decision. I choose to die with Elizabeth in charge, planning to take $50 to throw stones. The moment Yi Chen's words fell, Old Su looked at Yi Chen with a playful expression and asked with a smile, "You're quite willing to give it up. What goes around comes around. Today it's giving 50. Maybe, in a couple of days, if Supervisor Elizabeth gives 2 orders, I can make $200 Yi Chen ate the roast beef, intending to take a gamble and choose to believe his cheap aunt. Old Su said leisurely, "Elizabeth knows in her heart how much money you can make from this wave. Take away what you paid for your sister's medical bills, about how much is left, and she knows that. So, you chose to give most of the rest of the money to Elizabeth, who will be absolutely delighted just by your behavior. There are $50 or $60 left, but they give up 50. This kind of henchman, how loyal, must be reused." A snickering look appeared on Yi Chen's face. That means that this move is particularly useful? More than useful. Elizabeth can't possibly be missing your 50. But this behavior of yours, it's great. I can't do it anyway. I can't give it up. You're different. Maybe, she will really help you marry Ms. Xu Wanqing. At that time, not to mention $500, even $5,000. You can easily earn it. Old Su lamented a bit, originally thought of mentioning Yi Chen, but did not expect Yi Chen to be so intelligent, and did not need to mention it at all. Yi Chen pondered for a moment, thinking that he had $55 in his hand, and then he would take the remaining $5, and take them to Supervisor Sean, and play a relationship. That's the head of the mission department, who has a good relationship with head Elizabeth. In the future, if the 2 supervisors whose positions contain the most power are on good terms with themselves, they can make money until their hands cramp. After Old Su heard Yi Chen's idea, without saying a word, he picked up his cell phone and transferred $10 to Yi Chen. Yi Chen froze. "Here's $10. Count it as a loan from me." To Sean, "Send $15. Not 5. That's too little, but you can't give away too much. And watch out between Elizabeth and Sean. Keep it thick and thin. You can't all give them away pretty much the same. Then neither one would be pleasing to the eye." Old Su said. Chapter 42a. There's a good show. As Yi Chen ate, he suddenly inquired, "What about the other veteran members?" Old Su laughed his ass off and said, "You think everyone is as smart as us Chinese? Besides, what are you? What are the others? And are they worthy of gifts?" He took a sip of beer and explained with a smile, "You're the person introduced by Miss Xu Wanqing. Who doesn't know that the boss values Xu Wanqing the most? You have the relationship of Miss Xu. You're the one who is qualified to give gifts. After you deliver, with these supervisors, the relationship is good. You are still afraid of a lack of orders to do? Now, you give away $65. In the future, your net income, at least $400. Otherwise, odds are, you'll have to train slowly, at least half a dozen years before you take on a little mission. Small tasks like this make $2 or $3 a pop. This will give away money, the equivalent of an early backdoor." Yi Chen nodded and ate the barbecue after understanding the situation. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Old Su and Yi Chen had almost eaten and talked. Before Old Su left, he said, "You don't have to attend the morning and noon training today. Come to the training ground at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When the time comes, after the contract is signed, I'll take you to Supervisor Elizabeth and get your sister's medical bills back first. Brothers, live through another day. Look at the time, 1 o'clock noon, just the right time to wake up. Did you guys have a good time watching last night's scene? Our company, if you can afford it, we'll be there in a minute. And then, you can treat whoever you want to purple eggs." Yi Chen smiled, turned on the live stream, and jerked the curtains open. The midday sun, at its fiercest, swept over his face as if everything last night had been a dream. "Kotobukuro, congratulations to Yukaka for surviving another day. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. Yukaka, the village chief is handing out gold bricks. Come back. Silence is golden. Yesterday has been recorded screen. Anchor, you dare to come back. Get off the plane and arrest you. Heavenly rewards, Anchor. In this life you'll stay abroad. Lonely got wolf, Anchor. Foreign money is good. Don't come back. If you dare to come back, I'll report the hook to arrest you." Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. The anchor was so focused on smoking the Manon pretty boy that he forgot to smoke you three old guys. It just started and the water boys are bickering again. The three old water friends looked like they were grasping Yi Chen's ironclad evidence and threatened Yi Chen not to come back. Otherwise, how disturbing would it be for them to look at the closed Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at the comments and didn't take it seriously. Three old losers. As for returning, when Boss Jia returns home, I'll return home. Besides, what am I going back to my country for when I haven't even made enough money? Yi Chen checked the data of the live broadcast. Live streaming platform, by official. Live reputation balance, 1. 652. Live title, none at this time. Length of live broadcast, 65 hours and 30 minutes in total. Live broadcast achievement, live broadcast full 100 hours. Can have the achievement newcomer to get this achievement. Will reward 50,000 emotional value. Number of iron powder, 71. Live wish expectation, set live gift, by official blimp. Dream castle. Sky realm, not reached. Wish fulfilled gift, frozen chariot. It's been live for 65 hours now. Another 35 or so and I'll get 50,000 sentiment. Yi Chen happily took his cell phone and, as usual, went to the cafeteria to eat first. The high price of goods still makes the water friends who just entered the live broadcast room feel shocked. Yi Chen leaned his cell phone against the cup and ate the ground beef. A new group of waterbenders flooded into the live room. Doesn't eat cilantro. I heard from my little sister that you have a mercenary live room here. Can I see a lot of handsome little brothers here? Playing for money, no cilantro. What variety of little brother do you want to see? All black and white. Little Taiho, can little brother use the term breed? It's not like you're choosing a cat or a dog. Playing for money, then stay out of it. Doesn't eat cilantro. I want to see a 6'8" little brother with abs. And if it's a white guy with cold white skin, or a black guy with thick lips, it's fine. Parky take, TSK, 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 Chinese buddies, don't you guys usually feed your women? Little Taipa, it's not like we need a certain brother to hold X100. Divine brave invincible big handsome man, we usually don't use drugs. Can be more than half an hour. Who is the same as you cold men Parky take, ACI bar. Stick always likes to come out and make a fool of himself. On the contrary, many young Chinese girls who had just entered the live broadcasting room began to look around. Several white players and black players walked past behind Yi Chen. This move immediately caused the live broadcast of the "Do not eat cilantro, heart like water," and "Eat well," and other water friends crazy message. Doesn't eat cilantro, what a handsome little white brother. Anchor, can you go help ask for a WeChat? Little Taiho, what? You want it for nothing? Each in his own piece, that little black brother is so handsome. Thick lips, so sexy. Playing for money, I think you're ing-13 itchy. Silence is golden, in some ways. Whites and blacks are, indeed, in better shape than Chinese. Heavenly rewards, they really are better in terms of race alone. Liaoning iron brother, damn. You two old men. Say, which one of you is your stepfather? White or black? And you're defending them so much? Liaoning iron big brother, and the two women upstairs. The age of not less than 30. Right. Stopping the water and electricity to pull the gate of the goods. But also commit nymphomania? Playing for money, I've always recognized Big Brother Northeast's fighting prowess. It's making a racket over here. Yi Chen was eating beef noodles and was too lazy to pay attention to them. This will pull a live hour. Hurry up and get to 100 hours live and get another 50,000 sentiment reward. In the training ground, it's past 1 o'clock. An old team leader Sue hasn't been dismissed yet. Last night, the old Sue did not sleep. Directly to an all-nighter, but still energetic. Not the slightest bit of sleepy look. On the contrary, the members of the group who were being trained all looked different when they heard that Yi Chen didn't have to come to participate. This would be a dozen or so new group members had just finished a round of target practice. They, as yet, have not progressed to urban CQB training. The Ozawa team member Bleep Lai said. Yi Chen team members rely on the good relationship with the team leader, and the relationship with Missy is not ordinary. Everywhere open the back door. Simply incomprehensible. Chinese people, they are all so fond of making small moves. The words had just fallen out of his mouth when a blonde Chinese man heard the Ozawa crew play personal attacks. The blonde Chinese brother went up to him and hit him with his shoulder on purpose. The skinny Ozawa player was directly staggered by the impact and almost fell to the ground. At once, the Ozawa crew pointed at the man and shouted, "What are you doing? Baka, why don't you have manners?" When that Chinese big brother heard that, Baka as if his bloodline had awakened, he turned around, held down the Ozawa team member, and his big mouth huffed and puffed. Anum. For popping sound. Anum. For popping or snapping. The sound of big slaps is about to catch up with the sound of gunshots. The surrounding reserve group members took a look. There is a good show. Chapter 43, Swipe a gift to fight ghosts. The two fought. A gangster from Shangjiang, the Ozawa crew from East Japan, and the two sides start beating each other up. A crowd of new and old members of the group came over to see what was going on. They saw Hua riding on top of the Ozawa team member after holding him down on the ground. And Hua's two hands looked like crabs as he slapped the Ozawa team member's face with big slaps, hooting and hollering. Brothers, I'm betting on Hua to win. I'm betting on 200 knives. That East Japan boy, as skinny as a rotten horse monkey. It's a wonder he can win. Shet, Zay, get up and hit him. You got slapped again. Baka, Ozawa, you're a samurai of our great Eastern Japan. How can you fight like this? If you can't beat him, I'll beat you later. A bunch of old and new group members, speaking in different countries, but they have the same purpose, to watch the show. With a buried look on his face, old team leader Su clasped his hands and leaned against the wall, staring at the brutal beating of team member Ozawa. Little brat, I'll give you a bad mouth. Thanks for messing with Awa. If, after messing with Yi-chan, if he rises to power in the future and backhandedly sells you to Europe Kilo, you'll be miserable. As the leader of the group, he also watches the show. As for group fights, let's fight. As long as we don't use guns or violate the company's red lines, a few fights are no big deal. Maybe, with a fight, things will get better between them. A large portion of the entire training ground of more than 200 new and old employees were watching the fun. This time, Yi-chan held up his cell phone and came up with the live stream on, and all of a sudden, he saw Hua holding down Xiao Zhe in a fight. Brothers, there's a good show. The ghosts take a beating. Tell you what, guys, you swipe me a little gift. Not much, 2 cuts of it. How about I just let Hua slap the Ozawa crew? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, I've seen a lack of morality. I've never seen an anchor so lack of morality. But as long as it's fighting ghosts, I like it. Little Taibao, anchor. I swipe 10 small gifts, 20 knives, 20 slaps to hit the full call Spinning Peter Pan, brothers, all you need to do is send a hit and I'll come and swipe the gifts later. And the whole place will be consumed and paid for by me. Mr. 1. Qin Shi Huang in the world, anchor. Swipe a plane for you. Can you get Hua to give the ghosts a flying kick? A group of Chinese water friends, but also really brushed up. Yi-chan held up his cell phone and went over. The two people who were fighting, both looked at Yi-chan now. Hua is a bit baffled. I'm here to beat up someone, and you come here with your cell phone up. What do you mean? Are you taking my criminal record here? You can't mess with mine like that. Being written underneath Xiao Zhe's team member. She looked at Yi-chan with an innocent face and said, Yi-chan, you stop. There's a deal to be made. The water boys in my live room want to see you get beat up. This way, let's discuss it. I've already made a deal with the live water friends. Hua slapped you in the face and they swiped $2 for a gift. Hua gives you a flying kick and they swipe a plane for $99 a plane. Hua gives you a cannon kick, which is an assisted run-up, gives you a flying kick, kicks you in the back, and they swipe $119 for a gift. Let's, 2 and 1 make 5. How about Hua and I take 80% and you take 20%? Ghost? Yi-chan was very serious about finding the Ozawa crew and discussing business, and he spoke English as well. When the surrounding new and old players heard this, they were up in arms and all thought, well, it's not like we're the ones who swiped the gifts or took the beating anyway. A group of white and black players were the happiest, and one urged the Ozawa players to say yes. The Ozawa player on the floor was a bit confused. I'm only getting 20%? 20% is more than enough. It's a deal, that's not a loss. Yi-chan said very seriously. It's one thing to make money to earn gifts. It's mainly because I don't like the look of you, an East Japan boy. Hua was a bit dissatisfied, pulling Yi-chan's hand and whispering, Yi-chan, I'm doing it myself I'm only taking 40% Hua, this is a great opportunity to fight the Japanese. Which one of the big brothers and sisters on the air doesn't say you're a good man? Besides, there's money to be made in fighting ghosts. This is the kind of good thing that no one else can grab. Yi-chan flubbed it up one by one. Hua's head is a little simple, a little thought. Indeed, fight the brats. I can still make money. This deal has to make money. A bunch of new and old group members all started shouting in unison in English. Fight! 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 The Ozawa crew had been smoked out of their minds and were lying on the ground, not sure of anything. Yi-chan stood up with a bad smile. If you weren't from the Eastern Kingdom, and Hua beat you up, I'd probably still be pulling the strings. It's a shame. You're a ghost. Today, you'll be half crippled. We're a mercenary company. It's only natural for this conflict to arise. Big deal. From now on, I won't even go on missions with you, so as to save you kids from shooting me in the dark. Little Taba, the anchor is so badass, but I love the anchor's style so much. Ruan, when you, anchor, you hang the ghost and beat him. Then use the electric baton to electrocute him in that position. And give him electric disuse. Liaoning Iron Brother, monkeys are quite talented. This kind of trick can come up with. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, this kind of secondary waste house. Also dare to come to be a mercenary. Give him electric waste cluck. Let him go. I'll save him die in the middle of the mission. Parkies the anchor is finally doing something good. I'll swipe a gift for the anchor too. Even Stick clunked gifts to Yi Chen when he saw this scene. Yi Chen cried and laughed when he saw the comment section. And as a result, his face instantly blackened when he saw a few comments. Doesn't eat cilantro, anchor. This Easterner is so handsome. Kind of like Koji Yano. How can you guys bully people like this? Must go ashore, exam preparation version, yes. What a handsome little brother from the East You guys can't be so mean. Little Taba, where are the Northeast big brothers in the live broadcast? You guys are fighting fiercely. Get on the mic and spray them. Liaoning Iron Brother, upstairs. The two women. Typical of the nose to put anesthetic. Either the nose itchy, or no numbness. Little Taibao, 6 and also the Northeast big brother bull batch. Stop fighting. The Ozawa crew takes a beating. Hua beats the crap out of him. Old team leader Su observed the whole thing and realized that Hua hits looked like he was hitting him pretty hard, but in fact, avoided all the vitals. He didn't bother until Superintendent Elizabeth arrived. Supervisor Elizabeth is here, just standing there. The aura was 8 meters high, instantly scaring the old group members into doing the birds and the bees. The old Su team leader hurriedly greeted the new team members as they lined up and prepared to go downstairs to sign the contract. Skywater, which has a formal employment contract. As to whether this contract has any legal effect, that is another matter. Chapter 44 The anchor is going to sign a contract of sale. Guys, I'm going into the conference room to sign the contract. Pause the live broadcast first. Yi Chen explained with a smile. Ruan Wenyu, water friends, the anchor is going to sign a contract of sale. Han Byung-hun, anchor. Your company sold out and signed the contract. If you run away, if you are caught, you have to be GA wasted? The first reaction of the water boys was sign the contract of sale. You're an illegal mercenary company with an entire entry contract? That contract, it's a wonder it's not a sellout. Maybe, a voluntary organ donation agreement will be added to the contract. When the time comes, when you're killed in action on a mission, the body is dragged back and grubbed up a few times, pulled out all the parts that worked. The skeleton is then brushed with a layer of tongue oil and sold to Western medical schools as medical paraphernalia. Yi Chen looked at the comments and almost didn't turn his back. A bunch of brushes with the word sellout in the comments section. Well, it's a good thing you guys didn't come to the anchor. If you come here someday, the anchor is very hospitable now. And then I'll treat you all to fried meat with electric sticks, tie you up, use an electric baton, and electrocute you until you squeal. The words fell, and Yi Chen set it up. A line of text appeared in the live feed. The anchor is temporarily away. Please wait. Tolov driver, anchor this contract. Does it have legal effect? Little Tahoe, you should be asking what country the anchor goes to after leaving the Middle East and not getting caught. Spinning Peter Pan, then there is no legal effect. Anchor bad luck. 10 years of contract. Go. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, I suspect that contract is a lifelong sellout contract. Like in the movies, when you're close to retirement, the company sends someone to destroy the anchor in order not to pay the pension. There was a lively discussion among the watermen. Yi Chen, Xiao Zhe's team members, Hua and their 10 or so reserve team members followed the old Su team leader to the 6th floor conference room. This year, there are several groups of new staff members who have started, each led by a different team leader. By this time, all the reserve members of all the groups were gathered, close to 60. In the conference room, Supervisor Elizabeth, Supervisor Sean, and several team leaders such as Old Su were all present. Veteran mercenaries of high rank issued contracts to these reserve group members. Yi Chen got the contract and realized that it was in English. When he took a closer look, the contract model and scope was similar to that of a domestic employment contract. However, the content is pretty bombastic, as follows. For each mercenary, the company guarantees a single monthly assignment. Other than that, there is no base salary. How much you can make all depends on how many orders Supervisor Sean hands out, and whether or not you can get a private order. In the case of Elizabeth's supervisor, and you must kill at least 30 people a year for the company. Wah, kill 30 people. Do we have a way back? Yi Chen asked curiously. Wah grinned. You've come here and you still want to have a way back? What are you thinking? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and covered it up. He proceeded to read the contract, indicating that upon becoming a full-fledged employee and being rated for rank, the company guaranteed that each person would earn a minimum of $200,000 per year. In the early stages, there is a 2-year training program, and those who excel will be sent out on missions once they get through the first stage of training. It can be with old mercenaries that go out on missions. It's not mandatory to train. All of this, appearing in a contract, doesn't even say it's appropriate. It's purely illegal, right? So theoretically, the content of this contract, it's not valid, right? Yi Chen asked curiously. Hua leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, this contract, it's to prevent you from jeopardizing the company and running back to your home country with your money. If, however, you dare to run back to your home country in private, the company will simply send this contract to your home country. Provide some more videos of you during training and during missions. Well, congratulations, you're a wanted man. Yi Chen skimmed his lips and understood why he had to sign the contract. While often chats with Lao Su, that's why he gave such a conclusion. Seeing that Yi Chen had some emotional problems, Old Su sat back with a smile and said with a laugh, Yi Chen, this contract is not legally binding in any way. You don't have to worry about it. It's more like a form of intent to show that you're willing to follow the company, 1 year at a time. If you do something to hurt the company's interests, the company is sure to send these things to your home country. I hope you understand. There was something otherworldly in Old Su's eyes when this was said. Yi Chen smiled. Having been involved in the execution of the mission, there was no turning back. Not to mention, he's out begging for money himself, saber rattling, and engaging in gray matter. If you don't pay the dues, why should they give you resources? Why should they give them assignments? In ancient times, to join the cottage, but also to go to the street to kill a person, to change themselves from innocence into banded body. With this situation, roughly the same. A slight medical bill is more than enough, but if you can make money, why not make more? Besides, now Weiwei is only 17 years old, and she still needs money to study in the future. Since you are out on your own, you can't look ahead. And instead of thinking about the consequences of signing a contract, you should be thinking about how you should make more money. In the next moment, Yi Chen picked up a water-based pen and decisively signed his name on the contract. Old Su patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, from now on, we'll really be brothers. Later, Superintendent Elizabeth personally presented all aspects of the contract. The 57 members of the reserve group present all signed and stamped their hands individually after listening. During this period of time, Yi Chen also learned that there were 8 of these preparatory group members, those who came from the country. Most of the others are retired soldiers from various countries, or gangsters. Of course, there are also mercenaries who were previously lone wolves and have now joined the company to work together. They also know that TSMC serves the top echelons of various countries and has good channels and resources. And among the members of this preparatory group, there were blacks, whites, Asians, Cambodians, Easterners, Animites, South Africans, North Americans, and so on, everything, mostly men, only a dozen women. Apart from a few Eastern Japanese girls and cold country girls, most of the other female reserve group members were over 26 or 27 years old. Soon the head of the training department, Jarvis, arrived. Jarvis, a white, middle-aged man with various tattoos carved into his body, introduced himself as a retired officer from the Rice Marines. He scanned everyone and said, your group, 57 of you, 37 of them have a foundation in military training, and 17 have been to war, but the company's training is all from scratch. He began to explain the stages of training. Month 1, Firearms, Physical Fitness, Urban CQB. 2nd through 7th months, Integrated Desert Training, Armed Assault, Armed Cross-Country, Carrier Training, and more. When can we start the mission? A black reserve group member asked. I hate being interrupted. Supervisor Jarvis walked down, grabbed the black man by the hair and slammed him on the conference table. The black prep group member curled up on the floor in pain, too afraid to resist. Interrupt me again. Break your hand. Supervisor Jarvis just said coldly before retracing his steps back to the middle of the conference room. Chapter 45, I'm like a duck. Supervisor Jarvis said, the 8th month through the end of the following year, during which time there will be combat training in all terrains, hacking training, drone training, but also makeup training, espionage training, infiltration training, and more. As for taking on missions, it will be based on your performance. And for now, the time is variable. The best members, trained for 2 or 3 months, can initially start taking assignments, and unqualified members will be sent out to the executives of some multinational conglomerate, as bodyguards, with a salary of $20,000 US dollars a month. All in all, the company will not treat you poorly, at least you will be given a guaranteed thing to do. Adjourn. With Supervisor Jarvis leaving, Supervisor Elizabeth walked out, her sweet smile on display, like a desert princess, and said some more words of encouragement. It was a completely different look from the one she just had. After the meeting was adjourned, The 57 reserve group members were still led by the 3 group leaders. Old Su led the 13 reserve group members under his command out of the conference room. Yi-chan also reopened the live stream. Ruan Wenyu, anchor, have you finished signing the selling contract? Han Byung-hun, anchor, what price did you sell yourself for? Yi-chan saw the comments. Thanks to the crowd at the entrance of the conference room. Otherwise high and low to dislike. The deed of sale. What price was it sold for? Now these netizens, they are getting more and more unqualified. Little white bird, you're pretty fast. Anchor, you're out before I'm ready. Little Taipa, miss upstairs. Watch your words. Little white bird, asterisk. Sorry brothers, talking fast. So what? Anchor, how are you? Ours? Spinning Peter Pan, asterisk. All the women on the extranet, are they this powerful? Ask directly? The water friends chatted as they asked Yi-chan about his contract. A lot of water boys are just letting themselves go. Anyway, it's not domestic, so we can talk about anything. Yi-chan briefly responded after. Old Su instructed the other 12 members of the group to go back to training. He led Yi-chan to the door of head Elizabeth. Little white bird, 2 guys, walking into a female supervisor's office. You, little Taba, no wonder people say that girls are 7 times more horny than boys. You guys are just letting yourselves go when you come to the extranet. Little Taibao, so, little white bird lady Bodhisattva. Is there a welfare video I can watch? Little white bird, asterisk you mud. Get out. Doesn't eat cilantro, I bet the anchor. He's not as good as those black guys. Liaoning iron brother, if I don't eat cilantro, I should take a welding torch and dislike you there. Little Taipa, or Northeast brother 6. Live streaming water friends chatting. Yi-chan didn't really look at it. Old Su instructed Yi-chan and said, when you go in later, just do your business normally, and I've told you about the 20% handling fee. Yi-chan nodded. Being able to get the money back is something that should be given a handling fee. With direct transfers, 1 second the money is in the country, the next the bank card is blocked. Now, the checks are too tight. Silence is golden, report. Report, the anchor is suspected of rice laundering. Lone wolf, I'll record it. And if the anchor dares to come back, I'll report the hook. Xiaotaba, the live room is good at everything, but it's bad at having an administrator. And the 2 old calves upstairs are farting all over the place. After Yi-chan spoke to the live broadcast again, he adjusted the live broadcast to anchor temporarily leaving. He and Senior Su walked into Supervisor Elizabeth's office. Elizabeth was informed of the situation and said the usual thing about the handling fee. Yi-chan agreed and transferred the money. With that, Yi-chan transferred another $50 over. Elizabeth's eyes looked a little strange when she saw the 2 sums of money in her account. It didn't take long before she sized up Yi-chan, clasping her hands and smiling without saying a word. Already understand what it means. Yi-chan, still on the road. Auntie, we are always family. You introduced me to this single task. As a nephew, no matter what, I show my respect to you. Aunt, Yi-chan said with a smile on his face, and the word aunt was called with incomparable sincerity. Old Su turned his head violently. Your kid has already shouted aunt and uncle? Yeah, you kid is pretty fast. The children are teachable. The children are teachable. In the future, if you really marry Miss Xu Wanqing, you might be able to take over the boss's job. It's the same, you're going to be the young master. Thanks Elizabeth, and thanks Jarvis, for arranging for me to take the lesser owner. In the future, when the young proprietor takes over, I will be able to work as a supervisor. $10 last night, not borrowed for nothing. Even, I feel like I may have borrowed less. I have to take more care of the young master. Elizabeth's supervisor sat in front of the computer chair, crossing her legs, holding her hands, a pair of snowy mountains calling out, wheat-colored long legs, but also very seductive. Her face, beaming with a little pride and satisfaction, looked like a fine picture just sitting there. Yi-chan was still shouting auntie and recounting his recent situation, as well as how much he respected his auntie. 10 minutes passed. A satisfied smile spread across Supervisor Elizabeth's face as she slightly inclined her head, sizing up Yi-chan. A little bit of compassion was born in her eyes, as if she was looking at her own son or nephew. Yi-chan was a little bit unable to bear it. Cheap aunt you do not look at me like this You're wearing little hot pants and a little flesh-colored tank top. You're staring at me like that. I'm about to lose my gun. It's auntie on her lips. The mind is on profit. As far as intimacy goes, that's half the battle. So there is not as much respect in the mind. Besides, Elizabeth, the supervisor, is not a proper aunt and uncle. It's 2 + 1 law. Yi-chan and Xu Wanqing, originally, were somewhat ambiguous during their student days. This time, the two of them also have a little bit of that kind of meaning. Yi-chan just climbed up the pole. Soon, Elizabeth's soft voice came out, speaking in English. Yi Chen, you're very smart. I appreciate you. From now on, in the company, with your aunt and uncle, you won't have any problems. On Wanqing's side, when she's free, Auntie will help you. This $50. Auntie smiles. In 2 months, Auntie will make you earn $400. That's great. I didn't call my aunt and uncle for nothing. Just now, I hole like a duck. Here shouted half a day. Aunt and uncle is not just want to earn more money. Luckily, Supervisor Elizabeth was generous and gave the promise in person. I wouldn't be able to find a place to cry if I took money and didn't do anything. Old Sue stood on the side, looking at Yi Chen's eyes, already with a little awe. This is the future young proprietor. I have to accompany Old Sue. Yi Chen, you all remember these 2 things, to the outside world. Don't go there. As for private orders, in a few days, I'll have one here. Now the son of an incense boss is being held up in a Gold Coast city hi-fi. This owner is still hesitant to pay me so we can save his son. If he agrees and pays, I'll let you know right away to do it. This is a private order. The company does not take a cut. The 2 of you, each of you can make at least 70 or 80 U.S. dollars. I guess it's just these 2 or 3 days. Wait for the news. Supervisor Elizabeth's elegant, soft words were like heavenly music in Yi Chen and Old Sue's ears. Didn't watch the other groups, trying to take on a mission? Take your time training. Take your time waiting. Yi Chen directly completed the bend. Chapter 46, You're a Shameless Kid. More than 50 reserve group members. Currently, even the best members of the group can only be taken out on missions together by the older members. For example, Yi Chen and Jack. Initially, they were the ones who followed the Old Sue team leader, went to the park to ask for people, and incidentally collected $2 for tea. As for the Farsi one, that was Supervisor Elizabeth, informing Supervisor Sean, through the back door, to send it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't have that much guts for his first official mission, which was why he called Jack to go with him. Other members of the reserve group, who want to take this kind of mission, and have to wait. Besides, the company's mission, too, is graded. The total is 7 levels of SSS, SS, S and ABCD. This is divided by the honorarium of the mission and the level of danger of the mission. After 2 or 3 months of training, the very best of the best group members can only take on B and C level missions, with a net gain of around 10 to 20 US per mission. Now, Supervisor Elizabeth is about to release this private order mission, which is S-rated and can yield $70 or more per person. This kind of mission, without getting good at human affairs and shouting the word auntie. Where is Yi Chen able to receive it all? Auntie, I have always thought that you are just the most beautiful woman in the whole world. You are a woman of intelligence, ability, elegance and beauty. Uncle is simply the greatest fortune in his life to have found a woman like you. After Yi Chen licked his face and finished, Supervisor Elizabeth was very happy and covered her mouth one by one and smiled. Old team leader Sue looked at Yi Chen like he was an alien. You're quite shameless, kid. That's something that you can even say. If the real boss's wife hears about it, it's a wonder if she doesn't cut you up alive. Auntie, you are the most wonderful woman I have ever met. A woman like you, with a world-class supermodel body and the wisdom to win 1,000 miles with the wave of a hand. You are simply my idol. Yi Chen's mouth, just like a winded machine gun. Having just finished, he forced himself to resist the thought of slapping himself a few times. It was so shameless. However, Yi Chen also didn't dare to look at Elizabeth. Otherwise, he really couldn't suppress the gun. Supervisor Elizabeth definitely knew that Yi Chen was bragging about himself, even a little too much, but I love to hear it. Yi Chen, the little kid, was good and understanding. From now on, I'm going to take good care of him, trying to make him, like, $10 million a year. Let this little kid, too, see what his aunt and uncle are capable of. Elizabeth pursed her lips and smiled very happily. Yi Chen quietly took a deep breath. ing shameless what words dare to say outside. Now, my cheeks race the walls. In the future, even if you don't become a mercenary anymore, you can retire to become a sea king, specializing in rounding up high-end rich women. The old Sioux team leader has been stunned. Have seen shameless, have not seen so shameless. You're a kid who blows. You have to be lucky to be the one brought by Miss Shu. If anyone else had touted Elizabeth like that, maybe, the tongue will be cut out. The same words, said by different people in different capacities, have completely different effects. Elizabeth couldn't stop herself from laughing as the two snowy mountains continued to sway. A woman in her 30s, with wheat-colored skin and a superb body, is simply God's creation, especially when she smiled. The snowy mountains swayed and her long wheat-colored legs were on display, making her even more seductive. Auntie, don't laugh so drastically. I'm really going to be overwhelmed. Yi-chan slightly bit through his own lips and suppressed that thought, and I don't blame him for thinking that way. This will, looking at it, be an aunt and nephew. In fact, if Yi-chan didn't send those $50 and didn't talk about flowers, could there be such a cozy and beautiful scene? That's impossible. From the very beginning, Yi-chan didn't take Elizabeth to really look at her as an elder, and it was understandable that she couldn't be pressed. Luckily it was just the three of them in the office. Elizabeth was happy for a while before it slowed down and she picked up her cell phone and operated it. Yi-chan's cell phone rang, picked it up and saw that it arrived at $20. Auntie, what are you? Auntie's happy. Son, here's a little reward for you from Auntie. Take the gun you bought and play with it. Elizabeth spoke very atmospherically. Yi-chan looked at the cell phone screen. Or the rich woman fragrance. The language of the wire ballflower is, it's not impossible, etc. This is the boss's woman. I can't think that way. Otherwise, if the boss finds out, the boss is definitely going to chop me up into whistle meat. By then, none of Shu Wanqing's connections would work. I can't think that way or do that. Yi-chan calmed down and his thoughts turned. My old classmate, Shu Wanqing, you are also a little rich. I'll be sure to chase you when you get back from the hacking department. A pretty little rich girl with a sweet voice. Who wouldn't like that? Old Su looked at this scene. His surface was ancient and unperturbed. But inside, 10,000 grass mud horses raced past. Mud, mud, mud. I've worked my ass off to earn a few dimes. You guys, call out a few aunts and uncles and get $20. Convex, ****** dish. If only Lao Tzu could call out auntie. The ability to yell from morning to midnight and yell until Elizabeth's supervisor gets a straight-up cranial high. I'll instruct a close friend of mine to do the work on your sister. He's the owner of a multinational pharmaceutical company and will follow through with arranging for special personnel to butt in. So don't you worry about it. Yi-chan. In the future, I'll call you Chinner in private. Cheer up and do a good job. Don't let your aunt down. Supervisor Elizabeth looked at Yi-chan with a sincere smile. Yi-chan is very firm. I will do a good job. Now, make money first. Shu Wanqing is back. You can also cheat a little. Who doesn't love a little rich girl who's a royalty? What's more, Shu Wanqing is also a famous hacker. Out of the SS level or above mission. All need hacker help. Really, if you can chase Shu Wanqing, directly take off in place. Elizabeth instructed Old Su a few words, meaning, roughly, for Old Su not to tell the public about these things that happened in the office. Old Su patted her chest and promised that she wouldn't say anything. A little later, Elizabeth let the two men leave after giving Senior Su her business. After leaving the office, Old Su directly held Yi-chan's hand and said solemnly and incomparably, young proprietor, in the future, please, team leader, actually, you are considered my master in the company. Yi-chan was somewhat stunned. Great. If you, young master, remember this favor, the old slave will be happy. In the future, the old slave will be your driver. As long as the money is there, the old slave will do anything. The Old Su team leader was very excited as he shook Yi-chan's hand and said. Yi-chan was baffled. How did you become a slave? How did I become the young master? There's no such thing as an 8-letter word yet. Old team leader Su gave Yi-chan a, you can definitely do it look. He moved closer to Yi-chan and lowered his voice. Young master, the old slave's future depends on you. I will teach you all the tactics I know. Come on, let's get back to training. Tonight, step up your training. Old Su led Yi-chan back. Yi-chan took out his cell phone and resumed the live broadcast. Little white bird, anchor. How's it looking? Supervisor? Don't be some 40 or 50-year-old mom. Little Taiho, Supervisor Elizabeth hasn't been in the picture. But to be a supervisor, she must have money. Little Taibao, it's just that I reckon this supervisor. Surely people are old and old. Stopping the water and electricity and pulling the plug. But then again, anchor, why don't you put up with it for a bit? Ruan when you, anchor, the words of the wireball are patience. Ali gives, charge, anchor, sacrifice yourself. You won't lose. Chapter 47, the Black Dragon is also a dragon. Silence is golden, the supervisor is an old woman in her 40s or 50s? Yellow face plus round legs? Heavenly rewards, that's the waterboy's guess. But it's possible that the supervisor is really this old woman. Lonely wolf, even if it's an old woman. As long as she's rich, we can take it. Yi-chan's eyes lit up when he saw this comment. These three old men, that's really not picky. The eyes were all eager for pieces of Maybach. Little Taibao, come on. You three old losers, don't eat some medicine. I'm afraid the old man doesn't care. Emperor Qin Shi Huang is alive. Three old wastes, chicken wake up. Little white bird, the old dude doesn't say a word. He just keeps his head down. Ruanwenyu, thanks to the fact that I can read Chinese Tipsy-Korean. Otherwise it feels like I've lost $8 million. A bunch of water friends encouraged Yi Chen to raid the supervisor. They didn't see what Supervisor Elizabeth looked like. However, they all thought that the supervisor must be a big mom. Let the anchor condescend a little. From Elizabeth. Yi Chen looked at the comments. Brothers, one word. It's not mostly about how the supervisor is doing. It's mostly about the anchor if I do. From now on, when you all buy cat and dog food, you'll be able to meet the anchor. Kotobuki, what do you mean? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, what's the point of asking? The supervisor is the boss's woman. And the boss will probably make the anchor into cat food and sell it all over the world. Heavenly rewards, that's too harsh. But, Richie Rich, anchor, I'll teach you the sewer passage technique. Silence is golden, anchor. Do you remember Wang Muru? Jelly Lao AI. Silence is golden, this Wang Muru. Mr. Wang is the one who opened up an ancient transportation channel and gained the recognition of the old businessman. Silence is golden, anchor. Learn from him and raid the middle-aged female executive. Silence is golden, in the future. You don't need to beat the living daylights out of me. You make all your money in the office. Your desk is 1.8 meters by 2 meters. You old things. You have a real broken mouth. So, the internet says you guys are silent. In fact, you all put it into action. Didn't you? Yi Chen didn't have the heart to dislike him for a while and went back to training. Too lazy to crook with these old snakeskins. One by one. They're all old and immodest. They haven't met Supervisor Elizabeth yet. What she really looks like. As a result, all of them are brainstorming, thinking that the cheap aunt and uncle are old women with old age. The internet is full of immodest old perverts. Yi Chen stopped paying attention to them and started training. For this training, the old Su team leader. For Yi Chen's explanation and guidance was more and more detailed. Yi Chen shot a passing score early on, and was then arranged by old Su to go to one side and hit the target himself. The company gives 400 rounds a day as standard. Yi Chen quickly ran out of bullets. So he had to pay for his own bullets to practice, ensuring that he shot more than 2,000 rounds every day. Only, he realized that the effect of improving his firearms skills through target shooting was getting slower and slower. From 100 rounds, increase by 1, it's down to hitting 200 rounds to get a 0 boost. This is, of course, the effect of the Lance 2 stage. Pistol 1 segment. The boost remains at for 100 rounds fired. Yi Chen then guessed that the further back he went, the slower he would ascend. In the end, you may have to shoot down enemies in real combat to get a quick boost. Anyway, that wasn't the case on previous missions. Soon, at 6 p.m. the day's firearms training was over. Yi Chen also ended the live stream and got some emotion value, but didn't use it to boost right away. The next day, exposure to combat training began. Skywater doesn't push for melee combat. However, close combat training is also given to company members. After all, every member was an elite trained by the company. It would be a shame if they died in melee combat. As far as, the contract says 1 year at a time. Come next year, you don't renew it. Try it. At least, you have to be with the company for 5 years, 7 years, before you can leave. Fighting training begins after. Yi Chen realized that when he did his own fighting training, strength and constitution and agility, all of which are increased by a small amount. Fighting training, learning Muay Thai and Manga, because there's a system of additions. Yi Chen's strength and physique were far beyond that of a normal person, and he also learned exceptionally fast. The other members of the group are still hitting the sandbags and boosting their physical strength at the moment. Yi Chen had been able to do it through a day's worth of liver, and had been able to break a sandbag with a whip kick. On the third day, it started with the players playing against each other, practicing their resistance to blows and practicing their sparring skills. The person Yi Chen matched at first was Hua. The strength skyrocketed after a morning of fighting. Hua voluntarily admits defeat and believes that Yi Chen has the ability of a municipal Muay Thai champion. In the afternoon, it switched to blacks. The cell phone is still placed in the corner to capture the entire training process. When the black player stood in front of Yi Chen, some of the water friends in the live broadcast room got excited. Doesn't eat cilantro, black people, so big muscles, so sexy lips, must go ashore, exam class, this black guy just smiled evilly. So handsome, so sexy. The anchor must not be his opponent. Heart like water, the black dragon is a dragon too. It would be great to be my son-in-law. Kotobukuro, Emea, who let these whiners upstairs out? Liaoning Iron Brother, the 3 women up there. Which gatas are they? Come out from that gata and take your daughters-in-law back. Ja, you're wrong. This is Stick's daughter-in-law. Han Byung-hun, not ours. Ours has no such daughter-in-law. Kim Jong-guk, Chinese people, please respect our cold countrymen. This is obviously your Chinese woman. You take it back. Emperor Qin Shi Huang on Earth, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Even Silence is Golden, Heavenly Rewards, and Lone Wolf have come forward to say, blacks are really superior to Asians when it comes to physical fitness. We, the Chinese, should recognize this gap. Face up to your problems and reflect on your situation. With the 3 old losers coming out to leave a message, the comments section blew right up. Little Tahoe, I'm chasing the 3 of you with a gun and you can run faster than a black man. Doesn't eat cilantro, I think you guys are just jealous. Brother Black Dragon is so sexy and has big muscles. You guys are definitely jealous. Liaoning Iron Brother, well, I want to take an iron and iron you guys that position, so that you don't itch like crazy. Doesn't eat cilantro, what's the point of pushing? Black Dragon is so strong, even the anchor can't be his opponent. Definitely on the banks, exam preparation version, yeah, we worship the strong. What's not to like? Little Tabo, you guys say the anchor. He still can't this black guy? Chapter 48 Please don't pollute my eyes. Doesn't eat cilantro, Brother Black Dragon. Big muscles are great. The anchor will lose. Heart like still water, if Black Dragon is my son-in-law. That would be great. Although the anchor can also be. But compared to Black Dragon, it won't work. Liaoning Iron Brother, you too. It looks like your noses are anesthetized and itchy. Little Tahoe, I like to play the piano. But some people don't have a mother piano. Windmill, oh brothers, understand some women who have no water, electricity, and power outages, and no men to care for them yet. Windmill, they wouldn't be like this if a man looked at them. Both sides, in the comments section, went straight to name calling. Silence is Golden, these 3 old losers are talking sour and playing the role of Rikuchi's guests. Not eating cilantro, these 3 old women, with their eyes glowing gold, could not wait to pounce on the Black Dragon alive, and made a lot of water friends angry enough. A bunch of European and American watermen were there to watch the show. The live cell phone was on the other side of the pendulum. Yi-Chen didn't bother to read the comments. He was warming up and about to engage the black players. Schneider, a black player, is also warming up. 13 members of the group, 1 empty, 12 men remained, 6 against 6, without protective gear, and began grappling under the rules of free sparring. The old Sioux leader acts as a coach, ready to step in at a moment's notice and save the group that can't fight. The black man, Schneider, was also warming up, constantly waving his arms and legs. He was showing off his muscles to the fullest. What a perfect bullfrog body type. Doesn't eat cilantro, Asian men, who are supposed to be no better than black dragons. Doesn't eat cilantro, it's like the anchor. He must not be able to beat the Black Dragon. Little Taipa, the anchor is extremely strong and can definitely represent Chinese males and KO Black Dragon. Heart like water, how can Yano beat the Black Dragon? Han Byung-hun, what did you say? ACI bar. Old hag. This will rise to the issue of ethnicity. Even the sticks and ghosts came out to help. And they're Asian men too. If you can't take this Black Dragon as an Asian anchor, then everyone's face is lost. Soon after, the stick sailor also gave examples of how well the anchor had trained over the past 2 days and so on. Heart like water, some Asian males, they just love to fantasize. Heart like water, later on, you'll see Black Dragon holding the anchor down. Little Taipa, what if the anchor takes the Black Dragon in your eyes and beats it down? Heart like water, I'll send you my welfare video. Little Tahoe, who the hell wants to look at your, like, last century's old charging port? Doesn't eat cilantro, so, I'll post the welfare video. Doesn't eat cilantro, I'm only 32 years old and I look like I'm 18. Little Taiho, come on. You water and power outage pulling. Don't pollute my eyes. Doesn't eat cilantro, if you have the guts. Let's bet. Whoever loses, whoever swipes a big gift for the anchor. Plus a fruit run. Little Taiho, that's what you said. The 2 sides of the water friends set up a bet. Whoever loses, brush gifts to the anchor. Plus fruit run, but also record video. Post it in the comments section. Shasta. A lot of female sailors have come out in support of not eating cilantro. Most of the male water buddies are in favor of Kotobukuro. The 3 old losers, Silence is Golden, Lonely Wolf, and Heaven's Way, still thought that it was impossible for the anchor to win. Anchor, you're an Asian. How is it possible to be physically fit, compared to a black man? It's just an insult to yourself. You don't have a 13 in your heart. Little Taba, water friends, frantically brushing small gifts, attracted Yi-Chan's attention. Yi-Chen, who was in the middle of warming up, saw his cell phone vibrate vigorously and knew that a gift had arrived. He walked over to take a look at the comments section and his face instantly went off. Schneider came over and bumped Yi-Chen's shoulder with his shoulder, and showed a provocative look when Yi-Chen turned back. He said in English, "Group member Yi-Chen, you are fit to go back to playing house. And, of course, you can find your sister and play together on the bed and couch. Yeah, black stick. I was about to persuade the waterbenders, but as it turns out, you took the initiative to come to the door yourself. Yichen smiled coldly and shook his head, viewing Schneider like a little cutie. He knew why Schneider looked at himself with disdain. Jack said to the outside world that he was going on a mission with Yichen. The rest of the group didn't have that opportunity, so they were envious. Then, jealousy, and after that, hate. Schneider, wait. Later, I'll take care of you. Yichen picked up his cell phone and looked at the live broadcast. Brothers, here comes business. Fat punching Schneider later. A flying kick for $10 as a gift. One big slap in the face. $5. Guys dash. Usually ask you guys to order gifts. So hard. This, I have not finished. Already received hundreds of gifts. Since the brothers are giving it their all. I'm not polite. He set his cell phone in a fixed position to make sure he got the whole thing, and then returned to the fighting ring. This time, Schneider had already attracted the attention of the other group members, stating that he wanted to PK with Yichen. Many members of the group came to be interested. Ozawa group members even shouted in English, Schneider, come on, I'll buy you dinner tonight. Hey baby, no need to buy dinner. Tonight, you just stay with me. Schneider's eyes were evil, staring the Ozawa group members, who hurriedly hid behind Hua. A group of members of the group surrounded Schneider and Yichen, watching the battle. The old Sioux leader clasped his hands and stared at Schneider with displeased eyes. Whether Yichen could win or not. Schneider, if you dare to win, later, I'll throw you downstairs. If I can't, I'll sell you to the organ company next door. You little black boy. You want to cut off my future. I'll clean you up. The water boys in the live room, too, looked forward to it. Doesn't eat cilantro, brother Black Dragon 1. I'm going to marry you and never touch those submissive men again. Little Taipa, since you like black so much, I'll sell you to Africa. The Waterboys parley begins. Schneider didn't say anything, and directly used a Muay Thai stance, bullying his way up and trying to KO Yichen with an elbow. Yichen quickly dodged, but Schneider was surprisingly fast and threw a straight right hook blast. The winds of the fists whistled vaguely. Yichen raised his hand to parry. Upon contact with this right hook, it felt as if the arm had been hit with a hammer. The body also involuntarily took 2 or 3 steps back. Quite alright. Continue. Schneider revealed an evil smile and roared furiously, charging towards Yichen. Old team leader Su clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Schneider, if you try to ruin my future, I'll chop you up. This will be, and there is no way to speak out and directly point out, so you can only so cold eyes scrutinize. Chapter 49, Stopping Water and Electricity to Pull the Plug on the Goods. Yichen saw Schneider charging over, and hurriedly used the mega technique he had practiced for 2.5 days. A prancing leg turn, and a kick on Schneider's forehead. Schneider took several steps back. His brow and foot were kicked open with a gash as if he had been cut with a knife. That's what happens when you get kicked by Magatama. If Yichen's power had been stronger, he could have just kicked Schneider to death. Schneider had felt his vision blurring. It was blood flowing inside his eyes, and his head was still very dizzy. His body was wobbling, already unsteady in his center of gravity. One blow away from being KO'd. Not much of a fight now. Doesn't eat cilantro, brother Black Dragon. Hit the anchor. Keep throwing punches. Little Taipa, your Black Dragon doesn't work. Heart like water, this must be a reprieve. It was the turn of the not eating cilantro people to get anxious. Yichen sneered as he saw that kick build and walked up, slapping Schneider in the face. For popping sound. For popping or snapping. Left and right. A dozen big slaps, like rain, fell on Schneider's face one after another. Finally, Yichen grabbed Schneider's dirty braid and dragged him to the camera. So what's up, guys? The money you guys spent, was it worth it? No, don't fight. It's my foul mouth. Sorry. Schneider, on the ground, whimpered and cried out in English, blood still trickling from the corner of his brow. This will be him. After that kick, lost almost all ability to fight. All that's left is to take a beating. The other members of the group were a bit chipper when they saw this. Schneider, kind of a strong group. As a result, he was actually kicked like this by Yichen with a prancing spinning leg. The Ozawa group members in the crowd were so shocked that they opened their mouths wide and looked at Yichen incredulously. Hua even gave Yichen a thumbs up. He hadn't misjudged this brother. Well done. Little Taba, Anchor Bullbatch. I'll brush a wishing gift for the anchor. Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, those 3 old losers. Come out. You black daddies have been beaten up like this. Are you guys going to pay for the medical bills? 3 old losers, diving in en masse as if the incident never happened. Who would have thought that the 6'9" Schneider, bursting with muscle and resembling a large bullfrog, would turn out to be so unbeatable? The waterbenders started looking for other people. Han Byung-hun, where are those 3 lousy bastards? Your brother Black Dragon is down. You have to fulfill your promise. Little Taipa, no cilantro. Come on out. Where's the video of the fruit run? Go run and post the video. Doesn't eat cilantro, I could have swiped more gifts. I don't want to run around naked. I'll send out welfare videos, okay? Little typo, I'm not interested in shutting down the water, electricity and pulling the plug on the goods. So go fruity, little taba, besides, who told you to clamor? If you don't go, I'll humanize you. Doesn't eat cilantro, don't humanize me Anchor, this way, I'll send you a little welfare video. You let them not find me trouble, okay? Yi Chen froze when he saw the comment and hurriedly said, Don't. Sis, you're in your 30s. I don't want to have nightmares tonight. So what? I actually understand. It's just, you're not looking for the black and white 2 groups. That's really not wanted by any men. Just dispose of it as garbage. Little Taibao, ****** explosive kill. Ja, waste recycled huh? The water friends didn't expect that Yi Chen would say this. Many of the water brothers were, for a moment, confused. But on second thought, these water shutoffs, power outages, and pulling the plug on the brow black goods. If we stay here, we'll be in trouble with our own brothers, won't we? Yi Chen said squarely. Brothers, think about it haha, the kind of big sisters with dark eyebrows, in their 30s and 40s, who aren't married, and age is just the least of their problems, maybe water and power outages and pulling the plug. Odds are, and a gynecological problem. It's better to take the garbage, and put it in the dump. Otherwise, what if some honest brother, who really is an ingrate, takes over? Little Taipa, 6 the angle is tricky. It's using a foreigner as a trash can. Yue, it's supposed to be upstairs, this kind of black-browed old woman. Do you want it? Anyway, I don't want it, so doesn't it have to go in the trash? Little Cyclone, no way. Even if it's crappy, it's still a woman of our tribe. How can we give it to a foreigner? The foreigners don't even deserve our trash. Little Taipa, big brother upstairs. So you marry these big moms back? Little Cyclone, forget it. Let's just throw it to the foreigners. They like this kind of stuff. I don't want it anyway. Tolov driver, Dodwada, The water friends in the live broadcast room, after Yi Chen said this, were completely happy. Why get upset over a bunch of water and power outages and pulling the plug? This bunch of eyebrow black Amazons. Just hurry up and find black. Better yet, marry today and go to Africa and never come back. Just dispose of the garbage as pollution-free. After all, with a community, there are always those who are crooked. We can't let them harm our own brothers. Then, the Xiao Taibao, water user, who was watching very happily, waved his hand and swiped a wishing gift for Yi Chen, which was $168 for Realm of the Sky. That translates to 16,880 emotes. An additional 10,000 emotional value is awarded. Another 16,880 emotions will be rewarded at the end of the broadcast. Yi Chen was very happy. Checking the emotional value balance, 76,121. More than 70,000 emotional values. One of them, 30,000 emotional value, was acquired yesterday live. Maybe, tonight, I'll be able to acquire 100,000 emotions and upgrade my pistol to a 2-stage. Physical fitness, strength, and other improvements are extremely visible results now. It can be boosted directly with emotional value. It can also be improved by constant livering. This time, beating up Schneider is a very good result. The group members, when they saw Yi Chen, their gazes didn't dare to meet with him, and they lowered their heads, seemingly acquiescing that Yi Chen was the captain. Schneider, too, was carried down by the rest of the staff and tended to his wounds. Old team leader Su was about to speak when his cell phone rang. Go off to the side and answer the phone. The rest of the group continued to train in fighting. Yi Chen had no more opponents, so he sat down on one side to rest. It wasn't long before old Su returned and called Yi Chen alone into the corner. Well played. Schneider deserves to be taught a lesson. Also, to inform you of the good news, Supervisor Elizabeth called. The mission is released. Tonight, we're on a mission at the Lanes of Night Bar in Gold Coast City. As usual, I'll be waiting for you at the front desk of the office at 8 p.m. Old Su spoke with a smile on his face. Who wouldn't be happy to make money again? It's the son of that incense boss who was held up on a mission in the high-low. Now, this boss has finally given up his money to fight and save his son. Chapter 50 New Mission. Rescue Xiangjiang Big Shot. I'm going to head over to Supervisor Elizabeth first to get the specifics. In the evening, we'll go to Gold Coast Road and I'll be specific with you. This time, it's still our mission together. Presumably, one person will be guaranteed a share of 70 After old Sue had finished, she went off happily to find Elizabeth. Yi Chen had a smile on his face. Being a mercenary was quick money. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It would be just after 4 in the afternoon, and he had ended his training early without an opponent. It is also possible to end the broadcast early. Nurture your energy. Waiting for the night's mission now. Yi Chen walked over and picked up his cell phone, informing his water friends about the night's mission. Little Taba, anchor, on a mission again? This time, you must use the electric baton to electrocute other people's little chasers. Let's open our eyes. Sunny little white horse, anchor, 8 p.m. We'll wait for you. Silence is golden, anchor. I'm seriously warning you. You've already committed the 3 sins of greed, anger and infatuation. Last time it was your luck. You can't go this time. Little Tahoe, let me translate the subtext of silence is golden, don't go making money. Old man's eyes are glazed over. Liaoning iron brother, silence is golden. You old punk. I should have taken a red-hot iron bar and welded your mouth shut. The water boys are back to crusading against each other. 3 old losers that come out and bleep every now and then. Other watermen, however, were very concerned about the evening's task. After all, where is the live broadcast of training content as exciting as a live broadcast of a mission? Ruan Wenyu, last time it was the park. This time it's a trip to the hijinks to save a life. How's the hijinks? Parky take, then there's no need to ask. It must be a place where women, who don't wear anything. Little Taba, asterisk. Tonight is going to be an eye-opener. Anchor, remember to broadcast live at that time, so that the brothers can feast their eyes on. Yi Chen saw the comments and smiled, saying that he would open the live broadcast. Old team leader Sue was talking about going to the night's lawn bar on a mission. That's the whole Gold Coast city, famous for its strip clubs. At night, it's good for the eyes. Ichiro Hashimoto, anchor, when you guys go to a place like that, can you treat your brothers for once? Watanabe Hill, anchor, it's okay for you to treat yourself when you're making so much money, right? Asterisk you mud. How can you treat yourself to this? It's easy to get bad luck. Besides, I'm going on a mission, so don't take advantage of me or there'll be enough purple eggs to go around. Yi Chen spoke about the night's lawn bar, and that great young man from Shangjiang, who had been detained inside. A lot of water lovers have already started to make up their own minds. 3 mercenaries drove to the bar and stripped what? Killing and forcibly rescuing the great young man of Shangjiang, staging a Middle Eastern version of the hero's honor. A lot of movies are made that way, and it's no wonder that watermen like to fantasize. Yi Chen looked at the message area and felt that it was almost time, so he smiled and said, everyone, the last mission. Everyone saw it. The anchor guarantees intense scenes, all for you to see. Remember, subscribe, guys, we'll see you at 8 p.m. In the next moment, he closed the livestream and checked the emotion value balance, 78211. Another 1,000 or so sentiments went up, and I guess it was the water boys, who were looking forward too much to the evening's task. Number of iron powder, 79. The 8 new iron fans brought in 800 emotions. Next, Yi Chen checked the live data. Live duration, 9 hours, 4,500 emotional value. Number of people in the live room, maintain around 1,500 to 4,500. Live mobilization, audience mobilization is extremely intense. Reward, 2,500 emotional value. Add 8 new iron fans, gain an additional 800 emotional value. Live wish gift feedback, 16,880, realm of the sky. Get wish gift reward, 10,000 emotional value. Live various gifts feedback, 4210. The combined emotional value of this broadcast, 38,890 emotional values. Emotional value balance, total 117101, 78211 plus 38890, 78k emotional value. The 40,000 sentiment value of this is the cumulative gain from the first 2 days of live streaming. The remaining 38,000 sentiment value is the gain from today's live broadcast. It was 3 days of firearms training as well as combat training, so the payoff was pretty good. As for the 38,000 emotional value that settled out after the broadcast, in fact, thanks to Little Taiho swiping the sky realm, this wish gift alone allowed Yi Chen to obtain a 16,680 emotional value during the live broadcast, and another 16,880 after the live broadcast settled, plus a 10,000 emotional value. A wishing gift that contributes 43,760 sentiments, yet it's only 110,000 emotions in total. A wishing gift took up almost half of it. The 8 new irons in the fire are okay. Possibly, live streaming the quest process, the irony will increase a bit faster. Yi Chen checked his skills. Lance 2, 2%. Pistol 1, 28%. Normal practice shooting also goes up in progress. Just not as fast as the emotional value bonus. Yi Chen thought about it. Today was a mission to the high field. Long guns were not necessarily appropriate, and decisively upgraded his pistol. He spent 72,000 emotions on upgrading the pistol segment by 72%. Just enough to bring the pistol up to segment 2. Sound of gurgling water. Clamor. A faint blue light surfaced on Yi Chen's arm, constantly traveling through every bone. Soon, the pain ended and he moved his arms, feeling that the exhaustion from today's practice had completely disappeared. He walked out of the restroom and went to the gun range next door to the fighting range and tried it out. After the pistol is boosted to 2 paragraphs, use a Glock 17 pistol. On the 25-meter range, it's possible to shoot 9 rings. Even at the urban CQB range, shooting forward or reactive fire, you can do 8 rings on the gun. Very elite old mercenaries, probably at that level. Pistols are suitable for close combat and they don't take too long to boost. And, when melee combat breaks out, it's more of a enemy effect by firing towards a rough range. Because, practicing to the point where a gun shoots you in the head takes too much time, and not being a professional special forces soldier, there's no need to practice to that extent. And, with a high probability, it can't be practiced to that extent. However, Yi Chen had been able to do so, gunning for heads in that kind of short-fought environment. The effect of the pistol segment boost is very noticeable. At this moment, Yi Chen's strength could be considered a first-class level among the 57 new group members in the same period of time, but not the top stream, because some of the new group members, who were originally retired special forces from other countries, are very strong. Next, Yi Chen checked the data in front of his retina. Sentiment value balance, 45101. He decisively put 40,000 emotional value and added it to agility. That way, in the midst of a dimly lit high field, you'll be able to strike quickly in the event of danger. Improving agility is more than just improving running speed, it's also about reflexes and more. Yechen, strength, muscle and bone strength 65. 9. Agility, reaction speed and flexibility 65. 7. Physical fitness, resistance to blows, viruses, immunity 64. 5. Status, anchored by an official platform. Talent, crisis awareness 4%. Skills, parkour 41%. Street fighting 1%. Pistol 0%. Lance 4%. Daily liver fitness, strength and conditioning will also improve. Now, just a fraction of a percent boost each. As for the 65.7 agility, it already gave Yi Chen an agility that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, on the verge of catching up to a professional agent. The speed of the 100-meter run also improved from 11.77 to 11.41. Everything is elevated well. Just waiting. For tonight's mission, Chapter 51, you're not going to do anything wrong, are you? It was just about 6 o'clock when Yi Chen walked out of the Firearms training ground. Jack, the group of players, also finished their training. Hua, Jack, and the Ozawa crew all looked at Yi Chen with envious eyes. Everyone can guess. The old Su team leader left temporarily, and Yi Chen ended his training early. They must be on a mission. We all joined the company at the same time. Yi Chen had already started to pick up the 4th mission. People such as yourself can only continue to train. It's true that people are more angry than people, and you have to lose the goods than the goods. Many of the group members bristled, a look of displeasure spreading across their faces. Supervisors, why don't you open the back door for us? The group didn't really want to bother with Yi Chen. Yi Chen also understands the situation. One by one, still want to open the back door. Send money. You really think I called you auntie for nothing? 10 or so members of the group left. Only Wine Jack still walked up to say hello. Between the same group, only the 2 of them had the best relationship with Yi Chen. They were planning to go to the bar run by the company at night to get high, so they asked Yi Chen if he wanted to come for a drink after the mission. The main reason was that Yi Chen had money and wanted to rip off Yi Chen for a treat. Yi Chen said that he wouldn't necessarily be able to make it in time, so he didn't go. Hua was a little lost, no one to treat, but thought of something, quickly said with a smile, then you tonight, kind of no mouth luck. We're in a group now, and I've got a date with 3 women from the second group, 2 cold country girls, 1 from Spain, all want to go drinking with us. That Spanish girl with the snowy mountain is bigger than an ostrich egg. Don't you envy me? Yi Chen joked. Brother Hua, playing CF at night, bring good biochemical defense. Oh, save yourself from being infected by crazy baby. I play CF and never bring biochemical defenses. Trust my experience as a 30-year veteran. Hua had a serious look on his face, thinking that a veteran of the Qing dynasty like himself was a sure thing. Yi Chen looked at Hua with a horrified expression. Why don't you go check? I'm a little worried that you may have contracted a biochemical virus. No, 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 no. I've practiced the natural skill of pressing F and using the forest detecting hand to know if it's safe, Hua Gujiao said with a smile. You don't know. I'm honored as Goldfinger in Hong Kong. Come on. I think you're using the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Yi Chen snickered. Remember to wash your hands. Don't give people foreign fire. Hua was dumbfounded. Foreign fire? What did that mean? Purple Bao Thunder Demon amazing. Yi Chen smiled and patted Hua's shoulder. Brother Hua, I hope that your nickname will not become Changjiang Xiaoyan. Hua skimmed his mouth and didn't want to pay attention to Yi Chen. This guy's mouth is also slippery. But he can't say it. Jack said in broken Chinese. I wouldn't have that special ability, but dash. Yi Chen interrupted Jack. I know. You usually use too. Jack shook his head and said in a serious voice. No, 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 no. Recently, the colorful biochemical paraphernalia of the East that I bought from Amazon arrived. Just bring one. The biochemical paraphernalia will change color if you run into a biochemical baby. If it's chlamydia, it turns green, and if it's herpes, then it turns yellow, turns purple when it touches HIV. There are 7 colors in total, which can detect 7 viruses. As soon as I see biochemical paraphernalia change color, I immediately run. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Yi Chen was a bit dumbfounded, so he chased after him and asked Yi Chen how this new type of biochemical paraphernalia was. Isn't that great? As soon as you see the discoloration, put on your pants and run. Yi Chen suddenly asked, what if it becomes 7 colors? A cut of 1 color, like a rainbow? Skip class of students. Jack sniffed and turned green. He couldn't help but murmur, I shouldn't run into this top-tier biochemical mother, right? Yi Chen patted Jack's shoulder and said soothingly, if you run into a 7-colored crazy baby, remember to run fast. He prefers Eastern girls, soft and sticky. As for the Grand Prix, well, who knows what kind of violent driving those previous owners did. The 3 of them joked and came to the restaurant after dinner. After dinner, Watt and Jack went to the bar on the 7th floor. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, and the old Su team leader sent a text message about the equipment that needed to be worn. He dressed in his gear as senior Su had requested, which was a bulletproof suit, bulletproof shirt, bulletproof suit pants, a Glock 17 pistol with 4 magazines, a Nepalese saber, an M4A1 with 2 magazines, 2 smoke grenades, and 2 fragmentation grenades, no Class 3 armor or night vision, because, this time, it's the inner city of the Gold Coast. To be fully equipped would be the equivalent of having the words I'm a mercenary written on your face, and would not facilitate the mission. With such a set of wear down, Yi Chen was dressed in a suit and looked like a white-collar executive. Bulletproof suits, except for being a bit heavy, have an exceptionally nice fit. It also protects against 5.56 rounds. The Glock pistol, on the other hand, was holstered in the waistband of his pants. The grenades and magazines are stowed in the lining of the bulletproof suit. The M4A1 rifle and magazines, in a modified cello case, were carried across. Inside the city of Gold Coast, as opposed to inside the county, is a different situation and can't be too flashy. These bulletproof suits, modified cello cases, and so on, were all rented by Yi Chen when he went to the equipment department, temporarily. After all the gear is on, it's already 7:30. Yi Chen looked in the mirror, observing his appearance, and finally put on his sunglasses. I'm such a successful man in a suit, but later, I guess I'll have to turn into a suit thug. Yi Chen once again made sure that the equipment was all brought on before he left the bathroom. He took the handkerchief out of the purse on his suit, put his cell phone on it, and swiped his card out of the room to the front desk on the 1st floor. At this moment, it's 7:45. 15 minutes until the broadcast. In the lobby of the front desk, the old Su, who was sitting and drinking coffee, saw Yi Chen coming, looked up and down, and nodded. A bit of the suit scum now. Yi Chen sized up the old Su team leader, also dressed in a suit, but the scorpion tattoo on his neck emphasized the wild style. The old Su leader took out a black handbag, opened it, and set it on the table. 2 Uzi submachine guns, and 6 magazines. I just went to borrow them, just in case, if a clash breaks out and the M4A1 rifles run out of ammo. Use these 2 Uzis, for suppressive fire. Good. Yi Chen lifted his handbag and took the initiative to say, Team leader, I borrowed your $10 up front dash. Stop. Old Su immediately changed his demeanor, putting away his fierce look and approaching Yi Chen, revealing a gentle appearance. He lowered his voice and said jokingly, young proprietor, our friendship, mentioning the return of money, hurt feelings ha. I'm not the young proprietor. Yi Chen was a bit anxious, and the 8 words were not even in the air. I'm making fun of Superintendent Elizabeth. And you're taking it seriously? Old Su's eyes changed. A little confused. As if he had thought of something. He leaned down close to Yi Chen's ear and asked mysteriously. You kid. You won't be in charge of Elizabeth and have bad intentions, right? I know. Elizabeth is beautiful, has a wow body, and is definitely a treasure on earth. But that's the boss's woman. Or your nominal aunt. Although your aunt is a bit much. But this? Take it from my brother. You can't touch it. Old team leader Su looked like an elder brother and persuaded Yi Chen bitterly. Yi Chen was confused. What makes you think so? How dare I covet Supervisor Elizabeth? Chapter 52, The Mooncake King and His Good Son. When old Su saw Yi Chen's demeanor, he directly pointed out the key and said, when you were bragging about Elizabeth, she was too happy to notice. But, I can see it. Your kid's gun. It's barely squeezing. Don't think about just trick Miss Shu into it, haha. See what happens. I'm waiting for you to take over as boss so I can be promoted to supervisor. Yi Chen smiled and said that whether or not he could catch up with Shu Wanqing, his old classmate, would have to be seen in the future. Forget it. I'm just waiting for you to promote me to supervisor when you take over. After all, I'm high and low counting your master. You don't want to shortchange your master. Wait here. I'll go to the garage and drive. Old Su smiled and patted Yi Chen's shoulder, first going to the front desk and registering himself and Yi Chen for the mission. Then he walked to the garage. Yi Chen stood in front of the company and looked at the time to 8 o'clock. So he opened the live broadcast. Little Tabo, anchor. Are we getting eye candy for going to the strip that bar tonight? Little White Bird, I haven't gone yet this kind of bar. Can I maintain the snowy mountains after I go? Sunny Little White Horse, the young lady upstairs. Talking about tigers and wolves as much as possible. Little White Bird, sorry for getting a little excited, but I'm really interested in the other guy's one. The little white bird upstairs is definitely a young lady who wears square-framed glasses, looks high cool and svelte, and is no older than 20. Little White Bird, how did you know? I guessed. The Waterboys interacted, all with a particular interest in stripping the What's His Name bar. Yi Chen doesn't care. This live broadcast system of his own. No network can shoot. What content to shoot? All depends on their own mood. By the official platform cannot control me a little. With the system added, as long as one doesn't go off the air, the live room can never be blocked. Kim Jong-guk, as soon as I heard I was going to a place like that, the Chinese Waterboys, they look like hicks who hadn't seen the world. Little Taibao, how can we compare to you guys? Chartering planes every day to go to the outer prairies as artillery. Little Taiho, walking down the streets of Ulaanbaatar. All you have to do is smell a certain brother and you'll know that Showman is here. Kim Jong-guk, Siakbi sniffle. Just a few minutes into the show, the Waterboys from various countries are bickering again, because of the previous padding. This time, has flooded in more than 2,000 water friends. The number of people continue to increase. Yi Chen watched them bicker. It was quite interesting, and when he looked up, he heard the sound of a horn. The old Su team leader came in an American Ford muscle car and greeted Yi Chen. Put the bag in the back seat. Get in. Yi Chen put the cello case and the black handbag in the back seat, and got into the passenger side. Old Su kicked the gas, fully displaying the muscle car performance, and the loud engine sound came out. The car took off in a catapult start and drove right out of the office and onto the county roads. On the way, Old Su took an envelope from the dashboard and threw it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen opened the envelope and looked at it. It was a few photos, and listened to Old Su talk about the situation. The first photo is of a young man with a standard Chinese-American look-alike appearance. The back of the photo has names and some key messages written on it. This is the great young man of Xiangjiang, Gan Yongtao, who is to be rescued in this mission. Pops is the king of mooncakes in Hong Kong, with more than 30 chain mooncake stores under his command. The camera in the live room, which also captured the photos and those key messages, was seen by the Waterboys. Little Taipa, mooncake guy, can he be considered a rich businessman in Hong Kong too? Little White Bird, are all moonbats so hung over these days? Park E-take, in Hong Kong, every inch of land is worth an inch of gold. A sugar water store of a dozen square meters. The whole store is worth 30 to 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Park E-take, high-end mooncake stores, which are usually over 50 square meters in size, sell the entire store for no less than 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Ticket Isa, it's equivalent to 90 million Chinese dollars, which translates to $85 million, and you guys are still looking down on other mooncake guys? What a dirtbag. This time, no one had the heart to talk back when Park E-zhe cursed. The Chinese water users are quite qualified and will still accept this kind of problem with an open mind. However, a water user soon reacted to the fact that a store, more than 90 million Chinese coins, 30-odd stores, even if you calculate an average, at 100 million, that's still more than $3 billion. Little Taipa, the mooncake guys are all worth over $3 billion. Brothers, are there any of you going to Shangjiang to make mooncakes together? Little White Bird, I'm signing up. Zazazaza, you can make a whole one, on the legs of a beautiful woman, and make a mooncake that will surely sell well. Ja, Little White Bird Sailor, just put out a person. No, just put out a pair of big white legs, and we'll go into the mooncake business together. Little White Bird, don't dream. Dead snakeskin. Yi Chen looked at the comment section and also reacted. No wonder. It's called the Hong Kong Youngster. It's really rich. As he drove, Lao Su talked about the cause and effect, and hinted at a few other photos that had been of so-and-so characters from the mission. Gan Yong Tao, involved in gambling in the back casino area of the Knight's Landing bar. First he lost all the $100 or so American dollars he had on him, and then he went to the head, got the owner of the bar, borrowed $500 American dollars and wanted to return the capital, and, on the last hand, he called a big bet, and not only lost all the money he had borrowed, but he owed $600 American dollars. Equivalently, Gan Yongtao owes a total of $1,100 to the Knight's Landing bar, and the man is being held at the bar. Yi Chen inserted his cell phone into his suit's upper purse, keeping the camera able to capture the outside. He looked at the photo while listening to Old Su's words. Old Su continued. The owner of the Knight's Lane bar, Alessandro, is an Italian razorback gang, and they run bars with small casinos inside that specialize in ripping off customers. Gan Yongtao's father, the king of Shangjiang mooncakes, Gan Taizu, approached Alessandro a few days ago, wanting to ransom him for $1,100. As it turns out, Alessandro, C. Gantezo is a moonbat, rich but not very powerful. Alejandro pulled a lot of strings, made a big offer, and finally demanded $3,000 from Gantezo, or else, no release. Yi Chen sked. These big youngsters, stranded abroad, are like mobile blood packets. The old Su sniffed and laughed. His old man is even richer. But there are only some mooncake stores, this kind of rich people, in foreign countries, with no. Gantaizu was worried that even if he gave $3,000, the other party wouldn't let him go, so he had to make a connection and found Supervisor Elizabeth, and come up with $300 to send the mission. Of these $300, Superintendent Elizabeth takes 100, leaving 200, with 60 for the Gold Coast City Guard. The city closer is not the same as the county sheriff's department. They want more. After all, a gunfight could break out later, so let's sneak into the bar, find the people, and then snatch them out. Chapter 53, later. Let's see how the anchor dies. You and I will split the remaining $140 American dollars. But Gan Taejo also said that if we could get his son, unharmed, onto a plane bound for Shangjiang, he'll give us each, in addition, another $100 American dollars. Old Su said. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. A mission to earn $170, worthy of being the king of mooncakes, out of the blue. It is this son of his, also too unconscious. But, Auntie, it's so good for me. I didn't give away $50 American for nothing. Besides, when I gave the money away, my aunt and uncle gave me $20, equivalent to that. I gave away $30. Just complete this task and make $140, minus the $30, inside and out. I make 110 American dollars. The human condition is really useful. Giving away money, it really works. If you don't send it, you'll be like Hua and Jack, and you'll have to go to a bar at night and waste your good years on a big ocean horse. But how can we, the great sons of China, be bewitched by wine and sex? Also, Hua told me not to envy him for riding a foreign horse at night. I'll be damned. I'll make a lot of money and go back and ride 10 horses. If 10 horses aren't enough, I'll have the whole 500 and have a lead sports competition. 170 American dollars per capita. But there might be some extra income from doing this quest. Things like tea, favors, air breathing, bullet wear and tear, and whatnot. We can get Alejandro to charge. The old Sioux leader said in a serious voice. So 170 is the bottom line. And it's definitely going to be more. A look of joy appeared on Yi Chen's face. The live streaming water friends were completely thrilled. Who doesn't want to make tens of millions of dollars a night by jumping on a horse with a gun and sweeping across the country? But there are always those who stir up trouble, like those three. Heavenly rewards, $170 for a single task. I'm afraid of the anchor. Have a life to earn, no life to spend. Oh, little Taba, let me translate. The old guy is very eye-catching, lying in bed, smoking cheap cigarettes for $1.50, and seeing the anchor make more money in one night than he'll ever make in his entire life. Little Taibao, now. The old man is so angry that he is beating his chest, but, after thinking about it, he realizes that he can only say sour things to console himself. Peter Pan, kill. Silence is golden, time and fate. Everything has a cause and effect. The anchor creates killing karma. Today took $170. In the coming day to pay 10 times the price. Little Tahoe, I continue to translate. One can only speak sour words to comfort one's weak mind in an attempt to hide the truth that one is a loser. When this was said, a few uncles instantly did not say anything, and I do not know if it was red warm, but it could also be a cheap $1.50 cigarette that chokes your throat too late to type a response. The water friends chatted. Yi Chen didn't bother to look and didn't respond. This time, Yi Chen was looking at the scenery of the county. Every street in the county is lit up with streetlights, and the only thing that gives the streets a unique sense of scenery is the lack of people on them. The old Sioux team leader drove with one hand with extra panache, but every now and then he also spat. Don't look at these tycoons. Each one of them is worth $3 to $5 billion. And look how bullish they are. But they can only be bullish in their own territory. Out of their own acreage. They'd be worse off if they really offended someone. Yi Chen nodded. More than $3 billion worth of mooncake kinged on Taizu. Encountered this kind of thing. The police? Let the SDU cross the ocean to the Middle East to rescue Gonyongtao? Don't dream. Doesn't want to be drained of his family's money by Alessandro. Just have to pay us to take care of things. Oh yeah. And the fact that there's a casino inside the Night Lane bar means there's a lot of money. I'm going to ransack him, as usual, and give the bulk to the boss and Elizabeth to guard us. Otherwise, we can't swallow so much money. Old Sue spoke of the situation. Yi Chen was very understanding and said he could share a little more money with his boss and supervisor. After all, if it wasn't for these two big guys to bail us out, unless one stays out of the company for the rest of one's life, one must die. The mission was to save lives and ransack the Night's Lane bar, which was incidental, and surely everyone had to be given a share of the money. When Old Sue saw Yi Chen agree, he continued driving. As a result of this, the cell phone was vibrating one after another. Yi Chen picked it up and looked at it. It was a water user who inquired. 2 mercenaries, to ransack a bar owned by a gangster. Can it really be done? He saw the comments section and thought for a moment that the Italian Razor Gang, specializing in the contraband and human organ business, seemed to be quite ruthless. Solely, Yi Chen threw his doubts to Old Sue. When Old Sue heard this, he snorted and laughed outright. Yi Chen don't be fooled by gangster movies. These gangsters, who come out to get rich, are simply bullying. They're no better than the guys at the park, and even if there's great benefit, they'll wimp out faster than anyone else if there's a slightly higher risk. Among the gangster philosophy, when faced with a strong man, you have to hide, and as long as you can survive, you can keep on plying and keep on getting kaiju rich kids like Gonyongtao. Besides, it's not like every rich kid's old man is qualified to find our Tianxue company and have the company step in to settle things. In the mouth of the Old Sioux group leader, these gangsters are the devil in the eyes of the common people. However, in front of real mercenaries, they were no different from Chicken Little. Yi Chen was confused for a moment. This was completely different from a gangster movie. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't fully understand, Old Sioux explained. The mob's mode of operation is to oppress the people and carry out regional resource monopolization. But you let a gangster like this, with a pistol, fight a militarily trained mercenary like us? I'll count him out if they can hit the second ring of a target on our 25-meter range. So, the two of us alone can beat up dozens of his gang members. There's no need to be afraid. Old Sue laughed again as she spoke. This move completely eliminated Yi Chen's confusion. Heavenly rewards, have you seen Heroic Colors yet? How dare you underestimate the mob? Later, I'll see how the anchor dies. Silence is golden. Old Sue is simply talking nonsense. How can the gangsters admit defeat? Lonely Wolf, come out and be righteous. You two went to smash the venue and you still think people will wimp out? Lonely Wolf, later. I'll see how you two die. The 3 great uncles, very firmly, said, in their eyes, gangsters, that's a high and mighty group. How could they be as wasted as Old Sue said? The group of waterbenders didn't know the gang members, so they didn't talk back, intending to see what happened later. Drove for 2 hours, 10 o'clock at night, Gold Coast City, in front of a brightly lit bar. Old Sue drove up. The bar's sign had a bunch of English written on it, which translated to Night's Lane Bar. Chapter 54. When you come out, you rely on not being righteous. In front of the Night's Lane Bar stood 7 or 8 security officers, all Yiddish guys in suits. There were also a couple of young white waitresses who greeted customers. These waiters, topless, carried trays with glasses of whiskey on them. Across the driveway from the bar, Senior Sue pulled up. Get out of the car and bring your stuff. Also, your live stream. Forget it. Not going to give them face anyway. Just shoot. Senior Sue got out of the driver's seat and grabbed the black tote bag containing 2 Uzi submachine guns. Originally, this kind of stripped what's his name bar. According to the rules, filming and live streaming is not allowed. However, it was supposed to be about smashing up the place and following a bunch of rules. With the cello case on Yi Chen's back, his cell phone went into his suit's upper purse, just in time to capture the situation in front of the bar. Little Taba, following the anchor has opened my eyes. Peter Pan, two big snowy mountains, bright and shiny. Anchor, you're too good to your brothers. Little Hyakutake, wow, that's a lot of energy right in front of the bar. Gosh, no wonder all those smelly men like to go to bars. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Anchor, you later are transformed. All can consider live bar exploration. Just specialize in shooting this color bar. I win your iron powder. Sworn to follow. Parky Take, sure enough. Chinese people get thirsty when they see female sex. It's your inferiority. Little Taibao, TSK, 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 and I wonder who made up a certain number of rooms. Little Hundred Birds, the Cold Kingdom's Mardong Sik has emigrated to America. So the Cold Kingdom is now Mardong Sik less. Park E-Take, asterisk Sapachi Puppy. The comments section was noisy, but Yi Chen didn't have the heart to read this. Yi Chen stood in front of the bar with his cello case on his back. It always felt a little bright, a little obvious to hide an M4A1 rifle like that, didn't it? Senior. Su was carrying a black tote bag with an Uzi in it. He led Yi Chen right to the entrance of the Knight's Lawn bar. As expected, a Yiddish guy stopped the two. This Yiddish guy, despite his suit, had tattoos on his neck and wrists and a menacing look, full proof of being a gangster. The Yiddish guy, his eyes contemptuously scrutinized Yi Chen and old Su. He spoke in Yiddish. Both of you, search, and you, cell phone and the purse on your suit. No filming. Old Su took a wad of dollars out of her suit pocket and placed it directly in the Yiddish guy's hand. A stack of dollars? About 5,000. Spaghetti Man's eyes cleared instantly. A warm smile appeared on his fierce face, as if he had seen his own father. He softly had to say in English, no need to search. As for the cell phone, you can take pictures if you want. Boss sighed. I'll just say I wasn't paying attention and you stole the picture. Remember, if anyone asks, just say you stole it. Yi Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Together, you still enthusiastically instructed me a sentence, ah? Sure enough, money talks to the devil. It seems that you can't really make much money with this kind of gatekeeping. But your bags, I need to check them. You can't go in there as weapons. The Yiddish guy repeats the bottom line and receives another $5,000 from old Su, still with an inch-perfect look on his face. Really, if we let someone in with a weapon, if there's a disturbance, I can't explain to the boss. Seeing this, old Su grunted twice, and from the bag she was carrying, she took out 2 more American knives and shoved them into the hands of the Yiddish guy. The Yiddish man tried to give the money back to old Su, but then he saw the badge of Tianshui Company that old Su handed to him, and his face changed drastically. Old Su, who was tall and horsey, spoke in English with a handbag in one hand and an Italian nerd's neck in the other. $3 American, my friend, is enough to make you forget all about tonight. Later, find a chance to slip away for a snack. It's okay to find a woman to play with, and at 6 in the morning, be back here again, and you'll thank me. You know very well what our company does. Now, if you inform your boss, Alessandro, whether or not we'll be able to complete the mission, I don't know, but if there's a gunfight, you and these brothers of yours will definitely die. The Yiddish guy listened to the words, rolled his eyes a few times, and nodded. He collected the 2 American knives, gave a look to a few other Yiddish guys, and let Yi Chen and old Su in. Loyalty to Big Brother? Righteousness to your Big Brother? That thing? It's been discounted. Besides, righteousness and loyalty, isn't that what is used in times like these? Heavenly rewards? No. 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 Where's the righteousness? Where's the brotherhood? Heavenly rewards, $3 dollars and you're bought off? That's betraying the boss? This uncle was straight up blindsided. You collect a few ing odds and ends and you put these 2 mercenaries in? These 2 go in. The damage done to your boss. Not to mention $30,000 US dollars. $3 million US dollars is a small amount. It's really the ultimate little brother. And it really goes for the ladies. The live streaming waterboys saw that the Yiddish guy who collected the money literally took the money, put his arm around one of the waitresses, and walked away. The Yiddish guy walks away while defending the waitress's 2 snow-covered mountains. Then the 2 quickly disappeared out of sight. When Yi Chen saw this scene, he also turned around and entered the door of the Knight's Lawn bar. He walked into the bar on the walkway. The lights were a little gray, and a few of the waterboys on the air had broken guard. The water friends in the live room had the feeling that their illusion had been shattered. What about gangster loyalty in movies? What about the legacy of the mob family? What about gang rules? Mud. It's all a lie. Heavenly rewards, this is definitely an example of a foreign gangster. Ah, how lofty. What kind of crap is the anchor filming? Little Tai-ho, old thing. Your illusion is broken? Let me tell you, this Yiddish guy's righteousness is still worth 30,000 US dollars, and yours is probably worth 300, or the Anname's Gilder. Silence is golden, this is a bunch of unrighteous, betraying big brother assholes, gangbangers. How can they be like this? Little Taba, uncle. It's the 21st century, eh? Righteousness? How much does it cost per pound? Ah, need me to buy some for you? Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the world, to come out and mix. 1 depends on not being righteous, 2 depends on stealing your sister-in-law, and 3 depends on betraying your big brother. Learn all of them, and you're guaranteed to be on the throne in 3 years. Ruan Wenyu, this gang member should be afraid of Tianshui Corporation. If it was anyone else, I guess this is not the case. Dad Kada, I'm Italian, $3 equivalent to 8 or 9 months of our salary here. That's a lot of money, eh? A moment for water friends to chat. Yi Chen and Old Su had walked out of the passageway and entered the bar hall. Dazzling lights, with powerful music. A group of men and women are dancing hotly in front of the dance floor. The women were uniformly topless, writhing frantically to show off their attractive bodies. The female DJ in front of her, completely naked, her hands playing discs, her head bobbing wildly, her hair flailing. There are 2 steel tube stages on the left and right sides. Beautiful white female pole dancers, who are performing enthusiastically, are just not wearing anything. Yi Chen's eyes went straight as he came to this kind of place for the first time. Chapter 55, they love to do needlework in real life. Female enthusiasm. Male openness. We've all gone back to the primitive times. Only Yi Chen and Old Su, who had just arrived, were still wearing the symbols, clothes, of human civilization. It rather looks like they're a bit of a misfit, which is a sign that they can't fit in with the group. Just this moment, a pleasant voice came from behind Yi Chen's ears. A white waitress, carrying a tray with several glasses of champagne on it, walked past the two. When Yi Chen turned around to take a look, there was a huge pair of snowy mountains. The waitress had her trademark professional fake smile on her face, not minding Yi Chen's opinion at all. With the calm demeanor of a battlefield veteran, Old Su picked up 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Yi Chen. Then he took $200 out of his pocket and put it on the plate as a tip. On the white waitress's face, she immediately replaced it with an incomparably happy smile and kissed Old Su's cheek before leaving. Little Tai Bao, following the anchor is happiness. That waitress just now. Snow Mountain is very nice. Peter Pan, this ball is bull enforced. Qin Shi Huang is alive, my departure from the country is imminent. Superman strong, unfortunately, I took a flight in the morning, and I don't always have a flight in the evening. Little Tai-ho, upstairs bro, take another flight. Go for it. Brothers get you. A lot of waterbenders are just in their physical bodies in the country and their conscious bodies are out there, and they've never even been to a place like this. For a moment, all looked dumbfounded. I didn't realize it was so nice out there. What a wonderful world of flowers. Everyone went back to the basics and had a great time. Yi Chen also stared for a while before gradually adapting. Old Su, on the other hand, scanned the bar and wondered what she was looking at. The comments section water friends, still interacting with each other with unparalleled fervor. Little white bird, eh? Where are those 3 uncles? Why haven't they come out to bubble up? Little Tai-ho, the 3 of them are doing needlework, but it's getting close, so just wait 2 minutes. Trolovsky, this is a great scene. Come to my side one day, I've got one on my side. Dad, okay, next time I fly your way, remember to introduce good resources. Little Taba, upstairs brother Mao Zi, let's add a friend. I'm also going to travel to your side of the world. When the time comes to introduce me to this kind of place, ha. Little white bird, I'll come too. And I'll add friends too. Liaoning iron brother, Mao Zi, ask for a belt. Parky take, you Chinese, you're actually here to discuss forming a group to go to this kind of bar. Sure enough, being horny is your bad nature. Liaoning iron brother, Parky Zay is here? You're pretty fast at needlework. No wonder, a certain brother sells well on your side. Parky take, asterisk C bar asterisk. The water boys bickered. The strange thing is that the 3 people from Heaven's Way, they really didn't come out, and they don't know what they went to do. Soon, Old Su led Yi Chen and opened a card seat by the side, indicating that he would observe the situation first. Then, find a chance to touch the casino area in the back and rescue Major Ganyong Tao. The 2 had just taken their seats when a group of white and Middle Eastern beauties, holding glasses of wine, arrived, wearing nothing, naked and not straight. They then wanted to play civ cups and cards with Yi Chen and Lao Su. This look was deliberately arranged by the bar owner, Alejandro, and it was the same on the other card seats, not singling out Old Su and Yi Chen. Normal high bar, open up a card table, and the manager arranges for a bunch of girls to come over and play as well. These girls are the bar's marketing team. They are responsible for playing games with the guests to get them to order more drinks so they can get a commission. As for going up to the third floor or not, that's a price you have to negotiate first. Now, the moment you come up to play cards, it is obvious that you want the guests, after playing on the head, to introduce the guests to go to the back to gamble. Mr. Gon Yong Tao Gon. I guess he just lost himself in a group of bowling balls, and then he was taken by the ladies to gamble. Old Sue carried a handbag and a black canvas bag with money in it, as well as bullets and magazines. This time, when he saw the situation, he knew the opportunity, so he took out a $50,000 from his bag and set it on the table. A group of marketing team ladies, their eyes lit up. It's a big kaiju, people who can easily come up with $50,000 US to play solitaire. There's at least a couple $1 million in his pocket. In an instant, even the two young ladies sitting on the side of Yi Chen ran Old Sue's side. 7 or 8 young ladies surrounded Old Sue, shouting words like brother and husband in English with old enthusiasm. However, the style of these ladies is completely different from the girls in East Asia, all of which are heavy trucks with front 4s and 8s. Yi Chen sipped his wine and just waited for Old Sue's next move. Anyway, with his cello on his back and his suit on, he looked like someone who came to sell songs, and the lady in the marketing team didn't pay much attention to him. Little Tai Bao, old team leader Sue, you're sitting on 8 heavy trucks all by yourself. Do you understand what you're driving? Peter Pan, Old Sue, these front 4s and 8s, are you going to rotate them? Little White Bird, I don't understand why, when we get here, all the sour talkers are gone all of a sudden? Little Tai Bao, normal, they love to do a little needlework in reality. Ahem, busy knitting sweaters right now. Yi Chen sat and drank, and it didn't take long to attract a few waitresses over. The 4 waitresses, with one thing or another, chatted with Yi Chen. They think that Old Sue is an old kaiju and not always a good catch. But Yi Chen, come to the high field, residing with a cello on his back. Isn't this like going to an internet cafe to do your homework? No chance. Yi Chen is also a big young man, or a first-timer, maybe rich enough to pop gold. Half an hour later, Lao Su played a few hands of cards and managed to win $5,000. The white lady sister snuggled in Lao Su's arms and felt that Lao Su was on top, so she said that there were more exciting ones in the back and that they could gamble together, and asked Lao Su if he was interested. Old Su decisively agreed, greeted Yi Chen, followed this white lady, from the side through the dance floor, up to the 3rd floor, and after circling around for a while, came to the bar hall side of the 3rd floor in the middle of the bar. Through the glass of the connecting corridor, you can clearly observe the dance floor and its vicinity of the 1st floor of the dance floor and everything. The young lady walks up to the steel door in front of her, looks into the camera, and says something in Yiddish before the door opens. The 2 Yiddish guys, as if they were entertaining a grandpa, greeted Yi Chen and Lao Su with unparalleled enthusiasm. Walked in. What came into view were rows and rows of gambling tables, some of which were mahjong, some of which were Texas Hold'em, and Hong Kong-style pokies, playing anything, various well-dressed men and women, smoking cigars and placing bets. Several of the tables were stacked with American dollars on the left side and chips on the right. Yi Chen probably swept a glance and thought that for a single croupier, there were at least millions of US dollars. A dozen croupiers. We're going to make a fortune today. Hundreds of customers gamble here. Security personnel stood on either side. 24 Yiddish guys in suits stood on either side like statues. However, they were all bulging a bit at the waist, and it was obvious that they had pistols in the waistband of their pants, and probably more than one pistol. Heavenly rewards, the security force is strong. Not bad for a foreign gang, and in this case, the anchor still wants to rob the place? Silence is golden, 2 people robbing this place. Looking for death aren't looking for it like this. Lonely wolf, Old Sue is just a stupid cannon. 2 people trying to rescue and loot gambling money at someone's headquarters. It's just hilarious. Chapter 56, is this Lotterus made of gold? The 3 old uncles are out again. Maybe it's because, well, the saving up picture is gone. They couldn't do the needlework, so they had to come out and force Lai Lai to do it. Yi Chen's hardcore fans, seeing these 3 old guys talking so sour, were definitely not happy and came out to dislike them. Little Tai Bao, 3 uncles, have you finished your needlework? Heavenly rewards, Little Taba, don't you dare pull this with me. Old Sue and Yi Chen, they have to die here tonight. Heavenly rewards, I've lived most of my life and eaten more salt than you've ever eaten. Listen to me. Little Tai Bao, how come you didn't snore to death after eating so much salt? Heavenly rewards, little brat, let's have the balls to bet. I bet the anchor will die here tonight. Little Taba, bet. Whoever loses, swipes the anchor's wish gift. Silence is golden, the anchor is dying. After tonight, you burn paper for him. Lonely wolf, if you guys have some conscience, Burn some big chicken legs for the anchor on New Year's Day, so that he doesn't starve down there. This will, heavenly rewards, be the main one. Silence is Golden, and Lone Wolf, are helping out. They vowed to bring back the face they had lost at that meeting in the park. It seemed to them that there were more than 20 gun-toting minions in the casino area alone. There's probably dozens or hundreds of other minions down there in the high field. Why should the rich and armed gangster headquarters be afraid of you two mercenaries? So, Silence is Golden directly stated that the anchor can choose the graveyard in advance. Soon, Parky Zay also ran out, with a mouthful of certainty that the anchor would die. Hashimoto Kazuyoshi, and some of the foreign water users, all felt that Yi Chen and Lao Su were bound to die. Two guys, trying to break into a gangster's lair. Are you two Tom and Jerry? Or do you think you are Schwarzenegger? You're shooting a Hollywood movie, aren't you? Don't dream. Even if the anchor, overnight, changes his name to Stallone, that's not catching on. Little Taiho, the waterboy, is angry enough to see the bet come true again. He then swiped small gifts and wanted to inform Yi Chen. Let Yi Chen cheer up and do his job. He wants to see the three old farts and Parky Zay and the others lose. Yi Chen felt his cell phone vibrating, as if someone had swiped a small gift. But right now, it's not the time to look at your cell phone. Soon, the white young lady led Old Su and Yi Chen forward, introducing the situation as they walked. A croupier who bets not less than $1,000 at a time. If you have a bad hand, don't say you lose millions of dollars. It's not unusual to lose tens of millions of dollars in one night. Yi Chen then realized why Old Su told him not to gamble. If you play poker, play $2 or $5. Play all night, lose 200 or 300 at the top of the day. Just as a game, it's no problem. But this kind of casino, only people are coming. If you don't have the skills, you'll get your bones sucked out. Not to mention your skin. How can a casino of this size not have craftsmen? This kind of casino, it's a bag of cheats. Lao Su saw a security officer who seemed to recognize him and hurriedly skimmed his head. Ran into an acquaintance. Take cover. Find another opportunity to sneak into the back work area to find Gan Yong Tao. But, soon, a voice of vicissitude came. Speaking English. Old Su, you asshole came to my casino. Why didn't you say anything in advance? Look at you guys. You're here with weapons, right? Now, the bartender at the door. He's really getting out of hand. A middle-aged man walked out from the work area. Standing 6 meters tall with a big beer belly, without looking at his face, one would surely think he was 6 months pregnant. This is the barkeep, Alejandro. It is also one of the several bosses of the Yiddish Razor Gang, in the Gold Coast City branch, similar to the Dons in the Shangjian Gang. The security officer, who knew the Old Su, was following Alessandro at the moment. Apparently, he was the one who informed Alessandro about Senior Su's arrival. Seeing that his identity was broken, Old Su skimmed his lips and wasted his time in the high field for nothing. Alejandro, you've recognized me. Then you know what I'm here for. Old Su was stalwart and fearless, and directly from his handbag, he took out an Uzi to calm the scene. A bunch of gamblers were so scared when they saw the guns lit up that they tried to run. As a result, all of them were driven to squat in the corner by the Razor Gang. When Alejandro saw this, a shadowy look appeared on his face. Guess what? It's for Gan Yong Tao, isn't it? But, Gan Taizu, this mooncake guy, how dare he get mercenaries to come to the rescue? Call Gantezo. The tall, skinny security officer behind him took out his cell phone and dialed Gantaizu's number. Alessandro answered the phone and was very angry, abusing Gantaizu and making all sorts of threats. Finally, he said directly, the price of the ransom, now, is raised to $48,888,000 US. $1 less. You're waiting to give your precious son to collect his corpse. Heavenly rewards, it's over. It's exposed. Silence is Golden, the opposite boss is angry. The anchor is going to ambush the street. The words of Gontejo pleading for mercy came over the phone. Instead, Senior Su reached right out and asked for the phone. Alejandro grunted coldly, yet he was afraid of the power of the Sky Water Company, so he could only ask his man, to take the phone to Old Su. Old Su took the phone and switched to Hong Kong Poo. Mr. Gon, you don't have to rush. In 2 hours, your precious son will be on a plane to Shangjiang. This is something we'll work out. Gon Taizu calmed down a bit when he heard this and tried to speak, but Lao Su hung up. You're quite good at placating your customers. Though you, Skywater, are awesome, but we, the Razor Gang, are not made of clay. If you don't want a conflict to break out, pay for it and pay for it. Of course, for the sake of Skywater, I'll give you a friendly price. Alessandro didn't choose to make a move, signaling K to give Senior Su the payout form. Mixed gangsters, seeking money only, not moving to firefight. That is ignorant punks only do things. but also very easy to GA. K handed over the payout form, and old Su glanced at it before handing it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen brought it over and looked at it, just enough for the camera to catch it. In an instant, the Waterboys were all blindsided by the payout payments as a whole. The payout form states, owed casino fees, 100 US dollars. Personnel fee, 388 US dollars. Table use fee, 99 US dollars. Toilet use fee, 199 US dollars. Casino air fee, 250 US. Electric baton skimming fee, 666 US dollars. Lady Lotus smile fee, 888 US dollars. Waitress viewing fee, 999 US dollars. A whole bunch of bits and pieces that add up to 888 US dollars. Alejandro prepared the payout schedule with the obvious intention of screwing Gantazu for 3,000 US dollars up front. Then, he takes them out and pits Gantazu for another 888 US dollars. Kotobuki, damn. Is this lady lotion made of gold? Little Taba, when people smile, it's only $88,000, but when she smiles, it's $8,888,000? She's got diamonds? Liaoning Iron Brother, not to mention the diamonds. Even if she puts the King of Understanding on her body, it's not worth the price. Trotsky, waitress viewing fee? $9.99 American dollars. Ah, I've seen it too. He's not going to charge me for that, is he? Trotsky, my family is poor. I can't get that much money. Can I give him 999 dimes? Chapter 57, Captain, are you cheating? Bring that young master up here. Let our old team leader Su inspect the goods, Alejandro shouted in English. Soon, the two fruit girls came up with their arms around Gan Yongtao the Great. Yi Chen took a closer look. Gan was beaten up, but his hands were constantly defending the snowy mountains of the two white waitresses. Alejandro, the hospitality is okay. Slap him around and tell him to defend the snowy mountains? Are you afraid that if you really beat up Mr. Gan, you won't be able to extort money? Fortunately, Gan should not have the stamina to do that kind of thing. Otherwise, there would have been an additional charge for waitress wear and tear on the payout form. Little Taibao, all beaten up like this and still defending Snow Mountain. How horny. Ichiji Hashimoto, that's how you get 999 US dollars for a waitress viewing fee? What a businessman. Nguyen Van Moon, $9. 990,000 US dollars. You give me that and I can get Beyonce for you to view. Superman Strong, what's Beyonce? Give me this money and I can get you Diligent. Golnazer, Honeychurch, all of them. Liaoning Iron Brother, upstairs. Go play on the side. If you really give me this money, I'll bring you the King of Knowledge and let you enjoy it. The Waterboys are up in arms. $9,999,000 in viewing fees. Not to mention these two waitresses. No, the king plus the horse godfather cannot sell this price it. Alejandro stated that he was more disciplined and only beat Gan out of his skin. But if he didn't pay again, it would be a different story. For 888 American dollars. I'll give you a friendly price. Tell you what. 888 US dollars, as you Chinese say. 388. I'm going to send it. And that's fine. Alejandro said playfully, thinking that the man was in my lair, and I would shout whatever price I pleased. Don't give it if you can. You too. You want to take Gan Yongtao away without paying? What kind of dream are you having? 888 American dollars? A lion's share. Yi Chen muttered a couple sentences and looked at old Su, wondering how old Su would solve it. As a result, Lao Su said directly in English, I don't want to give you a dime. I'm here. You have 3 minutes to make a choice. Firefight or release. Skip class, of students. Yi Chen turned his head violently and looked at the old Su team leader. This isn't appropriate, right? Just say you won't pay. Ha? Without the slightest detour? The old Su face is filled with the calmness of the former senior. A look of the old man just do not give money, but also to take people away. There is a kind of firefight Alessandro nearly choked on his anger. His blue eyes glaring dead at the old Su. He looked at the Uzi in senior Su's hand and then at the security personnel on either side of him. Think ahead. These two really aren't without background. But it's so shameless. Why don't you make a counteroffer? When the time comes, let's make it so that Gantaizu can give me 100 US dollars and blackmail him for another 800 US dollars. And then, I'll give you 230 or 50 American dollars each. Isn't that nice? I've been given the task of not paying out and taking people away. Alejandro, weigh yourself. Lao Su hard to the end. Anyway, gross money not to give. You look at it. You dare to make trouble. Then the firefight. I'm a military-trained mercenary. I'm afraid of you gangsters? Little Taibao, 666 The main fight a lousy pennies do not come out. Want you to release the attitude. Peter Pan, isn't it obvious that we're going to have a firefight, and there's no such thing as a negotiation? Ichiro Hashimoto, there's a new saying in China, the old lifer hangs himself. He's tired of living too long. This is a ing negotiation. Why do I feel like I'm looking for death? The water friends are blinded. You have been found out by the other boss, and still put on this dead look. Have you never been beaten? The three old brothers, Heaven's Path Rewards, Silence is Golden, and Lonely Wolf, saw this scene and directly laughed like crazy, thinking that Yi Chen would surely die. The skin on Alejandro's face, quivering slightly, was angry. Old Su's hand directly interrupted his thinking. Now, what about a firefight? Finished? Can I live? That's the point. Face and all that doesn't matter. Viciousness is for the people, not for these outlaws. The only way I can keep cradling money is to stay alive. The surrounding juniors didn't say anything. They all knew that Tianshui Company was bullish, and they didn't dare to make a scene. Old Su just took the gun and acted like I'm not going to give a penny. So you're looking at it. Yi Chen saw this situation for the first time and was a bit confused for a moment. I run a casino. How about we make a bet, and if you win, I'll let you take the man away? Alexander clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, giving himself a leg up. The old Sioux leader nodded and went to a nearby gambling table. Alejandro found a pretty female dealer, came over, and explained the rules of gambling. The game is Hong Kong-style pokies, the kind of gambling method in the movie God of Gamblers. At the beginning, a base card and a bright card are dealt. Whoever has the biggest card calls the price, and if you can't keep up, you lose. If you can afford to call, then keep dealing a full 4-card hand, plus the bottom card, for a total of 5, and then lift it off. And at the end of the day, you're looking to see who's got the bigger hand. Yes, I accept. Old Sue agreed. Heavenly rewards, this Lady Ho, she's definitely a hustler. Lonely Wolf, gambling in someone else's casino? Old Sue is crazy. Gon Dishao can lose even his pants. Three old uncles, not at all optimistic about Old Sue. You're betting with people in their lair. How can people not cheat? It's almost as if the birthday boy is looking for death. Alejandro and Sue Sr. bet against each other, and the lady dealer began to deal. 1 undercard, 1 open card. The deck is Alejandro the Great. Alejandro called the shots, starting with several $1 million US. Old Sue has been with. Yichen watched from the side and finally understood why Gon Yongtao lost $600 US in the last hand. Suppose both players have 4 cards, 3 open cards and 1 base card respectively. At this point, if the opponent has a big hand, yell $4 million US. If, on the other hand, you don't have the money to follow, you lose. If you want to win, you have to follow hard. Then a 5th card is dealt, another bid is called, another call is made, and finally the cards are opened. There's always cards to play, and if you can't do it, you'll be more than just out of money on your body. You'll be out of money backwards. Soon, Senior, Sue and Alejandro, both had 5 cards. Yichen looked at both sides of the deck. Alejandro was 3 old kings. Old Sue was a pair of old 10s. Obviously can't do it. Heavenly rewards, it's over. The old Sue and the anchor can prepare themselves well. They'll have to sell hooks later. Little White Bird, what do you mean? Lonely Wolf, obviously losing can only sell hooks chanting. This card face, the old Sue bottom card even if it is the old 10, also have to lose. The water friends all felt that Old Sue was bound to lose. With this kind of hand, even if we call the god of gamblers, Gao Jin, over, it's useless. Yichen secretly sighed. The group leader shouldn't have gambled. Alejandro, with a smile on his face, was about to open his bottom card to determine the moment of victory or defeat. Wait, I'm going to do something. Old Sue called out for everyone to stop, got up in person, took the cards from the dealer, and scattered them all over the table. In front of everyone, he pulled 2 old 10s from the pile and replaced his 2 lousy cards. That makes 4 old 10s. Alejandro? Lady Holmes? Yichen was stunned. Team leader, you're explicitly cheating? Chapter 58, your gangster Big Daddy has been killed. We've all seen the sneak peeks and the license plate swappers, but in the bright light of day, you stand up and take cards from the pile and replace them on your own deck. What does that mean? Everyone present was baffled by Old Sue, seeing this kind of operation for the first time. With an air of entitlement, Old Sue pointed to her deck and said, Alejandro, now, I have 4 old 10s. This kind of deck, I don't know how to call it. Anyway, it feels very bullish. I'll count it as 2 pair of 10s. 2 pairs for me, 1 pair for you. You lose. Alejandro paused for half a second before he burst into a rage and slammed the table. You changed the cards right in front of me. Do you think I'm a dead man? What? You're not convinced? Really think you're the boss when you open a porno bar and a whole small casino? Backed by the Razorbacks? Even if the entire Razor gang comes to the Gold Coast, you'll still have to squat for me. Old Sue is overbearing. This is our turf. You outsider. It's useless to hang on any longer. For a moment, Alessandro didn't know how to respond. It's disgraceful. It's obvious to change the cards. Not a bit of the rules of the road. Ha! Old Sue doesn't care about that. Dude is here to save the day. Then, he walked to Alejandro in a dignified manner and picked up Alejandro's bottom card. This card is revealed, and I will definitely win. People, I'm taking. As for the cost of favors, etc. I'll take my time and figure it out with you. A hint of panic was evident on his face as he laid down Alejandro's bottom card. Because that undercard, it's Old K. Alexander had 4 old kings, which by any reckoning was bigger than Sue Sr.'s 4 old tens. Little Taba, 666 Openly cheating have never played Data, Alejandro is also a talent. Let the lady dealer give himself a bomb? 4 kings, K-bomb? Ichiro Hashimoto, Old Sue. I'm sorry, but your 10 bomb can't do his K-bomb. Heavenly rewards, Tianshui is really full of talent too. There are all kinds of hangers-on. Silence is golden, in Lao Su's case. I suspect that something is wrong on the old graveside. The water boys got straight up high. It was so comedic. Yichen forced himself not to laugh out loud. It was really a match made in chess. That female dealer, obviously an expert at cheating, ran into a shameless one like Old Sue. And as it turned out, it really won. It seemed that Alejandro had been guarding against Old Sue from the start, or else he wouldn't have let the female dealer send himself a K-bomb. In Hong Kong-style pokies, when you see a K-bomb, everyone knows that you must be cheating. Old Sue also cheats. She just doesn't play people. How's it going, old team leader Sue? This K-bomb of mine is more powerful than your 10-bomb, isn't it? Alejandro had a smile on his face. This time, it was Old Sue's turn to be blindsided, staring at the deck of cards and saying, this guy is cheating? If we're talking about cheating, it seems like I'm more shameless. But pay? I don't have to pay for it. It's fine to let Gantazu out. Just don't want that $100 American afterwards. Little white bird, can you do it? Old man. You can't even play with people like this. Go home and sleep. Luna, tricky stinking men who only shoot guns and don't grow up. Xiao Yuer, come to sister. Sister will teach you how to play with guns and how to grow a heart. Xiao Yuer, it's not right to keep money in your hands in your situation. Come on, Lao Su. Transfer your salary of several $1 million a month to your sister. Sister loves you. Kim Jong-guk, upstairs. Are you taking Old Su for a fool? Wan Wenyu, isn't Lao Su? The water boys are kind of high. Alessandro just stared at Senior. Su, man. Your company is a cattle prod. However, you can't play tricks. You can't play with your heart. You can't do it. So you should practice more. Snappy, hurry up and call that mooncake guy Gantezo. Yichen didn't even know what to say, falling into a hollow sense of powerlessness. As a result, the next moment, the Old Sue lifted her Uzi and aimed it at Alejandro's head. I think that 10 bombs are bigger than K-bombs. What do you think? Asterisk. Q. Alessandro broke right through the defense. This guy was shameless, but the gun's on the head. All Alessandro could say was, yes, 10 bombs are bigger than K-bombs, so you can put the gun down, right? No, let Gon Yongtao go. In addition, the cost of tea, the cost of favors, etc. do not count with you more. Give me and brother Yichen another $300 each, and we'll go. Old Sue spoke the most shameless words in the most righteous tone. Alejandro, completely tense, pointed at Old Sue. Bang. Shots fired. Sru brought the muzzle of his Uzi down and shot Alejandro in the thigh. The 20 or so gang members around them were about to draw their guns. Yichen violently pulled out the Glock 17 pistol on his waist and launched a close-range shot. Bang. 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 Bang bang. Quick aim, quick fire. Even at the 25-meter range, the second stage of the pistol allowed Yichen to achieve 9 rings on the gun, while within a distance of less than 10 meters. Yichen was shooting 10 rings and shooting headshots. Yichen shot 9 rounds in one breath, shooting all the security personnel on the left, and couldn't turn around in time to deal with the guy on the right. All he could do was roll to get under the croupier when he heard gunshots ring out. It was the other guy who shot. Bang, 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 bang bang. It's a Glock 22 shot. In an instant, Yichen's heart was in his throat, and when he rolled under the betting table, he realized that he hadn't been shot. Skewing his head, the opposite side hit all crooked. Then the sound of an Uzi was heard. Yichen looked at Old Sue. carrying an Uzi submachine gun, and swept it at the 12 security personnel. Every security officer had a pistol and shot at the old Sue as well, which turned out to be all tracer shots. No wonder old Sue has a bottom line, less than 10 meters away. It's amazing how watered down the shooting skills of these gang brothers can be. Yi Chen came to the bottom, directly raised his body and shot, cooperating with the old Sue, killing all the gangsters present, leaving only Alejandro behind. Little Taipa, asterisk. It's almost like little Marco is alive, isn't it? Little White Bird, who is Pony Boy? Little Taipa, it's the character from Heroes of Might and Magic 2 that the old punk mentioned. The one man with a couple of guns who has dozens of gang members in a big way. Satadod, so old Sue wasn't telling lies. Hashimoto Ichiji, gang members with guns. It seems like they can really only scare the common people. Against mercenaries, it's like giving away food. What about the 3 old losers? Liaoning Iron Brother, those 3 old losers. These are the gang members you think are so high and mighty. Come on out. Your 3 gangster big daddies have been shot. Why don't you come and cry? Chapter 59, Lao Tzu's backstage is harder. Yi Chen stood up and gave those security personnel, one by one, another complimentary shot. Glock 17 pistol with a 17-round magazine. Shoot it all and then reload the magazine. Yi Chen loaded the magazines, and then replenished the guns for the 5 punks, making sure that the other side was all cooled off, so as not to be shot in the dark. Little typo, too bad. With the replacement robbery, you won't get to see what it's like to be shot in the dark in the movies. Liaoning Iron Brother, this is called professionalism, worthy of being a mercenary. A bunch of guests, so scared that they huddled in the corner, not daring to raise their heads. Yi Chen came back from mending his gun and saw the 2 waitresses, huddled in the corner. Big Junior Gan Yongtao crouched on the ground, shivering. Just at that moment, the gate was opened and some gang members heard the gunshots and came racing to help. Bang! 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 Bang bang! Yi Chen fired against the door, and after he ran out of a magazine, he replaced it with another one and continued to fire a few shots, blocking the door and shooting 6 people, the gang members outside the door. Then they didn't dare to continue charging inside. Yi Chen blinked his eyes and was shocked to find that the Pistol 2 segment had significantly improved. Pistol 2 at the moment, 7.5%. Kill a man. Raise 0.5. That's not bad. Senior. Sue grabbed Alejandro by his shirt and lifted him onto the gaming table. He said in a cold voice, "Give your men the order to get out of the way. I'm taking the people out." "You dream," Alessandro said through gritted teeth. "This will." Tempers flare. "How dare you kill my little brother and shoot me? Still want me to let you go? No way." Old Sue snorted coldly. "Since you're not willing, we didn't come for nothing. Yi Chen, pack up all the money on the gambling table, as well as the money in the backstage. Greet Gan Yongtao along. At least it's a labor force. Don't waste it. Don't you dare." Alessandro growled. "I, who have the back of King Abdul, the money from this casino, as well as the money from the backstage, also has a share in the king. Don't you dare take this money. King Abdul will not spare you." "Anum." For popping sound. "Anum." For popping or snapping. A dozen big slaps in Alessandro's face. Old Sue snorted coldly. "You're not the only one with a backstage. I've got a tougher backstage. Don't you know? Besides, I know Prince Abdul, and he's not an important member of the royal family. Besides, there are more than 2,000 princes in the Middle East, so if I'm really scared when I run into a prince, then what's the point of me making any money at all?" "Yi Chen, cradle the money. You get the cash. I'll torture his electronic accounts." He pulled a Glock pistol from his backside and just deliberately put the muzzle of it against Alessandro's wound. The cold muzzle of the gun, as it was squeezed into the flesh and blood of the wound, Alessandro screamed in agony all over the room. Senior. Sue was in charge of torturing Alessandro, as well as preventing anyone outside from rushing in. Yi Chen pulled Gan Yongtao up and gave the other 2 sacks. Sacks were found on the side, specifically to lasso the heads of gamblers who owed money. Now, it was used by Yi Chen to hold money. Soon, the large handfuls of dollars on one gambling table after another were swept by Yi Chen with his arm, directly into the sack. Finished scouring the croupier, Yi Chen carried a sack and came to the backstage area. After telling a few girls to get lost, he lifted a piece of canvas. After seeing the dollars piled up like beds on the floor, his eyes looked straight. A lot of money, quickly loaded. After 1 sack was filled, he ran out again and brought 2 more sacks over for the money. Little Taibao, sacks of money. Life winner. Anchor, your life. My dream. Ruanwenyu, I hate it so much. Why don't I have an avenue to become a mercenary? Ichiro Hashimoto, sacks and sacks of money. Little White Bird, bridge bean sacks. 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 Peter Pan, no way. Missy, you can drive on this tie road? The water friends have been all kinds of envious just by looking at Yi Chen's sacks of money. Yi Chen loading dollars is as simple and rough as the second master loading buds at the entrance of the village. Liaoning Iron Brother, robbing a bank doesn't even make as much money as robbing a gangster's lair. Sunny Little White Horse, sometimes I don't understand why robbers don't rob gangs. Little White Bird, yeah. Robbing a bank is being chased by the power of the state. Robbing a gang, at best. The black boss is just chasing him. A lot of sailors are starting to think about the question of why those robbers before didn't rob the gangs. Isn't it obvious that robbing a gangster's lair is not only quicker money? Encountering a weaker armed force? The water boys are starting to talk about it. Yi Chen had already cradled a few sacks of dollars out, and looking at old Sue, who was still torturing Alejandro, he said, a dozen or so croupiers, $600 were scavenged, and for the backstage area, about $1,500. It's all cash, but I haven't touched the money on those gamblers. That one doesn't move. You can't rob a gambler of the money he has on him. Old Sue, crazy as he was, but still reasoned clearly, said, if we rob Alessandro, at most we'll offend a Prince Abdul, as well as the Razor Gang, but those gamblers come from all over the world. In case someone is a high-ranking member of a certain country, that's not good. Then, send them $30,000 or $50,000 each? Anyway, it's not our money. Yi Chen took the initiative and said, thinking that there was too much cash this time, so he might not be able to take it all away. Instead of cheapening Alessandro, I'll do a favor and lend him a hand. Yes, you're getting smarter and smarter. A gambler, give 30,000 and let them go, old Sue said. Yi Chen greeted Gan Yongtao and handed out money with himself. 180 gamblers, trembling, received the money Yi Chen handed out and looked at Yi Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Mercenaries are so qualified these days, thinks it's bothering me to gamble and gives me some gambling money. These two mercenaries, they're really nice. The gamblers took their money and were let go by old Sue and Yi Chen. They didn't really come to think about the money, but it was actually the bets they had placed on the tables. Of course, there are many losses and few wins. Most of the money has been lost to the dealer, and Yi Chen sends out the dealer's money. Little Tahoe, 30,000 dimes each. Go back and don't talk. Ruanwenyu, Anchor and old Sue. Shady, what people can be offended? What people can't be offended? They both have a clear understanding. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, think about it differently. If I were in this situation, not only would I not be angry, I would have to thank the anchor. Park take, of course. If you were to lose, you'd probably be selling your hooks, and suddenly you get $30,000. How can you not be happy? Liaoning Iron Brother, your ing mouth is in a hurry to pay back? One day to come to the northeast. I must drive a heavy truck to kill you. Chapter 60 compensation of $300 each. Two mercenary brothers. Here's more money. Gan Yongtao's voice came. Yi Chen and old Sue turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction the other was pointing. Yi Chen was the first to rush in, which was a staff dormitory, until Gan Yongtao lifted the wooden bedboard after the bottom board of the bed was full of dollars. 8 beds, each with a 2-meter long, 1 meter 2 wide dollar wall laid underneath, all with 30 centimeters of thick earth. How did you find out? Yi Chen asked in surprise. I filled a sack full of dollars, got a new sack to go back and keep the money, and ended up in the wrong room and fell over. That's it. I saw the money. Gan Yongtao responded quickly. Yi Chen's cheeks trembled slightly. There was so much ing money. Little Taipa, a fool's errand is a fool's errand. Little White Bird, Director Ho's family doesn't even have this much money. Ruanwenyu, Anchor, please take me. Let me sell hooks all I want. Water Friends is completely excited. Did not expect this kind of place. Actually all hide money. Do gray industry is really cradle money. Of course, those who make spinach parks are no better. It's as if watching someone else rob a place is more exciting than even robbing it yourself. For a while, all kinds of gifts went away. But unfortunately, Yi Chen did not have time to look at Old Sue dragged Alessandro in for a look. There's $20 million here. Bottoming out. He slapped Alessandro hard across the face. You're quite the earner. That's all you got in cash. There must be more in your electronic account. Tell me the password to the account. Without waiting for Alejandro to respond, he drew his Glock 17 and pressed the muzzle against the wound of Alejandro's gunshot wound, making a big show of trying to pick the bullet out with the muzzle, causing Alejandro to let out a heart-rending cry of pain. I'll give you the account code. Don't. Alessandro's body shook with pain and he begged for mercy. Senior. Sue personally escorted Alessandro and completed the electronic transfer. Go for large transfers from European banks. Only the banks over there will allow this kind of black money. For a single large transfer, Yi Chen came up to take a look. $5,000? Half a little son? These days, casino owners, they're all so profitable, aren't they? The Middle East. It's true that every inch of land here is sacred, flowing with milk and honey, so it's not in vain. 5,000 on an electronic account. 3,500 cash guaranteed. Yi Chen walked up and slapped Alessandro's face. This casino of yours, most of the month's profit. Just this much. You're quite capable. He meowed. Selling contraband doesn't even have such a high profit margin. I'm afraid. Little type of brother. Please bring. If you see me as a 180 strong man, I can marry you. Please bring me to be rich. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, anchor. I can give you control of my pants. Gender don't get stuck so dead. Begging for a belt. Lonely Wolf, you guys are still happy? With this much money, the anchor is definitely dead in the streets. Heavenly rewards, anchor. No kidding. With this much money, you definitely have a life to take and no life to spend. Silence is golden. I will pay homage to the anchor on this day next year. As soon as the three old guys said it, many of the waterbenders reacted as well. Mad. 500 US dollars. That translates to over 500 million Chinese dollars. In Yi Chen's and Old Sue's status, where could they have so much money? Don't even talk about whether or not you can kill your way out. You're just afraid that if the news gets out, there'll be gangbangers coming to rob you. Gangbangers definitely put up a fight. Whether they fight or not, another story. Of course, they wouldn't be mixed up in coming to be gang members if they could have the brains to think about this whole thing of not being able to fight. There was a sound of footsteps and gunfire. There's a real horde of gang members, rushing in with handguns. Old Sue threw Alessandro to Yi Chen, lifted the Uzi in a magazine and went out. Seeing that Alessandro had lost his ability to resist, Yi Chen had gone Yongtao tie him up and went out to support himself. Bang! 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 Bang bang! A series of sweeping shots, shell casings flying. When Yi Chen walked out, he saw more than 20 gang members, being swept by Old Sue with his Uzi submachine gun in various ways. In an instant, blood flew across the room. The crowd of gang members with Glock pistols were like targets, swept indiscriminately by Old Sue. The few that could shoot couldn't hit Old Sue at all given the circumstances, and their shots stunk no better than an old lady's shroud. Old Sue had a reckless grin on her face, holding the Uzi in her right hand and propping it up with her left hand, steady as a batch. Even though the occasional bullet streaked by, they all hit around him, half-heartedly. Kim Jong-kook, this old pervert is really this fierce. Heavenly rewards, what's the use of being fierce? Bullets will run out. And, this is someone's lair. Many waterbenders saw this comment and became thoroughly worried. Old Sue and Yi Chen each brought some guns and ammunition, but there's always a time to hit the light. Killing it out was clearly impossible. Outside the door, dozens of gang members are squatting. This casino, again, is a large courtyard, with high walls on all sides, so you can't even climb up, let alone take Gan Yongtao away. After Old Sue finished settling these people, from his handbag, he took out a magazine and replaced it. He then threw the other Uzi submachine gun and matching magazines to Yi Chen. When you run out of bullets, lose the magazines and firearms together. Big deal. Compensate the company a little bit of money. Don't let these things be a burden to us. Of course, all this money, the two of us, can't eat it. Yi Chen directly said, give the boss 3,000, and Supervisor Elizabeth, Supervisor Sean, and all of them share some. Let them come galloping to our aid. 500 US dollars. I can take 300 or 400 American dollars and be satisfied. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. This will. Greedily trying to get more will kill you. Old Sue nodded his head when he heard this distribution plan and told Yi Chen on his side to be on guard, taking out his cell phone to call his boss. Skywater's mercenaries are out on a mission. Eat some of each other's money. For example, the electronic accounts in the parks, the black money ones in the casinos, etc., are all considered subterfuge. If, however, the mercenary can afford to eat this soul food, just take out a small portion to give the boss an offering. If you can't eat it, you have to take the big one to the boss. The boss, Liang Lung, will be in the center of the situation and send people to help. The Old Sue team leader took out his cell phone and was about to dial his boss when an unfamiliar phone call came in. A confused look appeared on his face, and he hesitated to answer it. On the other end of the line, there was a burst of Arabic. I am Lord Abdullah. This casino, it's my territory. How dare you? Put down all the cash and take the 5,000 US dollars from the electronic account and transfer it back. Prince Abdullah's voice, full of unquestionable dominance. Odds are, Alessandro's account transferred the money out one foot and the king knew about it the next. As the king, it would be too easy to get Old Sue's cell phone number. Your Majesty? Old Sue was about to speak. Also, you guys actually smashed my venue. Each of you put up $300 as compensation. That's an order. Prince Abdullah spoke in a cold voice. Otherwise, tonight, I will send my guards, capture you, and then feed you to the dogs. Chapter 61, The Grizzled Prince. You're pretending. Although there are more than 2,000 princes in the Middle East, the old Su verbalized that he was not afraid, but when it comes to real encounters, it will still be carefully considered. Then Senior Su said she needed to think about it and hung up. Then, he had to contact Lian Long, the boss of Tin Shui Company, who should send someone to come to his aid. If the boss says no and doesn't send help, then you have to admit it. Otherwise, Prince Abdullah's army would come, and with the members of the Razor Gang, a joint siege, certain death. Yi Chen, who was on his side, also heard these words. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he had already begun to plot the follow-up. Heavenly rewards, Anchor. This is your last chance. And you guys actually hung up. Silence is golden. There are some people whom Hades told to die at 5 o'clock, and as a result he went to report at 3 o'clock. Lonely Wolf, young man. The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. The Jianghu is about people. 3 old farts can talk sour. The likes of Park Itaek and Kim Jong-kook are also saying sour things. However, the other water users didn't respond and all stared at Yi Chen. They already had their hearts in their throats, fearing that Yi Chen Gar would be here. Senior Su was about to make a phone call. Yi Chen looked at the bodies all over the floor. They were all wearing suits. Thinking back to the bartender at the door, $3 was all it took to get rid of the bartender. So it was clear that they were taking very little money. And this was an opportunity. He reached over and covered the cell phone screen, making it impossible for Su Senior to press the follow-up number. Old Su raised his head and looked at Yi Chen with some confusion. A call for the boss to be made. But not now. We can't act like incompetent losers who, after getting into trouble, have to look to our bosses to wipe our asses. After Yi Chen's chest was ready, a haughty look appeared on his face. This time, you listen to me. At the very least, let's make things a little better. Make it so that all it takes is a phone call from the boss to fix everything. And, to the extent that the boss can still take tens of millions of US dollars, only then will we be able to both take the money and have no consequences. The situation is now a big disadvantage. The situation must be brought back. At least take care of the Razorbacks. Put a little more weakening on Prince Abdul. Then, it would be the optimal solution to call the boss and have him or her address the follow-up. Robbing a casino is unspoken rules that can be done or not done. But if you're not capable, you still have to move this money. As a result, it's not good to get into trouble and need your boss to step in and fix a big problem. It's just that Old Su couldn't really think of how to turn the situation around. Old Su asked, what do you have in mind? How many troops do you have under your command? Prince Abdullah? Yi Chen asked. 2 companies. Old Su responded. What? He's only 2 companies? This is considered a king? Yi Chen was very surprised, and thought that this Prince Abdul had 1,000 or 800 people under his command. After all, to be able to run a casino here, high and low is a bit of a strength. As a result, you have only 200 men under you? Stinky Sabby, you're pretending to be a chicken, and that's an order? You mud douchebag. Originally, Yi Chen was irritated when he heard that condescending tone of Prince Abdullah. As it turned out, there were only 2 companies under this King Sabi. Yi Chen then got very angry. This power of Prince Abdullah, if in the war years of China, then even a village chief, may not be mixed. Because, in the previous life of China, the 93rd Battle of Majangrad was a gun-wielding melee between 2 villages, with more than 5,000 troops in the battle, and the cannons were all brought out. Compare and contrast the 2 sides. This prince, he just looks like he's so easy to bully. Who will he if not him? Seeing Yi Chen's surprise, Old Su added, all of Prince Abdullah's troops are really only 2 companies, but the equipment is good, only the fighting is poor. For not many dare to lay hands on the king. I see, the military is in disrepair. Yi Chen's lips sketched out an evil smile as he said with a cold laugh, I have a plan that can solve this matter. This time, you listen to me. We don't need to pay any attention to the king's threats. I robbed the money with my skills. Give it back? Give it back. My ass. As for paying money backwards, that's even more impossible. If this king dares to bring those 2 companies here, I'll have a way to kill him. Kings and lords would rather have a seed than a hue and cry. Old Su looked at Yi Chen's loud and arrogant appearance, and his entire body was confused. Young master, why are you getting excited? The old slave is a bit confused. As for the king's honorable status, the others are afraid to do it? Yi Chen didn't care about that. Now, I still owe Old Su 100,000 US dollars. This single mission, if you don't make any money, will be enough to fire up you, The king? Still want me to pay back the money? See if I don't kill you, dog-headed king. As for your money, is that a good way to get it? You run a casino and hack gamblers' money. So what's wrong with the old man robbing you of some money? Little Taba, 666. The king and his vassals would rather have seeds or shouted out. This is the Middle East version of Chen Shang'a. Little white bird, Yukaka. We've been saying for a long time that it's not too late for you to get up and kill the king. Superman strong, Yi Kaka. Loyalty. The following litany of loyalty. Wish gift swish swish swish. Yichen blinked and checked the emotion value data, 239211. 230. 000 emotionally worth it. Today, I'm going to do something big. Old Su saw Yichen like this and looked forward to it. Young people nowadays are getting more and more ambitious. Immediately, Yichen began to implement his plan. Those gang members outside could be turned into treasures for my use. Carrying his Uzi, he walked inside the courtyard and just rushed outside, shouting in English, Alejandro, how much do you get paid every month? Is it worth your lives? The gang members outside the door heard this question. Individual gang members then responded, $2,000 a month. Asterisk 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 you mud. You make $2,000 a month. What are you playing for? Alessandro's got tens of millions of dollars in his pocket, and he's giving you $2,000 to send out beggars? Yichen kept yelling in English. Those gang members outside the door had a bit of an idea in mind. Now, there's no way to rush in and take advantage of the chaos. It wouldn't hurt to hear what Yichen had to say. When I came in with my gun, I paid off the bartender at the door for only $30,000, but $30,000 is more money than you will get in a year. After Yichen finished speaking, he lifted his Uzi and intentionally fired at the wall next to the door. Clattering sound. Clatter, of horses' hoofs. Bullets hit the wall, and for a moment masonry flew about. The gang members behind the wall, their bodies trembled. A little scared, but not so scared that they ran right away. Yichen wanted this effect. If he fired this pike, the gang wouldn't dare to rush in and shoot at will, and it would prevent the gang members from thinking otherwise, so they could take the initiative. Then, Yichen directly said, before and after, dozens of you guys came in, and all of them were shot by us. Now, if you resist us, you die. But I have a business deal for you. You guys make $2,000 a month. Now, all you have to do is come in here and do what I tell you to do, and I will, right now, give each of you 50,000 US dollars up front. As soon as the people come in, I'll pay them right away. After Yichen finished speaking, from one side of the sack, he took out tens of thousands of US dollars and threw them directly to the door. The cash, anyway, may not all be taken away. How about, at the expense of others, fulfilling my plan? Are you sure you don't want to shoot? The real gangster was heartened and voiced his inquiry. Chapter 62, willing to follow Yakaka. Loyalty. After Yichen's assurances, there was actually a real Yiddish guy who walked in. Panicked. This Yiddish guy was holding the gun in one hand and picking up the money in the other. His eyes were still staring at Yichen, fearing that Yichen would shoot in the dark. He picked up the money and then stood on the edge, knowing that you will die if you shoot, but don't want to go either. Yichen, much more generous than the boss. Yichen again from the sack, took out 50,000 US dollars in cash and threw it at the feet of the Yiddish guy. Joy welled up in the face of the Yiddish guy, and the gun was on the ground. Regardless, picking up the money as fast as he could. Call out Brother Yi to hear it. Yichen smiled playfully. Brother Yi, the Yiddish Yankee shouted in English, unable to wait and wanting to help Yichen with his errand. When you come out, you're looking for money. Whoever pays, is the boss. They communicated in English, which was automatically translated and surfaced in the livestream as text. Little Taipa, asterisk 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 someone really came in here. Ha, Sonny Big White Horse, this black boss, but if he is a little bit better to his brother can't be bought by 100,000 US dollars. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, 100,000 US dollars, equivalent to 700,000 Chinese dollars. Upstairs, that's no small amount of money. Yichen walked up to the spaghetti nerd and asked with a smile, how am I treating you? I've been with the boss for 5 years, and I've only gotten a total of $120,000. Yiddish responded honestly. A lot of people who hang out in gangs are just not big-time crooks. Most of them are more or less kids from the slums of Yiddishkeit, with little heart. They wouldn't have uprooted themselves to come here if they had a book and a future. Yichen walked over and took out 20 US dollars from the sack and set them on a gambling table. He signaled the Yiddish guy, go, shoot your former big brother in the leg, and the $200,000 is yours. This Yiddish guy, he sees all this money, and he thinks back to his day. Big brother slapped himself. When you find your own girlfriend, your big brother has to go first. Every month, The elder brother gave very little money, saying that he would help us save it for his wife's marriage back home. But is big brother really saving it for us? The next moment the Yiddish fellow, picking up the pistol on the floor, took a step toward Alessandro. The bound Alessandro kept shouting, Arnulf, I'm your big brother. I'm the one who brought you from home dash. Bang. A shot that hit his intact thigh. Alessandro's screams came out. Yichen took 2 steps back and elegantly reached out his hand. This 200,000 US dollars. It's yours. This Yiddish guy didn't rush to take the money. Instead, he looked at Yichen and said sincerely, Brother Yi, I want to hang out with you. 10,000 lights, Yi Kaka. I want to hang out with you too. I don't want 200,000 US dollars. I want 100,000 US dollars just. Dodwad, Yi Kaka. I want 80,000 US dollars and that's it. Nguyen Van Tuet, for our prices in Annam. I'll take 50,000 US dollars and that's it. Yakaka. Take me. Liaoming Iron Brother, screw you mud. Shabby sum, don't ing roll it again. Gotta pay for Yakaka to go to work. The hearts of the water users who wanted to follow Yichen were getting stronger and stronger. There's money. Yichen really gives it. And it gives quite a bit. This kind of big brother can't be found by hitting the lantern. Of course, there are watermen who understand. It was highly likely that Yichen was going to use this group of people to deal with the king's 2 companies. Just, these gangsters, can they really accomplish anything? Yichen slapped this Yiddish guy's neck, and a cold and spicy smile appeared on his face. He spoke in English, I just need you to help me tonight. Just this one night, you sell me out. I'll give you another $100,000. Then, get on a plane and go back home. Don't be a gangster. Start an honest little business. Get married and have kids. Yes, Brother Yi. A look of sincerity surfaced on this Yiddish guy's face. When you come out and leave your hometown, it's all about money. If you give money, everything is fine. A lot of people outside the door were heartened when this person's situation came up. Yichen played more and more brilliantly, directly shouting in English. Your big brother takes you as beggars and sends you away. This casino, it's all about you brothers being busy. What's the point of him being the boss? He's eating alone, and he doesn't treat you like human beings. Without Alessandro, the king cannot be reached. There's no way to run a casino with only these minions. Networking, it's important. However, Yichen was deliberately weakening Alessandro's importance so as to sow discord. Yichen spoke loudly. Now, all you have to do is fire one shot at Alessandro, and I'll give you $100,000. $100,000 each. And tonight, you will help me deal with the king. For one person, I'll give another 100,000 US dollars. Then you can go home and marry your wives without having to leave your homes. As soon as those words came out, one after another gang members walked in. In the front and back, there were a total of 39 gang members, each with a different look on their faces. Yichen greeted Gan Yongtao, opened those sacks, one by one to send money. One person first gave 100,000 yuan. These people opened the money and took the money, heralding that they completely listened to Yichen and recognized him as a big brother in their hearts. Senior Su took the Uzi and stood on the sidelines in case someone was up to something. These Yiddish guys, they get their guns in one foot and carry them in the next, to fight Big Brother. Alejandro has been shot twice in all 4 limbs and is not completely out of it. When he saw the 9th little brother coming, he cried out in desperation. I'm your big brother. Big brother? This Yiddish guy pointed at Yichen and said, that's my big brother. The next moment he rushed Alessandro and shot him in the chest. Bang, 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 bang bang. 39 people, taking turns going for a shot. Alessandro's 150-pound body had to be at least several pounds of bullets, and the man was thoroughly karmic. 40 people stood in front of Yichen, looking at the corpses around them, without any half-hearted attempt to resist Yichen. Instead, they felt that Yichen, the boss, was very righteous and was really giving money. When Yichen said that he was going to fight the king's army tonight, everyone became exuberant. The king is nothing. As long as there's money to be taken, the emperor will kill as well. Yichen was very satisfied and greeted Gan Yongtao, continuing to hand out money. $25 million in guaranteed cash. If there are only 3 of them, and there's a breakout going on, you can't take much with you at all, but send it to these people and reap a bunch of boosts. Even if you just use them as human body armor, at least you have it. Talovsky, the anchor is going to take 1 platoon against 2 companies now. Ichiro Hashimoto, no wonder the anchor dares to say that he's going to the king. This ability to stay calm in a crisis and turn an enemy into a friend. Bull. Little Tai Bao, the protagonist has his own class. This is a foreign hot-blooded tomato. Sunny Big White Horse, what hot-blooded tomato? This is a rehash of the full caca. Really giving the brothers meat. Sunny's great white horse, if I can be here. I'll apologize to Yukaka for slowing down the shooting later. 10,000 lights, 6 shots a second is the limit of a gun. Not my limit. May I follow Yeka and be loyal? Ruan Wenyu, loyalty. Little Taiho, loyalty. The crowd of aquatic friends all got hot and bothered. And many of them were swiping wish gifts for Yi Chen. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's emotional value rose to 330,000. The water boys know that tonight, the anchors are going to do something big. Chapter 63. Tell him to shut up about eating forever. $2,500 in cash, laid out on one side. Gan Yontao was handing out the money and the minions were lining up to receive it. No one took advantage of the opportunity to grab the money. They all honestly took their fair share of $200. US. As good as they are at fooling around. They understand one point. Fight hard tonight, and you'll get your money and go home. If you screw up now, you will die. Yi Chen and Old Su's marksmanship was not something they could deal with. Even, there is a favor for them. That's why the gang members are particularly honest. Even, many of them got a special backpack, packed it up and carried it on their backs. Yi Chen promised them that they could leave immediately as long as they shot at the king's army tonight and broke out. They can head to the airport right away and get on a plane back home. With 40 minions, Yi Chen sent out a total of $1 million. The first Yiddish guy, Yi Chen gave 300,000 before and after. 39 others, $200, 000 each. Other cash, carried by the minions to the barred door pickup truck. Yi Chen and Lao Su, until the money is loaded, will leave. On one side, Old Su had just hung up the phone, looked at Yi Chen, lowered his voice, and said in Chinese, "These people, they're all rabble. If we really fight with the king's army, there's a high probability that we won't be able to beat them. What I want is never to rely on them to defeat the king's army. They're just smoke and mirrors. 200,000 US dollars per person guaranteed. And that's life purchasing money." Yi Chen indifferently scrutinized these juniors and asked, "Also, on Prince Abdul's side, how is it going? Sending troops over?" "No news." Old Su responded. "Prince Abdul, there's no news. The other side is red-eyed and really wants to send troops to attack, or just decide to concede. At the moment, none of it is known." However, Yi Chen thought that with the tone of the other party, as well as his high status, he was only afraid that the probability of sending troops to attack would be as high as 60% or more. That's why he's treating these gang members with favor. Old Su narrated the situation, indicating that Prince Abdullah either did not do it, or in all likelihood, 2 companies, all of them, would strike. When Yi Chen heard this, a ruthless look emerged in his eyes as he muttered, "If he really comes, then let's kill him." In the entire Middle East, there are more than 2,000 kings and princes, a lesser one, Your Highness, and no big deal. Now, Old Su had deduced Yi Chen's plan. If a Dupura comes, contact the boss for reinforcements. Then, himself and Yi Chen led these gang members and rushed outside the city. At the same time, weaken the first wave of incoming enemy soldiers. Before company reinforcements arrive, these gang members are the enablers. Even if they didn't have much combat power, they could still draw a lot of firepower for themselves and Yi Chen, as well. In this case alone, spending $8 to $9 million is well worth it. Yi Chen smoked a cigarette, and after spitting out a mouthful of smoke rings, he said, "We come abroad to mix, just to seek wealth. And, we're not like the other gangs. Those guys uproot. We just rob them once. These beautiful knives are like meat that anyone would want to eat. But if I want to eat more, I'll have to make this king eat less. If he's going to put up a fight, then tell him to shut up forever and never eat again." When Old Su heard this, his tongue crossed the corner of his lips and a ruthless look appeared on his face. "Since we've already robbed, there's no turning back. If he dares to come, let's him. Little Tai Bao, let the king never eat it." That's a dominating statement. Angkor, Parky take, that's how it is supposed to be. The benefits have been divided for a long time. If you want more, someone has to have less. Tolovsky, it's like a full caca. Use the plutocrats as an ATM and tell the plutocrats not to eat it. 10,000 lights. In the future, when Yi Kaka rises to power, will she follow Quan Kaka's example and use the Middle Eastern princes as ATMs? Liaoning Iron Brother, Quan Kaka got the West Binku Hotel. Yi Kaka can get a whole desert hotel. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Yi Kaka, who developed this gadget. Your Majesty? Hit it and spit out a gold coin. Ichiro Hashimoto, Yukaka's Pleasure House, Desert Hotel. Many of the water boys were emotional. For the first time, they saw that someone was openly trying to the king of the Middle East. Yi Chen is the whole live broadcast off. He's got 70,000 to 80,000 waterbenders on the air already. At this moment, Not only were many of the water users excited, but even the black fans who used to speak acidic words began to change their words. Heavenly rewards, I kind of appreciate the anchor now. This kind of gutsy lunacy is rare. Silence is golden, anchor. The number of people in your live room is more than 75,000. If there is really a conflict later, I'm afraid that it will attract a lot of big names to come in and watch the situation. Silence is golden, the bigwigs of various countries, through the live broadcast to see the process of the war. This is afraid of the new century. The first time. Lonely wolf, anchor, if you survive tonight. In the future, I'll never say anything half bad about you. Yi-Chen took the time to look at the live broadcast, and saw that the three old losers had changed their words, and did not give a good face. There's not much call for this kind of old waste of space, fearing authority rather than virtue. Soon, Yi-Chen put his cell phone back into his suit's upper wallet and looked at old Sue. The money I got at the casino this time, roughly calculated, 7,500 US dollars. We sent out 810, leaving us with 690 US dollars. If Abdullah comes, I'm going to split 3,000 US dollars with the boss. 600 American dollars for Elizabeth's supervisor, 400 American dollars for Sean's supervisor, and the other 4 supervisors, 300 American dollars each. The total expenditure is 5,200 US dollars, and the remaining 490 US dollars will be divided equally between you and me. Old Sue balked at this division. No problem. If Abdullah brought troops, it would require an order from the boss for the company to send 2 platoons of mercenaries to come to the rescue. After all, the boss mobilized the company's mercenaries to go to war, and he had to pay them as well. So splitting 3,000 US dollars with the boss really isn't that much. Supervisor Elizabeth is also going to help with the aftermath. Other supervisors, too, each have to contribute. When people help, they must be paid. In this world, there is no such thing as letting someone work for nothing. This thing was made by Yi-Chen and old Sue, but if they want to not lose money and make some, they have to give all parties a share of the profits, or else they'll be dead in tonight. If a Dupura comes, we lead these men, take the money, and rush out, get the boss to send reinforcements again, and the place of the duel, choose the industrial area. This way, you can avoid the innocent people. Yi-Chen selected the dueling location in advance. Starting a war in an industrial area would also fully utilize the capabilities of drone warfare. Old Sue nodded, thinking there was nothing wrong with it. Now, it had gone from old Sue leading Yi-Chen in the mission, and gradually old Sue became listening to Yi-Chen. Just at this moment, old Sue's cell phone rang, picked it up and looked at it. His face changed slightly. It's the boss, taking the initiative to call. Chapter 64. I'll give you 2 choices. Yi-Chen took the initiative and said, I'll get it. He took the phone and tapped call. On the other end of the phone, there was a bright Hong Kong poo. Old Sue la. Yi-Chen la. You 2 little brats. You've got some nerve. Kill Alessandro and ransack his casino. Even when Lord Abdullah calls, you all hang up. Not bad. Not bad. The company didn't train you guys for nothing. You have a lot of guts. Yi-Chen's heart froze. The boss knew so quickly that Alessandro was dead. I think it was a waterbender in the live stream. The shooting of Alessandro was publicized. He blinks, checking the mood value, 140121. There's 39,000 emotional values that were saved from the last time. Just live streamed everything and made about 100,000 sentiments. Now, the water friends in the live broadcast room has exceeded 70,000. Yi-Chen's live broadcast room, for the first time, had so many people. Boss, I've taken down Alessandro's men. They take orders from me. If the king comes, we are confident that we can kill our way out. Yi-Chen responded, and did not immediately raise the need for a gallop. Oh, strange voice. You're Yi-Chen, right? Wanqing and I have mentioned you. You're an old schoolmate of his, and I've asked Elizabeth to look after you, too. You're doing a great job. I think highly of you. Tianshui's owner, Liang Long, has some serious Hong Kong accent in his words. Heavenly rewards, this accent is a bit out of place. A sense of Shangjian big brother. Talovsky, listening to this tone, not only is the anchor not punished for making such a big mess, but he's being rewarded for it? Ruan Wenyu, this boss accent sounds like, I'm afraid it's not going to make the anchor kneel down as his godson if he's happy later? Kotobukuro, so, the boss is part caucus play and the anchor is all caucus play? The 70,000 water friends in the live broadcast room were very curious about what the boss would say in the follow-up. The boss, Liang Long, said smilingly, Yi-Chen la, you have good guts. In our line of work as mercenaries, we want a bold mindset that dares to do anything even if it's the king of heaven. But, he turned the tables and asked, have you thought about the aftermath? You guys are rushing out. Could it be that, King Abdullah, there will be no pursuit? He's got 2 companies, and while there aren't many men to rival the company, you and old Su, there's only 2. Also, you have to put Gan Yongtao on the flight to Xiangjiang. When Yi Chen saw that the boss had brought his words to this point, he was ready to tell the truth about giving the money and requesting for help. As a result, the boss, Liang Long, smiled instead and said, tell you what, in this matter, I can give you 2 choices. Let me see what the man that this girl Wanqing has her eye on will choose. Yi Chen froze. Give me a choice? Is this a test? First option. You hit me up for $3,000 and I'll send someone to march over to you and do a good job of tackling the king. Second option. You hit me with $6,000. Of that, $5,000 American dollars. I'll forward it to Prince Abdullah for you, and I'm 100% sure I can make the king forget about it. Give me the other one. $0,000 dollars. I'll give you the aftermath, and the other supervisors will have to share the money. Draw your gun and I'll make sure you won't be half as bad, and you'll even make a little money. What happened tonight will be written off. So, boy, I'm curious as to what you'll pick. After the boss, Liang Long, finished smilingly, he added, I'll wait for your call. With that, the communication ended. Old Su looked at Yi Chen, wondering what Yi Chen would choose. First option, a wave, completely tear it up and tackle the king. Second option, pay back the money and put the matter to rest. For the remaining $690, Yi Chen and Old Su, each could share $345, plus $170 for this single mission, as well as Gantezo's $100 American after the fact. Yi Chen's gain would be in the neighborhood of $615 dollars, and it's also safe. Yi Chen thought about it and looked at Old Su. Old Su snorted. What are you looking at me for? The boss is testing you. See, you're ambitious, wanting more, and to silence the king for good. Or do you want to ask for stability? And anyway, the boss will wipe your ass with whatever you choose. Envious? It's worthy of being the man Missy has her eye on. Law. The words are not so bad. The boss's niece brings in people who are sure to be taken care of. Yi Chen thought about it and decided to see what the water users would say. The gangbangers split up and have started moving the cash out of the room. This was to be cash carried to a pickup truck in front of the bar for easy transportation. The water friends in the live room were thoroughly excited. Little Taba, anchor, do a hand, support the bold and starve the timid. Ichiro Hashimoto, option 1. Anchor, you can take $1,015. Option 1. Gao Shanwu, the other boss has paved your way. If you don't put up a fight, who are you to marry Missy? Who are you to inherit the company? Dadad, anchor, there's no such thing as a sure thing. The boss can bail you out this time, but you're not ruthless enough, not greedy enough. Next time, the boss won't bail you out. Choose one. A lot of water users were advising Yi Chen to pick one. In their opinion, if they are this way, what are they thinking about? Just pull out their guns and do it. The boss was on the verge of feeding the anchor his rice. If the anchor doesn't eat, they all wanted to slap the anchor a few times. Heaven's path rewards, young man. The Jianghu is about human feelings, not fighting and killing. Silence is golden. You have a safe way to get the money. Why don't you stabilize it? Liaoning Iron Brother, you old things. No wonder you can't do anything. What about the world of mankind? Liaoning Iron Brother, in this case, if you're not ruthless enough, why should the boss reward you? This is a blood-licking business, not any other business activity, and if you engage in human relations with the enemy, you'll die faster. Tolovsky, if the anchor picks one, he'll have to die tonight if he's unlucky. That's war. The waterbenders split into 2 factions. One faction told Yi Chen to pick one and put up a fight. As long as he was ruthless enough, he would surely make it to the top. One faction told Yi Chen to pick 2 and play it safe and steady. Regardless of which faction of waterbenders are talking, there are a few points to be made. Yi Chen looked at the comments and became increasingly anxious. Since the boss said so, Prince Abdul, in all likelihood, has already begun to gather an army. The longer it drags on, the worse it gets for you. Right now, the most important thing is not to deal with the king. Rather, which choice was the one that Liang Long wanted? Liang Long is going to use this choice to see what kind of person I am. As for capturing the king, Yi Chen didn't have half a mental burden, but 2 choices. Yi Chen had to find out which was the answer Liang Long wanted. If you pick the right one, even if you can't inherit the company like Old Su said, at least you can be a supervisor, sitting on a mountain of gold, eating and drinking. My sister will also be able to go to the best college in the world, drive a luxury car, and eat things she couldn't afford before. If you pick the wrong one, the upward path may not be there. Next time, there will never be another opportunity for this kind of peddling either. It's all up to you. Life and death. Yi Chen looked at old Su. When old Su wanted to say something, Yi Chen's other cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was actually Shu Wanqing calling. Chapter 65, Foreign Big Brother are playing so flowery? Wanqing, it's me, Yi Chen. Yi Chen answered the phone. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. I can't see it. You've only been in the company for a short while, and you've made such a mess. Just now, Supervisor Elizabeth told me that Uncle called you and gave you options. Shu Wanqing smiled ebulliently and said, I called here to tell you, whatever you choose, Uncle will protect you. And, Uncle has always liked people who dare to kill and fight. That's what being a mercenary is all about. Never hesitate when it's time to strike. You'll die a horrible death that way. Shu Wanqing's tone grew heavy and stated, this time, King Adupura will put the matter to rest if he receives money. Prince Adupura, in the short term, would never look for Yi Chen's trouble. But, Yi Chen if next time, when he went out on a mission, he messed with another big shot, then, Prince Abdullah, is never mind, the secret price, let that big brother, directly get Yi Chen dead. A mercenary is a knife that specializes in killing bigots and taking out all sorts of people. Where else would the money come from? If, on the other hand, you choose to deal with the king, I, and my hacking department, will assist you to the fullest. At the very least, I can ensure that the king's chain of command will be extremely problematic. When Shu Wanqing said this, her emotions were already very calm, and she was waiting for Yi Chen's choice. Old Su gazed at Yi Chen. Young Dongbei, the answer has been told to you. Whether it's the owner, or Missy, both have already told you the answer. You can't be stupid at this moment. I can't talk about it. Otherwise, this test will be in vain. There will be tests in the future. Yi Chen didn't understand Lian Long and couldn't hear the meaning in the words, but he heard the meaning in Shu Wanqing's words. Uncle likes people who dare to fight. Little Toba, mad. Anchor, hurry up and pick one. I want to see the king get blown up to the sky. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Anchor. Ask the king to take an airplane and send his old boy up to heaven to see Muhammad. 10,000 lights, pick one. Don't be a wimp. Anchor, do a wave. A bunch of waterbenders were very excited, and it would be worth it if they could watch. Tonight, the king get blown to kingdom come. But there are also water friends think. UING rest in peace. Quickly take about 600 US dollars, go back to sneer. That's like picking up over 600 US dollars for nothing. The bones of those who dared to fight were cold. If you choose one and lose the fight, the king will catch the anchor and it will be strange if he doesn't cut your kid alive. Shu Wanqing saw that Yi Chen didn't respond, so she talked about how her uncle, back then, started from nothing. Yi Chen, 18 years ago, my uncle led an ambush on a convoy of generals from a small country and personally killed a lieutenant general captain. Subsequently, it is even a battalion of its soldiers, all wiped out, and then hanged the bodies at the entrance to their barracks, to show their majesty. In this way, becoming internationally famous qualifies you to reach out to the top brass of various countries and come over here to develop and grow. TSMC, Shu Wanqing said with incomparable seriousness, any more than that cannot be said. It would be completely penetrating the topic. Little Taibao, ******. The boss is really ing bullish. The small country's lieutenant general said kill is kill. Talovsky, if the boss didn't have this kind of prestige, Skywater, how could he qualify to buy A.U.S. Army H2 Humvee? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Mard. The boss is really part Kaka's script. Anchor, hurry up and get all of Kaka's script. Sunny Big White Horse, Anchor. The brothers can wait for you to make a name for yourself over there and then go join you. Ruan Wenyu, Kaka. You've made a name for yourself. Brother, I've definitely come to join you. Just when the Waterboys were going crazy with suggestions, some special accounts entered the livestream and caused direct excitement among the water users. Many foreign water users, like a carnival, welcomed a particular account. The ID of this account is Hussein Fadilla. Little Taiho, what's the situation? This Hussein Waterbender, does he have any status? Novoslav, upstairs. It's the account of the Sunni elders of the Middle East. It's the elders coming. Ichino Kovic, foreign countries are not like your country of China. The top management are directly real names on the internet. And there are a lot of fans. Ikonokovic, top brass with a lot of fans, like King Know-It-All, announced their decrees publicly on the internet, as do the bigwigs in the Middle East. Norkovich, this Hussein Fadilla, one of the 12 elders in the Sunni sect in the Middle East, is a bigot among bigots. Ichiro Hashimoto, Chinese water friends. Let me explain to you. This big man who came in is the equivalent of your Minister of War. Hashimoto Ichiji, Prince Abdullah, although he is a prince, doesn't hold any real power. So this one has much more gold. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, *******. Heck, today's long knowledge. In the Anchor live room looking at foreign Big Brother. In an instant, a crowd of Chinese water users were shocked and frantically looked at the comment section. So, that's how it's all played out there. The executives all have their own internet accounts. They are also happy to post various national messages on their social accounts. It's using the internet as another propaganda channel now. Now the Sunni elders are coming. Soon. The Shiite elder, Salamat, also entered the broadcast. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly skyrocketed from 70 to 80,000 to 156,000. Various Middle Eastern waterboys came in afterward. They directly swiped the screen to greet the two elders. In the Middle East, there are more than 2,000 princes and kings in two factions. Each faction, however, has only 12 elders. The power of the office of elder is self-evident. I've got a big man here on the air? Yi Chen looked at the comments section and was confused. It's still a flower that plays abroad. This level of Big Brother actually came to the live broadcast room under his real name. Is it because of the war between Adupura and me? Hussein Fadilla, interesting foreigner. Liang Long is your boss? They say you have to make a choice? Salamat, I wonder what you, a foreigner, would choose. With the two elders speaking well, so many watermen got high and were especially excited. It's amazing that such bigots are here. For a while, all sorts of ordinary gifts and wishing gifts, whooshed and swished for Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a look at the number of people in the live broadcast. 200,000 people. Look at the sentiment balance again. 192111. Up 50,000 sentiments. Is this the Big Brother effect? But how to reply to these two bigots? Just as Yi Chen was wondering, another Big Brother entered the live broadcast room, using his real name as well, but a water user soon realized it. The big guy who came in was actually the captain of the carrier fleet that America had deployed to the Middle East. This captain, the big man, also inquired curiously, what would Yi Chen choose? It's been a long time since two men fought two companies. It's just as well. I'm bored tonight, so I came to see what the fuss is all about. Chapter 66, Boss all swiped gifts for me The captain bigwig, also under his real name, Smith Wilson, entered the live broadcast. Smith Wilson, first time I've seen a live dry run. Anchor, you're very brave 10,000 lights, asterisk. The captain of the carrier fleet, leaving a personal message. Little Taibao, Anchor, what are you waiting for? You've entered the big man's field of vision. Now, you must go on. Talovsky, Anchor, you're in luck. Remember this captain and him later. Kim Jong-kook, as expected of a Maoist, all that bull is trying to play into Eagle Sauce's hands. Ichiro Hashimoto, asterisk. Both Sunni and Shia elders are here. Even the captain of the carrier fleet. Ichiro Hashimoto, Anchor, you're going to be famous. Yakaka, let your brother follow you. Hashimoto Ichiro, Anchor, 6 shots in a second is not my limit. Any faster because, I'm afraid you can't see it. Anchor, Captain, Smith Wilson, just sent a message. The waterboys, below, had gotten completely high. Watermen from various countries are responding to the captain. All of their words were filled with earnestness and a sense of awe and worshipping the true God, the only one, especially the Chinese watermen. It's like looking at a 1,000-year-old living bastard. It's nice to be this close to, well, a living aircraft carrier captain these days. That's 90% rare, because, beat them up back in the day. Now, there is not the slightest bit of awe to speak of at all. Soon, some middle-aged and older watermen in China began usurping the anchor and hitting the carriers with drones to shine a light on Captain Smith. Because of the power of the translation function, the two sect elders could also read the messages of the Chinese water users. It was the first time they had seen a foreigner who had the courage to cry out to the carrier fleet of America. Turning back to Yi Chen, he began to focus on him again. The two elders learned from the message that boss Liang Long actually gave Yi Chen 2 choices, both indicating that Liang Long really valued Yi Chen. However, in response to the mercenaries trying to the king, the two elders had some interest. Folks, the king is never uncommon. We have a tradition in China that kings and lords would rather have seeds. Asterisk him without the slightest problem. It's just that the choice the boss wants. What it is, that's the point. Yi Chen's words directly caused the water users to go wild. The king's life. It's not important. It's what the boss thinks that matters. It's a tradition unique to China to never study the topic itself, because that's too easy. It has always been a study. The idea of the questioner, Hussein Fadilla, could it be that, within the cities of the Gold Coast, war is about to break out as well? Salamat, boss Liang Long. Having a good employee like you is considered a great luck. With the message from the two elders, the water users once again split into 2 factions. One faction wanted the protagonist to fight. The other faction wanted the protagonist to go back. Both sides argued. However, some of the sharp-eyed sailors could see that the Hussein Fadilla elders were clearly neutralists. Salamut was obviously not too optimistic about Yichen. He's screwed up. He could be the godfather of Prince Abdullah. Otherwise, it won't be so shady. FBI agent Wilson, we're still here. And you want a war to break out? CIA agent Jair, his boss checked in with our CIA. Fight him as he pleases. Yichen froze when he saw the ID. He tapped on the two men's information panel to take a look. They actually have released a video of themselves working at the Pentagon in America. Mud, come on, the real deal. Is it always this busy out there? The big guys are surfing the net under their real names. These two agents, they should be in the clear, right? It could be the head of some department. This, too, is propelled by the heat? Gontezu, my god. The mercenaries I hired, are they all this good? Gontejo, that king, is he the boss backer who arrested my son? Gontejo, my hired man is going to the king? Gontaizu read the previous message and deduced that the two mercenaries wanted to the king, supposedly in order to save my precious son. Geez, Tin Shui is so awesome. Just place an order. No matter what people are on the other side, they dare to do it. These millions of US dollars. Not wrong to give baby son your father in order to save you back. Both hired two big brothers to go the king. Good son, don't go abroad again. It's dangerous out there. Yichen sharp eyes saw that Gontaizu, ID water friends, clicked on the other side of the message panel to take a look. The video posted by the other side is really about making mooncakes. Employers are referred? He looked again. The number of people in the live room, it surpassed 250,000 people. On the other end of the phone, Gontejo himself, plus his wife, and 7 or 8 children, plus 2 sisters-in-law. Originally, they were all anxiously waiting for the news that Gon Yongtao had been rescued. However, Gon Yongtao was so anxious that he swiped his cell phone, wanting to see if there was any relevant news. As a result, he was completely shocked after he swiped onto Yichen's livestream. Then, the Gon Yongtai family, from the live broadcast, was particularly excited to see Gon Yongtao, who was helping to carry the dollars. Baby boy is safe. Gon Yongtao's son and daughter, sister-in-law, wife and others took a look at. These two mercenaries are really ready to the king. Is the water this deep in the Middle East? Are mercenaries that hardcore over there? Tianshui Company headquarters. Supervisor Evra, cell phone in hand, walked into her boss, Liang Long's office. After listening to Eve, Liang Long took over his cell phone and saw that it was Yichen's live broadcast. He looked at it for half a second, took out his own cell phone and went into the live streaming room, and found that it was really Yichen who was live streaming. The live broadcast is about tonight's mission. Take out Alessandro. Save the great young man Gon Yongtao. At this moment, Yichen was thinking about how to choose. Yichen, this little brat, a man of God, doing this kind of killing and robbing, he actually dares to open a live broadcast. Even the battle-hardened Liang Long froze for a few seconds. It's going for the kill. This is going to the big guy. Everyone is sneaking around and planning. And with this guy, he has the nerve to go on the air and do it in plain sight. Yichen opened a live broadcast of the matter. The company knew, but they all thought that the guy was a live broadcast of the training process. Who did not expect? This guy lived to go on a mission bold to an extreme The next moment, Liang Long opened the gift zone. He swiped 10 wish gifts for Yichen. The latter, worthy of a commendation. Yichen saw 10 frozen chariots, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Opened the live broadcast for so long. The first time I met a rich lord, people all swiped 1 or 2 wishing gifts, but this water friend with the ID of Tiger of the Middle East swiped 10 wishing gifts at once. Oldsu was happy to see Yichen and came over to take a look, and was directly dumbfounded. This is the boss's account. The owner doesn't have a real name on the internet? And a screen name with this middle-aged teenage hot-blooded sensibility? Tiger of the Middle East? Yichen had just finished speaking when he reacted. Can't say that. The boss can hear you. It's over. I'm not much different than cricketing the owner in person. Chapter 67, Yukaka. Move on. Yichen also did not expect that the boss was actually not a real name online. Oldsu laughed so hard that he coughed twice and hurriedly explained. Many foreigners, they all use real names to access the internet. We Chinese, we don't like this. So you're in luck. Ha ha ha. Yichen topped it off with a bitter face. Having just come close to calling his boss a two-armed man. I hope the boss is generous and doesn't hold it against me, haha. If I can't, I'll go to Aunt Elizabeth for more pillow talk. Little Taipa, anchor. What a crowd. If you don't pick, it's too much ha. Ruan Wenyu, choice 1. The king, choice 2. Put things to rest. Ruan Wenyu, anchor. Pick 1. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, the captain of the carrier fleet. the elders of the two sects, your own boss. All of these people have entered the live broadcast room. Liaoning Iron Pimple, if you don't choose again, why don't you just go home and nurse your children? Don't mix it up. The expectations of the water lovers have been stretched to the limit. 280,000 aquatic friends in the live broadcast room, uninterruptedly brushing messages. If Yi Chen didn't choose, the live broadcast room would have to blow up. But the waterbenders, each with their own ideas, are urging the anchors to pick what they think is the right choice. Today's choice would determine whether Yi Chen would become Yi Kaka or be marginalized. It's just that most of the water users, they want to see the anchor the king. Of course, the anchor if karma, then it's karma. What's it to me? If you can't, buddy, get a different person to follow. Heaven's path rewards these old lifetimes. Still advising Yi Chen that he must engage in human affairs. This will have to be a wimp, so that it lasts. The public says the public is justified. The mother-in-law has a point. Each expressed their own opinion. And the comments section was loud and clear. Somewhere in the Gold Coast city among the rich, a wooden luxury villa by the pool. A young man dressed in a white robe with a piece of cloth on his head, holding a bread white tiger in his left hand and an AK-47 rifle in his right. This man was none other than Prince Abdullah. There were multiple footsteps outside the door, for elite officers and soldiers quickly ran to Prince Adupura. One of the men, stepping forward and saluting, said in Persian, "Report to the king." The king's two escorts, totaling 2 companies at full strength and with 26 pickup trucks, all regrouping has been completed. At this very moment, they are outside your villa. Your Majesty. Outside the courtyard wall of the wooden luxury villa stood hundreds of uniformed soldiers. The soldiers were dressed in desert-colored uniforms with no body armor, carrying M4 carbines, and only a few were carrying bazookas. A pickup truck, head to tail, lined the driveway outside the villa. Many pickup trucks have an onboard M2 Browning heavy machine gun on the back bucket. They were Prince Adupura's escort, exactly 2 companies in size. Every king and prince has his own escort. It was ordered by the old king and given the power. Such a scene naturally attracted nearby neighbors. These neighbors that are not ordinary. Most of them are executives of multinational corporations or other princes. For example, the executives of the Kia Group of the Cold Kingdom, the Kanben Steel Group of the East Japan, and the Poly Group of the Chinese Kingdom all walked to the second floor of their villas one after another, checking out the situation. The Citibank executive who lives across the street with a night vision device and a big head is right here watching. For a while, many of the residents of the rich neighborhood knew that Prince Abdullah was going to send out his troops. In the king's villa, the 4 elite officers were the first and second captains of the 2 escorts, which could also be called the first and second company commanders. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a beautifully built Persian woman, wearing nothing, hurried out with her cell phone. She took her cell phone and gave the king a message afterward. Prince Adupura took the phone and saw that it was Yi Chen's live broadcast. In a flash, the king's red temperature went to the extreme. Yi Chen, you asshole. You actually dare to broadcast live and smash the king's turf. Are you afraid that the untouchables won't get the message? After all these years, even if America's army had been overbearing, even if it means hanging my Uncle Wang and beating him up, but they don't have the guts, either, to open a live broadcast. Today, if I don't destroy you Yi Chen, what will happen to my face? Breaking or snapping. King Abdullah slammed his cell phone down hard on the ground, still holding the AK-47, and added a shot towards it. He looked at the captain of Escort Team 1, Balan, lead the forward platoon and go at top speed to stop Yi Chen at the Knight's Lawn Bar. It was obvious from the livestream. Yi Chen and the others were still carrying American cash. Front row, mostly motorcycles and light pickup trucks, are fast. Other platoons, mostly medium-sized pickup trucks and will also carry a variety of weapons. Not at speed and not always in time. Men, bring the king's golden Alaska. Bring it. This king, with that gun, is going to personally shoot down Yi Chen, thus upholding the majesty of the king. After seeing the Bahraini platoon leader leave, Prince Adupura waited for his men to go down to the basement and bring his gold AK. It was an AK-47 with a gold-plated surface, a favorite of the royal family. Every king and prince gets a handful. This gold AK-47 is even a professionally customized version, engraved with the personal avatar of Lord Adupura. The Nightland Bar. Gan Yongtao and the gangsters were about to carry all the US cash to the pickup truck. Old Su gazed at Yi Chen and asked, if you don't make a choice, it will be too late. Pick one. Since the boss dares to fight, I, an employee, naturally dares to do the same. It's just a prince. Today, let's kill him. Old Su, call 3,000 US dollars for the boss and call for reinforcements. Yi Chen made a violent decision, putting down the cello bag he was carrying and taking out the M401 rifle stored inside. Shu Wanqing called and also said. Lian Long was relying on killing the lieutenant general and slaughtering another battalion. That's what gives you the prestige to be able to recognize the bigwigs of the countries that qualified you to create TSMC. In that case, if the boss is so desperate, then he surely won't like employees who engage in human affairs. Furthermore, we are mercenaries. We are a knife. You want to get yourself killed? The human condition would not be something that someone in his position could use. Guys, do it. Check the weapons and ammunition. Tonight, we kill the industrial zone duel and capture Prince Abdullah. Yi Chen had just taken out his M4A1 rifle and greeted the gangsters towards the gangsters. Immediately, someone came to report that the King's Vanguard platoon convoy was only one street away from the Knight's Lawn Bar. Yeah, it's early, then I'll send you on your way. In Yi Chen's eyes, a look of arrogance appeared. Since all your people are here, let's fight. Kotobuki, Yakuza is going to rise. Live through this night, 10,000 lights, you finally look like a man. Sunny little white horse, can there be only laughter on a man's way forward? And can there be no storms to stand in the way of a road that he is determined to travel? Sunny charming, Yakuza, keep going. Tolovsky, ******. Chapter 68, Unknown or Famous. FBI Agent Wilson, if the anchor loses the battle, it will die a horrible death. And it could be the worst decision you've ever made in your life. 10,000 lights, if you don't dare to fight, you'll always be just a little Yakuza. Salamat, I look forward to seeing you mad until perdition. Little Taipa, you high and mighty. Are you so sure the anchor will die? Ichiro Hashimoto, 2 people have to escape 2 companies before the company comes to their aid. This isn't a game where you die and can't start over. CIA Agent Jair, I have a soda ready. If the anchor wins, I celebrate. If he dies, I use it to honor the anchor. Tolovsky, anchor don't mind them. No bodies are famous. You've made your decision. Let it go. These towering bigwigs mostly looked at a small person like Yi Chen, who was trying to climb up, with a teasing expression. As for Elder Salamut, he even thought, Yi Chen? A dog's leg, and you're trying to turn the tables. It's hilarious. But the vast number of watermen, also acting as pawns, got excited instead. If you don't dare to fight or kill, you will be nothing but a pawn in life and death. The money. It's been called. Let's check the gear. And then, stand out. After Old Sue finished speaking, he began to take out the M401 parts from the black handbag and put them together. Uzi submachine gun. Suitable for short-range engagements. Outbreak of widespread combat. This weapon. Not quite right. Yi Chen took a few magazines from the gangster's side, and began to check his equipment. Just at that moment, the boss's phone call came. Hey, boss. I've decided to tackle Prince Adupira and have asked Old Sue to send the money over. Yi Chen responded with his cell phone. Money, I got it. You guys need to break out. I'll send a company to meet you in the industrial area. At that time, the battlefield will be chosen in the industrial area, but make sure you capture Abdullah alive, and then go to his brother, Prince Duranzer, and demand a ransom. This ransom, and you and Old Sue's share of it. Remember, you must capture Abdullah alive. Lian Long repeatedly instructed that killing Prince Adupira would only relieve his hatred and yield little, but if he can be captured alive, he can knock a few $100 million off the ransom. Prince Abdullah's brother, Prince Duranze, was quite wealthy. This time, if we can knock his brother for a few $100 million, we'll put him back. Next time, look at him and find an excuse to get him back and knock a few $100 million more. Besides, if the U.S. Army can catch them, can't I catch them? Tianjue can dominate the Middle East. Press is not afraid of such idle princes. Otherwise, there's no such thing as business. We'll capture Abdullah. Yi Chen responded. Well, I await your triumph. Lian Long's words had just fallen when the sound of a helicopter gunship taking off came to his ears. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. On the roof of the Tianjue Corporation, several Black Hawk helicopters, loaded with mercenaries, took the lead. In the mission department, Supervisor Sean, heavily armed, led dozens of mercenaries quickly out of the department. Come on, come on, come on. Full speed down the stairs. Target Gold Coast City Industrial Zone. Pick up Yi Chen and Lao Su, and capture Prince Adupira alive. Head of mission Sean stood in the elevator doorway, shouting and waving as he greeted his men and quickly entered the elevator. Wait until his people are in the elevator. He just went in which, swiped his card and pressed the button for the first floor. On another floor, Jarvis, the head of the training department, carrying an AR-15 carbine and leading over 24 veteran mercenaries, walked out of the training area and outside the elevator. Supervisor Jarvis scanned the full-fledged men. This mission, pick up Yi Chen and Old Sue, and capture Prince Adupira alive. The sound of an emergency assembly resounded throughout every floor of the entire Tianshui Corporation. Many of the veteran mercenaries with ranks above T13 began to gather. In the bar on the 7th floor, the sound of enthusiastic DJs all but stopped, and sharp, piercing voices came in. Hua, who was lying on top of the white woman, immediately climbed up, lifted his pants, and came to the door of the bar to take a look. Veteran employees were on the move, some out on missions, some guarding the company building. Jack had his arm around a white female and walked out as well, while maintaining the white woman's snowy mountain. He watched in amazement as the corridors were filled with all sorts of heavily armed seniors on the move, and was stunned. What's wrong? All this commotion? Jack and Hua call out to a senior they know and ask for information. This senior said, the company is running on all fronts, and a portion of the people are going forward to rush out to support Yi Chen and Old Su, and to capture Prince Adupura. Most of the other forces deploy to the company's surroundings, on guard to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos to attack. The company opens a level 1 battle readiness. You rookies, go on and play with women. It's none of your business. Jack and Hua open their mouths wide and look at each other while shouting. ********. Yi Chen, playing so hard already? The seniors of the company, they are all going to cooperate with him to catch the king? Hua muttered, a look of shock written all over his face. Yi Chen, this guy, how long has he been in the company? And he can get involved in this kind of thing. Outside the Knight's Lane bar, Captain Bering, leading the forward platoon, had been the first to arrive. The entire forward platoon, a total of 39 soldiers, driving a total of 12 motorcycles and 3 light pickup trucks, surrounded the South of Night bar. However, there was only one pickup truck with an onboard heavy machine gun in the back bucket. In the courtyard behind the bar, the gangster who was responsible for scouting the external situation ran back to report the situation to Yi Chen. Yi Chen listened, and then scanned the gangster punks. Having brainwashed them himself, they believe that it is all because of the king and the former boss, who collected the money up, that they could not get a share of the money. So, very much hated Alessandro and Prince Adupura. This group could be utilized. Yi Chen faced them and spoke loudly. Brothers, the king's army has arrived. Now, the money, I've given to all of you as well. Kill out with me, crush the forward platoon, and break out together into the industrial zone. Then you can each leave. At these words, 40 gang members, each raising a Glock pistol in their hands, shouted excitedly, yes, since the king's men are here, well, let us kids from the slums of Yiddish, teach him a lesson. Let the king, in the future, not receive so much money, but take more money and distribute it to his men. Seeing that the team was neat, Yi Chen personally carried the M4A1 rifle to take the lead, vowing to destroy the entire vanguard platoon. Tonight, there will be 300,000 people on the air, witnessing it together. I will crush the vanguard platoon and capture Prince Adupura alive and famous. Chapter 69 Anchor. You're quite treacherous. Yi Chen didn't have time to look at the live feed. He just put his cell phone in his tactical suit to secure it and make sure it wouldn't fall off. Carrying his M4A1, he walked out of the courtyard, and as he passed the connecting corridor, he saw through the glass that the first floor was a mess. When the initial shot was fired, the tourists and the dancers, then, had run away. That's good. No innocent people will be hurt by mistake. You three, protect Gan Yongtao. Everyone else, follow me and kill. Yi Chen quickly explained down, letting the 3 Yiddish olds who initially took the money. Protect Gan Dishao. Gan Yongtao is a person he can't let go. He can only take with him. Otherwise, he protrudes out in front of you, and Gan is caught in the back. If you get caught by another gang, okay. If the king catches you, you'll be in trouble. So, only carry. As for the stray bullet, will it kill Gan Yongtao? If it will, count the kid as ill-fated. Anyway, I won't put myself in a passive position. Yi Chen led the team just broke out to the stairway on the first floor, and looked inside. There are 2 soldiers, actually carrying a rocket launcher to come. RPG, stand back. Yi Chen retreated violently, and then, 2 explosions came out. Those 2 Yakuza, they're firing rockets. Luckily, there was a stairway wall to fend off the broken pieces. Ah, asshole. Even behind the wall, Yi Chen's ears were ringing from the shock. Luckily, he had strengthened his physical body, so he wasn't shaken to the point of dizziness and helplessness like those gangster punks. Still holding his M4A1 rifle, he saw someone bursting towards the stairway and rushed to fire. Bang, 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 bang bang. Several shots were fired in quick succession, killing 5 soldiers. These soldiers don't have regular body armor, not even bulletproof suits. not waiting for the enemy to react. Yichen picked up the M4A1 rifle and broke out, and then stayed in the stairway. He was bound to die, so he could only break out. He blitzed forward as he fired. His long rifle two-stage shot ensuring that he could hit someone within 75 meters. The entire first floor, which was only a few hundred meters in length and width, resisted the incoming enemies and was quickly eliminated by him. Seeing this, Captain Balin led the men back into the corridor leading to the door. After handing into the corridor, Yichen threw a defensive grenade towards the diagonal front. The grenade that was thrown hit the wall, rebounded and landed in the hallway. Captain Baron looked at the grenades coming and turned to hide behind a soldier. Bang! A defensive grenade with a double layer of fragmentation steel balls for greater lethality and a wider range of destruction. Shrapnel and steel ball fragments easily pierced the bodies of the vast majority of the people in the corridor. Blood flowed all over the floor. The trigger pulled by the soldiers before they died. A muscle reaction that caused bullets to fly about, stacking another wave of damage on top of it. Yichen hurriedly ducked back and slightly inclined his head, looking back at his teammates. Old Su has come forward to press up. A handful of gangbangers, having come to their senses, came to their side with their guns. Go! Yichen raised his head to signal. A couple of gangbangers nodded, took their Glocks, and began to walk towards the hallway that led to the exit corner. Over. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Anchor. You're pretty treacherous. Letting your men on at the corner. 10,000 lights, you think that $200,000 US is so easy to get? Little Tahoe, shut the up and watch honestly. 8 gangbangers came to the hallway directly across the street. Suddenly, someone noticed something, changed his expression, and quickly fired. The others followed suit and shot. There were people in the hallway who hadn't been blown up and were shooting. Bang bang, bang bang. A burst of gunfire came out, and 2 gangsters were instantly shot dead. The other 6 swept towards the pile of corpses for a while, then looked at Yichen, waiting for orders. Yichen shouted in English. 1 shot per corpse. These guys are so poorly educated for combat. I can't believe I don't know how to mend a gun. The 6 nodded, and just as they turned back, 2 of them were shot dead on the spot by one of the old 6 with several shots. Originally, there was old 6 pretending to be dead and preparing to shoot in the dark. I heard that I was going to be patched up and couldn't load, so I had to steal myself. The remaining 4, carrying pistols, replenished their guns one by one before returning to inform Yichen to go over. Yichen went over to see that Captain Bahrain, who was wearing an officer's uniform, had been fed dozens of bullets, and his body was almost broken. It should be this guy who just took the black shot. Old Su finished inspecting the bodies and quickly said, before and after, 15 people were taken out. In the Middle East, a platoon is 39 people. There's 24 other people out there. Let's kill out together. Yichen said, carrying his gun towards the entrance of the bar. This time, there's no more gangster punks to head off. With their kind of combat literacy, continuing to fight in the lead is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Bang! Bang! The explosions of grenades continued to be heard. Su, give me offensive grenades. Hurry! Yichen took the grenade and threw it out towards the corner in front of him, waiting for the explosion to resound before he dared to move forward. Offensive grenades are a single layer of fragmentation with a small range, suitable for burst use. Every time he passed a corner, Yichen would throw a thunderbolt. When he ran out of the grenades he carried himself, he'd ask Old Su for them. Pathfinding in the flesh? How is this possible? Self is not a living god and does not have a few lives to expend. The water friends in the live broadcast room, for the first time, saw such an exciting battle scene and swiped gifts without stopping. Elders of the 2 sects, Liang Long, and the captain of the carrier fleet. There are also executives from major multinational corporations who have been recommended by the platform to be on the air. At this moment, all of them were staring at Yichen. This live-streamed gunfight, or real-life combat. Everyone is seeing it for the first time. It was just that many big shots didn't think highly of Yichen. 2 mercenaries, leading a bunch of scumbags, trying to turn the tables? After a while, bar entrance. Inside the bar, a defensive grenade flew out, thrown by Yichen. The 2 soldiers stationed here had their legs blown off and were then shot by Old Su's replacement gun. The other soldiers, rushing back behind the convoy of pickup trucks, used the trucks as cover. Yichen and Old Su seized the opportunity and quickly protruded and hid in an alleyway by the bar. Just diagonally in front of them was the forward platoon of pickup trucks. Both men took a deep breath and popped their M4A1 rifles out at the same time, firing towards the enemy. In the meantime, at the door of the bar, more than 30 gangsters rushed out, armed with Glock pistols, shooting wildly at the enemy, fighting a match. They were outnumbered and outgunned, and it really allowed them to shoot several enemy soldiers. Then they too each looked for fine cover. After shooting an enemy soldier, Old Su saw the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun shift its muzzle. It's a Browning heavy machine gun. When he saw that Yi Chen was still trying to hide behind the alley wall, he violently pulled Yi Chen backward. Thud. Dong dong. Cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. The wall that the two had just been standing on was instantly half collapsed by the M2 Browning heavy machine gun. If Old Su hadn't pulled Yi Chen away in time, Yi Chen has been taken out by a heavy machine gun. In terms of battlefield awareness, Old Su is better. Firing the 12.7 caliber M2 Browning heavy machine gun, it can ignore almost any cover and go straight to extermination. No. There were screams from the gangbangers outside. Yi Chen inclined his head to see that more than 30 gangster punks, along with their bunkers, were being swept by Browning heavy machine guns. They were as ridiculous as their cover, unable to stop the heavy machine gun fire, and were killed one after the other. Chapter 70, a few $100s a month. Why are you playing with your life? Several gangsters, the moment they were hit by the heavy machine guns, their entire bodies directly broke into two sections. Blood and guts were flying all over the place. That's the suppressive power of a heavy machine gun. The other gangsters, fighting to the death, fired at the heavy machine gun, but the watery batch of shots couldn't hit each other at all. The 300,000 water friends in the live broadcast room also saw this scene through the live camera. Little Taba, *******, this is a heavy machine gun? One shot and a man is cut in two? Liaoning Iron Brother, you think it's a movie? You can fight again after you've been shot? Many of the waterbenders are holding their breath to see the anchor. How it will be resolved. Anchor? It's not like you're going to die here, is it? Really die here. Today next year, we pay tribute to the anchor. Of course, hopefully, at that moment, we'll still remember the anchor. Old Su, defensive grenades, give it to me. Yi Chen growled. If we keep letting them kill like this, all these gangsters will have to die, without a human shield to draw fire, and then suppressed by heavy machine guns. Old Su and I will die too. Must knock out this heavy machine gun. From the lining of his suit, Old Su ripped off a grenade, stepped forward quickly, and threw it toward the front. The defensive grenade, arcing brightly through the air, landed in the back of the pickup truck with the heavy machine gun. Bang! The grenade exploded, spreading shrapnel and steel balls in all directions. The soldier who was manning the M2 Browning heavy machine gun was hit by shrapnel coming from the rear and screamed as he fell back into the bucket of the vehicle, screaming in agony. You haven't had professional grenade training, so I'll throw it. Now, raid together. Old Su spoke briefly, lifting his M4A1 rifle and charging outward, firing point blank as he did so. Yi Chen copied the M4A1 rifle and gave Old Su cover. An enemy wanted to climb onto the pickup truck, manipulating the M2 Browning heavy machine gun. His hand just rested on the grip of the machine gun, was hit by Yi Chen and Lao Su. Each shot, screamed miserably and fell to the ground struggling. Bang! 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 Bang bang! Old Su patched up the enemy she could see, and who had been seriously wounded. One by one, as an elite mercenary, he had quickly shot more than a platoon of enemies, with exquisite marksmanship that even the current Yi Chen could not match. Yi Chen watched carefully. There were only 7 or 8 enemies left hiding behind the 2 pickup trucks. Those enemies, not daring to show their heads again, raised the AK-47s in their hands above their heads and began to strafe indiscriminately. 10,000 lights, *******, faith shot? Hoji Daiji, shut up if you don't know what you're talking about upstairs. This is the best way to shoot. And it's on the battlefield. Little Taipa, this is the best way to fight? Resulting in being shot by Old Su and Yi Chen, one after the other? The water enthusiasts saw that Yi Chen and Old Su flanked over on the left and right, shooting the guys who were playing faith shot, one by one. Soon enough, a waterbender took to the message boards to KO. Faith shooting only scares the enemy from moving forward. However, Old Su and the anchor were both desperate mercenaries and would not be intimidated. Instead they took out these enemies more easily. Dadada, that's it? Tolavs awkwardly, the soldier under the king's command. His fighting ability isn't much better than a gangster punk. FBI agent Wilson, these soldiers of the king, $200 or $300 a month. Not worth it. The anchor of this mercenary, dead. Only loss. Liaoning Iron Brother, a few $100s a month. What's the point of playing with your life? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, FBI that guy. You said earlier that they are only a few $100s a month. This kind of miscellaneous soldiers how can be compared to the anchor? Just scared me. The water boys bickered. Originally, I thought the Kingsguard. Very impressive. Turns out, it's a bunch of ING stragglers. $200 or $300 American dollars a month to make people do the job of killing their heads. This king, he's blacker than Alessandro. Those who are still breathing, go and put a bullet in these enemy soldiers. One by one, Yi Chen gave the order, and saw 3 Yiddish guys, flanking Gan Yongtao. Come out. He led Gan Yongtao, came to a pickup truck, put the other party in the back seat, instructed, and then went to the back bucket of the car, lifted the tarpaulin to see, 16,900,000 US dollars in cash, all here. The battle that just took place didn't damage any of that cash. Bang, 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 bang bang. Several gunshots were fired. Yichen subconsciously took his gun and turned around to see that it was a gangster punk who went to refill his gun, only to be shot by the enemy soldier who didn't die, shooting 2 people. Old Sue herself went to fill the guns, all after 1 round. He looked at the gangbangers standing in the street, counting heads. There are only 29 people left. Yours, take your backpacks and get in your respective cars. After giving the order, Old Sue personally stepped up to the pickup truck with the mounted heavy machine gun and greeted the Yiddish yokel as he drove. Yichen sat on the passenger side of the pickup truck that crashed in front of him. Senior. Sue also gave a headset to use for contact before getting in the car. Soon, 32 people, each in 4 pickup trucks and 8 motorcycles, sped toward the industrial area. The convoy had just driven down the block when the sound of heavy machine gun fire came. Yichen poked out half of his body from the co-pilot to see that the rest of the king's convoy had arrived. Old Sue, at the end of the line, was personally driving an M2 heavy machine gun, strafing 2 pickup trucks. In other pickup trucks, there were intentional Daleks, returning fire with scavenged AK-47 rifles. Accelerate, accelerate, leave the pedestrians alone. Full speed ahead to the industrial zone. Yichen frantically slapped the roof of the car and instructed the Yiddish guy driving the car to weld the throttle and go full speed ahead. Gan Yongtao in the back seat. Although escorted by 2 big Yiddish men, the whole person was shaking. Pops is so reliable. Hiring this kind of tough guy to save me. Going back. I'll have to kowtow to my old man a few times high and low. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. The sound of a motorcycle engine came. Yichen looked to the left and right. It was 7 or 8 motorcycles, carrying enemy soldiers, catching up with the convoy. 1 motorcycle, 2 enemy soldiers. One's driving the car. One's got an AK-47 and is shooting. Other pickup trucks, gangbangers were shooting through the windows. However, under the high speed, both sides cannot hit the center. Where to put the chicken and peck each other. The 2 motorcycles that were driving the fastest were on the verge of catching up with even the pickup truck they were traveling in. Mud. What a nerve. What I'm holding in my hand is a burning stick. Yichen copied the M4A1 rifle, switched to triple shot mode, and directly started sweeping the tires of the motorcycle. Bang, 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 bang bang. The motorcycle, which was hit in the tire and wheel, flipped over on the spot after the wheel gave off sparks. Yichen relied on this approach to tackle 6 motorcycles in a row. The other 2 motorcycles were taken care of by the gangbangers. Yichen looked at the motorcycles falling down on the illuminated street. Martyr, you guys only make a few dimes a month, playing with your lives like that? I make so much money. I may not even dare to ride a motorcycle, chasing other people's pickup truck fleet. Rolling. A popping sound came out. Yichen turned his head violently. The 3rd pickup truck of the fleet. When he was at the corner, he was set on fire by the other party's multiple vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. The wheels and the engine were broken at the same time, and the whole pickup truck went out of control, and after rolling around in the air, it smashed heavily on the ground. Senior. Sue, riding in a 4th pickup truck, rushed around to avoid the crash. The convoy didn't advance long. The 3rd pickup truck that rolled over spilled fuel outward and then burst into flames, setting the entire vehicle on fire. Under the night, on the illuminated streets, the bursting pickup truck instantly attracted the attention of residents and tourists on both sides of the road. In an instant, countless hands reached out from the windows on either side, taking video with their cell phones. Little typa, ********, it's so damn exciting. It's a real gunfight. Parkies A, Anchor Bull. Martyr. I've only done this in games. Talovsky, now. All the tourists and residents around are taking pictures of the Anchor's bounty. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, what about those executives and bigwigs? Aren't you guys not optimistic about the Anchor? Liaoning Iron Brother, now what? The Anchor is going to kill it. You bunch of Yakuza, come out and stand still. I'm going to slap you with some big slaps. Water friends got high. See this scene, even if tonight, the Anchor GA, also so-called. Anyway, we have been cool. On the contrary, it was the various bigwigs in the live broadcast who saw the scene and became interested. Anchor this dead lapdog. A bit of ability. Keep watching. Gon Tai Zhu, who was far away in Shangjiang, also saw the scene through the live broadcast, and the whole person was shocked and hurriedly greeted his family to watch the live broadcast together. Chapter 71 Martyr. Fire. The mercenaries, hired by themselves, are dealing with the king's caravan. Every now and then, you can see your son shivering in the back seat through the livestream. The Mooncake King, who was worth billions of dollars, sat paralyzed on the sofa with shock. That's $3 million well spent and worth every penny. Gold Coast City Fringe. Yi Chen's convoy rushed here, passing a gas station, the same place where he had refueled the H2 Humvee during his first mission. A few kilometers ahead is the industrial zone. By this point, there was much less gunfire. I guess the king's men, they don't dare open indiscriminate fire for fear of blowing up the gas station. Yi Chen, we're getting fewer and fewer people. Watch yourself. Old Su's voice came from the headset. Yi Chen once again stretched out half of his body from the window and scanned a group of caravans. Departed with 4 pickup trucks and 8 motorcycles. Now, there are only 3 pickup trucks and 3 motorcycles left. Someone in the second pickup truck behind himself was also shot. Clattering sound. Clatter of horses' hoofs. As the convoy drove out of the gas station area, gunfire resumed. Those enemy soldiers on motorcycles, they're catching up again. The gangsters on their own side, riding motorcycles, began to return fire. Again, one guy drives and one guy returns fire with an AK-47. 3 motorcycles, frozen pestered more than a dozen other motorcycles. The Yiddish yuppies were driving motorcycles and yelling cool at the same time. If Yi Chen hadn't taken the lead, he wouldn't have been able to have such a thrilling and exciting day until the monkey year. Thud, dong dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. The sound of gunfire from the M2 Browning heavy machine gun came out. Old Su herself manned the heavy machine gun and swept up another pickup truck. He was very good at jamming his perspective and position so that the opponent's vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun could never fire within the firing range, let alone hit him. As the convoy moves forward, boom, 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 3 consecutive explosions came out. 3 motorcycles on your side, all blown up. 6 gangsters gone. The entire fleet, down to 3 pickup trucks. The men in the second pickup truck, moreover, had been wounded and killed so many times when the motorcycle enemy soldiers had just caught up with them that only the Yiddish guy driving the car was now left with any fight left in him. Yi Chen shot continuously and ran out of M4A1 rifle bullets, so he simply pulled out the Glock 17 pistol on his waist, just fired a few shots and realized, in this kind of pursuit, the pistol hangs useless. The guns themselves are simply not accurate enough. As we watched, the king's caravan was about to catch up. Ahead, just a few hundred meters short of the industrial zone. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. The sound of propellers came out. Yi Chen looked up as 3 Black Eagles swept high into the sky. One of the Black Hawk helicopters with 2 onboard 7.62mm Gatling machine guns fired directly toward the king's convoy. Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo. The bullets from the Gatling machine guns poured out like a storm, instantly blowing up 4 heavy pickup trucks. Up ahead, there was the sound of gunfire, and it was Supervisor Sean firing in the air, signaling himself. Little Taipa, this company is so bullish. The Black Hawk helicopters are out in force. Talovsky, this boss is a bullseye. He can buy all the retired helicopters of the U.S. Army. Parkese, old man's eyes are opened. Anchor, swiping you a wish gift. Silence is golden, not afraid of another Black Hawk down? Liaoning Iron Brother, old thing. If you don't shut up, I'll take a spray gun and weld your mouth shut. Supervisor Sean is leading a convoy to come to the rescue. 3 Black Hawk helicopters that are corporate. Corporate reinforcements are coming. Yi Chen was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, the boss is powerful. Old Su's voice came from the headset. The boss is bullish. Yi Chen ordered the convoy to park on both sides of the road after driving into the industrial area. He instructed the remaining Yiddish guys to drag Gan Yongtao and the wounded to the back, and then took 2 rifle magazines from Supervisor Sean. One inserted into his tactical jacket and one into the chamber of his M4A1. The Black Hawk helicopters in the air, after strafing for a while, destroy a platoon of the king's convoy. Then all 3 helicopters left at the same time. Yi Chen was stunned. Supervisor Sean spoke in English. The industrial zone is the territory of various countries, the equivalent of a leasehold, and it's good enough to get the helicopters out for a short time. The Black Hawk helicopters can't stay any longer. But, on land, here we come with a company. Look behind you. Yi Chen twisted his head to see dozens of H2 Hummers and 7 or 8 heavy-duty pickup trucks arriving at this place. A number of the company's old-timers, with guns in hand, rushed down to find cover and construct shooting boundaries. Hundreds of veteran mercenaries sped to the rescue, some occupying street entrances, others coming to nearby upper floors and taking the high ground. There was no need for any kind of command. These seasoned old guys would fight their own battles. Yi Chen, good job. You actually made it here alive. Supervisor Jarvis came up smiling, carrying his rifle. Another top-secret-looking, hot female mercenary walked up. and it was none other than Supervisor Evra. She held a high-precision sniper and smiled as she rushed at Yi Chen. "You kid. Remember to cooperate and capture Prince Abdullah alive." "Aye. 2 supervisors. A couple of managers are here too." Yi Chen also saw some company seniors. "Is the existence of the manager level? All have many years of battlefield fighting experience of the old gun." Old Su shouted. "Yi Chen, coming." Yi Chen twisted his head to see that on the horizon. A convoy, roughly the size of a company, slowly rose. This company has dozens of pickup trucks. This time, they weren't in a hurry to open fire, and stopped about a few hundred meters ahead. A young man with a piece of cloth over his head, carrying a gold AK, stood on the bed of a heavy pickup truck. That would be, I think, Prince Abdullah. Soon, Prince Abdullah brought a megaphone and shouted at the group of mercenaries. "He speaks Farsi." Supervisor Ifra spoke back, also in Farsi. Yi Chen couldn't understand it, so he asked Old Su what it meant. A teasing look surfaced on Old Su's face. "This king, he thinks he can't take you and me, but then got mad because you dared to go on air and trash his turf, and he demanded that the managers and supervisors lead the way and leave and hand you over to him." Supervisor Avella replied and said to tell him not to dream that way. "I don't feel like it's enough. Help me talk to the king. Right now. I'm still live," Yi Chen said. Old Su took a trumpet and rushed over to the king, shouting in Persian. Prince Abdullah, who was shouting, heard that the broadcast had not been interrupted and his face went straight to black. He pulled out his other cell phone and took a look. Right now, the internet is full of live replay footage of the caravan chase. There were even up owners, who used their avatars, as a video aspect, to explain the incident, saying that they, as the king, were beaten to a pulp, by a mongrel mercenary. Mud. Fire. Prince Abdullah gave the order in exasperation. In the next moment, 17 or 18 of the soldiers around him were knocked down. The mercenaries, who had already been in ambush, fired straight away. The heart of his men rushed to pounce on the king on the ground, fearing that the king would be shot. Chapter 72 Shu Wanqing's support. Convex, ******* dish. You mud. The king has just finished putting up a hard word, and you guys shoot and put the king in the dust. Pooh. Prince Abdullah spat out the yellow sand from his mouth and stood up in a chipper manner to command his army to counterattack. You lapdogs, do you still dare to kill me? Today, do not get your face back. In the future, won't anyone dare to smash my king? Your Majesty, the soldiers under his command want to flock to the king to go and hide for a while. The opposite side is the outlaw. Prince Abdullah pushed aside a group of his men, carrying the golden Alaska, and shouted across the room, you bunch of, bang, 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 bang bang. In an instant a dozen shots, fired around Prince Abdullah, struck the yellow sand and frightened the king into turning his head and running. These Yakuza, they really dare to shoot the king, but if they're not accurate, the king will have to go to heaven to meet Merchant. Go Eba. They won't dare to kill the king. On Yi Chen's side, Supervisor Sean put down his M4A1 rifle and snorted coldly. Do you really think we don't dare to scare you? Sean, wipe out these soldiers and capture this king alive. Don't hurt his life. He's a big gold lump, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Off to the side, ambushed on the second floor iron staircase, Supervisor Evra shouted toward Sean. Yi Chen looked along. The plump figure of Supervisor Evra, coupled with camouflage clothing and bulletproof vests, and holding a high-precision sniper, was simply a goddess of the battlefield, a desert rose. Supervisor Evra, and one of the aunts and uncles. Boss, really great food. In the future, I'll be studying too. Little Taibao, *******. This woman, with a good figure, can also shoot a gun? Like a female Valkyrie. Parkies anchor. You find one like that too. When the time comes, couples work together. They don't get tired. Many water users were attracted by the perfect body of Ivra Supervisor, as well as the competent posture, and frantically swiped gifts. This desert rose, so seductive. In this life, let alone marrying. If I could test drive one, I'd have to wake up at night dreaming and laughing. They don't know what's going on inside Yi Chen's company. This time, there were water friends who advised Yi Chen to chase Supervisor Evra. Even though the Evra Supervisor looks to be in her 30s, this is the kind of car that's good. Not only is the car past the break-in period, it's incredibly comfortable to drive. However, Yi Chen did not have a live broadcast. Fighting a war, watching a ghost of a live broadcast. Little typo, it's so exciting. Anchor, a big rocket for you and me. RPG, duck. Yi Chen saw the opposite side sending rockets and shouted frantically. Boom! The rocket, which was deflected by a medium-sized pickup truck, didn't hurt anyone. The caliber of the opposite side was too good. However, the The live streamers were not happy. Trolovsky, little Taiho Mizuno. You've gone too far. Who told you to paint the big rocket? Dad, didn't you see that after you swiped the big rocket, the king swiped a really big rocket for the anchor? The water users have blamed the little Taiho water users. Yi Chen wasn't injured, but he was shaken to the ground. This is an industrial area though, but as far as being in the middle of the desert, and then the industrial area, there will be yellow sand. Especially this time. The fight is on and the yellow sand is all over the place. Yi Chen went to the back to clean his eyes, before returning to continue the battle. Because the distance is several hundred meters, a two-stage shot from a long gun is a bit less than adequate. Shot out 2 magazines and only took out 3 or 5 people. He turned his head and was about to look for his teammates for magazines when he heard the intensive sound of propellers. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The sharp, dense sound of propellers came out, not from a helicopter. Yi Chen looked up and saw dozens of drones, coming from the rear, racing to the king's army. Bang, 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 bang bang. Upon arrival, the drone swarms released mortar shells hanging from their bellies directly into the enemy convoys. In an instant, the sound of explosions, one after another, resounded continuously. The king's soldiers, blown to pieces. Yi Chen, my drone team, how's it going? In Yi Chen's earpiece, Shu Wanqing's expression was transmitted, as Shu Wanqing, who was in charge of the hacking department. Invading Yi Chen's headset and contacting him was child's play. Wanqing, thank you for helping me. I'll buy you dinner when I get back. Be sure to enjoy it. Yi Chen seized the opportunity and hurriedly made a dinner invitation. You can eat at noon. You can hold hands at night. Just a few more days of hemming and hawing. This is the kind of opportunity that has to be seized. The cheap ant had to be turned into a real ant to make it work. During this period of time, Shu Wanqing was in charge of the hacking department and had to assist her seniors in their missions. So the two of them rarely had the chance to contact each other. Alright, I promise. But first, I'm going to throw you a celebration party. Besides, I've helped you more than once now, deal with this king properly. I've asked Su to get a couple of drones over here. So have some fun. Without saying much, Shu Wanqing quickly cut off the connection and personally controlled the drone swarm, bombing the king's convoy non-stop. The corners of Yi Chen's lips sketched out a look of joy, chasing after this little rich girl. In the future, sitting on a mountain of gold and silver. Maybe, you can even inherit the boss's company. Anyway, the boss doesn't have a son. If I marry Shu Wanqing, I'll be considered the boss's niece-in-law. If I can't, I'll get down on my knees and recognize my boss as my godfather. And I'll be a Middle Eastern Gaokikiang. I heard you don't have a son. I want to give you old age. A few years later, old lamp. I want to drink Long Jing. Go make it for me. Yi Chen leaned back against the bunker, thinking about the future. The relationship between myself and Shu Wanqing. It's kind of a little bit of a fling at the moment plus longtime friends. Work harder and become the company's sidekick first, then the company's young master. Elizabeth supervised this cheap aunt and uncle. And that wasn't a shout out for nothing. I'll pull her into my camp again to support me when I really make it. If you can't, recognize her as your godmother and let her assist me to the top. Yi Chen, I brought the drones they were carrying. That's Missy's command. Missy personally ordered me to get you the drone. TSK. The old slave pays his respects to the young master. Old Su dragged the 2 black leather boxes over, and snickered at Yi Chen. 2 black leather boxes came over and opened up to be full of some kind of DJI drone. He handed Yi Chen an AR glasses, gesturing Yi Chen to maneuver and play as well. Now, under drone attack, the company's mercenaries completely overwhelmed the king's army. A rocket that just flew over is considered a swan song before defeat. Yi Chen thought about how Shu Wanqing could control dozens of drones and form a swarm attack. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for me to control one, right? Immediately, Yi Chen put on his AR glasses and maneuvered a drone to take off. The cell phone sticking out of his chest tactical jacket was just in time to capture it all. Rustle of skirts. The drone controlled by Yi Chen took off and traveled directly through the firefight area to the pickup truck, releasing the hanging mortar shells. At the same time, dozens of other drones, all releasing shells one after another. Bang, 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 bang bang. For a while, explosions rang out. Several pickup trucks were blown right over and various soldiers were blown to the ground. In a flash, the king's army was reimbursed by the drones for most of his platoon. Prince Abdullah looked at the scene and was so angry that he cursed. Keep fighting like that. The king is going to be a bare-knuckle commander. What's wrong with you, Liang Long? Pulling so many people to beat me up, just for one Yi Chen? Yi Chen is your godson? Or are you a bastard? Chapter 73, I'm the king. You have to be careful. The water friends in the live broadcast room got straight up high when they saw this scene. Dadadwa, the king's soldiers. What a dish! Kim Jong-guk, what more bike do you need for a soldier who gets $200 or $300 a month? Little typo, a $20. 000 to $30. 000 drone buys a life. Little Taibao, my lord. Times have changed. The water friends were completely high. It was really unexpected that a king could be so watered down that he was actually hung up and beaten by the mercenaries. On the contrary, on Yi Chen's side, there were RPGs, M2 heavy machine guns, drones, Black Hawk helicopters, and so on. Now that's a regular army. As for the king's soldiers, nothing but a uniform, an AK, and a couple magazines. It's no different than a bandit popping out of a ravine. A lot of high-ranking people who saw it all via live streaming. It felt like, this little scumbag of an anchor seems to have really risen to the top. From now on, the city of Gold Coast is going to have one more person. After 10 minutes had passed, both of the king's companies were out of commission. The first company, in front of the bar and in the chase, had been scrapped. Second company, after 2.5 platoons were wiped out. After the remaining half of the platoon was crushed, they turned their heads and got on their motorcycles and ran. I'm the king. Ah, you run away and take me with you. Prince Abdullah looked at the fallen soldiers in a blindfold, so angry that even the gold AK gave a fall on the ground. The king is the only one left. Resist the hell out of it. Wait for Big Brother to pay the ransom. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of going to see Mohan murdered. Supervisor Sean comes up and holds him down. Yi Chen also came, half squatted down, slapped his hand on the king's face, and asked playfully in English, Your Majesty, want 5,000 more American dollars? Do you still want me and Sue to pay out $300 each? I thought you were so awesome. As a result, there are only 2 companies under your hands. What are you acting like a big man for? Yi Chen used a tactical glove and slapped it on the king's face. You said before, this is an order? Now, you're still ordering or not ordering? I told you, I'm royalty. Though arrested by you, I can go to my brother and pay to have me ransomed out. Prince Abdullah snorted coldly and replied in English. Besides, there is an old saying in your country of China that mountains and waters have a way of meeting each other. You wait for me. Yi Chen snorted coldly, drew his Glock 17 pistol and pressed it against the king's head, sneering, What if I don't trade you out? Ha! Don't you dare. Prince Abdullah froze and hurriedly cried, A defeated nobleman, to be ransomed. This has been the rule of our desert for thousands of years. Yi Chen, you can't break the rules. I'm the king, not those lapdogs, so be careful. Yi Chen smiled after hearing this and moved his gun away. He just wanted to scare the king anyway. Seeing this, Prince Abdullah hurriedly said, Yi Chen, you can look for my elder brother, Prince Durrance. He'll give you $200 million to ransom me back. And, I solemnly warn you, don't abuse me, and don't kill me, or you will lose hundreds of millions of dollars. This time, he had figured out that he couldn't make Yi Chen, the madman, angry. Otherwise, this Sabi might really not want the money and kill me too. Must be persuaded. Yi Chen snorted coldly and deliberately put on a stinky face, making an appearance that he was going to shoot the king, just to scare him. Yi Chen, you have to understand one thing, those mudbloods, they all came out of the slums, so feel free to kill them, but this king is a man of the people, and it's only when this king lives that the benefits are maximized for you. Maybe, after this deal is done, and you and I have a good relationship, maybe we'll become brothers. After all, you Chinese say, don't fight, don't get acquainted. The king piled on the smiles and said, he was really afraid that Yi Chen, the silk, would have a seizure and shoot himself. Yi Chen sniffed, no longer able to tense up. Together, you also instructed me a whole lot, indicating that you are very valuable. But yeah, killing you, at best, would be a way to vent your anger. It's the living you that's a little mountain of gold. Talovsky, this king is quite a lifesaver. Dada, if you were the king, you'd value your life more than he does. Didn't you see this guy? When his man ran, he just dropped his gun? Dada, that's just raw fear that the anchors and the guys will shoot him. Little Taipa, the king, you can only make a few dimes a month before you need to go to war. I'm the king, can I be the same price as you mudbloods? Fujidajiao, those who know their food are good at it. The water friends are happy to see all kinds of gifts. Swishing brush. Liang Long, the owner of the company, who was far away, saw this situation through the live broadcast. Yi Chen, this kid, is a bit of fun. Well done. Worthy of a commendation. The boss waved his hand and swiped another 20 wish gifts for Yi Chen. The next moment, the cell phone rang. Liang Long picked it up and saw that it was Shu Wanqing calling. The corners of his lips couldn't help but outline a smile as he answered the phone. Now, Wancheng and the girls were getting more and more skillful in controlling the swarm of drones in combat. Previously, they had also interfered with the signals of the enemy's convoy, making it impossible for the enemy to work together when they were chasing Yi Chen, which allowed Yi Chen and the others to successfully escape to the industrial area. On the phone, Shu Wanqing kept asking for one thing. Hearing this, Liang Long nodded his head while saying, "Good, good, good. Girl, what you said. I will carefully consider Yi Chen's law. I'm going to test Yi Chen one more time. If Yi Chen can pass, I'll let Yi Chen go with me on that deal. Don't worry, girl." After he finished smiling, he hung up the phone and started contacting Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw that Prince Abdullah kept mentioning Prince Durans, and couldn't help but ask the others about Prince Durans. Prince Durans, in the city of Gold Coast, is the third in command of the Cultural and Tourism Propaganda Department. There's a 2,000 or 3,000 men under his hand, and he's not bad. Supervisor Sean responded. Oh, I thought he had 20 or 30,000 men under him. Yi Chen responded carelessly, and just as the words fell, the phone call from his boss, Liang Long, came. The boss gave the latest instructions. Have the three supervisors, Sean, Ephraim, and Jarvis, escort Prince Abdullah back to the office. The other mercenaries withdrew to the company, and Yi Chen continued his mission to send Gan Yongtao to the airplane. Yi Chen calculated the account. The $3,000 given to the boss had been transferred before the war started. The money for these seniors who have come to the rescue will be paid by the owner. As for the money for the 6 supervisors, 600 for Elizabeth and 400 for Supervisor Sean, respectively. The other 4 supervisors, 300 each, totaled 200, for a total of $200 US dollars. The remaining $1,490 were split equally between Yi Chen and Old Su. Yi Chen asked Supervisor Sean to take the 690 US cash from his pickup truck and bring it back to the supervisors for distribution. Have Old Su transfer another $510 US over. After paying a total of $200 US dollars, this went to see Gan Yongtao, and the money for himself and Lao Su will be divided when the matter is over. As members of the company left, Yi Chen also found Gan Yongtao and the 12 gang members in the neighborhood behind him, and they were the only ones still alive. Gan was also surprisingly still alive and not even much injured, so he was quite lucky. You gang members, you can leave now. Now, we're clear. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he led Gan Yongtao to the pickup truck. Old Su slammed her foot down on the gas and the pickup truck headed for the city of Gold Coast. The gang members still wanted to follow Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't want it. This kind of rookie chicken, it's useless to come. On the passenger side of the pickup truck, Yi Chen checked the emotion value balance, 642, 211, 610, 000 emotional value, developed. This time, it's really a wave of fat. Half an hour later, in the Gold Coast International Airport, Gan Yongtao stood in front of the boarding gate, looking at Yi Chen and hesitating. He thought back on what he had just experienced and it felt like a dream trip. If we leave now, in the future, it will never be such an exciting experience again. It's an opportunity, perhaps, for me to stay and be exposed to a new world. Immediately, Gan Yongtao knelt down towards Yi Chen. Brother, I want to mix with you. Chapter 74, Sister Wanqing's standards are very high. Little Taipa, Big Brother Anchor. I want to hang out with you too. Talovsky, Anchor, take the brother. In the future, if the brother earns $10, he will give you $9. Liaoning Iron Brother, Dead Mousy. Your ing more rolled up. Why don't you just pay to work? The water friends bickered, all thinking that if they could follow the anchor, work hard for a year and you can buy a house. If you work hard for 3 years, you'll be able to marry 17 or 18 daughters-in-law and honor your ancestors. You're a big young man. You can't hang out with me. Go back to Xiangjiang and make your mooncakes. When you come to visit in the future, don't go to the casino. Yi Chen waved his hand impatiently. You're with me? When we go out on a mission, I'll kill people and you'll get beaten up? Gan Yongtao sniffed and was not happy, and had to hang out with Yi Chen. Old Su had a buried look on his face. Come on. I'll call your father so he'll have to talk to you. You're a big young man. You just don't save your ass. He dialed Gan Taizu's cell phone number. At this moment, Gan Taizu, who was in the live broadcast room, had jumped with anxiety when he saw that his son was going to stay as a mercenary. The phone just dialed. Gan Taizu's anxious voice came. Gan Yongtao, can you be a mercenary? You can't be one. An unconscious son like you only deserves to come back and inherit my multi-billion-dollar family fortune. Then, honestly make mooncakes and hurry back without bothering people. When Yi Chen and Old Su heard this, they looked at each other, a little helpless, only worthy of coming back to inherit billions of family assets. This dead mooncake guy, he can't talk too well. Old Su made a video call. In the video page of the call, Don Tazu and his first wife, second wife, third wife, plus his great-aunt, sister-in-law, and a host of children all showed up, one by one, to persuade Gan Yongtao to come back. Gan Yongtao thought about it, but agreed, stood up, and expressed his willingness to go back. Thank you, big brother Yi Chen. Thank you, Mr. Yi Chen. Don Taizu's family members thanked Yi Chen one by one. Thanks for confiscating our youngest as a mercenary. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find the ashes. When Gan Yongtao finished entering the boarding gate, Old Su's cell phone rang. $800 in the account? Gan Taizu, who hadn't ended the call yet, smiled and said, thank you both. Originally it was promised to the two of you, $100 extra each. But, after thinking about it, I decided that it would be better to gift two more, $300 each, on top of the original. Both of you. Look, can we add a flying book friend or something? In the future, if we have anything abroad, we can also ask for your help. Of course, for the price. Absolutely fine. Gan Yongtao, the king of mooncakes, puts his stance low. Old Su and Yi Chen looked at each other, and both of them nodded at the same time. $600 more for adding us as friends. This mooncake guy, for the world, is very good. No wonder, the business is doing so well. Both of you, if you come to Shangjiang, you must come to our Family Good Moon mooncake store and savor the mooncakes. I will personally entertain you both. Thank you both, for saving my son from the fire. Ah, thank you both. The 60 or 70-year-old Gan Taizu was so excited that he couldn't wait to kowtow to Yi Chen and Old Su. Lao Su perfunctorily said for a while that he would contact again if something happened, and then hung up, money in hand. No chit-chat, haha. Call us again if you have an order. Little Taiho, good lord. 100 into $400. Iron fans of the Yi family army, anchor, begging for a belt. Let me commit myself to you all you want. As long as you don't mind that I'm a 185 male big. Parky take, you're still 185? You're afraid you're a 160. The waterbenders bickered for a while, feeling as if what they had just seen was like a dream. Yi Chen and Old Su came to the airport parking lot. What about that muscle car we drove before? Yi Chen asked curiously. When you fight in front of the bar, you break it, pay for it. It's a used car anyway, less than $3. Old Su pulled open the main driver's door and got in. Yi Chen sat on the co-pilot, took his cell phone, read the comments for a while, and said with a smile, brothers, the live broadcast is here for now. We're going back to the celebration. Same rules, same time tomorrow. We're back on the air. He ended the broadcast and blinked to check the situation. The live settlement was in progress. It takes a while for the exact value to settle. Old Su kicked the gas and drove Yi Chen back to the company. In a luxury villa in the wealthy neighborhood of Gold Coast City Beach, the middle-aged-looking Prince Duran's eyes clouded to the extreme when he saw the live broadcast interrupt message. He leaned back on his gold-encrusted throne and thought for a moment. Bar, go contact Skywater and discuss the ransom. However, I want Yi Chen to come and talk to me personally about the ransom. Live shootout. Catch the king live. If we don't teach Yi Chen a lesson, where is the majesty of the royal family? In the future, will any cat or dog be able to ride on my royal family's head? I have to get Yi Chen to come to my villa to talk about the ransom. As for you Yi Chen coming, then it's all good. Inside Skywater, in the hacking department under the banner of the finance department, inside the beautifully decorated office area, the teenage hackers removed their headphones and looked at Xu Wanqing with a smile. One of the sweet-looking female hackers smiled and said, Sister Wanqing, can't see that. Your standard for picking men is quite high. Before, Sister Wanqing even said that she wasn't going to fall in love. I see. I've been searching for a very good man for a long time. Yo, the other female hacker snickered at Xu Wanqing. The two hackers, both Asian women in their 18s and 19s, initially opened that female hacker. Looks a pair of beautiful face, eyebrows like willow leaves slender, has a high and beautiful nose, skin like fat, beautiful. The second female hacker, eyes as bright as stars, red lips pursed like flowers bloom, as if to see who are all affectionate look, like sheer water pupils, absolutely can fish a whole lot of kaiju. These two female hackers, whose face value was slightly inferior to Xu Wanqing's, were still the best on earth. At the moment, they were all wearing silver and white training uniforms, sitting in the office area, poking fun at Xu Wanqing. In the entire hacking department, there were more than 30 women dressed like this. Xu Wanqing is the head of this small department, the hacking department, the members of which are all kinds of top-notch hackers. This was a department created by Liang Long specifically to deal with the new era of war. Now, these teenage hackers, After they all knew that Yi Chen was scrappy and crazy enough, were chatting about Yi Chen. What level of relationship do you guys think Yi Chen and Sister Wanqing have? Yi Chen seems to be brought in by Sister Wanqing. They seem to be old classmates. It's not likely that they were. During school, I feel that the two of them are really possible. Oh, I've seen Yi Chen in the cafeteria. I feel that he should be quite fierce. Chapter 75, shall we make it easy for the anchor? Fierce or not? That's something you have to ask Sister Wanqing to know. Based on appearance and size alone, I don't think it should be too bad, at least for half an hour. Beautiful teenage hackers, chatting about unbelievably powerful topics when no men are present. It's hard to even imagine. How did this kind of topic come out of the mouths of these beautiful girls? Shu Wanqing listened to them chatting about this, and immediately her face fell, revealing a high and cold aura before sweeping each and every one of them with her eyes. As her gaze shifted, the scrutinized teenage hackers suddenly lowered their heads, not daring to talk anymore. This Yi Chen fellow. Now, it's outstanding and bold, actually taking the initiative to invite me to dinner. Tonight, I'm going to see how far you can excel. Shu Wanqing put her phone to rest and walked towards the elevator. Old Su was driving on the desert highway. Yi Chen, the co-pilot, saw the live data come out. Emotional value balance, total 125,8060, 672,150 plus 585910. Live duration, 4 hours, 2000 emotional value. Number of people in the live room, maintained at around 3,000 to 300,000 people. Remaining to be deployed. 1. 25 million emotional value. A wave of fat. A wave of fat. Yi Chen was ecstatic. This wave of gains. Full marks. Of course, the reason the returns are so high. It's still the boss who gives it a go. He swiped me 30 heartfelt gifts. In total, 45 wish gifts were awarded. The owner swipes a good chunk of it. One person is worth 150,000 water friends. Going back, you can start by boosting your strength, agility, and constitution significantly. Then raise the long gun and pistol segments, all to 5, because after 6 segments, boost with emotional value. For every paragraph you raise, you need 1 million emotional value. You kid, laughing so hard? Just in time. Let's settle the score and split the money. Old Su thought Yi Chen was happy with the thought of money. Just in time. Settle the score. The mission is 170 per person, and Gantaza gives 300 more, for a total of 470 US per person. 490 US dollars, divided equally, 745 US dollars each. That adds up to 215 US dollars per person. Old Su transferred the money to Yi Chen on the spot. However, the money for the mission needed to be gotten by Yi Chen tomorrow after he went to report the accounts. Yi Chen saw the account. New 1045 US dollars, equivalent to 15 million Chinese dollars, when the mercenary is really money nah. Soon, the car returned to the Tianshui company. Many seniors had come to welcome them, as the king's order was one that they could share. Yi Chen thought about the celebration tonight, and it wasn't a big deal. Solely, let's turn on the live stream first and see if we can salvage some more emotional value. Last wave made over $1 million. This wave, just rake in 100,000 or so. Incidentally, let the Water brothers, see their future sister-in-laws. Yi Chen placed his phone on his tactical jacket and was flanked by the crowd as he exited the elevator to the 4th floor. At this moment, at the entrance of the venue, there stood a woman. The woman, wearing a short black sweater on top and light brown underneath, carried a heart pendant under her neck. Looking closer, she revealed a faint smile, her black hair falling down, her bright eyes like stars, and with her stunning face, she was simply an imperial type of ceiling. It was none other than the company's first lady, Shu Wanqing. Yi Chen and Shu Wanqing talking about some past events, and both sides had the idea of being together. When the water friends saw this scene, they couldn't tense up. Big brother, you just earned tens of millions of US dollars in front of you. Now, what are we going to do if we want to marry a rich white girl? Little Taibao, anchor. Seek the secret of evening a rich woman. Liaoning Iron brother, what's next is to become CEO. Marry a rich white woman, and go to the peak of life? Peter Pan, anchor. I have a secret medicine here to strengthen your muscles and bones. For only 990,000 US dollars. You're guaranteed to be happy after your wedding. Superman strong, upstairs. People sell power pills for $199, but you want $99 million? Peter Pan, the anchor makes a lot of money, so what's wrong with me having a higher price? Little tycoon, anchor. Don't you want to wait for your village flower at the village entrance? How can you marry a rich white woman? Snow Bunny strong, anchor makes you kid. Shameless. Actually wanting Toad to eat swan meat. When the water friends saw Yi-chan and Missy getting better and better, they suddenly had a black eye. Then, they saw that Yi-chan directly confessed to Shu Wanqing. Miss Shu actually agreed. At that moment, the water friends were even more anxious. Compare your own mediocrity. Anchor's life is more than a little envious. Damn. Really let the anchor kid eat 4 dishes. Silence is gold, Anchor. I'm a famous MC in 10 miles and 8 villages. Why don't you take 3 gold bars and hire me to help organize the wedding? Liaoning Iron Brother, dead old man. Stay on the side. Cheating money to cheat here. Little Taba, brothers, don't brush gifts for the anchor from now on. This Silky is getting richer and richer. Little brother Tai, in the future, when you brush gifts, the anchor will directly shout, "Thank you for the 3 melons and 2 jujubes sent by your brothers." The water friends were even more shocked as they watched Yi-chan and Shu Wanqing holding hands. It's not going to be in a couple days. Live streaming the wedding, is it? Yi-chan wrapped his arms around Shu Wanqing and spoke all sorts of sweet words, and said that he wanted the water friends in the live broadcast room to recognize Shu Wanqing as his sister-in-law. The water boys couldn't hold it together. Peter Pan, sister-in-law. I'm reporting that the anchor slept with an Eastern girl before. Little Tai Bao, Missy. I'm reporting it. The anchor is dishonest. He slept around with girls before. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, asterisk. You guys, directly make on bad. Silence is golden, I saw it. Anchor, there are 3 bastards. Missy, take your phone and go into the live room to see our comments. AAA Building Materials Wang, I testify. Before the anchor left the country, he looked for me to wash his feet every day. Liaoning Iron Brother, you guys have no intention of letting the anchor go. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. Heavenly rewards, there's still me. The anchor has an illegitimate daughter. Please let me raise. Sister-in-law. Alimony settlement. 500,000 US dollars on the line. Peter Pan, old man. You're lying? The water users had no intention of letting Yi-chan off the hook. If we can't marry a rich white girl, can we still let you, the anchor, enjoy the happiness? There was even a comment from a water user stating that he was Yi-chan's ex-wife and hoped that Shu Wanqing would pay a little bit of alimony after seeing the comment. Yi-chan wrapped his arms around Shu Wanqing and idly picked up his cell phone to take a look. When did I have 17 or 18 more ex-wives and 100 or 80 more illegitimate children? This bunch of Yakuza water friends is afraid that laborers do not suffer? This time, the boss might still be on the air. Yi-chan, Missy, boss, I'm sending you guys up for a moment, saying that I need to confer with you about Prince Duran's. Supervisor Evra, in person, came to deliver the summons. Yi-chan froze. It's hard to believe that I have to negotiate the ransom as well? Chapter 76. Should we be so greedy or not? Prince Abdullah was captured to seek a ransom from King Duranzer. Now, at the celebration, the boss called me over. It doesn't seem like there's anything else to say except for me to negotiate the ransom, does it? Nothing. It's just as well we're going up together. Shu Wanqing smiled lightly and led Yi-chan upwards. In the elevator, Yi-chan thought, sort of meeting his boss for the first time, and couldn't help but ask Shu Wanqing about Lian Long. Shu Wanqing then told Yi-chan about the history of Lian Long's fortune. It turns out that back then Lian Long was very much like Yi-chan's now. Both siblings grew up together. Later, Lian Long went abroad for development, pulled up a team and killed the general. Yi-chan nodded, indicating that he knew all of this, but the follow-up was less clear. Shu Wanqing said about what happened later. Later, although uncle had a reputation, No still didn't subdue the local military, and was given a mandatory kill order. I could only be forced to leave, but before I left, my uncle exterminated the entire families of 2 more generals. Fame, access to the top brass of various countries, coming to Persia and running a mercenary business. I was implying it to you when I repeated it on the phone earlier. That's how uncle rose to prominence back then. If you don't step on powerful people to move up, you'll always be a pawn. Up ahead. You made the right decision. You don't have to worry too much about going to see your uncle this time. The words were all about Yi-chan being the pre-existing version of Lian Long. Lian Long would definitely clock Yi-chan and told Yi-chan not to worry. Yi-chan was not worried. The waterboys on the live feed couldn't hold steady. Little Tai Bao, ******, this boss is also a wolf extermination. Before he left, he also had the whole family of 2 generals. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, the anchor happens to fit the boss's temperament. Won't he be reused? Dada, really let the anchor kid pick up the slack. Talovsky, anchor, a gold mine was found in the tundra behind my house. Come over here and let's dig together. 10,000 lights, Mao Zi. I'm afraid you're not trying to lure the anchor over here. Knock him to death with a hammer, and then kill and rob him, are you? As soon as the water friends thought about it, the boss Liang Long was a master who didn't suffer, and even had to step on powerful figures to climb up. The anchor is such a gripping situation as well. So, the anchor mustn't take off in place under this kind of boss. If this is the case, we watch the live broadcast. Figure of fun, but perhaps a year and a half passed, and then encountered the anchor open broadcast. Will not have to shout Mr. Yi, that would really be Yakaka. I'm afraid the anchor is having a hard time, and I'm afraid of anchors driving Land Rovers. Soon, the elevator door opened. Yi-chan live broadcasting system, even if there is no network, can be normal live broadcast. Coming to the office door, Xu Wanqing was aware that Yi-chan was live streaming, so she wanted Yi-chan to interrupt the live broadcast. After all, Uncle Liang Long, big brother level existence. This will be, to have a secret talk about the king. It may be that they will also be planning a plan against this king. If we go live now, if Prince Duran sees it, won't it all be exposed? Yi-chan also understood and looked at the live broadcast and said, brothers, a steady hand. I'm going to see my uncle first. Brothers, wait for my good news. Little Taipa, anchor. You shameless thing. You even shouted uncle. Little white bird, anchor. Are you up to something big again? Talking in secret all night. On the hoof. It's unlikely that the Waterboys don't have some idea of what's going on in this situation. Yi-chan said that he wasn't too sure at the moment, so he set the live broadcast to anchor temporarily away situation. He put away his cell phone and followed it into the office. What comes into view is a huge floor-to-ceiling window that looks forward, right over the Gold Coast city a few dozen kilometers away. The office was on a higher floor and the front was all flat desert, so there was nothing to impede a distant view. The wall on the left side of the office was covered with all kinds of firearms, from M42 machine guns to AK submachine guns to Remington shotguns and revolvers of all colors. The whole thing was like a small arsenal. Then he saw a middle-aged Chinese man sitting in front of a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows. This middle-aged Chinese, in his 40s, wearing a blue shirt, was thin and quite capable, although very ordinary looking. Those eyes, like two steel knives, seemed to be able to see all the secrets in other people's hearts. Meeting the boss for the first time, Yi-chan thought that it might be a beer-bellied middle-aged man. Yi-chan La, Wanqing La, you two are here. Liang Long opens his mouth to speak Hong Kong Putangwa, which may be related to the fact that he has worked in Hong Kong in his early years and has not changed now. He carefully sized up Yi-chan. Bold, I'll have Elizabeth give you an early grade rating. For future training, just follow along, and go on more occasional missions. Also, on the matter of Prince Abdullah, the ransom, not less than $300 million, but Prince Duran's, who paid the ransom, demands that you, personally, go to his villa to talk. I'd like to hear your opinion on this matter. Xu Wanqing sniffed and was about to open her mouth to refuse. Liang Long slightly raised his hand, signaling Xu Wanqing to go and sit on the side while he talked to Yi-chan himself. Xu Wanqing tried to speak several times, but was interrupted, and could only go and sit to the side, anxiously looking at Yi-chan. Really, if we go to Prince Duran's villa, isn't Yi-chan's life and death at the whim of Prince Duran's? Yi-chan laughed lightly and said, boss, I don't do TV dramas La. This kind of drama of breaking into an enemy camp alone is all a lie to children. Are you kidding me? I'm going over to Prince Duran's villa? I'm the one who grabbed his brother. If I say yes, I might as well change my name to Song Rinthro. Liang Long nodded. At least it's not stupid, knowing that you can't go alone. You'll surely get a share of this ransom. Tell you what, I'll still give you two choices. First option, I'll give you $2,000 US. You don't have to talk about it, and this is the end of it. Second option, you negotiate, and whatever ransom is negotiated, you take a third. If the ransom is $300 million, then you'll get $100 million. And, upon success, I'm promoting you to team leader. Sure, you go and talk. I didn't say, just you but talk about success. Prince Duranzel, what do you demand that I have to agree to? What kind of international joke are you playing here? I'm more interested in seeing if Yi-chan is greedy enough. The greedier you are, the more ambitious you are, and the more ambitious you are, the more powerful you can be. Yi-chan heard this and fell into thought. Option 1. Get $2,000 for nothing with no semblance of risk. Option 2. As long as we can talk successfully and get King Duranzer to pay, I'll take a third. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. With this money, it would be able to do many things. Option 2, however, is not good for getting money from the other party against their will while still achieving their goal. If it's Prince Abdullah, I can still just kill and force my way in. But Prince Duran's has 10 times the army of Prince Abdullah. One slip, I would have died in the middle of the conflict. Liang Long definitely wants me to pick two, but should I be so greedy or not? Seeing Yi Chen in a state of hesitation, Liang Long lightly laughed and said, "No need to rush. Just give me an answer before noon tomorrow." Chapter 77. That's 2,000 people, not 2,000 NPCs. It's okay, that's the main reason I asked you to come over. You go back and continue celebrating. Wanting stay for a while lah. Instead, Liang Long revealed a smile and gestured for Yi Chen to go back and think about it. After Yi Chen left the office, he directly resumed the live broadcast. Little Taipa, anchor. Are you going to be the boss's son-in-law? Rich Nike, that must be anchor this situation. The bag is to marry white rich beauty. On the peak of life. AAA building materials brother Wang, anchor. The boss is going to let you start taking over the company's projects? In the future. 3 years as a supervisor. 5 years as a boss? Silence is golden, anchor. Since you're getting married, why don't you send out a wave of red envelopes in the live broadcast first? Send 100,000 or 80,000 first, so that we can dabble in the joy. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, anchor. You catch such a good thing. Shall not give live brothers, send 1,000,000 or 800,000 red packets not eating cilantro, definitely disembarking version, anchor. I can be the little one, please, take me. The water boys are up in arms one by one. Wanting a big red packet. Yi Chen directly waved his hand. Don't think about the red envelopes the anchor doesn't send them. Besides, don't you guys guess? The boss asked for me. He told the whole story of what had just happened, and the choice, and so on. Anyway, it doesn't affect the big picture. You can still get a wave of emotional value out of it. As for Prince Durange knowing, then we'll know. What can he do to me? Crazy people like the boss want the rush that comes from stepping on powerful people. Maybe, in the future, my boss will have to encourage me to go on air more often to all kinds of bigots. Little Taipa, I thought that the boss called you in to meet your parents. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, see a hairline parents. Boss this if the anchor towards the crazy training Kim Jong-guk, with a crazy boss, there will be crazy employees. This is a big game. The boss is letting the anchor go in 2,000 people. The water friends heard. Good show The first 200 enemies still feel quite enjoyable. Now look. The anchor is going to 2,000 people the real big show. It's going to be a gong. As for the two options, pick one to keep the peace. Pick two. Make a lot of money. Cute. I knew I had to choose two. Anyway, the anchor picked two. And we got a kick out of watching it. If the anchor crunches, then crunch. And the anchor doesn't give out red envelopes anyway. It's just that this is going to be a time when the anchor hasn't made an obvious choice. And the brothers are anxious. Liaoning Iron Brother, anchor. Pick two This is the chance to ascend to heaven. Parkies anchor. Pick two. If you succeed, you'll really be Yi Kaka. Frank, anchor. The boss is reusing you. Pick two. Tolovsky, is this kind of considered reuse? What if you die in an engagement? Frank, that counts as a bad fate for the anchor. No way around it. Yi Chen looked at a group of water friends, urging himself to choose two and directly the king. But that's 2,000 people, not 2,000 NPCs. Never mind. I'm going to boost my skills first. Let's look at the strength again. If it's enough, this will be. The live broadcast room flooded in more than 50,000 people. Water friends quarrel. In the meantime, a bunch more water boys came pouring out. This group of water friends feel that the anchor can live a wave and enjoy life. And Duranzer, not the king of Aptula. Smith, the boss obviously wants the anchor to pick two. But there are too many enemies this time. Frank, anchor that's 2,000 people, not 2,000 NPCs. Brave little dash, anchor. This isn't a game. You can't redeploy if you're gaga. AAA building materials brother Wang, anchor. $100 million is a lot. But you may not have the life to spend it. This wave of waterbenders has a point. On his way to the range, Yi Chen was also reading the reviews and pondering what exactly he had chosen. Last time I chose, the aim was to please the boss. Now, I've figured out how to keep my boss happy. But is it worth it? I'm rich. However, the next water user spoke, once again causing Yi Chen to fall into deep thought. The first choice has worked. This will be. If we don't continue, the way up will be cut off. And the choice ahead will have been in vain. Yi Chen pondered. Coming to the 8th floor training ground without going to the 4th floor celebration banquet venue, he used the emotional value to boost his strength. Let's see if, after boosting, you have the ability to deal with Prince Duranzer. After elevation, Yi Chen checked the data. Lance 6, 1%. Pistols, paragraph 6, 1%. Strength, muscle and bone strength 75. 7. Agility, reaction speed and flexibility 75. 5, 15. Physical fitness, resistance to blows. Viruses, immunity 75. 1. After the full boost, which cost 16 million emotions. There were over 90,000 emotions left. Pistols and lances arrive at 6 segments and then move up 1 segment, both requiring millions of emotions. Long gun 6 paragraphs. You can do to hit 100 meters within the moving enemy. Gunshot headshot. 100 shots. Beyond this distance, it is not allowed. Pistol 6 paragraph. On the other hand, can only do 75 meters. Gunshot headshot. 100 shots. After the strength boost, he has managed to lift 400 pounds of weight with one arm. After the physical enhancement, he was able to do 80 kilometers of weight bearing and 40 kilometers of armed running, reaching the standard of a special soldier. With the agility boost, you can do 100 meters, run in 10.5 seconds, and have the strength of a bodybuilder level athlete. The water friends also realized that Yi Chen's marksmanship was getting better and better, and frantically advocated that Yi Chen could do a wave. After Yi Chen elevated, he also kind of wanted to go the king. The current battle power was more than 4 times higher than when dealing with Prince Abdullah. Now that the strength has been raised, why not plot bigger? If you succeed, you'll get a share of 100 million US dollars. That's 700 million Chinese dollars. At this moment, most of the water users were already favoring for Yi Chen to pick 2. There were also many water friends who gave Yi Chen ideas. Liaoning Iron Brother, Anchor. The king said to let you go alone to talk about the ransom. So you're really going alone? Little White Bird, this is the king's request. If the anchor goes against it and the king doesn't talk about it, what about this? Liaoning Iron Brother, tear up the ticket. We have his brother. It's his turn to decide how to negotiate. Who does he think he is? Little White Bird, but what if, in that case, Prince Duranzer doesn't pay the ransom? Liaoning Iron Brother, asterisk him. The anchor is going to take the food from the tiger's mouth. How can he not fight? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, really take Duranz as the park boss. Ha, he's letting the anchor go alone. It's obvious he wants to kill the anchor. Liaoning Iron Brother, if the anchor doesn't do something fancy and lead old Sue, Jack and the others over there together, it's really going to send them to their deaths. In that case, the anchor might as well change his name to Songren Casting. Chapter 78, Do you take my king's words for granted? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Anchor. I'm applying for a streak. Liaoning Iron Brother, don't hesitate. You'll have no way back. Yi Chen was first stunned when he saw the application for connectivity, but he quickly figured out what the other party meant. He checked his emotion balance now, 107, 211, up that much all at once? Then, you can connect the mic and let Big Brother do the whole job and draw the wind. I've got a good idea of how to choose exactly. Now, it's going to be the whole live, pushing the live heat upwards, cradle another wave of emotional value. Emotional value is what keeps me grounded. Soon after, Yi Chen pressed the button to agree to link up with Liaoning Iron Big Brother, and linked up with Liaoning Iron Big Brother. The face of the other party appeared in the live broadcast, a big brother in his 30s with a face full of flesh, looking like no good person. Dude, you're more of a mercenary than I am. So what? What do you do for a living? Yi Chen took a closer look. This big brother was dressed as a gangster, and there was a big gold chain on his neck. This was not an ordinary person nah. The Lianmai waterboy froze. What kind of work do I do? I street kebab. Big brother of kebabs? No, I thought you were a local snake. A black boss. Water friends heard. You street kebab big brother. On the microphone? And you're giving directions? In an instant, many water users told the serialized water user to go down. Don't mic it up. When we talk here, it's all about hundreds of millions of dollars in business. You kebab big brother. Stay on the side do not harass the anchor. Don't. Anchor wait for me to finish. If it's not right, you can pull the plug on me. 2 choices. Choice 1 you will die. I know you've made too much money to risk your life now. Anyone else who has just pocketed tens of millions of dollars and goes off to fight for their lives tomorrow would not be honest about it. Lian my water friend's mouth is like a series of cannons. One to speak, but, choose one, is a wimp. Your boss is crazy, and he wants his employees to be crazy, so you pick one and you're out of power. Abdullah is a king and will not die. Once you lose your power, he will seek revenge on you. Option 2. You just have to be crazy enough that your boss will never leave you alone. Even though he didn't say so, 99% there will be reinforcements. This Lian Mai water user, who had been watching the live broadcast, had guessed what kind of situation Lian Long was in before he dared to say so. Lian Long gives options, but doesn't say anything about giving reinforcements. But it doesn't say no reinforcements. As for Prince Duranz, he told you to go alone, but you preferred to take dozens of people with you. You'll just have to go against him and break his calculations. It's you who can revitalize the whole situation and get there. Even this time, there's no chance that Prince Duranzer is on the air. So what? do the same thing, get the RPG and renovate his villa. If you can't, you'll use C4 explosives to help his villa and carry out the bulldozing and rebuilding work. At the end of the day, you got him Duranzer, and you're still afraid you can't get the 300 million ransom? As for the 2,000 enemies, don't be afraid. Man, just let me tell you one thing. If you don't him tomorrow, you're a chronic dead man. The Lianmai sailor spoke at great length, with a very sure look. Watching the whole thing and understanding some of the pattern is why the waterboys are so sure. A good number of waterbenders listened and also felt that what was being said was okay, if not alright. Little Taipa, when I go to a barbecue in the future, I'll always give the kebab master an order for a grilled chicken leg. AAA building materials brother wine, that's right. Anchor, unless you run in the middle of the night, you really need to Durans. Frank, this is Chinese? The big brother of the street kebabs has this kind of insight. Little white bird, worthy of being a northeastern old man, put down the kebabs and just do it. 10,000 miles of light, Anchor, our live studio spirit shareholders, all in support of you. Do it. Sunny big white horse, Anchor, you're just in charge of doing it, and we're just in charge of having a good time. As for exactly how to do it, you plan it yourself, haha. Tens of thousands of water friends, all supporting Yi-chan to the end. This time, I might get to see the Anchor lead a group of people to 2,000 people. Cool. This is a classic scene that, if you don't see it, you won't be able to get it past this village. Yi-chan watched as the Lianmai water user started to drink after he finished speaking, and a smile curled his lips. He checks the emotional value balance, 11211. This wave of waterboy interactions and gifts alone, it's gone up 5,000 sentiments. Very nice. In fact, before connecting the mic, Yi-chan had already made his decision. Duranzer, I've got Special Forces combat, and I'm leading some elite mercenaries, and I've got my boss's backing, so why don't I just you, King Bird? Right now, I'm making over 70 million Chinese dollars, but after tomorrow, I'll probably have 700 million Chinese dollars in my account. Already made a name for himself once, then make a name for yourself again. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. Now that you're on this path, you have to go all the way. As for this hyphenated waterboy, it's worthy of my Chinese water friends. The overall cognitive level, far beyond the European and American water friends. No wonder, in the old days, Liu Bang, who was a pavilion chief, and Zhu Yuanzhang, who was a beggar, were able to become emperors. The overall standard of our country is better than that of all the Western countries. These big brothers of China, if they really have the kind of opportunity one have, even if they don't have the system plug-in, the money they earn won't be too much worse than me. Guys, let's tomorrow. Prince Duranzer, in my mind, I already have a detailed battle plan. Now, we should go get some. A cold smile appeared on Yi-chan's face, and he went to the 4th floor to find old Sue, enlist a little more people, and go to Prince Duran's villa together tomorrow. Jack and Hua want to get involved. They're not asking for a lot of hiring money. Yi-chan agreed. In the second half of the night, Yi-chan was already in the company, finding 12 mercenaries, including old Sue, to go together tomorrow. This time, it was equivalent to Yi-chan issuing the mission alone. It was he who paid for the task of coming to these 12. It's probably in the neighborhood of $7 million. But if it's successful, that's $100 million nah. Recruiting this process, watching the water friends, the blood boiling, already very much looking forward to tomorrow's engagement. When it's all over, Yi-chan ended the live broadcast, called his sister, talked about the recent situation, and found the Elizabeth supervisor. First gave his sister $200. Make another donation of $40 to each of all the schools that you have attended since you were a child. 4 in total. Now that you have the money, give back to your alma mater. He grew up with his sister and would have had a much worse life without the help of these schools and teachers. A little later, Yi-chan went back to his room, intending to rest for a few hours before setting off to rush to Prince Duran's villa. 8 o'clock in the morning. In the middle of a certain villa in a rich neighborhood, Prince Duran's was waiting for Yi-chan to arrive. Just now, Liang Lung has replied. Yi-chan will arrive to negotiate the ransom. Initially, himself and Liang Long verbally agreed on a ransom of $300 million. This money, the king will pay. The brother is still pretty important. But Yi-chan, as long as you walk into my king's villa, you won't want to leave alive. Your Majesty, there's a live replay. Why don't you take a look? The captain of the guards at his side handed the tablet to Duranzer. Durans frowned with some confusion and took the tablet to see that it was a replay of Yi-chan's live broadcast from last night. When he finished reading it, he skimmed the tablet straight away, drew his pistol, and fired a couple of shots at it, gritting his teeth in anger. This king asked you to come alone, And you're actually going to turn on the live stream and have to lead a dozen mercenaries over. Well, you're taking what the king said as a whisper. Another Liang Long. Originally, I thought of letting you, Yi Chen, come alone. The king is so good at abusing you, then making you into cat food and selling it all over the world. As a result, you're going to come over here on a live stream. Do you want me to abuse you in front of hundreds of thousands of water friends? The face of my royal family? Don't you want it? Besides, it's out there. In the future. Which tourists? Who dares to travel here? Chapter 79. What are you doing here? The king abuses the mercenaries. New Age Live War. These two terms, if they appeared in the headlines of the world's news, Durans can't even dare to imagine whether he, the third in command of the tourism and publicity department, can still keep his hat. Yi Chen, do you have to broadcast everything you do? You have to make it known to everyone. What good would it do you to let those pariahs see what you and I and the others are doing? Is that all you want? Someone get a network blocking vehicle so he can't go live. What the hell is it with those who run live streams and those who participate in them? It's the internet beggars. It's the lowly commoner. And I'm the king. Yi Chen, you want to pull this king from above the clouds to the dust? Dream on. Order the 1st Battalion Coast Guard to come directly to the perimeter of my villa. Reorder the 1st Patrol Company and 2nd Patrol Company of Gold Coast City to come to the desert behind the villa area and wait. As long as this king gives the order, join forces to kill Yi Chen and the others. Prince Duran's eyes were shadowy to the extreme. In my lair, 700 or 800 troops. If I can't kill a dozen of your mercenaries, the king might as well take a block of tofu and huff himself to death. Besides, there are thousands of coast guards, and those are the king's soldiers, too. As for Liang Lun, I don't believe that he can still be as crazy as he was when he was young. The king is not an Aptula. Inside Skywater, Yi Chen looked in the mirror in the bathroom to check himself. Already armed and dressed, multifunctional tactical clothing, ballistic steel plates, level 3 helmet, 1 blow 17 pistol with 6 matching magazines, 1 M4A1 rifle with 6 matching magazines, 1 RGP-40 rotary grenade launcher with 16 rounds of 40mm grenades, 6 offensive grenades, 6 defensive grenades, 3 first aid kits. The gear alone is over 20 kilograms. Up front, there was no substantial increase in strength or fitness. Yi Chen didn't dare to bring so many weapons. Now, one arm can lift 400 pounds, and the body can carry 80 kilograms and run 40 kilometers, which is equivalent to the physical quality of special forces. Strength, on the other hand, is up to the ceiling of an ancient military general, which is how he dares to carry so many weapons and be able to keep moving. $100 million. Here I come, Your Majesty. Today, I'll open your eyes. Yi Chen once again checked his equipment to make sure there were no problems before going to the first floor to gather. When they came to the first floor, Old Su, Hua, Jack, and the other 12 mercenaries had already arrived. The parlor table on the first floor was filled with all kinds of guns and ammunition, all kinds of machine guns and rifles. Jack and Hua, both selected as machine gunners, minus the ballistic steel plates and tactical clothing, had an M249 machine gun and each carried 350 rounds of ammunition. Senior Su is checking his Uzi and M4A1 rifle. The other 9 mercenary ranks are all above T13 and are all veteran cannons. Everyone had battlefield experience and had been on missions for more than 3 years without dying. Men and women of all ages, mainly white. 2 of them, minus their own equipment, were fiddling with drones. The other 3, a sniper, an assailant, and a heavy machine gunner. The last 4, all with grenade launchers and RPGs on top of the raiders. Coming. I'll show you a good one. Hua took the initiative to greet the crowd, came to the front of the building, and opened the trunk of a new energy vehicle. Yi Chen took a look at it. It was several hydrogen storage tanks, and it seemed that the car was still a hybrid of oil and electricity. What's your situation? If we go over there, if we mess with vehicle-borne explosives, we'll put in less TNT and it won't be powerful enough. Put in too much and you'll be focused. The only car that combines hydrogen, electricity and oil. Drive into the king's villa and look harmless. Surely you won't be focused on. As long as the war starts, let's fill this car with a shot. The power of the explosion will be as powerful as a few RPGs. And it can completely lift his villa. Hua said proudly. Old Su nodded. Indeed, 3 kinds of energy mixed together. The bursting power is very strong. Fire energy, electricity, oil energy. 3 energy mix bursts. Where's the raging Buddha lotus you've set aside? Yi Chen buried Hua twice. This is also a god man na. Fortunately did not add broken pieces. Otherwise, within a kilometer radius, people and animals will die. Hua is kinda proud of himself. Yi Chen lazily ignored him and took out a photo, handing it to Jack. This is the morning. I photographed the mine car. A few kilometers outside the county is a mining area. This kind of mining truck. Do something. Get one. Old Sue walked over to take a look at the photo and muttered. It's an improved T282C oversized mining truck made in Europe. Empty weight 237 tons. Full load 357 tons. 15 meters long, 10 meters wide, 9 meters high. A behemoth. Even a 100-ton heavy truck is considered a younger brother in front of him. The other mercenaries, hearing the situation, curiously came over. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Most importantly, because it's a mining truck, in order to avoid the ore smashing down, the glass of the driver's seat is thicker than any normal bulletproof glass. Got it. You can't blast through the cockpit unless you take a bazooka, right? I can't even imagine how wonderful the scene would be if this thing drove into the king's villa. Jack asked with a smile. Yechen spoke of Prince Durinzer's strength, 2,000 men, 15 or 1,600 of them, all coast guards, but not many heavy weapons. He pointed to the photo of the minecart and said with a smile, I've seen Prince Duran's villa from the map, and when you open the door it's the Gold Coast beach. So as long as someone is driving a mining truck down the desert highway, before you get into town, turn left, go around a desert field. Then follow the coastline and you'll emerge outside the king's villa. Ness, let's him renovate it. Old Sue's lips curled into an evil smile. Hua laughed. It's a good deal for us to renovate for the king and ask him for a payment of 3 to 500 million knives. Jack was beaming when he heard this, and with the picture in hand he was going to borrow a minecart. Scorpions, you're going with Jack. Old Sue hurriedly ordered an old mercenary to go over with him, fearing that Jack, a rash man, would not be able to get the car. After Yi Chen briefly discussed the battle plan with the crowd, he began to carry the guns and ammunition. To the car. Scorpion and Jack leave. There were 11 people present. Got to drive 3 H2 Hummers and a new energy vehicle. On the passenger side of the Hummer, Yi Chen opened the live broadcast as expected. The moment it opened, over 30,000 people poured right in. 10,000 lights, anchor. This is the interior of a Hummer? Ah, the familiar smell. It's back. Little Taipa, anchor. The king today, right? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Frank, support the anchor. A dozen people to pick on too. 000. It's ing crazy. Ja. There are crazy bosses. There are crazy employees. The king's vassal would rather have seed him. On goodness is like water, a dozen or so people. It takes 2. 000. And a whole sense of hot-bloodedness. Shan Ruashue, anchor. I'll burn incense for you in advance. Have a good trip. Chapter 80 Anchor. Your ancestor is related to King of Hell? Shan Ruashue, anchor. Could it be that your family's ancestors are related to the King of Hell? Kotobuki, what do you mean? On goodness Ruashue, no kinship with the King of Hell. And you dare to do this death-defying thing? Silence is golden, upstairs. It looks like you just came to the live room. Shut up. The anchor is still very Nessie. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, the sun is beating out of the west today. And old things are speaking for the anchor. Park E-Take, he's an adult and can tell right from wrong. The number of people in the live broadcast room was rising crazily. And in just this moment, it had already reached 50,000 people. Old Sue after they distributed the guns and ammunition to the various vehicles. Old Sue himself went and borrowed a few clothes, and called Hua and Yi Chen out of the car and threw a piece of clothing over to one of them. Hua took a look at it. It was a medium gray trench coat. It looked pretty good, but there are too many gun holes in this trench coat, aren't there? He looked at Old Sue while running his fingertips through those bullet holes in his trench coat. Which loss of color is this? That damaged color. I'm afraid it's been a hornet's nest. Look at this shirt. From top to bottom, at least 30 or 50 bullet holes. I'll take 3 seconds of silence for the owner of the dress. Yi Chen was about to snicker, but as a result, the words were all snatched up by Hua, so he could only skim. Old Sue turned around and took out a box of grenades. Took out 2, and threw them to Hua. What do you know? This is the last century. The most popular mercenary clothes? Learned from the little horse. A gun hole. A bullet. To represent their own experience in battle. And we, on the other hand, hung grenades on the gun holes just enough to get 30 or 50 more grenades. Later, just watch the enemy and greet them directly with grenades. Hua was stunned. If I get hit, I'll become a Bakudan kid? When the time comes, one grenade blows up. Dozens of grenades all over your body. Boy, I'm afraid there's no shredded meat to be found here. Old Sue looked at Rueji with a look of disgust and glanced at Hua. What's your education? You look down on me. Ha, I'm a high school graduate. Hua immediately disliked it, but he had started to mix with the society when he was in junior high school. You bought that high school education, didn't you? Unless it's a point-to-point shot, but on the move, the bullet can hit the grenade at a right angle. With those odds, if you win, you'll go buy a lottery ticket. Besides, it's nothing if you hit it. The grenade is detonated by the internal detonator. Understand? Bakumaru boy. Old Sue said contemptuously, and then put on a trench coat of the same type for herself. As he hung grenades on his trench coat, he said, we do have drones, but we could be facing thousands of enemies. If it's in a rich neighborhood, an alley fight breaks out, before the mine train arrives, around the corner, when you come across a situation where you have to enter a door, and there aren't enough grenades, you'll have to physically explore. Tactical suits don't hold that many grenades in C4. Che, I'm not going to explore in the flesh. Hua turned around and nimbly put on his trench coat and began hanging various grenades and C4 explosives on it. These C4 explosives, all of which are kind of palm-sized, are designed for blasting doors and walls. 2 trench coats were worn with at least 30 grenades each hanging from them. Yi Chen also remembered. Front bar shootout. There really aren't enough grenades. A lot of times, grenades are needed to open up the road. But with this trench coat on, the ammo is more than adequate. However, wearing all this stuff always feels a little less restful, so I'd better not wear it. When I need a grenade, get these 2 big brothers to take it again. Smith, Watt Bakugan Kid, Old Sue, Bakugan Lousy. Talovsky, these 2 are in this outfit that bullets can't penetrate. It's just that when they run, they ding all the way. Park Yuhi, if only a certain elite handheld game had this kind of clothes. 10,000 lights, licking the bag. All of them can be very good, right? On goodness is like water, 12 to fight 2,000. You guys are just stuffing your bodies full of bombs. It's not even enough. Whales, anchor. I'm selling tombstones on the side. Think about it. Ichiro Hashimoto, you 2 are renting your mouths. Are you in a hurry to pay them back? Waterboy's bickering moment. Yi Chen and the others had already dressed up and set off to Prince Duran's villa to negotiate the ransom. Prince Abdullah is still being held at TSMC. Before departing, Shu Wanqing also called, stating that she would mobilize the hacking department, completely take down Prince Duran's villa systems, such as the surveillance system, the power system, etc. And she would keep in contact with Yi Chen, informing, in real time, about the situation of the entire villa, like where there are enemies, like where Duran's is hiding, the Gold Coast townhouse area, all of which are various wooden villas, looks extraordinarily upscale. Prince Duran's villa, moreover, was extremely wide, and at the door stood coming hundreds of men, all Coast Guard soldiers. The soldiers were dressed in full blue uniforms and armed with AR-15 carbines. A few of the soldiers even had bulletproof vests on them, much more elite than Prince Duran's soldiers, probably also because Prince Duran's is richer, so the minions are much better equipped. Prince Duran's, bored with idleness during the waiting moments, also went into the live stream to check the situation. On goodwill, a gunfight's about to break out, and nobody's going to do anything about it? FBI agent Wilson, his boss, reported it. Feel free. Wales, a world-famous tourist city and there's a gunfight? Just report it? In such a situation, how can we, tourists, be assured of coming to play? CIA agent Jair, who the hell are you? Love to come or not? This is a tourist mecca. Not a bad place to visit. Little Tai-Ho, actually, if a gunfight breaks out and doesn't hurt the people, I'd rather travel so I can see the gunfight instead. Liaoning Iron Brother, agree with upstairs. Upwardly mobile, what kind of brains are you guys? 10,000 lights, instead of thinking about that, why don't you think about how the anchor can negotiate and get King Duran's to agree to give the ransom? I know Kavik, what's there to think about? If you put a gun to the king's head, he'll pay 3 billion, not to mention 300 million. Smith, agree with upstairs. So many kings in Persia, just throw a slate. Can hit one? The king is nothing. The waterboys are getting more and more excited as they talk. The anchor is going to a more bullish king. The scale of the gunfight this time was much bigger than last time. Durans looked at the comments section of the live broadcast and was so angry that he skimmed his cell phone directly into the swimming pool. When he saw the network shielding car coming, he coldly grunted, Yi Chen, Yi Chen, come to me. Still want to go live? You dream. The men came to report. Your Majesty, Yi Chen's convoy has arrived at the entrance of the villa area. Tell the security personnel in the villa area to let Yi Chen in alone. Not one more person won't do. Prince Duran said proudly. This king commands. That is a royal order. Let you come alone. You'll just have to come alone. Greeting a dozen people to come together. So what? The king won't let your people in. The entire villa security staff is the force arching over all the rich people living in the villa. Although, the armed forces are not strong enough to represent Blackwater. That's an old mercenary company with 100 years of history. Do you still dare to break in? Shoo away. There was a violent shattering sound in the distance. Duranzer jolted to his feet in surprise. What the hell? Another henchman hurried in to report. Your Highness, Yi Chen used a grenade gun and blasted open the iron gate of the villa area, leading the convoy towards us. Chapter 81, They all see the king as a second pen. Asshole. There's not half the respect for me in his eyes. Order the troops. Guns loaded. The king would like to see how this guy talks to me. Prince Duranzer growled but had some sense. After all, his brother was still over there. It would be out of order to order a shooting. It's out of order. We have to talk first. Otherwise, that crazy guy, Liang Lung, will definitely force my brother to be a trapeze artist with a gun. Brush. Skip class of students. Outside the villa, a sound of bullets being loaded came. Various types of light armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and so on, had their guns aimed at Yi Chen's convoy. Soon, 3 Hummer armored vehicles and 1 new energy sedan drove outside the villa in such a grand manner. Old Su took this new energy vehicle and drove it inside the villa. 3 Hummer armored vehicles, on the other hand, were blocking the entrance to the villa. Multiple mercenaries took to the spirit level, controlling M2 Browning heavy machine guns and confronted the Coast Guard. Prince Durans saw the new energy car that drove in, did not take it seriously, and took a closer look at Yi Chen, fully armed out of the car. He couldn't help but snicker in English. Yi Chen, to say you're bold, you really dare to come, says you're gutsy. I'm afraid you have to be over 40 pounds in this outfit. I thought that you would come alone, strapped with a bag of dynamite to talk to me. Your Majesty, watch less TV shows. That stuff poisons the brain. Yi Chen carefully looked at Durans, dressed in white, with a piece of cloth on his head and a rose gold version of the revolver in his hand. It was quite rich. Little Taipa, with a piece of cloth on my head. I'm the richest man in the world. Liaodong Iron Brother, if this wave comes to fruition, $70 million becomes $700 million. Upwardly mobile, $700 million? Plutonium is more like it. There were some water users that never looked favorably on Yi Chen. The waterman also saw through the live feed that the perimeter was full of enemies. The anchor is just 3 cars and a dozen people. Enough for what? Less drama? Ha! Okay. No more nonsense. Turn on the network shield and cut off the live feed. Duranzer signaled his men and waited until they responded that it had been turned on. Only then did he put away his amiable smile and reveal a ruthless look. Little Tai-Ho, I'm still here. Smith, the live feed is still going on. Silence is golden, Your Majesty. You bought a pirated internet blocker? Spring Breeze doesn't go beyond the Jade Gate. It's probably a 7 or 8 handful from America. It doesn't work. The water boys were a bit confused. The live feed was normal. You old boy. You didn't shield it successfully either. Why do you still look like you're having a good time? It didn't work. The king. After your old man gave the order. Don't you ever look at your cell phone again? 2 lines of text surfaced in front of Yi Chen's retina. Ding. Network blocking detected. Ding. The network block has been blocked. The live broadcast is proceeding normally. I'm a live system. Take some and try to block my booth? What a beautiful dream. Even under 10,000 meters under the sea. It can be broadcast normally. Prince Duranzer felt that no outsiders saw him and let himself go. He stared at Yi Chen with scorn. Now is the time to truly begin negotiations. Those internet pariahs, are they not worthy to look up to this king? Plus, even if you're a scumbag, you're a bigger scumbag. You and I negotiate, and the pariahs don't deserve to hear it. Liaoning Iron Brother, you're the ING pariah. 10,000 lights, son of a. If you're in my place, I'll cut you 9 times in 3 days. Za, Mard. You prince. Convex, ****** dish. There is a live broadcast and no live broadcast. 2 kinds of attitude is it? And young people ah? FBI Agent Wilson, this piece is network blocked. Why isn't this live feed responding? A bunch of waterbenders cursed and spewed all kinds of profanity. Yi Chen looked down at the cell phone in the tactical jacket. So he accompanied the king to talk about it and earn some emotional value. Prince Durans paced back and forth, sizing up Yi Chen. Your equipment is very good. It's just that I have, here, 600 or 700 soldiers outside the villa. Inside the beach behind my villa, there are 2 more companies. It adds up to nearly 1,000 people. And I'm telling you this so you realize that today, you have to die. If you are willing to kneel in front of me and kowtow 100 times, I can refrain from abusing you. The tone of his voice was flat, as if he had already abused many people and had become accustomed to it. Yi Chen checked the emotional value. From the time the network shield was turned on until now, the emotional value had risen by more than 10,000 ah. The watermen are very interested in this king. It seems, and I'll have to operate a bit. Oh, and I'm going to clean you up if I don't kowtow? Yi Chen teasingly asked. Besides, I'm here to talk about ransom, so please get your priorities straight. Ransom? No need to negotiate. $300 million, I give. Duranzer raised his hand gracefully, a look of victory spreading across his face. My brother's life. I'm definitely buying it. But you, Yi Chen, this person, have to die. For no other reason. The king sees you as a bad influence. You were just given the opportunity to choose not to be abused. Since you're not going to do anything until you're forced to do it, you'll have to abuse it. Now, this king will start abusing you before he starts. First, I'll tell you how you'll be tortured. It's called the way of the king, so that you can die. Prince Durance was not afraid in the slightest, even if the three mercenaries on the other side were outlaws. They were not afraid, as if they were looking at three little chickens. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, yo yo yo, also this is the king's way. Cut. Zazazaza, you look at the anchor in a bad light? I also look at you unfavorably. Little white bird, I seriously doubt that this king has watched too many Korean dramas. Smith, stick netizens come out for a second and say, what the hell have you guys added to the cold drama? It all looks like the king is a second stroke. Parky take, we used it as a fantasy drama. The king might have gotten high on his own behalf? Ichiro Hashimoto, cranial high, right? The water friends thought that this king, how horrible it is. Together, is this ghost appearance Prince Duranzer didn't realize the live feed hadn't been cut off. Sent over some cat food straight away. He took his hand and held up a pile of cat food. See, this is the last person who offended this king. This king made cat food for him and sold it all over the world. Yi Chen, you're from China, right? Oh, how about this king will make you into cat food and sell it to China, which will be a way to bring your soul back to your homeland. Prince Duranzer was quite happy at the thought that he would be able to make cat food again. As for Yi Chen's resistance, I have nearly 1,000 soldiers here. There's a lot of heavy machine guns staring at you. You resisted. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Mard. This king is 100% in over his head. Are there any water friends who work in mental hospitals? Why don't you take him in? Psychiatric Dean Chen, there is nothing this dean can do about this symptom. So we recommend immediate cremation and humane extermination. Chapter 82 Big Guts. Come and greet Big Brother. Yi Chen took a closer look at Prince Durance. Prince Duranzer paced gracefully back and forth while narrating how he was going to torture himself. Speaking of which, the king was getting a little high, a smile on his face like a chrysanthemum. Yi Chen's eyes were strange. This king, if he didn't inhale something, it might just be the head. Something really wrong with it. I have to ask. Your Majesty, you're in over your head. Is that all right? As soon as Yi Chen's words came out, Durance fiercely stared at Yi Chen angrily. He said seriously, I heard about it In the past, the royal families of various countries preferred inbreeding marriages, such as a brother marrying his sister and a nephew marrying his aunt, in order to ensure the purity of their bloodlines. On your side, do you still have this tradition? Prince Durance didn't understand Yi Chen's meaning, and the live broadcast water friends couldn't tense up. Little white bird, Your Majesty, the anchor asked if you were inbred. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, with how perverted this king is, I think it's very possible. Jajajat Big Guts, they call it keeping the bloodline pure. Smith, it's a historical tradition. The anchor didn't talk nonsense. Ivanovich, Queen Elizabeth is called the mother of Europe, and the nobles of every country are all related and married to each other just to keep the bloodline alive. A lot of water friends out of the science, but also said that in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Western countries' royal families have hemophilia, is because of the close relatives of the joint too often. Yi Chen speaks English. However, he didn't see that Durance didn't respond and added, so what? Are you a child that came from your relatives, bonded to each other? If so, pure blood. I can understand why you're so epileptic, but I have another question Are you the child of the old prince and another woman? This kind of child in your royal perspective. I suppose this counts as a hybrid, doesn't it? So, are you pure, or are you a hybrid? Little Tai Bao, absolutely. San tea and miscellaneous that always. The king always have to choose one. Silence is golden, the anchor's mouth is a bit poisonous. Za, the king is going to make the anchor into cat food. And the anchor is turning around and cursing him twice. All considered civilized. The waterbenders were angry at first, saying that the king was too much of an asshole. As a result, as soon as he heard the anchor say this, he burst into laughter and swished gifts. Just at this moment, the Tiger of the Middle East, water friend, directly swiped 10 wish gifts. Tiger of the Middle East, I didn't realize you were quite smooth talking. Worthy of a commendation. Kotobuki, who's this upstairs? He looks familiar. But you have so much money. Why don't you give me some? Silence is golden. In front of the live broadcast, the anchor mentioned this water friend, and Lao Su said that this person is the boss. Ja, that's the boss. It's that crazy boss who exterminated the general's entire family. Little Taipa, It's him. Big Daddy. I was wrong. I won't ask you for money. Don't send mercenaries to destroy my whole family. Just at this moment, another 10 wish gifts appeared in the live broadcast. It was Smith Wilson, waterman, who swiped it. That's the one. The captain of the carrier fleet. Smith Wilson, after all these years. The first time I've seen a mercenary who dares to stick his face in front of the king in open wide. Hussein Fadilla, yeah. Haven't seen a great lad in a long time. Hussein Fadilla, this young man. Or one of Liang Long's men. We are all friends. He has guts. This elder also swiped 5 wish gifts for Yi Chen. And the water friends watching were collectively baffled. The big boys are at it again. Giving gifts as soon as they come up. Little Tai Bao, anchor. Big guts. Don't come and greet big brother yet. Ja. The anchor isn't looking at the live feed. He's singing a duet with the king. This will be. Not only the Sunni, Hussein Fadilla, elders are coming. The Salamat, Shia elders, too, came. Just, looking at Prince Durrance hasn't understood. He was so angry that he didn't have the good sense to come out and show his face. Yi Chen took a look at the sentiment value suddenly soaring over 300,000, and was about to continue squeezing the king for a couple of sentences. A few more squeezes on the king, and we'll wait for the mine train to drive by. Jack and Scorpion had gone to get the mine carts, which they had driven ahead to the edge of the city. Now, draw everyone's attention to yourself and cover the mine carts as they rush to the second leg of the journey, or else they'll be caught early, but wait for the mine train to arrive. That's a lot of people for you, but it's nothing. Prince Duranzer still didn't get it. He looked to the steward at his side to ask for information. The butler came up trembling and said, Your Highness, he's asking you if you're a Sabi or a miscellaneous asshole. You're shivering a whole lot. So you're just cursing this king in a roundabout way. Prince Duran shivered with anger when he heard and understood. Little Taiho, this dude finally got it. On good as water, play it. The anchor is really going to be made into cat food this time. Paintbrush. Brush. There was another sound of a heavy machine gun being loaded. Duranzer isn't going to talk. He directly ordered that Yi Chen be captured and made into cat food. As he watched the soldiers, they were about to walk towards Yi Chen. Suddenly, all the light bulbs in the villa exploded, attracting the attention of all the people, and some soldiers nearly wiped out their guns. Yi Chen froze, and the opposite side turned on network shielding. Shu Wenqing's hacking department is still functioning. Ha! He hurriedly gave Old Su a wink. Old Su pulled out his waist pistol and fired a shot towards the new energy car. In an instant, a violent rumbling sound resounded out, and the strong might even shattered the courtyard wall of the villa. Electrical energy, hydrogen energy, petroleum energy. 3 kinds of energy mixed together in the new energy car. The explosion on the spot, even with the side of the 3 or 4 cars, were blown away 7 or 8 meters away. Except for the hired ones who were prepared for this, everyone else was shaken to the core. Even more smoke and dust emerged, instantly covering Yi Chen, Durans, the 3 Hummer armored vehicles, and a portion of the Coast Guard members. The start of the explosion is the signal to strike. The 3 armored Humvees at the gate were the first to open fire. The 3 veteran mercenaries used thermal imaging cameras to ignore the smoke and attack. Knock, 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 dong dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. 3 M2 Browning heavy machine guns, firing almost simultaneously, took the lead in hitting the opposing heavy machine guns and then began sweeping the enemy. In less than a few seconds, all the heavy fire points and a platoon of soldiers across the street were gone. Yi Chen rolled out of the smoke coverage and towards the enemy soldier on the left, threw a defensive grenade. Lao Su and Hua did the same, opening up with grenades, to clear Duran's side guards first. Little Taba, ******. Just do it, no prelude at all? Talovsky, what do you need a prelude for? Do you want to see the anchor made into cat food? Liaoning ironed big brother, this Prince Durans also cannot dish very much, in their own lair by the anchor swing. Chapter 83, first time I've seen such a crazy person. After the car exploded, rolling black smoke surged towards the inside and outside of the villa, covering many people's viewpoints. The scene was chaotic. Prince Durans had just tried to call out to kill Yi Chen, but he was immediately escorted back by his men. The men knew something was wrong, but they didn't dare let the king stay any longer. Yi Chen, Old Su, Hua and the others, who had prepared for this, had begun to charge the king's guards. The water friends saw that the black smoke still does not dissipate. Suddenly blindfolded on what exploded, and had the ability to combine both blasting and black smoke? Javelin, I just saw it. Old Su shot up that new energy car they were driving. Frank, what's a new energy vehicle that explodes can have that effect? New energy car? At best the battery pack is busted. It's just burning up. It can't have exploded like this. It's hard to believe. It's new technology? This thing, if it's real. So, our family car. Just now a waterbender was fearful. and immediately we saw a waterbender come out and explain. Ichiro Hashimoto, this car, the Anchor, should have hydrogen storage tanks added to it, so the scene looks like a hydrogen energy explosion and a gasoline explosion. Javelin, so, it's a new energy vehicle that's hybridized with oil and electricity, plus a hydrogen storage tank? Tolovsky, electricity, petroleum, and hydrogen. Is the Anchor playing with the power of 3 phases here? Vanovich, this mix of 3 energy sources is scarier than ING-C4. Sunny little white horse, Anchor. Are they crazy? Do they really think they're the living King Kong? The Iron Rohan? Aren't they afraid of being blown up? Javelin, now I believe why mercenaries, per capita, are paid $1 million a year. Javelin, so crazy, who would dare do it without $1 million a year? Anchor, these guys, more than outlaws, they're nuts. 3 energy sources stacked on top of each other explode. Are you afraid you'll live too long? Just have to give the king's villa the whole renovation? Can't we do this another way? The first time the watermen saw it played like this, and then the second time they associated it with Yi-chan and the others are driving this car. It's like having a time bomb up your ass. It's a long way to go, but anyone who gets randomly spiked with a shot, Lao Su, Yi-chan, Hua, one of them will be counted, and all of them will have to report to Hades. Thinking about it, many water friends are rushing to send some small gifts. The Anchor is too playful. It is worthwhile for us to brush 3 melons and 2 jujubes, and admire it. Paintbrush, brush. At the same time, the bigwigs in the live broadcast room, per capita, gave several wishing gifts. Many people know this type of blasting. However, if you dare to play like this, it is estimated that it is just Yi-chan's wave of people, so you must brush a gift to show your respect. The company's owner, Liang Long, also saw this scene through the live broadcast, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The thought of Yi-chan, this kid, with a super bomb under his ass, just sat all the way through. This kid, he's crazier than I was back then. Maybe, Durenzer saw that it was a new energy vehicle. It was felt that, as the car was also unarmed and harmless, it was given to be put into the villa. As a result, a top-notch bomb has been personally placed in the house. Luckily, Durenzer is standing far away. Otherwise, they will be sent to the west together. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of various grenades kept exploding. Yi-chan, Hua and Lao Su almost directly used grenades to open up the road, throwing grenades whenever they saw someone. Offensive grenade with a small range, suitable for use in building-based combat. A defensive grenade with a wide range, suitable for blocking enemies. But these grenades all have one thing. Even if you can't blow up someone, you can still scare them. As long as the opponent tried to dodge, he would be shot by Yi-chan. The 3 of them, carrying their guns, rushed from the entrance of the villa to the garden in the front yard of the villa. In the gardens, there are several swimming pools and pavilions with lots of scantily clad girls. The gunfight has started. The girls warbled away. Soldiers from the city patrol, escorting Prince Durenzer, ran towards the villa's buildings. Old Su, Awa, grenade. Yi-chan finished dropping the grenades he had on him and headed towards the 2 men. Anyway, these 2 Bakugan kids, they carry enough grenades. Hua raised his M249 machine gun and just swept away a wave of enemies rushing out. Rushed to Yi-chan's side and lifted his trench coat. Take it yourself. Yi-chan twisted his head to take a look. Good guy. The lining of both sides of the trench coat was full of various grenades. He hurriedly pulled out 2 grenades and threw them down, one each toward the poolside and the pavilion. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out as 7 or 8 enemies were blown up and rolled to the ground. Tolovsky, I've seen 7 or 8 grenades with me, and it's the first time I've seen it. A trench coat full of grenades. Javelin, Hua is branching out too. Javelin, he's got as many grenades on him as a squad's firepower. 10,000 Norwich, not only Hua, but old team leader Su over there. His trench coat is full of grenades too. Little white bird, I can't even carry that many thunderbolts in Peaceful Elite. Little Taipa, does Hua want to cosplay Jade-Faced Thunder King? Sunny Big White Horse, the king has kicked a steel plate by messing with this 3. The water friends, for the first time, had seen such strange equipment from Hua and Lao Su. There are M249 machine guns in the open road, and a succession of grenades, the opposite side of the head-to-head. Many of the bigwigs in the live broadcast room, when they saw Hua and Lao Su in this outfit, they also brightened up and silently gave a thumbs up. For the first time in my life, I've seen such a brave man of God, full of trench coat grenades. Gee, with that outfit, it's enough to go back and fight in World War II. Clattering sound. Clattering sound. Hua was carrying an M249 machine gun, strafing the front, hitting a group of enemies who didn't dare to raise their heads and didn't dare to come out of the bunker at all. Old Su kept pulling off the grenades grommets and throwing them when he saw a crowded place. Not the slightest bit of heartache for Reiko. Anyway, bring more and build harder. Yi Chen used his M4A1 rifle and shot those who dared to raise their heads to counterattack. Bang! 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 Bang bang! Yi Chen shot one enemy at a time, but whenever any enemy soldiers tried to return fire, they would be shot by him in less than 2 seconds. The ability to hit a moving target within 100 meters at 6 stages of a long gun and hit it 100% of the time. As the gunfire continued to ring out, the wailing of the enemy continued to come out. Even an enemy hiding in a bunker would be hit by Yi Chen if they missed a little bit of their stance. Clang. The clip fell to the ground. Yi Chen took down from his chest tactical jacket and loaded it with a magazine, continuing to hold the M4A1 rifle and shoot accurately. By the time 2 magazines were empty, over 30 people had been killed or wounded. Some of the enemy, of stout build, took 2 or 3 shots to avoid a single one. In a flash, the 3 men pressurized dozens or hundreds of people, all of whom could only hide behind cover. Around them, every now and then, there were waiters and female models who were scared and running around. Each of the 3 men pressed forward with their weapons. Extraordinarily dominant. Little Taipa, anchor. You guys are filming Heroes of Might and Magic 2 here? Frank, this live cut, slightly edited, is a first-person war movie. Chapter 84, back then, I suffered from not broadcasting live. The cell phone used for the live broadcast was plugged into Yi Chen's tactical jacket. The water friends, who were able to directly see everything that Yi Chen saw. With Yi Chen's surprise attack, 1 enemy per shot. If encountered 3 or 5 groups of enemies, he used a grenade, blowing each other a person tumbled over. Look at the water friends, shouting overjoyed. Even a good number of waterbenders, specifically, said that the recording of the screen. In the future, if you're bored at night, just order takeout and watch the live replay. This live battlefield footage is worth coming back to many times. Now, the live feeds are up to 350,000 people. It's already exceeded the maximum number of people who were on the air last time. Yi Chen and the others kept charging. Many enemy soldiers can only tremble, not daring to confront them, but also let many water friends look incredibly anxious. Talovsky, opposite brave. How with NPC? Talovsky, you have dozens of times the difference in numbers and you're actually being suppressed by 3 people. Can you play? If you're a vegetable, go home and practice more. Convex, ******* dish. Little Taiho, I'm afraid there's no home practice for this thing. Little white bird, how do you beat a mercenary with a few $100 a month who has a few million $a month? Fight with your head? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Brother Hua suppressed with machine guns. Old Su fixed point blasting. And Anchor precision shooting. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, this kind of cooperation, but also hit the momentum. The opposite side does not dare to counterattack. The water friends watched Yi Chen make a big kill. It was a feeling of, I'll do it. The opposite dish is so stingy. But when I think of the monthly salary across the street, a couple $100 a month, it's hard to do with just that amount of money. If he were to take this monthly salary, he would be considered worthy of the king if he could fire 3 shots into the sky and then run away. Shan Ruoshue, anchor, you're presumptuously adding to the killings. They don't know whose sons and whose fathers they are. Javelin, old man, don't talk if you have bad breath. 10,000 Norwich, talking as if these people won't kill the anchor if they don't kill the anchor. 10,000 Novich, everyone is in the business of taking money and selling their lives. And on the first day you come out, you have to have the consciousness of death. This would be another brouhaha for the water boys. Many foreign water users do not like the situation of the old life water users in China, to say sour words. Both sides just spewed with fury. Of course, most of the water users are watching a good time, feeling that watching Yi Chen live, then watching the last century gangster gunfight movies are more enjoyable. Another sex elder was so angry that he almost quit the live broadcast when he saw the king under his command being hammered so explosively by the 3 of them. Liang Lung is all emotional. Back in the day, I suffered from not being on the air. Otherwise, I'm sure I'd have caught fire earlier than Yi Chen. Open live to the king. What a new century and a new feeling. What's the point of bullying ordinary people? Specializing in bullying these powerful people. That's what's so cool. Liang Long got all high and swiped 10 more wish gifts for Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not come to see the live broadcast, or high and low have to shout thank you boss. A lot of the big boys saw this and felt good about the fight, especially with the trio. 1 heavy fire suppression, 1 spotting and blasting, and 1 precision shooting. It was very Ness. Smith Wilson, well played. There's our Navy SEALs. Some style now. Little Taiho, big brother. It's not the same. Little Taba, Navy SEALs are paid dead wages. Anchor, this is self-employed. $100 million if you win. Sunny Whitehorse, 1 is hourly and the other is piecework. So it must be different. This Captain Waterman pondered a little. Yeah. Navy SEALs, ? great fighting force. However, they were definitely not as crazy as Yi Chen and the others. But on second thought, 100 million US dollars. If you were to replace yourself, then you would have to carry the RPG and rush ahead. Money is power. The number of people in the live broadcast room soared again, and it was already up to 400,000. For a while, it caught the attention of more bigwigs. Yi Chen's 3 men were still blitzing forward, like chopping and slicing cows, horses and sheep. Many of the soldiers in the villa, though, are long-serving. However, the degree of their military training was far from catching up with the people of the Tianshui Company, and the bullets they shot in a year might not even be as many as the bullets Hua shot in half a day. Plus, Yi Chen's aura that they had struck out. With the momentum together, a rabbit could crush a wolf. So, Yi Chen and the others really pressed the opposite side to fight. A few $100 a month. What are you guys playing for? Fire a few shots and run. Yi Chen spat as he fired. This would be a bit too much to kill. Luckily, it's reality, not playing a game. Otherwise, this high KD, it's going to be blocked. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Overhead, there are drones circling every now and then. Shu Wanqing's hacking department, controlling hundreds of drones, sped to the rescue. From time to time, Shu Wanqing's voice came from Yi Chen's earpiece. Yi Chen, 3 o'clock, someone's going to blast you with an RPG. Yi Chen, 7 o'clock, someone's got a light machine gun. Yi Chen, 10 o'clock, direction flanking the second floor. First window on the left, someone's attacking. Yi Chen, by the pool at 2 o'clock, someone's not dead, they're going to sneak attack. Shu Wanqing completely hacked into the entire villa's surveillance system, exploding points at all times. The king's network blocker can't help them at all. There are other hackers, too, who are popping spots for old Su and Hua. They were not worried at all that anyone would be able to sneak up on them. The 3 rushed and killed along the way. There's hardly anything that can stop them. As for most of the king's troops, they were held back by other mercenaries, outside the door. This can't get in. However, Prince Durinzer was already surrounded by his men, leaving the garden and arriving at the front door of the villa. The entire villa had several buildings, more like an estate to be exact. Prince Durinzer escaped here and just tried to stop for a rest. The sound of C4 exploding was heard again, and the body shook with fear. He hurriedly cursed angrily. Crazy, men, go and send me a message. Ordering them to wrap up front and back. This king still doesn't want to believe anymore that 700 or 800 people would not be able to take down 10 or so of them. Today, whoever shoots a mercenary, the king will reward him with 1 million US dollars. Once this was said, the 2 soldiers who were still holding Duran's 2 soldiers, gave Duran skimmed, pulled out their weapons and charged forward. This is especially true of other soldiers. It's important to make money. It's $1 million to kill a mercenary. Duran's, who had suddenly lost his support, almost stumbled and fell to the ground, breaking into a fit of cursing. The butler hurriedly assisted Duran's. Your Highness, this is them, caught us off guard. We can definitely finish them off. Not bad. This is my king's lair. After Duran slowed down from his panic, he completely started to rage. This is the king's lair. Chapter 85, My King's Several $100 Million Villa. Prince Durinzer jerked his hand and shouted. Binoculars, the king wants to watch the battle. This king wants to see with his own eyes how Yi Chen died. Binoculars? No one responded to the king? If you don't respond, I'll make cat food out of all of you. The king yelled at the top of his voice for a while, but still no one responded. The butler said with embarrassment, Your Majesty, the models in attendance are scared and running around. Soldiers, all to battle. There are no servants for you to use now, except for me, the old slave. I'll have to hold you up. You'll have to get the binoculars yourself. Asshole, damn Yi Chen. Prince Durans had just wanted to go to his bedroom to get his binoculars when he suddenly heard several explosions. His body jolted and he turned his head violently to look outside. Over in the garden, a trail of bursting smoke rose. Booming, booming. The sound of explosions continued, interspersed with occasional screams from his men. A dozen soldiers rushed in and said, Your Majesty, that Yakuza Yi Chen used a grenade gun to open up the road. The brothers who are in the villa, without heavy weapons, can't carry it. Coast Guard Battalion 1. They're all blocked by 3 Humvees. They can't get in. Durinzer froze. A battalion out there, blocked by 3 Humvees? What do they do for a living? 3 cars, a few people, blocking hundreds of you? Are you playing me? This king remembers that there has been no withholding of your wages, just less pay. When the soldiers saw this look on the king's face, he hurriedly explained, Your Highness, just now that car exploded and produced a lot of smoke, blocking everyone's view. Yi Chen's Humvee convoy. then took the opportunity to take out our heavy weapons. All of them. And they're using anti-jamming drones to target our soldiers with precision strikes. It will be hard for the brothers outside to rush in anytime soon. Your Majesty, the soldier under his command said with great shame. There's a generational difference in the equipment on both sides of the engagement. In this case, it's like taking a spear and a big knife to a fire rope gun. The mercenary side. Shuwanqing's hacking departments all report the number of enemy locations from time to time. And it will also interfere with the other side's chain of command. Make their cell phones and walkie-talkies, all of them, inoperable. Straight to the king's army, dry back to the mule days. If the king wants to summon a message, he has to have it shouted out in person. What's more, there were many drones floating in the sky, but whenever you see that you have to use an RPG, or a heavy machine gun, go up and do a drone suicide charge. As for the heavy machine gun position on the armored car, it was a classic spirit position, where one went up and died. Your Majesty, where are you? Come out. Yi Chen grabbed the RGP-40 rotary grenade launcher and had rushed out of the garden area. He saw a soldier rush up to block the way and took a direct shot. Rolling, a rifle grenade flew out, instantly killing the soldiers. He saw Prince Durand's at the door and a smile appeared on his face, just like seeing a big gold nugget. Prince, I missed you. Don't run away. Your Majesty, didn't you want to make me into cat food? Later, when I catch you, I'll at most take an electric baton to electrocute you, little chaser. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're worth a lot of money. Duranzer turned his head and ran. Who the hell believes you? You crazy bastard. As he ran, he gave orders to the steward. Call the other one. 000 Coast Guards. Come over for backup. Little Taibao, anchor, Your Majesty. Don't run away. Let me love you well. 10,000 lights, taking an electric stick to love. Ha! In this case, it's only strange if the anchor doesn't electrocute the king's little chaser. Little white bird, with this sense of madness the anchor is feeling right now. It's highly likely that he'll castrate the king when he grabs him. Little white bird, anyway, the technology is so good now that castration won't kill you. It has become apparent to many water users that the anchor is showing signs of being a bit of a kill crazy. More also have water friends said. Since the individual said in reality, as long as in the game, can kill so cool, their own more crazy than the anchor. However, there are also a small number of water friends. Think the anchor kill crazy, a little perverted. The anchor said. Also a little unpleasant to the ear. Liaoning Iron Brother, in your place, you'd have to go crazy if you were almost made into cat food. Little white bird, the king brought this on himself. Frank, is it possible that the owner of this company is crazier? Frank, so, the anchor is also a little bit crazy, so that it makes a better impression. With the boss? Parkies, I don't know. I like this crazy batch sense of the anchor anyway. The water friends saw Yi Chen kill a little crazy batch sense, and suddenly felt very ness. The crazier the anchors get, the better we can watch. As to whether or not it will die a crazy death, then it's none of our business. When Prince Durand heard Yi Chen saying that he wanted to capture himself, he rushed towards the villa. It would be the fastest way to get through this villa and on to the back villa. Yi Chen was also killed out of fire, and after killing a few soldiers, he called out, Your Majesty, why did you run away without looking back? Come on, let's make cat food together. Don't run, wait for me, bastard. You want to turn me into cat food and sell it to China? If you weren't the king, I'm sure you made it into dog food. At first, Yi Chen was not so crazy, and after killing a little too much, he couldn't control himself a little. That thrill filled the head. And then think of catching the king, that's catching hundreds of millions of dollars. Under the stimulation of both senses, this would make Yi Chen's face all hideous and evil. It was estimated that the fact that Lian Long would be so crazy might also have something to do with this sense of excitement. Lao Su and Hua, with their machine guns, following their trained urban CBQ, they each stood to the left and right, targeting the outside of the villa, forming a crossfire boundary and shooting a dozen or so enemy soldiers. A few seconds later, Old Su shouted, the enemy outside has been briefly suppressed. Hua shouted. Jack came with a message that it would take a few more minutes before he could get there. When Yi Chen heard this, he simply carried his grenade gun and chased after them, shooting when he saw people. Hua and Lao Su also raised their weapons and began to back away. However, they still maintained their stance of keeping a close eye on the outside, leaving the front to Yi Chen. In the middle of the villa, a group of soldiers ran in and escorted the king alone. Yi Chen carried a big grenade gun and chased after it, and when he saw a soldier coming, he took a direct shot. Shoo away. A grenade gun explodes indoors with old power. Just running past, Prince Duranzer was all but tumbled to the ground by the wave of air. Crazy. Mud. The king is just trying to make cat food out of you. Besides, it didn't work out. Why are you chasing me around with a grenade gun? Those who don't know will think that the king has robbed you of much money. The king's several $100 million villa all you let you spoil, asshole. Your Majesty, go, Your Highness, don't go through the gate, let's go upstairs first, then go back and go through the connecting corridor. That guy, all he has to do is stand in the hallway, one grenade, and he'll send us to heaven. The soldiers advised the king to head up to the third or fourth floor of the villa. There is a connecting porch over there that leads to a villa in the back. Now, if we go through the first floor again, just take a long hallway walk, but whenever the king is crossing the corridor, Yi Chen appeared in the corridor and fired one shot from a grenade gun and everyone had to go to heaven. Chapter 86. I'm not in the habit of walking through doors. Well, the king listens to you guys. You're finally here. Duranzer rushed upstairs, surrounded by butlers and soldiers. There were also many soldiers that chose to stay and block Yi Chen and the others. These soldiers were one of those soldiers who were originally blocked outside the villa. They couldn't rush in when they saw the front door. Solely, a company was dispatched to come in over the wall from both sides to send reinforcements. But that company was more than half taken out by drones on the way in. Only 30 or so remained and made it to the villa alive. It's going to be, and you're going upstairs? Is this an attempt to play maze warfare with me? Then I'll have to give a good decoration to the villa A. Yi Chen sneered twice carrying his grenade gun and took out his M4A1 rifle. On his own side, Xu Wanqing reported points every now and then. The equivalent, with perspective on. If you count the firearms 6 segments, it's self-aiming. Perspective plus self-aiming. Your Highness, let's see where you can run. Hua and Old Su, always with their backs to Yi Chen, followed onto the second floor. The combat squad of 3 of them presented a front and 2 back combat. This is the standard CQB mode of operation, capable of taking into account a large range and preventing surprise attacks. Clamor. The door to a room slammed open. Soldiers hiding inside, ready to attack. Yi Chen was the first to fire a few shots, killing him. They were on their way after the king and kept coming across this old 6 attack, but without exception, these people, all of them were shot by Yi Chen. Yi Chen possessed the ability of a pistol 6 stage. This kind of close-range engagement was unmatched. The pistol hit fast and accurate. What's more, there's Xu Wanqing chiming in, but Xu Wanqing's voice, it was directly transmitted in Yi Chen's earphone. Yi Chen only listened, did not respond individually, and the water friends did not know about this. Little typa, *******, the anchor has the ability to see things before they happen? Frank, how did the anchor know that there was someone behind the door? Tolosky, the anchor is on? 10,000 lights, open or not? Anchor you know in your own heart ha. Little white bird, what's wrong with you guys? It's reality. Open up a can of worms. Many water users saw Yi Chen rushing the door of the room in advance and shooting down the enemy soldiers hiding behind the door. It was too wrong. Why? It's so much like I'm playing a game with my perspective on, isn't it? Many old hanging wall. A mouthful of certainty. Yi Chen absolutely open. How else can you explain the situation of the unspoken word? Also, this shooting skill of the anchor. It's too stable. Too much like turning on self-aim. As a result, a bunch of waterbenders were there to retort. In reality, you open one for me? Soon, Yi Chen and the others chased after him to the 3rd floor of the villa in front of the parlor. 2 large doors blocked the front path, and behind the parlor was the connecting corridor. Yi Chen inclined his head to see the king and the others, who had just passed through the connecting corridor, and then took a look at the window. It's too late to go downstairs and then to this villa in the back. This time, Prince Durans must be captured. Catch this guy and the ransom is there. Even extra money. Hua walked up, carrying an M249 machine gun, aimed it at the door and shouted, "You guys open the door. I'll strafe it." Open what door? I'm not in the habit of walking through doors. Su, C4. Yi Chen reached out in a domineering manner and took 3 C4 explosives from Old Su's side, sticking them directly to the left wall. The 3 of them backed up together to a safe distance. Yi Chen flicked the switch. Shoo away. C4 explosives were detonated and a large hole, 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter, was blown through the wall. Hua was about to rush up, but was immediately stopped by Yi Chen and Old Su. Give me the grenades. I know you two still have them. Hurry up. Yi Chen reached out for the 2 men to ask for lazy. Hua opened his trench coat and saw that there weren't many grenades left of the grenades that were originally hanging all over the place. It's gonna be, like, a little unsafe to go into indoor combat with fewer grenades. Just now, every time I was around the corner, this guy Yi Chen asked me for a grenade. If you run out of grenades, you'll have to explore in the flesh? Why don't we, throw in a smoke bomb? What are you dawdling about? I'll get it myself. Yi Chen directly put on Hua's clothes, took off 2 grenades and threw them in towards the hole. Bang bang. 2 explosions came out after. Charge, Hua said. Punch a load of. Yi Chen angled Hua again and started lifting his clothes. What are you doing? Bring me another thunder. Yi Chen again from Hua. Took off a grenade. Just like taking his own arsenal of weapons. Old and smooth. Hua face sat. You specialize in looking for me lazy. Why do not you wear a trench coat? I've got a dozen rounds of grenades on me. It's not very convenient to wear a trench coat with grenades hanging out of it again and have your movement impeded. Yi Chen smiled and explained. In order to avoid having people who couldn't be blown up, he threw another grenade at the hole and blew it up again. Shoo away. After the explosion rang out, Hua took a look at his own trench coat and saw that there were only 5 thunderbolts left. When he saw that Yi Chen still wanted lazy, he hurriedly said, "That's enough. You're here to cook. Ha! If you fry it again, the meat will rot. I brought 30 grenades, and at least 15 mines, which you used. Now, Reiko is getting scarce. Can't spare a grenade. Now that it's used up, you really have to explore the back and the flesh. This will be the front and back of the enemy. To touch the body to pick up grenades. It is easy to GA. Little 100 birds, Master Chef Yi Chen. Little Taipa, Blast Pill Kid, Hua. Demolition Kid, Yi Chen. Go back and raise your reward. Bring another one. Yi Chen said. Hua asked. Really? Just add money, thunder or whatever. Man. Feel free to use it. Pact. From now on, when we go on a mission, you'll wear this shirt, and if I need lazy, I'll look for you to get it. Ha. One more. Yi Chen took the initiative to get his hands on another grenade and threw it at the door, blowing open the 2 gates. What came into view was a sprawling mass of corpses, 17 or 18 enemy soldiers killed by the blast on the spot. There was a look of indignation on the faces of many of the enemy soldiers, originally prepared for an ambush. Turns out there's no one in sight. As far as I can see the grenades, there were also some enemy soldiers with less broken pieces on them, presumably hiding behind their comrades during the first wave of explosions. As a result, he didn't escape the second wave of thunder, which would be blown up into serious injuries, spitting blood while staring resentfully at Yi Chen. Frank, the anchor, threw 2 mines in first, afraid of not being able to blow up people, and then added another one. Frank, throw one in front of the front door. 2, for fear of trick mines and weird details. If you don't detail, you have to GA. For example, Hua, obviously rash. If it is not the anchor pulling, it is estimated to have GA. 10,000 lights. These soldiers, when they meet the anchor, are considered to have bad blood luck. The water friends fell over themselves to watch the fun, swiping gift after gift. Yi Chen went in, casually patched up a few shots, and led the chase down the road. He had just chased him to the second building when he saw Prince Duran's. Your Majesty, finally, I see you. Why are you running slow? Are you in such poor physical condition? When Yi Chen saw Prince Duran's running not as deadly as he had just been, he was a bit bewildered and felt that something wasn't quite right. Look out! Look outside! Hua shouted one after another. Yi Chen also heard a great commotion and came to the window to take a look. A speedboat washed up in the side beach. The speedboat was full of Coast Guard soldiers, at least 1,000, judging by the size. No wonder you're not running. Hopefully, it's reinforcements coming. Jack's mine train. Why isn't it here yet? Chapter 87, How did the Bronze Bureau turn into the Starburst Bureau? Whooshing. Rustle of skirts. Dozens and hundreds of submarine boats. From the Sea Dual Union, loud and extremely spectacular. Many of the punch bowls started punching the sand directly, on the beach, before they could stop. The soldiers were already carrying their guns, jumping out of their assault boats and heading straight toward the villa. The king has given the order. Take out a mercenary. Reward of $1 million. 6 shots a second is the limit of the gaze. It's not my limit. It's just for the king to see more clearly. The crowds of soldiers, carrying AR rifles, AK-47 rifles, and so on, were charging forward with desperation. The swarms of drones above the sky, seeing this scene, directly turned on their suicidal charge. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Dozens and hundreds of drones, each charging towards a different soldier, simply blew themselves up as they progressed. For every explosion that rang out, there were 1 or 2 up in the sky to see Mercan murdered. In a flash, a company of soldiers was reimbursed, but the other 800 or 900 soldiers were still charging forward, as if they were playing chicken blood. The light machine gun set up on the submarine boat, but also directly toward the villa entrance area. Fire suppression. Clattering sound. Clatter of horses' hoofs. 12. 7 caliber bullets, like a rain curtain that swept down, hit the 3 Humvees. Can only retreat to the villa? can no longer block the door. As Yi Chen watched this, he couldn't help but be surprised. When did the soldiers of a few $100s all work so hard? 10,000 lights, hell, a few $100 a month. What are they fighting for? Trotsky, no. They're not this brave up front. Good as water, the gears of fate are beginning to turn. Anchor, your good fortune is at an end. Wealthy, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Anchor, you've been arrogant for so long. It's time for retribution. Silence is golden, these living daddies. They're finally brave. Anchor, have you thought about where to bury yourself? A lot of old life waterbenders, again, are talking sour. Just now, when I saw the 10 or so of you beating the king's head, I felt that you were very bullish. But you guys are bull asterisk ting too much. Really beat the king like a grandson. However, we have fantasized about this scene, killing it big time. But we thought, it's just spaghetti. No one can do it. As a result, you gave realization. Doesn't that make us look like losers? How can we not want you to die? Thousands of Coast Guard soldiers rushed the line, and the 400 or 500 men who were blocking the door also broke through the defenses and began to close in on both sides. The drones in the air, after launching a suicide charge that didn't knock out the men, were getting progressively worse, with the drones getting fewer and fewer in number. It was no longer possible to suppress the enemy. At the main entrance of the villa, Boss's reinforcements, still unseen, Lao Su and Hua, trying to continue to rush forward, were almost swept by the machine gun and hurriedly retreated. The three of them hid in the third floor of the first villa, with the connecting corridor in front of them, but they couldn't rush through at all. The second villa, on the fourth floor balcony, Prince Durance had already begun to clamor for Yi Chen to be made into cat food. The situation was reversed in an instant. Prince Duranzer even ordered a World War II vintage gun to be dragged out of storage. It was a 75mm mountain gun, aimed directly at the third floor and fire. Shoo away. A cannon was fired and blew up a room. In an instant, the walls of that room directly crumbled, and the powerful wave of air lifted both Hua and Old Su, who were standing outside, rolling and flying out. Yi Chen leaned against the wall, which stabilized his body, and fixed his eyes on the cannon that shifted its direction, intending to blast room by room, until it blasts itself and others. Yi Chen put the grenade launcher behind his back, and Old Su and Hua, tactical clothes, dragging the two of them, ran to the right. Booming, booming. The room was shelled from one to the other as the sound of the cannons rang out, and all the walls of the room, on the side facing the gun ports, were collapsed. Thanks to Yi Chen's improved physical fitness and strength, he was still able to drag the two of them to run. Otherwise, it would have been sent to heaven with a cannon. Silence is golden, the anchor but runs slower and gets blasted into the sky. Wealthy, this is the kind of armed force a king should have. Shangshan Ruoshui, this is all the anchor has, and he still wants to fight the king. How about taking his head? AAA Building Materials Brother Wang, anchor. Green hills everywhere, buried loyal bones. Do not need to obsess about burial of the homeland. Little Tai Bao, it was just rumored on the internet that King Duran said that $1 million would be awarded for killing one of you. Liaoning Iron Brother, then I understand why these big brothers suddenly so brave. Parkize, money is power. If it were me, I'd have to hold the M249 and chase after the anchors and kill them. Originally looked quite cool. The results of this will see the anchor holding his head. I am the dragon face, great displeasure. Ordinary water friends also jumped back very quickly. As soon as they heard that the anchor's head was worth millions, they all wanted to find Yi Chen to borrow his head for a while. Those old life water lovers are happy now. Anchor, look at you pretending for so long. Finally, to see you killed. Shoo away. Booming. Room by room. Boom. Yi Chen didn't dare to stop at all. And even more so, he didn't dare to look at the live broadcast, and if he stopped, he would easily be blown to death by a cannon. After he ran up to the fourth floor, he dropped Lao Su and Hua, drew his Glock, and fired violently at the pursuing enemy. Mud, what the hell have these people been eating? Charging forward under fire. Looking like you have to me? Bang, 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 bang bang. Yi Chen exhausted another clip and took out 7 or 8 enemies. He watched as the third floor was still being shelled, but the enemy kept moving up from the second floor, preferring to come up on me at the risk of possibly being blasted to death. No one told me you were so brave before you came here. Something was wrong. 10 to 12% wrong. Bang, bang, bang. Another pistol magazine was emptied. Yi Chen hurriedly asked, Wan Qing, have Uncle's reinforcements not come yet? Your drone unit, are there any more? These enemies, suddenly super hung. They're totally desperate. Shu Wanqing's voice came from the headset. The king has ordered a reward of $1 million for killing any mercenary. 660. $000 to whoever can shoot you down. 8. $880. $000 to whoever captures you alive. Yi Chen, your head is worth a lot right now. Be careful. Yi Chen subconsciously touched his neck. Just shoot me down and give $666. If you add 2 more sixes, it becomes $666. $66 million. I want to karma myself and go to the king to collect my reward. This asshole. He's so willing to put down money. Yi Chen, I'm going to report that those enemy soldiers, they definitely ate a certain brother. When I just came in, those guys were like limpets. All second men. Now, it's just like that muscle-bound man, grabbing us and ing us. Hua cursed and asked if the boss's reinforcements had arrived. If not, Shu Wanqing's sister-in-law's drone unit, high and low to come to support a wave ah. Otherwise, we'll all be reimbursed here. Old Su was cursing as he checked his guns and ammo. Today is simply a dog. The Bronze Bureau turned into a star-dazzling bureau. Chapter 88 Yi Chen. Your life is over. Ichiro Watanabe, too bad. I wasn't there. Parkese, what can you do if you're there? Can you transform into Captain America and save the anchor? Wataru Ichiban, if I had been there, I could have shot the anchor in the dark ah. That would have been rich ah. Silence is golden, eh? If I were to command the battle on the spot, the anchor wouldn't even survive for 3 minutes. Upwardly mobile, 3 minutes? Give me a minute and I'll make the anchor karma. AAA Building Materials Wang, if I were to command the troops, I would have already held the anchors down and hammered them on the ground. Little Taba, the cowhide blows loud and clear. But when it comes to actual combat, he pulls his pants down. Liaoning Iron Brother, good boy. Don't brag. Go to sleep first. Dream on. The water boys bickered, and many of the bigwigs had the desire to put their phones down when they saw this. Under the siege of 1,400 to 500 people, it was almost impossible for a dozen people to break out. The end? The curtain has fallen. Prince Durans. Ah, if he had given up money in the beginning, it would not have been possible for Yi Chen and the others to charge so bravely. Put yourself in the soldier's shoes. $300 to $400 a month. That must be 3 shots in the air. Out of work. Not out of work. But $1 million for killing one? Then there's no problem. Even if Yi Chen is a transformer, we can take him apart. The first wave of drones, which have all taken a suicide charge, have been almost entirely reimbursed. Second wave of drones on their way. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Uncle's reinforcements have departed and are expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Shu Wanqing's voice came. Hold on. This time, her voice, which appeared in the earpieces of all the mercenaries involved in the battle at the same time. When Hua heard that, 5 minutes? Missy, we may not last more than 3 minutes. The enemy, in front and on the beach to the left, had bagged over, just played so valiantly, mainly because the momentum killed it. There was a bit of a breakdown in the opposite army, plus the army pay was just those 2 dimes. Not worth fighting for. Now, that's different. Shoo away. A room in the front was shelled. Hua's face changed drastically. After bombing the 3rd floor, he started bombing the 4th floor. Yi Chen surveyed the situation around him and could only return to the 3rd floor for a fierce battle. Otherwise, hiding on the 4th floor, even if we can't be killed by the blast, we can be shocked to death. The next moment, came the voice of Prince Durans. Across the street on the 4th floor balcony, Prince Durans held a loudspeaker and spoke in accented Mandarin. Yi Chen, your life is over. Just now, you dared to chase this king everywhere. Now, the king is going to take a cannon and blast you everywhere. 2. You bastard. This king's $170 million villa all let you destroy. He looked at the messy villa area and his body shook with anger. I won't be able to sleep until I put the word out today. Ichiji Watanabe, guys, don't buy overseas dog and cat food in the near future, or you'll easily eat the anchors. Liaoning Iron Brother, can't you stop this mouth? Ichiro Watanabe, I'm not allowed to make a couple friendly suggestions when I'm allowed to make the anchor into cat food? Ichiji Watanabe, after many days of gathering with all of you, it's finally time to break up, and I have a few heartfelt words I'd like to say. Little Taiho, the anchor is still alive, and you want to break up? Ha? Ichiro Watanabe, that's not also soon. It's just a matter of minutes anyway. Liaoning Iron Brother, you mad? Dead ghost. The water boys are bickering again, and no one expects. The anchor who just now was so valiant and invincible that he was hanging on for dear life. This would, already, have the king blasting all over the place. It's just a World War II vintage gun that chased the anchor into a rabbit. Yi Chen, being made into dog food or cat food. Take your pick. The king will give you 10 seconds. Prince Duran stepped on the box with 1 foot, holding the horn in one hand and sticking one hand in his waist, shaking with anger. He looked to his left and saw that the entire Gold Coast beach, over 100,000 tourists, had been evacuated in an emergency because of this incident. Convex, ****** dish. The official position may not be safe. There are other villas with multinational executives, princes and more. Each one of them is just like a giraffe, stretching a big neck, just resting there to look, afraid not to see the king embarrassed appearance. Yi Chen, you, a cannon blast to kill you is considered cheap. In the building, old Su and Hua looked at Yi Chen. Hua muttered, big brother, he's letting you choose pick a ing line. I'll find a chance to end that gun first. Yi Chen was thinking of utilizing C4 explosives to blow up the cannon first. This will be over 1,500 enemy soldiers. Very few soldiers were carrying heavy weapons. Most were one gun and a few magazines. This is just the king's kryptonite. With a shot of chicken, just resist for a quarter of an hour. The boss's reinforcements arrived. With their momentum down too, they'll be able to fight back. Yi Chen, I've arrived in a minecart. Now, it's hidden behind a sandhill. In the headset, came Jack's voice. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Oh big brother, you finally come. Next time, I'll drive the mining truck. At this rate, any slower, and I'll be giving you dreams. You guys drive the mining truck straight through. They don't have much in the way of heavy weaponry to punch through a minecart. Rush to the first villa and meet us, Yi Chen quickly ordered. And the mercenaries who resisted in front of him would be forced to retreat into the villa to hold their ground. Yes, I'll be right there. Jack responded and then joined forces with Shu and started the minecart. Yi Chen, dog food or cat food? Prince Durenzer, after asking with a loudspeaker, looked down. A forward group of 2 sets of soldiers, 400 or 500 in number, had surrounded the first villa. Good. This time, in a jar. And the latest version of the drone signal jamming gun was delivered by a soldier. Now, there's no need to worry about a drone suicide charge. King. Big deal. A soldier's voice came over the intercom. How did you lousy stutterer, get mixed up in the king's ranks? What happened again? Durenzer asked impatiently. An urgent voice came from the walkie-talkie. Your Majesty, look to the right. A heavy mining truck, rushing towards us. What a big mining cart. Your Majesty, we can't stop it. The king. Durans froze, twisted his head to see. 10 meters high mine car, shelved where to run. The king's soldiers. The king's light armored vehicles. The king's villa walls. Up. Stop the car. Asshole. The giant mining truck crushed its way in, easily crushing the light armored vehicle into a discus, and smashing the villa's fence right through, thundering in all directions. The self-weight of more than 300 tons of mining cars, catch up with 300 tons of king, or 5 heavy tanks. In terms of tonnage, there wouldn't be a bigger car in the world. Chapter 89. It's you again. Bang. Bang. The giant minecart went all the way forward, crushing whatever it encountered. Even when a soldier fired toward the driver's window, it could not be broken. The glass in the cockpit of a mining truck can be much thicker than bulletproof glass. When the soldiers saw this big thing coming to kill them, they ran as far away as they could as if they had seen a titty. Even if there were 2 people, and one of them stepped on the head of the other, the height of the 2 people stacked on top of each other wouldn't be as high as the tires of this minecart. Giant tires, even more fully reinforced steel wire tires that can't be blown up with a grenade. The momentum the Coast Guard had just built up all fell apart in an instant. Prince Durans, furious, waved his hand frantically, signaling the soldiers to stop that minecart. As a result, no one took him at all. But let this mine train destroy any more my king's villa. It will be completely ruined. Prince Durenzer came down in a huff, shoving a couple of soldiers himself and pointing at the minecarts driving up ahead. You guys get on it and make that thing stop. Several soldiers shook off the king's hand. I'm $300 a month. You want me to do a $3 million dead-end job? Dream on. Little Taibao, ******, gets a giant mining truck, and the 100-ton king is a younger brother in front of him. Little White Moon, where did they get this? Anchor? Liaoning Iron Brother, the king, oh Lord of Heaven. Who will help me? 10,000 lights, mine truck, I can't see it in the blind spot. Tell that to my insurance. Smith, I told you. Since we're decorating, it's got to be a big one. The water friends got excited. Who just said the anchor was going to Karma? Reinforcements. Here they come. Then, the water friends got completely high after seeing the mine truck, after crashing a small 2-story house in the villa area, directly into ruins, and then running over the ruins. This great god is coming. Unless the king is Doraemon and can change 2 tanks out of thin air. Wait for death. Shoo away. In the royal villa area, there were a lot of small 1- or 2-story houses, which were the houses where soldiers and servants lived. All these houses, without exception, must be reduced to rubble whenever they are in the direct path of a mine train. Prince Durance ran to that 75mm mountain gun and kicked the soldier with his foot in a hurry. Fire! You assholes! Give me a shot at that minecart. Blast him to a stop. Originally, there was just a bit of damage to the villa gates, more bodies in the garden, and the first villa was blown up in places. Let this fool around any longer. My entire villa. 4 main houses, a dozen smaller houses, gardens and swimming pools and so on, and it's all over. Shoo away. Soldier heads toward the minecart and fires a cannon. The 75mm shell, which missed, hit the bucket of the mining truck. A puff of smoke passed over, leaving just a little white dust on the bucket made of high-density alloy steel, causing little damage. Your Highness, go! This thing is coming. The old housekeeper pulled Durance and ran. If he didn't run, he would be a human meat cake. Durance turned his head as he ran, and the big mining truck, 3 or 4 stories high, drove by. The 75mm mountain gun, just like that, was crushed into scrap metal by giant tires. Run! If you don't run, you'll have to meet Mohan Murd. Durance lifted his own robes upwards. His legs could be powerful and he could run faster than many soldiers. Asterisk. This car, it's so awesome. Hua stood at the window, his mouth open in shock as if he had seen an alien. Yi Chen watched as the minecart came towards his side, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The king, just now, you took a shot at me, didn't you? Later, I'd like to see it. Are you running fast, or is this mine truck driving fast? The giant mining truck drove up to this villa and stopped directly. The 7 mercenaries at the front door have copied the machine gun bazooka to open the way, instantly sweeping a dozen soldiers to death. Yi Chen and Lao Su Hua rushed out together. A group of a dozen or so people walked around the side of the villa to the giant mining truck. The veteran mercenaries, each standing at a vantage point, formed a front and back cross-shooting boundary. Jack opened the door. Dude, I'm coming, my brother. If you had been 5 minutes later, you could have visited my grave on this day next year. You asshole, the granny down the street is faster than you. Next time I'll get a car. Yi Chen cursed and grumbled from the driver's side, gripping down both Jack and Scorpion and getting into the driver's side himself. He was about to close the door on it when Jack stopped him. You're driving, so what am I doing? Why don't we take turns driving together? Jack asked excitedly, not having had enough fun just now. I want to get high again. It's a great car to drive. And it's a great car to drive. What were you thinking? Just cover for me by the car. When you see anyone aiming a bazooka at me, you them. The cab of this car can only carry a couple of RPGs. Yi Chen was about to slam the door shut when it was pulled by Jack again. Jack asked, what if, for example, it was someone aiming a heavy machine gun at you? You want to marry Shu Wanqing? Yi Chen asked. Don't dare. Jack's head shook like a rattle. That's not it. Do you really think I'm driving a tank? Whenever you see a heavy machine gunner, you take him out. Yi Chen pushed Jack's hand away, closed the car door, started the car, and chased after him towards Prince Durance's side. Your Majesty, today, if I don't give you a minecart scare, I'll take your name. If you've got the guts, don't run. Yi Chen directly throttle welded forward. The mercenaries, such as Jack, Old Su and Hua, were like 5 or 6 meters around the left side of the mine, moving along with the minecart. Little Tai Bao, after the anchor drove the mining truck and crushed the king to death. He got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. I thought it was a speed bump. Liaoning ironed big brother, the anchor should have said the brakes were off. Yes. If the king is crushed to death, will the insurance pay for it? 10,000 lights, it's covered. If not, the muzzle of the gun will be on your head. Smith, Watanabe Oni, come out. Just now you said you were going to break up. Now what? Watanabe Ghost has been driven by the anchor to mine the car and create death. The water friends through the live broadcast saw Yi Chen driving a mine car, crushing all the way forward, feeling old and cool. What walls, cottages, gardens, it doesn't matter, all crushed into rubble. Prince Durance escaped to the roof of the opposite building. I was trying to organize my manpower to counterattack, when I looked up and saw the mine train coming towards me. Taking another look at the person inside the cab. Yi Chen, it's you again. Come on man, bring the soldiers with bazookas, all of them, to this king, and blast this to death. Durance's orders were given. The old housekeeper put together 7 pieces and hurriedly pulled over 4 soldiers carrying rocket launchers, and was about to ask them to aim at Yi Chen. Clattering sound, clatter, of horses' hoofs. Hua copied the M249 machine gun, and directly swept forward to shoot. Scared 4 soldiers, directly crouched behind the cover. You guys get up for the king, that mine train is coming. Durance picks up a soldier. He said solemnly, now, the king orders you to take up the bazooka and aim it at that car, and if you hit it, You'll pay $500,000 American. Ha! I'll give it to you only if you hit it. That machine gun over there. It's strafing. The soldier nimbly handed the bazooka to the king and turned around and ran. The other 3 soldiers looked to see that this would crouch and still have cover. As for standing up, aiming, and firing rockets again? Most likely. Just got up. He didn't have time to aim and was killed by a machine gun. Even if you hit it, you might get machine gunned to death. Then it's really a matter of life and death. Solely, the 3 soldiers then shoved the bazooka, all of it, into the king's hands and ran straight away. Come back. The king adds money. What will the king do if you run away? Prince Duranzer could hold 4 bazookas and skim them all to the ground, shouting in exasperation. Chapter 90, Your Highness, how can we pay for this? 1,000 or so soldiers who had just risen majestically. After a panic, the few soldiers who had organized themselves were overwhelmed by Hua and the other elites. Most soldiers are in. The officer couldn't find his own soldiers. Soldiers can't find their own officers. It's all a mess. There aren't many people to guard the king at all. Shoo away. Slam. The minecart made its way forward, collapsing another small 3-story house, just 30 or 40 meters away from the king's hideout. Prince Durans looked around, and only the old butler was left at his side. He lifted a bazooka and shoved it into the butler's hand. Butler, you're on. The old slave doesn't know how to play this stuff either. Nah, Your Highness. The old slave wants to go to the restroom, so I'll leave first. The old butler skipped the king and ran. Who knows if the king will still be alive after today? I have to live anyway. Old thing. You asshole. The king himself. Duran shouldered a bazooka and was about to aim it at the minecart, but just as he lifted himself up, he was immediately hit by a wave of was strafing, and was so scared that he crouched back down again. He looked up slightly to see that the minecart headed for him. Just now, the king took the cannon to blast Yichin. This is going to be. He's probably a little crazy, so the king should just hide for a while. The moment the thoughts are clear, Prince Duranzer left his bazooka behind and turned to run. Yi Chen drove the mining truck and chased after the king right behind him, with Shu Wanqing's voice still coming from time to time in his earpiece. Yi Chen, Durans is running to the left, 30 meters ahead on the left. Yi Chen, Durans has turned and is now 25 meters directly in front of you. Yi Chen, Durans went around to the garden behind the villa. Yi Chen, as a top hacker Shu Wanqing, she directly invaded the villa's surveillance system and photographed Durans' moves. Yi Chen controlled the minecart and chased after it furiously. Prince Duranzer had just run into the back garden when he turned his head and saw the minecart coming. Running further on, he ran outside a loft and twisted his head to see that the mine train was coming again. Simply gone ghostly. This broken car? How do you know my king's position so well? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Your Majesty. Where is that dejected little heir of yours just now? Take it out. Don't run away. Parkize, if the king doesn't die this morning, he'll have nightmares about minecarts whisking him away. Ruan Wenyu, Yichen, I'm a professional at tearing down people. Tearing down homes? Then I'm even more professional. Talovsky, I should say no. The king's legs are pretty good, but if you run a little slower, you'll have a good show. Mao Zi. How dare the king run slower? This time, he's afraid he hates himself for not having 2 more legs. The water boys are totally high. Various bigwigs picked up their cell phones to see that Yichen was driving a mining truck, just like chasing a rabbit, and chasing Prince Durans around, and directly speechlessly, have soldiers nearly 2,000 Durans, but where the usual more to the soldiers a little pay, more training soldiers, are not now being ousted into this force look. This would be, surrounded by soldiers running back and forth, the army in disarray again. The officers don't give orders, the soldiers don't know what they're supposed to do. Save the king? That big mining truck perimeter, old firepower. If we all go together, no problem, just us on our own. I don't want to see Anubis yet. Lao Su and others also specialize in suppressing fire against enemy soldiers who attempt to attack the minecarts. Even if there were a few organized soldiers who dared to resist, it was better than nothing. The other soldiers were in disarray, scurrying around like village bosses. As for the reward issued by the king himself is nowhere to be found. Whether or not they were run over by the mine train is still a moot point. As for the officers, this will still be looking for the king, while the king is falling away. Prince Durans hoofed it to a gazebo, and had just taken 2 breaths when the sound of a huge engine came and turned his head. The big mining trucks are here again. Mud. Duranzer cursed and ran forward again, running inside a small house and closing the door, intending to get some rest. The king should be able to rest by hiding here. It's too chaotic out there. These soldiers, they're too damn smart. There wouldn't be many Sabi that would be willing to hold the fire for the king. Damn Yi Chen. Today, if you let the king escape, your nightmare will begin. Duranzer leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and gasped for air. intending to rest, when suddenly the house shook. He opens the door and rushes out to see the mine train coming and runs quickly. Just ran out 7 or 8 meters. Looking back, that house is in ruins from the mine train. Convex, ******* dish. Yi Chen took the car microphone and shouted to the outside world. Your Majesty, don't run away. This will. I want to learn from you how to make cat food. Don't worry, don't run. I won't kill you. Prince Duran's how dare to stop twisted his head and ran. 2 legs stride extremely fast, are almost to run out of the stump. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, the king, back in the day. If I had participated in the 100-meter dash, Bolt would have had to step aside. Parky Zay, the king who is paper drunk every day can still run so fast. What kind of tonic did he take? Ja, not a certain brother anyway. Ichiro Hashimoto, if I give the king a few shots of adrenaline to zap you with, I'm guessing you'll run even faster. Smith, what about you using the king as a guinea pig? Little White Bird, the king, key, do not 6. Ruan Wenyu, if I were to participate in a sprint, I really wouldn't be able to outrun this king. Liaoning Iron Brother, don't ever underestimate yourself. If I were to whisk you away in a mining truck, you'd definitely run no slower than the king. Sound of the wind whistling and whistling. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The sound of propellers came from the sky. Yi Chen looked up. It was the second wave of drones arriving. Hundreds of drones targeted the soldiers in the Villa district in a suicide charge. The soldiers who had just adjusted and were looking at going to escort the king were once again hit hard. After a while of chaos, the sound of heavy machine guns came from outside. A huge convoy of more than 2 dozen H-2 Humvee armored vehicles sped by. There are also 3 Blackhawk helicopters circling in the air. It's reinforcements from the company that have arrived. With the addition of these raw troops, the already chaotic Coast Guard soldiers were routed on the spot, scattering in all directions, no longer caring about the king's life or death. Inside the villa area, Yi Chen drove his mining truck and after hitting the last small house, he parked the car in front of the king. Prince Duranzer lay down on the ground, panting heavily, just like that old pug, panting exceptionally loudly. Get chased down again. If you don't get run over, you'll have to run. Luckily, the car finally stopped and I didn't have to run for my life. Yi Chen opened the door of the car, jumped down, and came to the king's body, asking with a smile, Your Majesty, you see, the ransom? No problem. $300 million. Transfer money now. The king has money in the overseas bank. Transfer money now. Don't you chase? The king is going to be tired. 300 million? Not quite enough, is it? Your Majesty, look, my brothers and I are helping you decorate your villa for free, so we should more or less be paid for our hard work, right? As for the hard work fee, $1 billion or 800 million is not too much. 700 million or 800 million is just right. Your Majesty, how do you think this money will be paid? Yi Chen squatted in front of Prince Durans and asked with a bad smile. Chapter 91. My king's waist. $1 billion and 80 million? Prince Duranzer stared wide-eyed and asked tentatively. Yen? Asshole, I'm talking about the American knife. Yi Chen slapped Durans in the face, giving the king a slap in the face. $1 billion and 80 million. You know how much this is. Durans quickly waved his hand. Yi Chen, do you think this king has a gold mine? Ja, you don't have a gold mine, but you have oil. Little Taba, isn't it a piece of cloth on top of my head that makes me the richest man in the world? Why can't I get $1 billion or 800 million? Wilson, you think that's $1 billion medals? And you say it so easily. Liaoning Iron Brother, they're producing oil here. $1 billion shouldn't be much. Jack, it's not much, but there are 2,000 princes, princelings, and grandsons to share it with, and he's considered capable if he can get a few $100 million. Parky take, wouldn't that make it impossible to get money? The water friends were stunned, and they were looking for the anchor to get some money and give us some red envelopes. Ahead. The anchor makes over $10 million and doesn't give out red envelopes even though, if you snuggle $1 billion this time, you'll more or less send some. It would be, and the soldiers in the villa area dispersed. The mercenaries of Skywater, who have taken control of the entire field, are in the closing stages. Yi Chen's main objective was that the 300 million ransom, which contained 100 million was his own. Also, see if you can ask for a couple $100 million more, $200 or $300 million. We can still talk. $1 billion and 80 million. That's no small amount of money. What's more, you want so much at the drop of a hat. How can this king accept it? Prince Duranzer said as he looked left and right to see if anyone could come to his rescue. This Yakuza, he wants $1 billion from me at the drop of a hat. If the king agrees, you'll have to ask for $2 billion. Do you really think I'm a tycoon? Well, at least, sit down and have a concrete chat. Yi Chen, this Prince Durans, is the third in command of the tourism department, with 3 oil fields under his command. There's still my own company in Europe, and a few minerals in Africa, so I can definitely afford to take this money. In the headset, Shu Wanqing's voice came. Yi Chen froze, thinking that he had quoted high. Now that I look at it, it turns out that it was underreported. Your Majesty, you are thinking that I am asking for $1.8 billion at the drop of a hat, is asking for a bit too much. Exaggerating. So here's the deal. I'll do the math with you and we'll pull a list. Yi Chen said in a serious manner. Ah, a poll list? Can you give less? Duranzer froze. If you pull up a list for me, indicating which of which you have, which of which you lost money. Though, all this stuff you're losing, you're probably losing it all to me. However, if a person is under the roof, this king will just admit it too. At least, it's better than asking for $1 billion when your upper lip touches your lower lip. Wah, come here. Yi Chen greeted Ah Hua and came over. I say, you write it, and then show it to the king, and we'll write a list of compensation forms for the king. Ava nodded, opened her cell phone memo, and started taking notes. After a while, Yi Chen finished. Awa took the cell phone memo and showed it to the king. The moment he entered his eyes, the king's head was buzzing. The list goes on. Personnel costs, $19.99. Villa renovation cost, $3,999. Soldier drills, $111 dollars. Mercenary smile fee, $222 dollars. Mercenary tea cost, $333 dollars. Drone show fee, $333 dollars. Bullet skimming fee, $222 dollars. Grenade skimming fee, $333 dollars. Bazooka skimming charges, $444. A big list, totaling $1,388 million dollars. Yi Chen took the cell phone and asked, how's it going, Your Majesty? This is a comforting thought, isn't it? Get your ass in gear and transfer the money. Mercenary smile fee? You guys want $222 for a smile. Ha! Durans was full of shock, looking up and down at Yi Chen and Hua and the others. Even if they were chicks made of gold, they weren't this expensive. Plus, the villa renovation costs $3,999. Turning his head to look at his villa, it was in ruins. Before you came here, I was a high-class villa, comparable to a small estate. Is this how you guys are decorating for me? I have to pay you $3,999 back? Also, what do you mean by soldier drill fee? You killed my soldiers and you're asking me for money? It's too much of a bully. Convex, ******* dish. Little Taiho, isn't that Alessandro move? Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Alessandro, pay your tuition. You'll use it? Wilson, anchor, I turned it in. With a bullet. It's not like you confiscated it. Frank, upstairs. What the kind of death jokes are you guys talking about? Your Majesty. The anchor learned this from your brother's men. This is payback for payback. Ichiro Hashimoto, mud. The anchor isn't really going to become a tycoon, is he? Ichiro Watanabe, this price. I'm a bit familiar with it seems. As if Mr. Kashing back then was also blackmailed with this price. A lot of waterbenders remembered the richest man in the land from decades ago. The world-famous Mr. Kashing. It was also asked for $1,380 million by Zhang Jiqiang. However, Zhang Jiqiang wanted Hong Kong paper, and Yi Chen wanted American knives. You're $1,380 million. Your brother's ransom is $300 million. Yi Chen slapped Duran's cheek. Transfer money quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to add money. Duran's was directly baffled. Where do I have so much cash? A lot of my property is real estate. This villa is worth $170 million. I have real estate and minerals all over the world. But how is it possible for me to get $1 billion at a time? Do you know what this concept is? Take so much money out of the banks all at once. The banks will trigger a systemic dislocation. As he spoke, he became a little angry, not expecting Yi Chen to Leoneize him to this extent. For popping sound. Yi Chen slapped over a few times. You're still screaming. He looked to Hua. Did you bring any electric batons? Hua spread his hands, out on a mission. Who carries that thing? But the villa security staff has it. I'll go find one for you. Yes. Yi Chen looked at Prince Durans. I hope you're still so calm under the electric baton. What? You dare to electrocute me? The king told you that I am the king, the one with 1,000 gold. Durans had a haughty look on his face. Even though I'm captured, I'm the king. Are you really treating me like a mongrel? Yi Chen took the electric baton handed to him by Hua and directly pestled it on Duran's waist. Ah! My king's loins. Martyr. You're so electric. Prince Duranzer was so electrified that he jumped up in place. Chapter 92, here in Persia. There's no room for you. Asshole. Don't electrocute it This king is $1,000. Prince Duranzer jumped up and down from the electricity, his body twisting all over the place. Yi Chen took the electric stick and electrocuted him twice every now and then. The more electricity, the more the king reacted, as if he were dancing. Little Taibao, when did His Majesty learn to breakdance? Liaoning Iron Brother, the anchor just taught it. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Little Taiho, asshole. Step aside. Yi Chen ordered the king while asking. 1,380,000,000 is not here. Can it work? No. The king doesn't have that much. 300 million at most. Duranzer shouted through gritted teeth. Not a hair more. Don't even think about it. What's more, you actually dare to electrocute the king. Wah. Tie him to the post. Yi Chen greeted. Hua grabbed Prince Durans and tied him to a pillar on the side. Prince Durans looked at Yi Chen viciously. You're the first person, as long as this king has grown up, who dares to hit this king. You must dash. Asshole, you're still electric. You dash. Yi Chen held an electric stick and pestled him twice every now and then. Duranzer's body jerked at intervals of a few seconds, and each time it jerked, it meant that it had been electrocuted by an electric baton. Your Majesty, $1,380,000,000. Will it work? Yi Chen asked. $320 million. The king has added $20 million. Don't you dash. $340 million. That's a lot dash. 400 million. That'll do. Don't go too far. You dash. $488 million. You dash. 600 million. Simply 666,600,000,000 US dollars. Like you Chinese say, 666 dasun. Don't electrocute me. Prince Duranzer was electrocuted every now and then while he was kept at the pillar. Yi Chen was serious on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. Your Highness, it's pure lack of cleanup. I wouldn't even be so electrified at you if you had offered a higher price earlier. Little eunuch, the king's gadget. Who invented it? Electrifies and spits out gold coins. Zha, the plutocrat of the Cold Kingdom. Sends his compliments to the King X10. Spring breeze not blocked, Cold Kingdom plutocrat. I can at least resist a few electric batons and pop gold coins again. This king can't do it either. Pull the crotch. Smith, the more electricity the higher the price. I'm real envious. Tolovsky, in this life, if I can electrocute the king twice, just this price difference added by the king is enough for me to enjoy for several lifetimes. The water boys are kind of completely tense. Your Majesty, if you don't carry the electricity, just say yes. Why bother? You don't raise the price until after you've been electrocuted. Anyway, the money has to be paid. Do that and get electrocuted for nothing. Yi Chen, 666 million. 666 million US dollars. Consider this king's friendly sponsorship of you and these brothers. Stop raising the price. That's the bottom line. Prince Duranzig made a point of saying that at this price, he would have to sell his house all night long to come up with the money. You don't have that kind of money, so you take houses and minerals from all over the place and just sell them cheap. What are you talking to me about when you have minerals? Yi Chen saw through the king's verbal disguise at a glance. Just for a big man like you. It's just a wire transfer. I am not asking for cash. The house, car and minerals are all mortgaged. You won't get $1 billion? This time, the boss stepped in and didn't hesitate to send reinforcements. Those brothers who came to the rescue. Which one? I have to pay $100 or $80 for? I'm just going to say thank you for letting them risk their lives to come to my aid? That's impossible. If I do this, no one will come to my aid next time. The hundreds of mercenaries that sped through this wave would have had to out over 100 million US dollars. Not to mention, there are major supervisors and managers and team leaders? How can that be without asking you for more? Come on hard. Maybe it's true that you can ask for $1,380 million. The moment the thoughts come through, Yi Chen pestled the electric stick on Prince Duran's waist, kept electricity, and didn't let go. Asshole you Stop the electricity. 800 million. I'll give 800 million. $880 million is fine. Don't power down. Asshole, $880 million at most. No more. 900 million. 900 million will do? Duranzer tore his heart out and shouted. And the price just stayed stuck at 900 million. Little Taipa, anchor. Don't power up. It's going to mush. Smith, anchor. You high and low flip How always take the electric baton to the human waist to dislike Electricity is so addictive. Am I a bit of a pervert? Wilson, did you just realize that pro? Yi Chen again pestle up. Electricity for a while. Found that it is still 900 million. How the progress bar is stuck here. This guy, now he's willing to give 900 million. Definitely gives a billion. 380 million. A little later, Yi Chen saw a pool on the side, so he skimmed the electric baton aside. Untie him. Great. 900 million eh? With this much money, even if all the people involved split it, we'll still get a good share. Hua was very excited and went to help the king untie the rope. Before we left, Yi Chen said, everyone gets a share of the extra money they ask for. After Prince Durans was untied, he gasped and looked at Yi Chen. You bastard. 900 million is 900 million. I said 1 billion. $380 million. Wah. Let the king go down for a swim. You can't come up until you've swum to 1 billion. 380 million. Yi Chen held his gun and watched this indifferently. If it weren't for skill, right now, I'd be cat food. Can I let you off that easy? What a beautiful dream. Hua dragged Prince Duranzer toward the pool. Prince Duran's face changed drastically. What are you going to do? Still want to torture this king? 900 million is already a lot. Toot toot toot. Tooting noise. In the pool, Prince Duranzer made a beeping sound of entering the water, and was held down and dunked inside the pool for a few seconds before being pulled up by Hua, just catching my breath after pulling up. Got held down for another drink. Back and forth several times. The king already feels worse than death. Little Taibao, contemporary Lai Junchen high and low is a prince. Actually will be anchored so clean up. The king, peanut for me. Peanut for me Stop. I give. $1,380 million. And I'll give it now. Mud. You bunch of outlaws. Crazy people. This king admits that he's wrong. This king is wrong. This king will give it now. Don't get me. Just as Prince Duran's words fell, a cell phone was shoved into his hand. Old Su stared at Duranzer transferring money. And if it wasn't enough, let the guy sell minerals cheap. Any one of these minerals is worth over $1 billion. $1 billion. $38 million is nothing. Yi Chen was waiting for the transfer. Shu Wanqing's voice came from the headset. Hurry up. You tortured Durans, causing Elder Sali to become enraged and has sent a convoy after you. You'll be safe back in the county. That's not Elder Saleh's territory. He wouldn't dare to pursue. The moment the words fell. Sound of the wind whistling in whistling. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Dense drone sounds came out. Yi Chen looked up as hundreds and thousands of drones flew in the distance, attacking in a vast manner. There are many more armored convoys on the ground, coming from the industrial area to close in on the area. Live in the booth. Salamut, Durans is my man. But if he can't, I'll take the shot. Salamut, this is Persia, not your China, and you are not allowed to behave like this. Chapter 93. Why should they be able to be prominent for generations? The moment Elder Sala spoke on the air, hundreds of thousands of waterbenders were collectively confused. This kind of big shot. I can't believe I actually got mad. Little Tai-Ho, anchor. Will I see you again tomorrow? Wilson, anchor. Before you die, remember to say where you wish to be buried. Steve, anchor. Thanks for the fun. We'll remember you and buy you a bouquet of flowers for next year's holiday. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Mard. The anchor person is still alive. What are you guys talking about? Convex, ****** dish. Steve, it's almost as good as not being dead. Unless the anchor just runs away now. But even then, the chances of him running away are slim. Many foreign water users already felt that Yi Chen was bound to die. The elder of the hall had personally ordered that it must be the regular army and the base armies from all over the world that would come together to surround Yi Chen and the others. Even if TSMC is strong. But how many armies can a mercenary company fight? Liang Long, who was watching the live broadcast, naturally knew this. He picked up the phone and dialed an old friend's cell phone. On Yi Chen's side, he heard the sound of a propaganda truck. There are publicity vehicles in the convoy. The car's loudspeakers had been shouting something about demanding that he let Prince Duranzer go and tie his hands. Ha 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 ha, Elder. Finally you can't look away and come to my rescue. Yi Chen, this king has already transferred $600 million to you guys. You numbskull, get out. A smile appeared on Prince Duran's face. You don't dare to kill this king. At most, you can torture this king. Now, Elder Sala can't stand to look at it and sends troops to help. The day of the king's suffering is over. You're still laughing. Are you going to be ashamed? What gives Duranzer another kick in the pool? A few moments later, he brought up Prince Duranzer. Again, can't really get mad at the old boy for laughing at that. Hua couldn't help but question. Still laughing. You are a little 13 face don't want? You're laughing so hard, making it sound like I'm the one who just got electrocuted like a breakdancing king. Face? This king's face has just been lost. Will this continue to be thrown again? And what will happen? Now, the king is happy, for the suffering is coming to an end. King Durinzer swings straight for the fences. The old man has lost face. What's the point of losing more? Old Su sighed and looked at Yi Chen. He also didn't expect this elder to be in charge of Prince Duran's. In all, there were more than 2,000 kings and princes in the entire desert region, but the two sects, combined, only had 24 elders. And the elders hold real power, not counting the regular national army held under their command. Those base arms loyal to the elders alone are a very large force. In the desert region, the elders are the real central big shots. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who is sound asleep. The sound of drones spiraling in the sky, growing. Yi Chen and the others looked up to see that the hundreds of drones controlled by Xu Wanqing were already fighting with the drones that were flying from the opposite side. Bang, 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 slam. Dawning bursts of sound came out. Suicide drones that crashed directly into the opposite drone, stopping the other drone in this almost suicidal way. The sound of gunfire was coming out, close to the direction of the desert. The mercenaries of the Sky Water Company were attacking and killing the charging convoy. Supervisor Evra herself is leading the charge and is holding off enemy reinforcements. The 3 Black Hawk helicopters in the air, which had been circling without taking the initiative to attack, seemed to not want to extend the conflict completely. Yi Chen, you only have 2 choices. The first one, abandon Durinzer. As long as the team manages to get out of the villa area, it's considered safe. The second, grab Durinzer and go back to the county with him. You have to make a choice. Xu Wanqing's came from the headset. Yi Chen instantly understood the 3 Blackhawk helicopters and why they were not participating in the battle. They're waiting for themselves to make a decision. If it's 1, 3 Blackhawk helicopters will cover the convoy's exit. If it was 2, they would have taken the initiative to attack and take out at least this wave of arriving reinforcements. All of them. This time, the enemy came to the rescue with a force of up to 1,000 men. And there will be soldiers, a steady stream of them. The longer we delay, the less we'll be able to get away. Toot toot toot. Tooting noise. The cell phone on his person rang. Yi Chen took out his second cell phone and realized that it was his boss calling. The boss's words were probably similar to Xu Wanqing's. After he finished, he added, "Kid, take your pick. But remember this, we're a knife. And a knife doesn't need to be humane or measure the big picture. A sword that is in need of its own majesty. The gangs need the people to fear them in order for them to collect protection money and profit. And we mercenaries, likewise, need the nobles and officials of the nations to fear us. We must dare to kill the big shots, to pop the upper echelon, to make it lose face. Otherwise, who would come to us to place an order? And what do we eat and drink?" The crazy boss made it clear that he wanted to put the decision in Yi Chen's hands, even though Yi Chen and the hundreds of mercenaries that chipped in all died. For TSMC, it's only a matter of injury and recuperation for a while, but it would be nice to be able to use this to raise a crazy enough legacy. Little type of, brother, don't be brave this time, you're not a living Vajra, you're going to die. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, brothers, this time it's a big deal. The goat should still goat. You've made money Wilson, brother, $300 million ransom. You got it. More than 1 billion payoffs. Get 300 million. Brother, you've earned enough. A lot of waterbenders were persuaded. Stop it. Any more and it'll be completely crazy. The remaining $700 million of the ransom. Need Prince Duran's personally call over, after selling their own properties cheaply, in order to come up with. Cannot get in a short period of time. Want money. You must tie people back to the company. Option 1. That's just as good as it gets. Option 2. That's what I want more of. Yi Chen, give up this guy? Let's go? Hua asked tentatively. Jack also looked at Yi Chen. It's already enough for this A ruthless look surfaced on Yi Chen's face. Now, each of you will share an additional $200. Take Duranzer, and you'll split an extra $600 American dollars. What do you choose? 1,338,000,000 U.S. dollars is never one man's alone. This is money that is to be divided down for the group. According to the original division, it's currently going to $300 million dollars. Wah, Lao Su and Jack, Scorpion each get 200. But if we were to take the full amount, one person would all get 600. The other hundreds of mercenaries would be less, but not by much. Yi Chen looked at them, while taking out the live that cell phone and reading the messages for a while. He couldn't help but show a cold smile. Kotobuki, see the good and the bad. Silence is golden, you'll die if you go crazy like that. Little white bird, I've watched you raise a tall building. I've watched you feast. And now, I don't want to see your building collapse. Many of the watermen are advising that enough is enough. $1,338,000,000 U.S. dollars split, plus another $100 million up front to split. At least $200 or $300 million in the bank this time. It's so astronomical that the waterboys can't even think about it anymore. People die for money. Birds die for food. Yi-chen, I'll do it with you. Hua's face was grim. If you don't dare to do it, you'll always be poor for the rest of your life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All are human beings. These elders, what makes them sit on oil fields and minerals in their lifetime and can be prominent for generations? Asterisk 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 them. Chapter 94, is my backer the me army? Why should they be born and have everything? But millions of people in the slums don't even have a bottle of clean water. Besides, we're just arresting a prince and extorting a little money. And he's still up in arms. What's wrong with you guys enjoying yourselves for decades and me letting you pop some gold coins? Hua came on strong, copied the M249 machine gun, and was already getting on the bandwagon, feeling that Elder Sala had gone too far. It's just money we're extorting. You are sitting on a mountain of gold and silver, so you are not bad at all. You can just be honestly blackmailed by us, and you dare to resist. It's simply big guts. Jack was also infected and muttered. You can rob those old people. Why can't I rob you? And you dare to resist. Grass. He gave a big, hard kick that sent Prince Durenzer back to the pool as a dive master. Yi-chen, let's do it. Yi-chen, him, so what if he's an elder? Hua and Jack were very excited about doing it. Yi-chen laughed softly, an arrogant look appearing on his face. And you guys find a little reason to talk about kingship and wealth, saying that they were born with it. But as far as I'm concerned, the old man is just greedy for money. I just want money. Him. He dialed his boss and said he would bring back Prince Durenzer. $1,338,000,000 U.S. dollars, not a dime less. Kotobuki-chan, it's not covered up in the slightest. Yaka-chan, Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Yakaka, I'm just greedy for money. I'm hitting the dirt today. Silence is golden, totally ignorant of seeing the good and the bad. The anchor will surely die. On good as water, it's just a matter of time. The anchor's life, it's already counting down. Talovsky, not fighting when you should be fighting. You too, you deserve to be at the bottom for the rest of your lives. Parkize, yeah, so what if it's an elder? It's not like the elder has 3 heads and 6 arms. So what if he did it? A lot of waterbenders got excited. What about the elders? All the money places in the world have been distributed. If I want to make more, I'll have to make you less, or even get you killed. It's the right decision for the anchor to make. The more greedy you are, the more you can get, and the more you care about left and right, the less money you make. Liang Long's voice came over the phone. Congratulations, kid, you picked the right one. Lead Durenzer and the gang back to the office. As long as you're out of the industrial zone, if you really can't beat them, the nearby Rice Army base will also give you assistance. Yi Chen froze. The Me Army will help out? I remember a lot of times. The Rice Army are all villains. I can't believe I've got an army buddy here. The heavenly soldiers of the great America. My teammates? In that case, I did pick the right one. Kid, did you not think that I bought those Humvees and Blackhawk helicopters from a second-hand yard sale? This time, Sala used a brigade to surround you. I've contacted Colonel Miller at the Rice Army base. If you can't hold out, they will strike. But you only have to escape the radiation of the Gold Coast City. And Sala won't dare to mess around. Kid, I'll meet you at the office. As Liang Lon's words fell after that, the phone hung up. Ja, so what? Anchor, I thought you were a resistance fighter. But now that I look at you, you're not simple either. Liaoning Iron Big Brother, Rice Army support. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. What a niche term. Kotobuki, you can say eagle sauce is bad, but you can't say eagle sauce food. Little white bird, case solved. I said why is Liang Long so bold? If my backer were the Me Army, I'd be 10 times madder than even Liang Long. Talovsky, take off. The anchor's big backer is actually the Me Army. Bump, asterisk 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 dish. Maoist waterbenders, not quite accepting that the anchor's real big backer is the MIB. A hard to make a fuss to take off. Thanks to other water friends, joint to persuade down. But these water boys think, anchor this dog more than luck. Leaning on an old school friend to come to the Mercenary company. As it turns out, the owner of this company is backed by Ni Jun. If I had that kind of luck, I'd have taken off several times in my life. Yi Chen looked at the live comments and smiled for a moment. Brothers, the real war will begin later. He put his cell phone back on his tactical jacket and instead of reaching for his M4A1, he picked up an M249 Big Pineapple, turning to look at the crowd again. The corners of his lips sketched out an evil smile. Brothers, do a big job, and we can all become Shangren Shang. Okay, big job. After this job, I can go back and buy a villa. My 4 daughters-in-law will have a living wage again. Wah, Jack. Old Sue flashed a vicious grin. How can you not work your ass off if you want to make a lot of money? If it's a brigade from another country, vote. But a brigade in the desert region, with soldiers a couple $100 a month, is pretty much a vegetable, and in this case, it can be done. This king? Wah asked. What's the deal? Knocked the old boy out and took him away? Or just tow it? Where's the electric baton? Yi Chen asked. Ah, you're going to electrocute me again? What do you mean? Durans is blinded. This outlaw, facing a brigade siege, he's going to kidnap me. Pure asshole. Yi Chen took the electric baton and adjusted the voltage down a bit before placing it against Duran's heart. Aha! What are you doing, asshole? Ah! Duranzer takes a huff and pulls it right through. Hua was shocked. It won't be electrocuted, will it? Electrocuted his heart, overloaded it all at once and just knocked him out. Jack, you carry Duranzer. Let's go. Senior. Su responded with a cry and all went their separate ways. Yi Chen and Lao Su got into a jeep that Scorpion and Jack put Duranzer on the big mining truck and drove it out. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. 3 H2 Humvees, a jeep, and a mining truck rushed out of the villa. 4 small vehicles, moving around the minecart, the men in them firing continuously at the surrounding area. A kilometer ahead was the company's convoy, which was constantly firing to cover Yi Chen and the others as they killed their way out. In an instant, there were enemies killing from the sea, the desert, the industrial area, the city, and other 4 directions. The convoy of pickup trucks mobilized by Elder Sala was killing towards the company's convoy and Yi Chen's convoy. Mud. I should practice my machine gun or my accuracy is a bit low. Besides, it's the king I'm tying up. You pawns, what's the point of fighting for your lives? Yi Chen pressed the big pineapple with one hand and swept it around, while carrying a bazooka with his other hand. As long as he saw a pickup truck approaching, just send the other guy to meet Muhammad with a straight shot from a bazooka. The physical fitness and strength that had been boosted earlier would, this time, come into full play. Talovsky, big pineapple in the right hand, RPG in the left. What kind of godly operation is this? Frank, the anchor has amazing arm strength. Little Taba, that's right. A man like the anchor looks like he's been single for decades. Chapter 95, where did you learn the enemy's warfare? Clattering sound. Clattering sound. Yi Chen held a large pineapple in one hand and kept sweeping it. But his machine gun fire, hard to hit enemies moving at high speed, because there's no upgrading machine gun skills. Now, only to go strafe the vehicle. Use bullets to blow up the engines or tires of enemy vehicles, causing them to explode or roll over and stop. Yi Chen, stand firm. I've got to get my foot in the gas tank or I won't be able to get rid of these guys. Old Su madly accelerated, but in the desert, the speed of the car froze and could not go up. The 3 H2 Humvees around them were also manned with Browning heavy machine guns, strafing the pursuing enemy. The only 2 people who were cursing were Scorpion and Jack, who were driving the minecart. Every now and then, you could hear the back bucket of the car being blasted with an RPG. Jack, who is responsible for driving the car, directly sprayed his mouth full of F. Lousy, this car is big so all hit lousy first, right? This stupid car, I'll never drive it again. It looked pretty awesome, but it turned out to be driving 40 or 50 yards and couldn't get up to speed. The words had just fallen out of his mouth when there were several bullets that hit the front windshield, on the heavy steel bullet windshield. Instantly, several crystal-like swirling patterns appear. That's the outer glass being broken, but the inner layer didn't crumble. This will just obscure the view. However, mine cars are huge. Reinforcements from the front, waiting at the fixed position. Just make sure the direction is right. Next, just hit the gas like crazy. Scorpion looked at Duranzer, who had been thrown to the back, and then looked around behind the piles of sand, where a couple of motorcycles and a couple of pickup trucks popped up every now and then. Just finished settling a batch. Another batch, just like the brush line, wave after wave, was also very distracting. Most of all, the 3 Humvees and the Jeep were running fast, causing the broken mining truck to become a living target. As for the enemy pickup trucks, they all come standard with a driver, a gunner on the passenger side, plus a machine gunner in the back bucket of the vehicle. There were machine gunners, manning Browning heavy machine guns firing 12.7 caliber rounds. there were machine gunners, maneuvering M60 general-purpose machine guns, targeting Yi Chen's convoy and strafing it. Their marksmanship, likewise, is watered down. And the vehicle is in the middle of the desert. It's not easy for vehicle-mounted machine guns to hit their targets when the vehicle is moving at high speeds. So, most of these enemy soldiers rushed up in waves, and Yi Chen's convoy. Enemy convoys coming in pursuit on the periphery. TSMC's chiropractic convoy. At the moment, all three are in a straight line. The Skywater's speeding convoy, stuck on the highway near the industrial area. The entire convoy was lined up in a vehicle formation, and using heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, they attacked the enemy in front of them, so as to cover Yi Chen's convoy, which was withdrawing. Yi Chen's convoy, 2 kilometers away from the location of the reinforcements. This is a distance that needs to be blitzed out. Again, because the convoy was driving straight from the desert, the cars never got up to speed, which was a bit of an ordeal. Now, the enemy, surrounded on all sides, some in pickup trucks, some on motorcycles, couldn't be beaten. This field, is it some kind of wilderness? Fighting one batch and then another? Asterisk. You guys make a few $100s a month. Why are you working so hard? Yi Chen cursed and used the M249 Big Pineapple, after sweeping and exploding several motorcycles on the left. To the right, 2 more pickup trucks rolled over the sand hill and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen could only copy the bazooka, wait for the opponent to get slightly closer before knocking them off. This time, before Yi Chen could catch his breath, the sound of gunshots once again came from his ears. He deflected his body to see that behind him, at some point, several more motorcycles had rushed up and were firing at him. I had no choice but to plow through the Big Pineapple strafing. Just took out this lot. Shu Wenqing's voice resounded in the headset. Cue yourself. A couple more pickup trucks coming up ahead. Yi Chen hoofed it and copied the bazooka again, dry humping those big brothers. Having just aimed over the big brother in front of him, there was another one on the right, an enemy from the Coast Guard washing ashore. Yi Chen again can only copy the Big Pineapple sweep. Hit the back. Yi Chen was all a bit annoyed. Damn it, I came for the desert suit, not the Anon jungle suit. Asterisk. When did you guys learn that monkey thing? Why are there people everywhere? Yi Chen swept the wave and rushed to use the bazooka to blast again. Just finished blasting and going for another sweep with the Big Pineapple. The two weapons switch back and forth. Yi Chen was so busy that he was in a daze. He felt that this would be the time when he was busier than any of the 996 social animals. It's like a relentless robot that can only kill consistently without even a chance to catch its breath. On this area, on all sides, no matter what the location, you may suddenly swipe some enemies out. Little Taipa, where's Ruan Wenyu? When did you guys become teachers in Persia? Brother Tai of Liaoning, Ruan Wenyue, the Persian officers, you trained them? Wilson, the thing that annoys me the most when I play military games is the Anon storyline because I never know. The next moment, Wilson, what oddballs will pop up? From what oddball positions? And one after the other. And there's no end to the hits. Silence is golden, the anchor meat eye is hitting the red temperature old thing. In your place, you'd have to be red warm too. Many watermen already understand the situation. The opposite side is using the Anon warfare. On all sides, wave after wave. There is no end to killing. There is no end to killing at all. Dash. One slip of the tongue and the opposite side of the room is plastered to the face. The bottom line is, that's a couple hundred soldiers across the street. That's called a humongous catch. This land, the population is really big. Convex, dish. Frank, it's like I understand why my uncle had severe PTSD after his monkey punch back in the day. Tolovsky, brother, do you feel the call of the tits? Little Tahoe, you'd have PTSD too if you were faced with this situation with waves of enemies coming up on all sides. Waterboy gags. Yi Chen swept for a while. The M249 was out of bullets, so he could only skim the gun. He fought for a while longer. The bazooka ran out of cartridges and had to skim it. Copied the M4A1 rifle on his back and started firing at precise points. Didn't take long to point and shoot. Ran out of ammo. Spare magazines ran out too. Convex, dish. Next time I go out, I'll bring 500 rounds of ammo. I can carry them. For now, it's Glocks only. But in a pursuit, handgun accuracy simply isn't enough. It's useless for hanging except to scare people. Yi Chen would then react to the fact that the pistol 6 section was hitting a moving target within 75 meters, hitting 100 shots, referring to the fact that hitting a moving person is a 100% hit, not hitting a person in a moving car at high speed. Now, Yi Chen, we're standing out. Great. Old Sue's excited voice came out. With the jeep after going over a sandhill, Yi Chen saw Evella and Supervisor Jarvis on the highway ahead. Supervisor Evra, Supervisor Jarvis. I'm cute as hell, you guys. Finally saved QAQ. The ammo is empty. Sue, accelerate and get your foot in the gas tank. Let's go and join them. Yi Chen shouted in excitement. And as soon as he looked up, he saw the team members in front of him, maneuvering hundreds of drones, frantically attacking the enemies in his neighborhood. Anum. Bang. 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 Anum. Slam. Suicide drones that chase motorcycles and pickup trucks directly across the street and blow themselves up whenever they catch up. Chapter 96 Breakout. Is this the strength of the Me army? Soon, Yi Chen's jeep rushed to the front of the charging convoy. He looked back at the crowd. 3 Humvees were pitted. The 3 mercenaries were injured, but fortunately they all wore bulletproof vests, and they were only slightly injured even though they were shot multiple times. Of course, that's without being hit by a heavy machine gun. Otherwise, you'd be dead even if you wore a bulletproof vest. The mercenaries in the Humvee got out and matched the mercenaries that were chugging along, firing together to cover the arrival of the mining trucks. Gentlemen, fire. Drones, go for it. Yi Chen took the 2 rifle magazines and replaced them before turning around and maneuvering the M4A1 rifle to fire. At the front, the mine cars, being large and slow, were left at the end of the line. This would be 7 or 8 pickup trucks and a dozen motorcycles, pounding around the mine truck. RPG, grenades, vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, all of them, originally greeted the tires, trying to force the mine train to stop. It turned out that the tires on the mine cars, which were cast all steel, were impossible to destroy. They then turned to attacking the cockpit, pitting the all-metal construction. But now, reinforcements are coming and the minecarts are sticking out. In an instant, dozens of Humvees opened fire with their heavy machine guns, and airborne drones sped to their aid. Little Taipa, mud. This kind of firepower. I'd never even seen it in the game. Liaoning Iron Brother, this is going to be. Jack should be over the top. Thanks to the anchor letting him drive all the way back. He's being used as a living target. Wilson, shut up. You guys, I want to see a blockbuster. It would be, with very few messages from the Waterboys, a big crowd watching the engagement scene and getting very excited. This battle scene, except for military blockbusters, outside, there's nowhere else to look. Plus, it's more exciting to watch it in first view. Yi Chen and the others had been sweeping for a while, and they had finally dry-bombed their pursuers, and the mine carts had managed to arrive. The 2 supervisors took the electrocuted Durenzer and transferred him to a Humvee. Yi Chen, the opposite side's large army will be here soon. Just chase down you vanguard, 2 or 3 companies at the most. This time, Elder Sala has sent a brigade. We must escape the 20-kilometer radius of the Gold Coast city, drive another 10 miles or so back to the county. Go! After Supervisor Evra finished her explanation, she threw Yi Chen some magazines and greeted the convoy to run quickly. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. In the air, 3 Blackhawk helicopters swept in from behind. Just now, they were the ones who held back many enemy soldiers. Otherwise, Yi Chen and the dozen or so of them couldn't withdraw at all. Go go go. This time, let's go with the fast one. I'll drive. What took it upon himself to shout, going towards a jeep. Yi Chen hurriedly pulled Hua into a Hummer. There was no security in driving a jeep. The convoy of Humvees, as they were turning around to withdraw, Yi Chen looked back and directly froze QAQ. Rear desert _ Hundreds of pickup trucks and hundreds of motorcycles came over the sandy hills with great force. The opposite brigade has arrived. At least 2,000 upwards. Go go go. If we don't go, we'll never get away. Hua kicked the gas and the car whizzed out, not daring to stop at all. The 3 Blackhawk helicopters in the air, facing the enemy hordes, all dared to maintain a distance of only 5 or 6 kilometers and used their twin-barrel Vulcan machine guns, strafing. In this case, the Blackhawk helicopters dared to approach and would immediately be blasted down by the other side with RPGs. Highway. The huge convoy of Skywater is being evacuated. The Black Hawk helicopters in the air are taking cover. They had withdrawn 12 or 13 kilometers, completely out of the industrial zone and about to go out of the radius of the city of Gold Coast. Then everyone saw a few miles ahead. There were actually hundreds of pickup trucks parked in the desert on the left side of the highway, each one manned by people. The garrisons of the Persian state. The soldiers, dressed in chic uniforms with no body armor and only AK rifles and rocket-propelled grenades, were poorly equipped, but outnumbered. At the rear of this convoy, several mortar positions. Start the fire strike now. Anum. Bang. 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 Anum. Slam. Mortar shells landed on the highway and kept bursting. Yi Chen was shaken to the core. Then he saw that a Humvee on his right had its body flattened directly by a mortar shell. Humvee quality is very high. Hit by mortar shells. but only the roof of the car dented. But the explosion brought shockwaves, even if it did not kill the mercenaries inside the shock, but also almost. Is this war? A brigade of enemy soldiers with mortar positions in use. This would make Yi Chen a little apprehensive. Now this kind of firepower is not at all on the same level as the army firepower in the villa. Next, Yi Chen saw his side raise a swarm of drones, trying to end the opponent's mortar position. As a result, hundreds of drones were just about to skim over the location of the enemy caravan when they were directly swept by hundreds of people with guns. These enemy soldiers, relying on numbers, fired en masse with hundreds of AK rifles, brutally shooting down the drones in the air, all of them. Anum, slam, anum, bang, bang, bang. The mortars were still blasting, and some of the jeeps and Humvees were being blown up and rolled over. A convoy of 10 or 20 Humvees, plus a dozen jeeps and armored vehicles. In a flash, 6 cars were reimbursed. At least 15 dead mercenaries. Brothers, this will be. The anchor does not know if he will karma, but it's really not an anchor dish. With this kind of firefight, it's useless if I'm a good shot. Yi Chen was spitting on his cell phone, which would not have to be countered, because the opposite side was bombarding with mortars. You couldn't shoot back at anyone yourself. Not to mention, there are convoys on the left sweeping in with AKs. Thanks to the H2 Humvee's great armor defense, it can stop rifle bullets, but this is the time to roll down the bulletproof windows and fight back. It would be no different than looking for death. And the real battlefield, the intensity of fire, is only higher than this would be. That kind of place, even if the king of soldiers in the world, as long as the bad luck, will be a shell, directly sent to the sky. This is not human power. This would be. Yi Chen had a sense of collapse of a skillful woman, a skill that could not be used. Heavenly rewards. From now on, we will be memorializing the deceased. Anchor. Silence is golden. 1 bow. Upwardly mobile. 2 bows. Wealthy. 3 bows. Not eating cilantro. Upland edition. Guests observe 3 minutes of silence. Damn. They actually memorialized me. All the more reason, then, for the old man not to die. Yi Chen was pissed off enough to decisively put his cell phone back on his tactical jacket, and ignited the desire to survive again. Can't have these Yakuza in the live feed. Really put on a memorial service for me. He picked up his M4A1 rifle and looked left and right, trying to find a counterattack. Suddenly, there was a wild surge in the ground. Yi Chen froze, and Hua slammed on the brakes straight away, because the whole convoy braked to a halt. Yi Chen rolled down the right side of the car glass. There was no enemy attack in this direction. He looked out, and several dark shadows appeared in the middle of the sky in the distance. It was reinforcements arriving. Up ahead, a MiAF fighter swept in low, fired 2 missiles, and directly terminated the mortar position. Behind them, 2 MiAF fighters followed, dropping napalm bombs toward the cluster of vehicles on the left. In an instant, the place where hundreds of pickup trucks and motorcycles were located was turned into a sea of fire, and all kinds of bursts of fire resounded continuously. Yi Chen was stunned, then heard explosions coming from behind him as well. He got out of the car and looked. A sea of fire rose behind them. This sea of fire directly engulfed most of the huge pursuit convoy of hundreds of pickup trucks and motorcycles. This is the strength of the Rice Army? Or is this the power of air power? Yi Chen was stunned, looking at the 2 seas of fire that each stretched for several kilometers. Speechless for a moment, only shocked. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. A 4th and 5th fighter jet flew low. The roar of their engines, deafening. These fighters are also attacking enemy convoys. There's a brigade coming across the street. 5,000 or 6,000 men. That's it. Reimbursed a third.